Chapter 1707, The 5 Rounds of Assessment. Due to the overwhelming number of participants in the Alchemist Conference, totaling over 1,000 individuals, the Alchemist Tower has established 5 rigorous rounds of assessment to select the finest among them. Only those who successfully navigate 4 rounds and defeat all opponents in the 5th round can claim the title of champion at the Alchemist Conference. The first and second rounds test the alchemist's understanding and knowledge of medicinal herbs. Alchemists who have achieved the advanced 6th rank possess a profound comprehension of herbs, leaving no significant deficiencies. Dan Yao initially aspired to attain the rank of 7th grade alchemist, both to secure her qualification for the competition and to bypass the first 2 rounds, thereby advancing directly to the 3rd round. Unexpectedly, upon encountering the Zhu family father and son, she was provoked into concocting the 8 Desolation Blood Lotus pill, thereby certifying her as an 8th grade alchemist. According to the regulations set forth by the Alchemist Tower, any individual who obtains certification as an 8th grade alchemist may proceed directly to the final round, exempt from the preliminary 4 rounds of assessment. Dan Yao was quite pleased with this arrangement. The first round commenced in earnest, as a multitude of alchemists appeared in droves to undergo the testing. Although the assessment focused solely on theoretical knowledge of herbs, each question posed was remarkably obscure and challenging. It was akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to disqualification, even for seasoned alchemists. While the attention of the crowd was fixated on the competing alchemists, Dan Yao extended her consciousness, searching for Xiang Yang's whereabouts. Xiang Yang was well aware that such a grand event hosted by the Alchemist Tower would not escape Dan Yao's notice, and she, in turn, knew that after so many years apart, Xiang Yang would surely come to seek her out. After receiving the inheritance from Yun Mei, Dan Yao mastered the most profound techniques of cultivating the primordial spirit from the immortal water palace. Following 20 years of arduous training, combined with the unique nature of the Mingyu technique, her consciousness had grown formidable, rivaling that of a 5th or 6th level divine void realm expert. Aside from a handful of super strong individuals present, no one could evade her pervasive consciousness and scrutiny. However, despite her extensive search, she could not locate Xiang Yang's figure. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Dan Yao's heart. Could it be that Xiang Yang had fallen into the clutches of the Xiang clan? That seemed implausible. He was too clever for anyone to ensnare him. Moreover, judging by Xiang Feng's earlier reaction, if Xiang Yang had indeed been captured, he would surely mock her for associating with a useless man. Stealing her resolve, Dan Yao reassured herself that no news was good news. Perhaps Xiang Yang was experiencing some breakthrough and was currently in seclusion, unable to attend. Remain calm. Stay composed. First, focus on claiming victory at the Alchemist Conference. Once she secured the Dan Pe, a breakthrough to the Divine Void Realm would be within her grasp, and even if Xiang Yang had fallen into enemy hands, she would possess the means to rescue him. Strength is the ultimate truth. With this thought, Dan Yao returned her focus, patiently awaiting the proceedings. The Alchemist Conference hosted by the Alchemist Tower was indeed of unprecedented grandeur. Every alchemist participating in this event was of at least 5th rank. The 6th grade alchemists, revered across the 4 corners, were as plentiful as cabbages on street. Among those exceeding the 6th rank, there were 7 in total. Apart from Mu Rong Yuan and Xiang Feng, 3 of the remaining 5 were promising young disciples meticulously nurtured by the elders of the Alchemist Tower, while the last 3 hailed from other factions. The first round concluded, swiftly followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds in an unrelenting procession. With each round's conclusion, a significant number of alchemists were eliminated. By the end of the 4th round, only 9 alchemists remained. Originally, there should have been 10, but Dan Yao's direct advancement to the final round accounted for the discrepancy, leaving just 9 competitors. Chapter 1708, The Final Round. In this 4th round, 5 out of the 9 contestants must be eliminated. Each participant entering the 4th round possesses remarkable capabilities. The contest of alchemical skills is a dazzling spectacle, filled with thrilling moments that elicit waves of gasps from the audience. Yet, for Dan Yao, who has thoroughly mastered the Fire Pill Divine Scroll and is nearly on par with the apothecary god, this competition resembles a mathematician observing elementary school students solving arithmetic problems. It is not that Dan Yao looks down upon these individuals. Rather, it is her understanding that the first 4 rounds are merely appetizers. The true highlight awaits in the 5th round, where the likes of Murong Yuan and Xiang Feng will reveal their hidden talents. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the repeated eliminations over the preceding 4 rounds extended for a full 6 days before determining those who would advance to the final round. Fortunately, the audience consists of accomplished figures, typically secluding themselves for decades, if not millennia. Thus, 6 days is but a fleeting moment for them. After the conclusion of the 4th round, 4 contestants emerged victorious. The first was Xiang Feng, the second Murong Yuan, the third was Bai Liyan, son of the elder Bai Li Shi from the Dan Tower, and the final contestant was Jian Tianming, the young master of the prestigious Wanjian sect from the northern region of the Central Domain. Dan Yao is set to enter the final round alongside these 4, making her the sole female alchemist among them. This fact starkly highlights the severe gender imbalance within the alchemical profession. It is no wonder that the creator of the Qian Fairness Cauldron, the first female apothecary god in history, infused the Qian Cauldron with unique Yin energy, enabling women practicing Yin and cold skills to also become alchemists. When Ling Hanfeng publicly announced the list of those who advanced, the crowd erupted in astonishment, particularly upon learning that Dan Yao hailed from the Immortal Water Palace. Countless eliminated alchemists and their supporting factions raised doubts, alleging that there were underhanded dealings in this contest. Given the long-standing amicable relationship between the Immortal Water Palace and the Dan Tower, it was speculated that the Dan Tower had intentionally placed Dan Yao into the competition to appease the Immortal Water Palace. In response to the crowd's skepticism, Dan Yao boldly produced her silver-grade 8th-tier alchemist badge to affirm her prowess. This action silenced the doubters. If an alchemist of Dan Yao's caliber still had to endure round after round of assessments, it would be an affront to the profession. After such a long wait, the main event is finally upon us, remarked Qi Ming, who had been attentively following the competition. Dan Yao responded softly, indeed. A minute on stage requires 10 years of dedication behind the scenes. All my years of relentless study in alchemy have led to this moment. Whether I can acquire the Dan Pur and swiftly transcend to the divine void realm depends on this final round. Sister's alchemical skills have reached an unparalleled level. She will undoubtedly seize the championship, Shui Ling said with a gentle smile. Dan Yao, caressing her delicate fingers, replied, one must not underestimate the unpredictable. If all goes smoothly and I claim the championship, that would be no issue. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, that would complicate matters. Qi Ming chuckled. My little aunt's luck has always been exceptional. This time will surely be no different. Let us hope so, Dan Yao said quietly, a sense of foreboding lingering in her heart. The final round's competition may indeed harbor unexpected twists. Suddenly, Dan Yao recalled that she had not signed in for a while. Chapter 1709, A Smile That Captivates the City. The system is her trusty companion. Perhaps it can lend her a hand this time. With this thought, Dan Yao focused her mind and silently spoke. System, sign in at the Apothecary God Square. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the A Smile That Captivates the City manual. A smile that captivates the city? Dan Yao furrowed her brow slightly. From the literal interpretation, it seemed to pertain to a book about smiles. Who cannot smile? Even a 3-year-old can laugh. The name reminded her of a song she had heard before her transmigration. Alas, I thought it was something extraordinary, only to be disappointed. Just as Dan Yao shook her head, the system flooded her mind with the contents of a smile that captivates the city. Buzz. In an instant, Dan Yao comprehended it, and a glimmer of surprise appeared in her eyes. This a smile that captivates the city is far from ordinary. She initially assumed it would instruct how to smile, or was merely a song. However, after receiving the system's input, she realized how gravely mistaken she was. The so-called A Smile That Captivates the City is not a song, but an extraordinarily powerful technique of smiling. Throughout history, the most terrifying figures have never been those with fearsome appearances, but rather those who wear a smiling facade while harboring treachery beneath. Hypocrites who conceal daggers within their smiles. Hence, throughout the ages, there have been numerous geniuses with sensitive minds and keen insights who have integrated smiles into their cultivation, creating techniques that strike without bloodshed. This a smile that captivates the city is a classic among them. Unlike other techniques that require the cultivator to possess profound skills, this technique only demands beauty. With a pleasing visage, one can instantly inflict harm without leaving a trace. The more attractive the practitioner, the greater the power, when mastered to its fullest extent. It can ensnare and mesmerize to the point that even the most virtuous of individuals would betray their kin, losing their humanity. Furthermore, due to the minimal requirements for cultivation, both men and women blessed with beauty can practice it. Thus, upon its emergence, this technique was exploited by those with nefarious intentions, who used their smiles to ensnare yet another innocent girl, deceiving her for wealth and pleasure, ultimately leading to her family's ruin and inciting the wrath of heaven, resulting in the technique's destruction. Once the manual was destroyed, a smile that captivates the city vanished completely, becoming a legendary technique spoken of only in tales. A smile that captivates the city? Quite fitting. A joyful smile graced Dan Yao's lips. She possessed considerable confidence in her appearance. A smile that captivates the city seems tailor-made for her. With this technique, she need not fear any tricks from the Xiang family. Dan Yao's gaze shifted coldly towards Xiang Feng. You better not pull any tricks. If I lose to you fair and square, I shall accept it with grace. Only blaming myself for lacking the skill. But should you resort to underhanded methods, do not blame me for retaliating in kind. As Danyao pondered, she heard Ling Hanfeng's voice resound. The previous 4 rounds of assessment have concluded. We appreciate your patience. We now officially enter the 5th and final round of this competition. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he continued at a measured pace. 5 contestants will engage in a contest of alchemy. I have already announced their names, so I shall not repeat them. As for who will emerge victorious and claim the title of champion at the Alchemist Conference, let us all eagerly await. After Ling Hanfeng spoke, he glanced at Bai Yipeng to his right. Chapter 17:10. Dan Yao takes the stage. Bai Yipeng cleared his throat, and, channeling his spiritual energy, proclaimed, the final round of the competition commences. May I invite the 5 contestants to enter the arena? After such a long wait, we finally arrive at the last round. You Dan Tower are so verbose, wasting time on those incompetent participants. Wouldn't it be simpler to determine the victor in a single round? As Bai Yipeng spoke, Xiang Feng's arrogant voice boomed across the venue. Although the Alchemist Conference aims to assess alchemical skills, it remains, after all, a friendly exchange where camaraderie takes precedence over competition. Xiang Feng's words undoubtedly insulted the eliminated alchemists and their respective factions. However, those who were scolded, despite feeling infuriated within, dared not voice their discontent. After all, he was a young master of the Xiang clan, the most esteemed prince, and aside from a select few powers like the immortal water palace, who would dare to offend him? Humph. When it comes to the affairs of the Pill Tower, it is not for an outsider like you to meddle. Bai Lian, the son of a Pill Tower elder, brimming with youthful vigor, coldly mocked when he saw Xiang Feng's sarcastic reproach towards the Pill Tower. His words immediately garnered the favor of those present. As a fellow prodigy in alchemy, how could the disparity in character be so stark? Although alchemists are accustomed to dealing with fire, excessive anger is detrimental to one's health. It is far wiser to foster harmony and prosperity. A young man clad in purple gradually stepped forward, smiling amiably. He was Jian Tianming, the young master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Renowned not only for his exceptional cultivation talents and alchemical prowess, but also for his approachable demeanor, known as a gentleman of rare refinement. This is not a business transaction. What need is there for amiability? Strength is the only truth that matters, scoffed Murong Yuan, appearing like a specter before the crowd. Jian Tianming, undeterred by the rebuke, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Observing that the 4 of them had taken the stage, Dan Yao gracefully twisted her slender waist, resembling a floating reed, and ascended the platform. Xiang Feng approached her, snorting, "At last, I have waited for you to take the stage. I am curious to see just how much substance this 8th-grade alchemist truly possesses." The cultivation methods practiced by the Xiang clan primarily emphasize strength, making them more suited for men, while women are deemed unfit for such training. Consequently, the Xiang clan has historically upheld a severe patriarchal ideology, viewing women as absolute weaklings and troublemakers, useful only for enticing men and bearing offspring. Thus, despite Dan Yao having attained the status of an 8th-grade alchemist, Xiang Feng could not fathom that a woman could possess any noteworthy alchemical skill. Dan Yao narrowed her eyes, coldly retorting, "Then open your eyes wide and behold." Xiang Feng, infuriated by the insult, felt his face darken yet dared not retaliate. The final round was crucial. Any violation of the rules against Dan Yao would lead to immediate disqualification. Bai Yipeng and Ling Hanfeng exchanged glances, unable to conceal their disapproval. How could Xiang Banshan, a once great hero, raise such inept offspring? Ling Hanfeng sighed and declared loudly, "It is said that a fine steed deserves a fine saddle. A good alchemist must also be paired with a worthy cauldron. Among the 12 cauldrons on the fire cauldron ranking, each is a formidable tool for alchemy. As you young elites are at the forefront of your generation, you must possess exceptional cauldrons. Why not showcase them for all to see?" Chapter 17:11. The King of Cauldrons, 1. Since Lingzhua has said so, we should not hide our treasures. Allow me to present my humble offering, Jian Tianming proclaimed first, raising his hand and waving his sleeve. A colossal cauldron soared from his ring, landing heavily on the platform with a resounding thud. This cauldron, a delicate shade of purple, was adorned with the image of a soaring dragon, its surface gleaming like jade with a subtle blush, unmistakably extraordinary. This is the purple dragon jade cauldron. exclaimed several elders of the Pill Tower, experts in alchemy, upon recognizing it immediately. The purple dragon jade cauldron? Dan Yao gazed at the magnificent purple cauldron before her, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Ranked 11th on the fire cauldron ranking, although its position is only slightly above the infamous myriad poisons ghost cauldron. Its efficacy in assisting alchemy is not inferior to any cauldron ranked in the top 3. Its lower ranking is attributed to its notorious reputation, similar to that of the myriad poisons ghost cauldron. Despite its enchanting appearance, it is regarded as a malevolent cauldron. This cauldron possesses an innate peculiar fragrance that, when ignited with pure yang fire, can attract poisons from 1,000 miles around. The more toxic the creature, the more irresistible the allure of this aroma. While the myriad poisons ghost cauldron can concoct unimaginable toxic pills, the purple dragon jade cauldron excels at luring poisonous entities. These two cauldrons are akin to hidden dragons and phoenixes on the fire cauldron ranking, almost mythical in their existence. Should the owner of the myriad poisons ghost cauldron acquire the purple dragon jade cauldron, they would never need to fret about a lack of poisonous materials for pill concoction. Similarly, the value of the purple dragon jade cauldron can only be fully realized in conjunction with the myriad poisons ghost cauldron. While both cauldrons wield comparable power, attracting poisonous creatures is more favorable than using them to create toxic pills for harm. Hence, the reputation of the purple dragon jade cauldron is marginally better than that of the myriad poisons ghost cauldron, which ranks last, regardless of its less than favorable reputation. As one of the 12 cauldrons on the fire cauldron ranking, it remains immensely enticing for alchemists, particularly female alchemists, who are enamored with its ethereal purple hue. It is indeed a stroke of good fortune for Jian Tianming to possess the purple dragon jade cauldron, ranked 11th on the fire cauldron ranking. Murong Yuan observed the purple dragon jade cauldron, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Oh, it is merely luck. Jian Tianming chuckled. He recalled the perilous ordeal he endured to obtain this cauldron, almost losing his life to venomous insects, a thought that still sent shivers down his spine. Dan Yao chimed in. Where there is one, there is the other. The purple dragon jade cauldron and the myriad poisons ghost cauldron are inseparable. Wherever the purple dragon jade cauldron appears, the myriad poisons ghost cauldron is likely to follow. Now that the purple dragon jade cauldron has emerged, is there any need to keep the myriad poisons ghost cauldron hidden? Upon hearing this, Murong Yuan chuckled and waved his hand, summoning a dark green cauldron that materialized before him. The cauldron was engraved with images of centipedes, toads, spiders, scorpions, and other poisonous creatures, exuding a fierce and ominous aura that sent chills down one's spine. It was indeed the myriad poisons ghost cauldron, ranked last on the fire cauldron ranking. The myriad poisons ghost cauldron? This cauldron had been missing for many years, rumored to have been destroyed in an internal conflict within the myriad poisons sect. Yet here it was again. Chapter 1712, The King of Cauldrons, 2. What an eerie cauldron. Although the cauldrons on the fire cauldron ranking possess various unique abilities, they are all adorned with patterns imbued with the essence of righteousness. Why does this cauldron depict only poisonous creatures? The crowd was astonished by the sinister motifs on the myriad poisons ghost cauldron. Indeed, what a remarkable purple dragon jade cauldron, and what a formidable myriad poisons ghost cauldron. As Jian Tianming and Murong Yuan unveiled their extraordinary cauldrons, Bai Liyan, unable to remain in the shadows, laughed heartily and declared, "Then allow me to showcase my own." A deep blue flame began to emanate from Bai Liyan's body. Suddenly, two bizarrely shaped fish, one black and one white, leaped from the azure flames that resembled the sea. As they swam, the two fish intertwined, their five-colored brilliance shimmering, transforming into an adorably plump black and white cauldron resembling a national treasure panda. This was the Yin-Yang twin fish cauldron. Gazing at the monochromatic cauldron that seemed incapable of producing colorful photographs, Dan Yao's eyes sparkled with a unique radiance. The Yin-Yang twin fish cauldron, ranked 8th on the fire cauldron ranking, was said to share a common origin with the 6th-ranked life and death dragon tiger cauldron, both hailing from a wondrous land where the sun and moon do not shine, and day and night are indistinguishable, containing the essence of extreme yang and extreme yin. However, unlike the life and death dragon tiger cauldron, which governs the life and death of pills, where yang energy represents life and yin energy represents death, leading to fatal consequences without recompense. The Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron, however, is a distinct entity. Within this cauldron lies the essence of yin and yang, which can solely be harnessed for the enhancement of medicinal pill quality. It is a well-known adage that all medicines have their poisons. Even the finest pills can yield varying effects depending on the individual consuming them. The Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate the yin and yang energy within, tailored to the unique constitution of the user. thereby maximizing the efficacy of the pills while minimizing any adverse effects. By merely understanding the physical attributes of the individual, be it their gender or the nature of their cultivation practices, prior to the refining process, one can strategically employ the powers of Yin and Yang to produce pills that are most harmonious with that person's constitution, thus optimizing their medicinal effects. In the realm of enhancing pill quality, the Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron stands unrivaled, eclipsed only by the renowned Qian Ding fairness cauldron at the pinnacle of the fire cauldron rankings. Despite its virtues, the Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron harbors a notable drawback. The pills refined through its manipulation of Yin and Yang energy are exclusively suited for the designated individual. Should the intended recipient for any reason forego the pill before its completion, the concocted elixir becomes rendered useless, unable to be utilized by another. This specificity, while advantageous, also highlights its limitations, causing the Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron's ranking to fall short of the life and death dragon tiger cauldron. The visage of the Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron had previously captivated Dan Yao when she beheld its likeness in the illustrations of the Fire Pill Divine Scroll. Its resemblance to the national treasure, the giant panda, enchanting her deeply. Now, witnessing it in person, its plump and rotund form exudes an undeniable charm. The xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron is often heralded as the aesthetic crown jewel among the fire cauldron rankings, a paragon among the 12 cauldrons. Yet now, encountering the adorably naive Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron, Danyao's heart was swiftly ensnared. Who could possibly resist the allure of an endearing national treasure like the giant panda? In her eyes, the Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron was the most exquisite and delightful of all. Suddenly, Danyao found her xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron lacking in appeal. Chapter 1713, King of All Cauldrons, 3. The Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron? How fascinating that it is indeed the Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron. You've hidden it well. Bai Yipeng was taken aback to see the cauldron presented by the young man he had watched grow, Bai Lian. Bai Lian sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. It was merely a stroke of luck, during an outing to gather herbs. I saved a spirit monkey which guided me to it. You lad, you are truly blessed. Such fortuitous encounters are rare. Bai Yipeng replied with a smile, his authoritative demeanor betraying a hint of envy. In the world of alchemy, a skilled alchemist knows that possessing a quality cauldron can significantly enhance their crafting efficiency. Although the alchemist profession has a steep threshold for entry, the vast population of Tianxian continent ensures that even a rarity like an alchemist is not so uncommon, with numbers soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Yet, the esteemed cauldrons listed in the fire cauldron rankings are limited to a mere 12, creating a scarcity akin to winning the lottery. Bai Yipeng, having dedicated a significant portion of his life to alchemy, dreams of acquiring a cauldron. Even if it were the infamous Xuan de Yuming cauldron, ranked last with a notorious reputation. Unfortunately, such fortune has eluded him thus far. Upon witnessing Bai Lian present the Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron, designed specifically to enhance pill quality, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. Oh no, you flatter me, esteemed right envoy. Bai Lian chuckled, radiating joy. The Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron is not only visually appealing and charming, but also capable of significantly enhancing the quality of medicinal pills in a targeted manner, making it truly exceptional. To possess such a wondrous object is undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Bai Yipeng's gaze shifted to Pan Yushuang and then to Dan Yao. And with a smile, he remarked, I have heard that the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace houses a cauldron ranked quite highly in the fire cauldron rankings. Might we have the pleasure of witnessing it today? The previous night, when a young man unexpectedly appeared to request the Kun cauldron from Dan Yao, he had surmised that the mysterious blue cauldron she had retrieved from the Spirit Herb Hall years ago was, in fact, half of the Qian Ding fairness cauldron. By now bringing up the six-fingered celestial zither cauldron, he aimed to subtly caution Dan Yao against revealing the Kun cauldron, lest dire consequences ensue. Dan Yao, perceiving his underlying message, yet unaware that the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace concealed the third-ranked cauldron in the fire cauldron rankings, replied with a smile, of course. As long as the esteemed seniors do not mind. Bai Yipeng laughed. Each cauldron listed in the fire cauldron rankings is a treasure sought after. Who would disdain it? Dan Yao smiled faintly, tapping her spatial ring. Under the gaze of all, a cauldron, crystalline and translucent like glass, emanating a faint crimson hue, emerged from the ring. This is the xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron. The expressions of the formidable alchemists present shifted slightly, astonished by the extraordinary cauldron that Dan Yao had produced. Such an almost transparent cauldron is unique to the fire cauldron rankings, with only the 7th-ranked xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron fitting this description. Since most alchemists are male, and given the differences in aesthetic preferences between genders, women tend to favor the more endearing creatures. Thus, Dan Yao finds the Yin-Yang dual fish cauldron to possess greater beauty and charm. In contrast, other alchemists might view the xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron which conjures the mesmerizing spectacle of 9 phoenixes soaring as the pinnacle of cauldron aesthetics. For this cauldron, the world has long only heard its name but seldom seen its form. Thus, its appearance in Dan Yao's hands elicits great astonishment. Truly, it is breathtaking. As exquisite as jade, as transparent as ice, it resembles a celestial being untouched by worldly grime. Chapter 1714, King of All Cauldrons, 4. This is the Xian Fire Liuli Cauldron. How it surpasses even the rumors in beauty. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A beauty paired with a beautiful object. The Xian Fire Liuli Cauldron resting in her hands seemed like a destined union. Murong Yuan gazed at Dan Yao with fiery intensity, his expression deeply complex. Miss Dan, you are indeed fortunate to possess such a beautiful cauldron. Bai Yiping stroked his beard, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. The others, hearing Bai Yiping's continual exclamations, felt a sense of discomfort. The Xian Fire Liuli Cauldron is indeed beautiful, yet its ranking in the Fire Cauldron rankings is not particularly high, merely average. Dan Yao did not present a cauldron ranked within the top 3, as the right envoy of the Pill Tower. Bai Yiping is a man of experience. Was it truly necessary to be so astonished? Little did they know, Bai Yiping had previously witnessed Dan Yao reveal the Kun Cauldron. Although this cauldron is merely half of the Qian Kun Fairness Cauldron, its value is not inferior to that of the legendary Everlasting Blood Cauldron. Moreover, considering the 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron previously treasured by the Xianxia Palace, more than half of the top 3 cauldrons in the Fire Cauldron rankings reside within their collection, which surely warranted his astonishment. Dan Yao, upon hearing this, merely smiled nonchalantly. Humph, a pile of worthless scrap, and you dare to flaunt it? Clearly, you are just a small-minded individual. Xiang Feng sneered coldly, his words dripping with sarcasm. The crowd, hearing these remarks, wore displeased expressions. Just moments ago, they had praised Dan Yao, and now, with such remarks, it felt as though they were being insulted. Ling Hanfeng's expression darkened, and he replied with displeasure, "Young Master Xiang, how audacious you are to claim that the cauldrons presented by them are mere scrap metal. Do you possess a cauldron superior to theirs? Of course. Compared to the cauldron in my hands, these are all trash." Xiang Feng retorted unabashedly. Such arrogance. Among the 12 esteemed cauldrons in the Fire Cauldron rankings, each is a coveted treasure for alchemists. If even the Xian Fire Liuli Cauldron and the Yin-Yang Dual Fish Cauldron are deemed trash, then what of those of us who wield ordinary cauldrons? Would we not be left in utter shame? The assembly of alchemists, upon hearing Xiang Feng's brazen proclamations, cast him fierce glares. The gazes of Dan Yao, Bai Liyan, and Jian Tianming grew increasingly frigid. Only Murong Yuan remained unfazed, though internally he mused. This arrogant fool shall inevitably taste the wrath of the heavenly woe and earthly sorrow soul-locking technique. Ling Hanfeng spoke in a grave tone. If that is the case, we implore young Master Xiang to enlighten us. Very well. Prepare to witness with your own eyes. Xiang Feng bellowed with a hearty laugh, raising his hand skyward. Come forth, Ding. The crowd followed his gaze, and to their astonishment, countless emerald-hued flames erupted from the heavens, swiftly spreading to envelop the entire apothecary square. Amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, the essence of the crimson flames gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a colossal and awe-inspiring cauldron. This giant cauldron, resplendent in a blood-red hue akin to flowing lifeblood, emanated an aura of extreme terror. Its surface was intricately engraved with a vividly lifelike, blood-red Qian, which suddenly opened its eyes and let out a roar reminiscent of ancient demonic gods. Is this the Qian Ding? Dan Yao's pupils constricted at the sight of the blood-red cauldron. The Kun Ding, refined with her own essence blood, began to tremble violently in response. Had it not been for the unique sealing power of her spatial ring, the Kun Ding would have leaped forth by now. The Qian Ding. Unbelievably. It is the Qian Ding. She never anticipated that the other half of the Dao Cauldron would fall into the hands of the Xiang clan. Just like the fragments of the Fire Feather Sword. Could this cauldron truly be the legendary Dao Cauldron? Ancient texts describe the Dao Cauldron as resplendent in a myriad of colors, yet this cauldron is a deep crimson. How could it possibly be the Dao Cauldron? Indeed, the Dao Cauldron is known for its diverse colors, and this one is as red as blood, resembling the second-ranked Undying Blood Cauldron. Yes, the Undying Blood Cauldron, next to the Dao Cauldron, is the only other extraordinary artifact that possesses such formidable might. Due to the mysterious nature of the Dao Cauldron, few are aware that it is a dual cauldron, and only when the Qian and Kun Ding unite as one does it manifest in the 7 colors of the rainbow. The crowd, seeing the cauldron's vivid red hue, mistook it for the Undying Blood Cauldron. However, a select few alchemists recognized that this was not the Undying Blood Cauldron. Though it ranks second, the Undying Blood Cauldron is rather unremarkable in appearance, easily lost among a pile of cauldrons. This cauldron, robust and magnificent, adorned with the exquisite carving of the blood-red Qian, could never be the undying blood cauldron. Pan Yushuang proclaimed. No, this is not the undying blood cauldron. It is the Tao cauldron, specifically, the Qian Ding, a part of the Tao cauldron. At her words, the crowd was left in stunned silence. What? The Qian Ding? A part of the Tao cauldron? If there is a Qian, there must also be a Kun. Could it be that the Tao cauldron comprises both? Pan Yushuang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Tao cauldron is a dual cauldron. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present, save for Xiang Feng and a few others in the know, became remarkably animated, clearly taken aback by such a revelation. Dan Yao, too, understood their astonishment, recalling her own shock when she discovered the Kun Ding and the secret of the Tao cauldron. Seeing the reactions, Pan Yushuang thought, what is this compared to what is yet to come? Chuckling with pride at the crowd's astonishment, Xiang Feng declared, indeed, this colossal cauldron is the Qian Ding of the Tao cauldron, the king of cauldrons, the supreme of artifacts. Even the undying blood cauldron, a myth of immortality, must bow before it. Your 4 cauldrons are mere refuse in comparison. Bai Li Yen, Jian Tianming, and the others were fuming with indignation. Yet Danyao merely huffed disdainfully. It's just a broken relic. What is there to be so arrogant about? Without the half in my possession, the Tao cauldron cannot possibly be restored. Gripping the Kun Ding, Dan Yao had underestimated the disparity in power between the Qian Ding and Kun Ding. Xiang Feng, with head raised and bowing in reverence, implored, Lord Xian Yang, I beseech you to lend me your strength to claim victory at the alchemist conference. Lord Xian Yang? You address him as Lord? Dan Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the Qian Ding has already? Before her incredulous gaze, the Qian Ding erupted with overwhelming crimson flames, twisting and coalescing into a tall, slender figure. This figure, shrouded in the crimson flames, was indistinct. Yet Dan Yao recognized him at once. It was the mysterious youth who had sought the Kun Ding the previous night. The Qian Ding. So it is he. Dan Yao's heart surged with tumultuous waves as she fixed her gaze on the vividly attired youth before her. Last night, when he asked her for the Kun Ding, she assumed the other half of the Qian Ding had fallen into his possession. Little did she expect him to be the embodiment of the Qian Ding itself. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. No wonder he dared to pinch the edge of the Shuepi sword with his fingers. Were the Tao cauldron to take human form, she would not be so astonished, given its status as the foremost artifact of the fire cauldron rankings. Crafted from the very essence of creation, a divine tool, transcendent and sentient, manifesting as a human is entirely plausible. The issue lies in the fact that the Qian Ding is not a complete entity. It is merely a fragment of the Tao cauldron. The Kun Ding, being another fragment, cannot even speak. So how could the Qian Ding transform into human form? Dan Yao was struck with both astonishment and confusion, utterly bewildered by how the Qian Ding could assume a corporeal form. The transformation of the Qian Ding and its alliance with the Xiang clan boded ill for her. The Qian Ding transforming? How could this be possible? How could the Qian Ding take on a human form? The onlookers were aghast, as if encountering a specter, and gasped in shock. Humph, how quaint. I am the supreme artifact of creation, favored by the celestial order. Transforming into human form is nothing remarkable. Upon hearing the gasps and incredulous murmurings, Xian Yang let out a cold snort, releasing a peculiar wave of energy from within, which instantly ignited the apothecary square like a pot of oil set ablaze. Those of lesser strength found themselves ignited spontaneously, emitting anguished cries. Meanwhile, those above the divine void realm felt the searing heat surge from within, shaking their very souls, prompting them to channel all their strength to suppress the overwhelming heat. Such terrifying power. Truly, as expected of the foremost alchemical cauldron, it is indeed fearsome. The Tao cauldron is an artifact of yin and yang harmonization. After separating from the Kun Ding, the Qian Ding's extreme yang flames lost their balance and nurturing, becoming extraordinarily violent. After transforming, Qian Yang need not lift a finger. He can wield the power within him through sheer will, an impressive display of might. With the Qian Ding in its transformed state, Xiang Feng seemed to be aided by divine fortune, and the situation had become precarious. Ling Han Feng, Bai Yipeng, and others regarded the transformed Qian Ding with brows furrowed in dismay. The Qian Ding, already the supreme artifact of alchemy, possesses unparalleled mastery over alchemical processes in its human form. Originally a mere 7th-tier alchemist, with the aid of this cauldron, Xiang Feng could easily concoct 8th-tier elixirs and seize victory at the upcoming conference. Dan Yao's expression mirrored an unprecedented gravity. Her understanding of the Qian Fairness Cauldron surpasses that of Ling Han Feng, Bai Yipeng, and others. Beyond assisting alchemists in their craft, the cauldron harbors the lifelong insights of the divine pharmacist. If the cauldron had not transformed into human form, Xiangfang's alchemical endeavors would merely yield a modest enhancement in the quality of the elixirs. However, once it assumes a human guise, the cauldron possesses human-like wisdom and intellect. Should it impart its alchemical knowledge to Xiangfang, her ambition to triumph over him and seize the championship of the Alchemist Conference would be akin to climbing a mountain of impossibility. Though Beilian, Jian Tianming, and Murong Yuan are unaware of the cauldron's secrets, they understand that with the cauldron's assistance, Xiangfang is bound to concoct elixirs that far exceed her natural capabilities, prompting them to voice their objections. This is cheating. The Alchemist Conference emphasizes fairness and justice. No external assistance is permitted. Xiangfang's reliance on this entity is utterly unfair to us. The various factions observing the competition also find this act to be a breach of fairness, urging the Dan Tower to revoke Xiangfang's qualifications. If everyone were to act as Xiangfang does, seeking outside help for alchemy, would the integrity of the Alchemist Conference not be utterly compromised? Xiangfang, however, merely chuckled derisively. What external assistance do you speak of? I am utilizing the same medicinal cauldron from the fire cauldron rankings as you are. Where is the violation of rules? If you lack the ability, do not seek excuses to blame others. Bailey Yin and Jian Tianming were left speechless, while Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng frowned, unable to refute her. Indeed, the Dan Tower had not stipulated that one could not employ cauldrons from the fire cauldron rankings for alchemy. In past alchemist conferences, many had used cauldrons from the fire cauldron rankings. Even the Tower Master had once used the third-ranked San Yin treasure cauldron to claim victory, subsequently becoming a disciple of the former Tower Master and inheriting the position. Little did the ancestors who crafted the rules foresee that a cauldron could transform into human form, thus allowing Xiangfang to exploit this loophole. With a mocking tone, Xiangfang continued, if you possess the capability, feel free to present a cauldron of higher grade to participate. I would have no objections. The Qinkuan cauldron is already the foremost entity on the fire cauldron rankings. What could possibly surpass it? Her words were undeniably audacious. Yet, Xian Yang knew that while no cauldron could surpass its quality, if someone were to present the Kuan cauldron and master its usage, they could potentially match Xiangfang's prowess. The emergence of the Kuan cauldron would render Xiangfang's advantages moot. Xian Yang yearned for such a scenario, having sought the Kuan cauldron for many years. If someone were to lose patience and present it, he could consume the Kuan cauldron to replenish his lost essence and become a true artifact of creation. Danyao was infuriated by Xiangfang's remarks, but dared not reveal the Kuan cauldron. The Qinkuan cauldron had already transformed into human form, possessing a terrifying cultivation of the ninth realm of the divine void. Presenting the Kuan cauldron would be akin to delivering a lamb to a tiger. She could not be so foolish. Dan Yao smiled coldly. Enough of this. Words are futile. Let us rely on our own abilities. If we lose, it is simply our fate. The celestial maiden's words rang true. The essence of the competition lies in participation. As long as one strives diligently, even in defeat, they can find solace in their efforts. Although Jian Tianming was displeased with Xiangfang's opportunistic tactics using the transformed Qinkuan cauldron, he was a carefree optimist and soon let it go. Hearing this, Danyao glanced at Jian Tianming. This fellow had a remarkably good attitude. With the Zilong Jade cauldron in his possession, it might not be a bad thing. At least he would not use it to harm others with toxins. Ling Hanfeng spoke solemnly. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us prepare to commence alchemy. The final round is a contest of alchemical skills, without a specific topic. Everyone shall showcase their utmost abilities. The one who produces the highest quality and rarest elixir shall be crowned champion of this alchemist conference. Yes, the five responded in unison, then retreated to their respective corners. Xiangfang, with his domineering personality, directly occupied the center of the high platform. Qian Yang transformed once more into a blood-red cauldron. Assisting Xiangfang in alchemy, Dan Yao, Murong Yuan, Jian Tianming, and Bailey Yin each distanced themselves, occupying the 4 cardinal points. Bailey Yin took the eastern position of the Azure Dragon. Jian Tianming, hailing from the northern region, occupied the northern position of the Black Tortoise. Danyao, from the southern region, took the southern position of the Vermilion Bird for her alchemical practice. Murong Yuan, a westerner, practiced the Tianqiao DC soul locking technique and favored the western position of the White Tiger. Once they established their positions, each began their alchemical endeavors. Among the 5, Xiangfang's presence was the most imposing. Under the catalysis of his spiritual energy, the Qinkuan cauldron resonated with a deep hum, and an overwhelming crimson flame surged forth, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of fire. Xiangfang stood at the center of this inferno, activating his spatial ring to release 100 varieties of rare medicinal materials, which he cast into the flames simultaneously. What? So many medicinal materials? Is he mad enough to attempt to refine them all at once? Indeed. Was he not concerned about an explosion? Witnessing this scene, the elders of the Dan Tower, well versed in alchemy, were taken aback. With over 100 types of materials, each with distinct components and properties, alchemists typically refine them with utmost care, one after another, to avoid interfering with the medicinal properties. Yet, Xiang Feng seemed to toss them in without a second thought, as if preparing a communal feast. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the myriad of medicinal materials harmoniously ignited within the flames, their essences being coaxed out layer by layer under the intense heat, swiftly coalescing into a deep azure liquid. The Qian Cauldron truly lived up to its title as the king of cauldrons. Dan Yao, recognizing the situation, understood that Xiang Feng's audacity in simultaneously refining so many materials was entirely due to the assistance of the Qian Cauldron. As the foremost cauldron on the fire cauldron rankings, its alchemical prowess was unparalleled. After transforming into human form and undergoing years of cultivation, its strength had reached the 9th realm of the divine void. With its aid, Xiang Feng could not only produce high-quality elixirs, but also harness the cauldron's millennia of wisdom to assist in the refining process. In this manner, Xiang Feng effectively possessed both a treasure cauldron and a high-level alchemist assisting him in his unscrupulous endeavors. In an examination, what could be faster than knowing the answers in advance? Frustratingly, despite their awareness of his cheating, they could not revoke his eligibility for the competition. For the tool he employed was so unique. No one had anticipated that a cauldron used for alchemy could also transform into human form. Comparisons incited envy. Danyao shook her head in resignation. She had learned of Xiang Feng's circumstances the previous day and initially believed that no matter how much the Xiang family enhanced his alchemical abilities, with her own 8th grade high-level skills, defeating him would not be particularly difficult. Yet now, with the transformed Qian Cauldron's assistance, Xiang Feng would undoubtedly surpass his limits, producing 8th grade high-level elixirs, making it nearly impossible to defeat him, unless one could concoct a 9th grade elixir. Otherwise, Dan Yao's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, a 9th grade elixir. In an age where the divine pharmacist had become a legend, the 9th grade pharmacist was undoubtedly the most formidable presence among alchemists. The chasm between the 8th grade alchemist and the 9th grade pharmacist was vast. Even with the formidable prowess of the Qian Ding in its humanoid form, it remains merely an auxiliary tool. The true essence of alchemy lies within Xiang Feng himself. Chapter 1719, The Path to Victory. While it is feasible to fabricate an 8th grade elixir through external means and clever shortcuts, the creation of a 9th grade elixir allows for no such expedients. Thus, even with the assistance of Qian Ding, Xiang Feng could only hope to produce a high-tier 8th grade elixir at best. Once a 9th grade elixir emerges, her victory in this competition would be assured. Of course, Dan Yao is acutely aware that, given her current level of spiritual power, the crafting of a 9th grade elixir is beyond her reach. She intends to refine the P11 Dan once more. Although the P11 Dan is also classified as an 8th grade high-tier elixir, it stands as the most unique among its peers, the sole contender worthy of comparison to 9th grade elixirs. Previously, while concocting this elixir in the colorful poison forest, Dan Yao had summoned the colorful thunder of 9th grade elixirs. The P11 Dan, being comparable to a 9th grade elixir, surpasses all 8th grade elixirs in terms of rarity and quality. More importantly, the ingredients required for its creation are exceedingly hard to come by, even with the advantage of her system. It took her nearly 200 years to gather all the necessary materials. Therefore, even if Xiang Feng were to request her to concoct the P11 Dan, she would be unable to assemble the complete set of ingredients in a short span of time to replicate the elixir for competition. However, the colorful thunder generated upon the formation of the P11 Dan is alarmingly formidable. In her previous 2 attempts, one was shielded by the toxic miasma of the colorful poison forest, and the other relied on the 6 poison ghost mother to absorb the thunder. This time, at the Drug God Plaza, the surroundings are entirely open, devoid of dense toxic vapors for cover, nor is there a hapless soul to bear the brunt of the thunder. With her current cultivation, she fears she may not withstand the colorful thunder. If only, as she contemplates this, Danyao cannot help but reminisce about Xiang Yang. If only Ah Huo were here. With his bridal gown technique, he would not only fear the colorful thunder, but the stronger the tribulation, the faster he would absorb and refine it to achieve breakthroughs. Just as Danyao is at a loss regarding how to contend with the thunder, she suddenly catches a glimpse of a flickering azure light deep within the Qian Ding, prompting a spark of inspiration for a countermeasure. The process of refining the P11 Dan is notoriously time-consuming and intricate. Dan Yao dares not waste a moment, quickly stowing away the materials originally intended for another elixir. She then retrieves the ingredients for the P11 Dan, such as the 9-petal blood true heart flower and others, one by one. Fortune smiles upon Dan Yao. For her previous successful refinements of the Pasu Dan left her with a surplus of materials, allowing her the opportunity to concoct another. The 9-petal blood true heart flower, the blood moon Bodhi fruit, and the colorful dandelion. What kind of elixir is she planning to create? Ling Han Feng, by Yipeng, and the others. Upon witnessing Dan Yao unveil such an abundance of rare and precious materials, each one a marvel in its own right, cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness! To acquire even one of these invaluable ingredients requires immense effort. To produce so many at once feels like sheer ostentation. Xiang Feng's attention, too, is drawn in. And upon seeing Dan Yao present such a trove of priceless materials, a flicker of surprise crosses her eyes. The Xiang clan is indeed affluent. Yet to produce such a plethora of treasures in one go is quite remarkable. Subsequently, with a cold laugh, Xiang Feng scoffs. Do you truly believe that simply displaying such an abundance of precious materials will enable you to triumph over me? The alchemist competition hinges on alchemical skill, not the worth of the ingredients. The finest materials, if not wielded with sufficient alchemical prowess, are mere waste. Dan Yao disregards Xiang Feng's derision, deftly snapping her fingers to reverse her true energy, catalyzing the pure yang fire, igniting the Qian Ding. Chapter 1720, Astonishing the World. Following this, she releases her divine sense, enveloping the myriad ingredients laid out before her for the refinement of the Pasu Dan. Her hands flutter with the grace of a butterfly in bloom, skillfully employing the wondrous techniques of the Fired Dan Divine Scroll for the alchemical process. The Fired Dan Divine Scroll, imbued with the profound simplicity of the Tao, simplifies the multitude of alchemical procedures and ingredient handling into a remarkably clever yet straightforward method. Though this approach may not rival the alchemical prowess of the Qian Ding, its speed remains astonishingly swift. At this moment, her spirit harmonizes with the heavens and the earth, becoming one with her surroundings. Her hands dance, conjuring vibrant flashes of light, each movement imbued with an exquisite artistic beauty. Everything unfolds seamlessly, without a trace of flaw. The refinement of each ingredient is executed with perfect precision, and the integration of each technique is nothing short of impeccable. This captivating scene leaves all present in a state of utter astonishment and rapture. Marvelous, truly marvelous. It is unfathomable that such an exquisite alchemical technique exists in this world. Is she engaging in alchemy or crafting floral arrangements? How can each of her movements be so aesthetically pleasing? The disciples of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, seemingly fated to be estranged from alchemy, wonder how she possesses such formidable alchemical skills. How did she acquire this knowledge? In the central area of the Drug God Plaza, over 1,000 young alchemists sit, each one a prodigy of their generation, having been eliminated after 4 rounds of assessments in this alchemist competition. Their pride is palpable, and they harbor deep resentment towards the Dan Tower for allowing Dan Yao to advance directly to the 5th round. Even when she displayed the silver badge representing her status as an 8th-grade alchemist, many among them speculated that the Dan Tower had deliberately opened a backdoor for the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, deeming her an 8th-grade alchemist as dubious as a mere jellyfish. Yet, upon witnessing Dan Yao exhibit such extraordinary and mind-boggling alchemical techniques, they begin to grasp the true merit of her status as an 8th-grade alchemist and the vast chasm that separates them from her. Not only are the young alchemists left speechless, but the seasoned masters seated in the VIP section of the Dan Tower are equally awestruck, exclaiming in disbelief, especially by Yipeng, who, as an intermediate 8th-grade alchemist, second only to the old Tower Master and the Tower Master, had believed he had adequately assessed Dan Yao's capabilities. Now, witnessing her extraordinary prowess, he realizes just how egregiously he had underestimated her. She is formidable, truly formidable. Such mastery in alchemy would likely overshadow even the Tower Master should he descend. Bai Yipeng stands frozen, as if struck by lightning, murmuring to himself, Ling how has my little aunt's alchemical ability improved so dramatically? It seems she was not this powerful when I last witnessed her alchemical endeavors. Qi Ming turns to Shui Ling and inquires, indeed, although senior sister's alchemical skills have always been unparalleled among her peers, it never reached such ethereal heights. Who would have thought that, in just a few years, she could advance so remarkably? Shui Ling gazes on, her thoughts drifting back over 300 years. At that time, she had only recently joined the 7 Stars Palace, and her master pointed towards the 100 Flowers Valley, saying, do not assume that talent alone will suffice. Diligence can compensate for inadequacy. If you do not work hard, you will end up in the valley tending to flowers, dealing with the stench of fertilizer daily. Who could have predicted that this once unremarkable flower girl, seen as a cautionary tale by many, would one day captivate the entire continent? Chapter 1721, The Terrifying Balance of Power, 1. What is even more commendable is that this brilliance is not merely a matter of beauty. It is a pure revelation of capability that commands awe and admiration. Qi Ming and Shui Ling remain unaware that Dan Yao now faces the most formidable alchemists among the younger generation of the entire continent, concocting the most intricate Pasu Dan among 8th grade elixirs. The combination of these challenges ignites the exquisite nuances of the Fire Dan Divine Scroll, revealing its profound marvels and astonishing the eyes of countless onlookers. Such a masterful technique. Who would have imagined that her alchemical skills could reach such an incredible level? Murong Yuan gazed across at the stunning beauty before him, his dark eyes shimmering with extraordinary brilliance. He was acutely aware of Dan Yao's formidable abilities and always knew that one day she would astound the entire continent. However, he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly, nor with such overwhelming force. She shone like a meteor streaking across the night sky, her brilliance rendering the stars themselves dim by comparison. Murong Yuan, Jian Tianming, and Bailey Yin were incensed by Xiang Feng's deceitful use of the Qian Ding. Yet they marveled at Dan Yao's transcendent alchemical skills. As young prodigies in the realm of alchemy, they harbored their own pride. Aware that they were unlikely to prevail and perhaps destined to be estranged from the championship, they nonetheless resolved to persevere. They could not concede defeat before the elixir was completed. Each of the 5 young geniuses possessed a streak of pride, unwilling to yield and eager to compete against one another. The higher the grade of the elixir, the longer the refining process took. The 5 young talents competing in the final round were all 7th to 8th grade alchemists, crafting elixirs of exceptional quality, which naturally required a significant amount of time. As time slipped by, 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Although the Paisu Dan that Dan Yao was refining was the highest grade, the most challenging to concoct, and the most time-consuming, she had previously prepared it twice. The adage practice makes perfect rang true. Combined with the ability of the Fire Dan Divine Scroll to simplify complexity, her time was further reduced, allowing her to become the first among the 5 to successfully refine the elixir. Just as Dan Yao was poised to complete the final step of the fire quenching, preparing to unveil the Pasu Dan, she noticed Xiang Feng's lips curl into a peculiar smile. Ah, the fragrance of elixirs wafts through the air. It seems everyone's concoctions are nearing completion. Let me add a little fire to your efforts. Upon hearing this, Murong Yuan and the others felt a wave of foreboding. Yet, Dan Yao responded with a smile akin to Xiang Feng's enigmatic grin. Indeed, she had anticipated his interference at a critical moment. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of your chaos, but rather, I fear your absence. Xiang Feng bellowed. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe shall reverse, suppressing eternity, swiftly. His hands moved in rapid succession, channeling the power of the wedding dress divine art to its utmost limit. As he did so, the Qian Ding quaked violently, seemingly possessed, and a blood-red light tinged with eerie blue emanated from within, swiftly enveloping the entire apothecary square. Under the influence of this crimson light, the other 4 cauldrons, aside from the Qian Ding, emitted a ghastly hum. You dare! The faces of Murong Yuan, Jian Tianming, and Bailey Yin darkened as they shouted in unison, caught off guard by the overwhelming energy of the Qian Ding, which not only aided Xiang Feng in alchemy, but also disrupted their own cauldrons. Chapter 1722, The Terrifying Power of Balance, 2. This shock was indeed significant. The 4 quickly activated their spiritual energies, attempting to subdue the rampaging Xian Hua Liuli Ding, Yin-Yang Xuan Yu Ding, Zilong Yu Ding, and Wanda Yu Ming Ding. However, they had grossly underestimated the power of the Qian Ding. How could this happen? Ling Zuoshi, by you sure, what on earth is going on? How did these cauldrons suddenly go haywire? Is there a problem with the herbs? This sudden turn of events left everyone present bewildered. It was known that these 4 cauldrons were all treasures of the fire cauldron ranking. How could a mere flash of light from the Qian Ding cause such chaos? Ling Hanfeng's expression darkened as he hoarsely explained, it is the power of balance. What do you mean by the power of balance? Inquired a perplexed expert from a formidable faction. Ling Hanfeng continued. My master once told me that the Qian Kuangong Dao Ding, ranked first on the fire cauldron list, was created by an extraordinarily talented female apothecary. Her path to divinity was fraught with challenges, and in response, she infused the principles of the universe that she comprehended into the Qian Kuangong Dao Ding. As a result, this cauldron possesses an incredible power of balance, capable of rendering all treasures and spirit tools, except for the fire feather and snow soul dual swords, devoid of their essence, turning them into waste. Thus, the Qian Kuangong Dao Ding became the nemesis of the other 11 cauldrons on the fire cauldron list. He paused before adding, although the Qian Ding has only inherited half of the Qian Kuangong Dao Ding's powers, this half is sufficient to leave the other cauldrons unable to withstand it. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted once more. Taken aback by the unexpected capabilities of the Qian Kuangong Dao Ding, Ling Hanfeng admonished, Xiang Feng. The female apothecary devoted her life's wisdom to create the Qian Ding, not wishing for anyone to rely on external assistance during the alchemical competition. Yet, here you are, exploiting the Qian Ding for your own gain, while simultaneously using its power of balance to disrupt your opponents and sabotage their refining process. Do you not feel any shame? Shame? Huh. Xiang Feng replied with an innocent smile. I have neither harmed anyone nor resorted to poison or deceit. I merely used the Qian Ding for alchemy. What is there to be ashamed of? The power of balance is a unique feature of the Qian Ding, which possesses its own consciousness. If it chooses to activate the power of balance, I am powerless to stop it. You, Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng were nearly driven to the brink of fury by Xiang Feng's shameless retorts. Pan Yushuang seethed, the upper beam is not straight, so the lower beam is crooked. Xiang Banshan is despicable and shameless. No wonder his descendants are all scoundrels. You old hag, stop trying to provoke me with your words. Trying to distract me and weaken the balance of the Qian Ding. There's no chance of that. Once I secure the title of champion alchemist, I'll settle the score with you. Despite his arrogant demeanor, Xiang Feng was quite astute. He discerned Pan Yushuang's intention to provoke him into distraction and chose not to take the bait. Noticing that the four had managed to stabilize their cauldrons in front of him, he pointed again at the Qian Ding. A wave of even more intense blood-red light, tinged with an eerie blue, surged forth from the Qian Ding, rapidly affecting the four cauldrons. Instantly, the four cauldrons began to dim, their vibrant glow fading as if they were the essence drained from a lavish, indulgent figure. Chapter 1723, The Terrifying Power of Balance. 3. You scoundrel! Bailey Yin and Jian Tianming shouted furiously, channeling their true energy. One hand shielded their cauldron, while the other summoned pure yang fire from within. Two beams of pure yang fire shot forth, colliding fiercely with the Qian Ding. However, to the Qian Ding, which could withstand even the Snow Soul Sword, such an assault was merely a tickle. Bailey Yin and Jian Tianming were gravely concerned. They had not anticipated that the Qian Ding would not only excel in aiding alchemy, but also possess such formidable defensive capabilities. Huh? You two think you can shake the defenses of the Qian Ding? You are nothing but a mantis trying to stop a cart, utterly delusional. Xiang Feng sneered triumphantly. Yet, in the next moment, a thin stream of black energy pierced through layers of true energy defenses and struck directly at him. Xiang Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if pierced by a needle. The searing agony caused his true energy to falter, nearly resulting in an explosion of his furnace. Xiang Feng gasped, bewildered by the source of this sudden pain. At that moment, he was enveloped in the glow of the Qian Ding, shielded by its protection, unless one were a formidable expert above the 7th level of the divine void. No one could harm him. Moreover, the alchemical contest was under strict surveillance by the Dan Tower. Even his sworn enemy, the Xianshui Palace, would not dare to attack him openly in front of such a crowd. As he fell into a stupor, Bai Li Yin and Jian Tianming seized the opportunity, launching two streams of pure yang fire once more. Xiang Feng hastily maneuvered the Qian Ding to defend himself, but suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. This pain, both intangible and insidious, managed to breach the dual defenses of the Qian Ding's aura and the divine power of the bridal gown, infiltrating his very organs. Enraged, Xiang Feng shouted at Dan Yao, wretched demoness, how dare you ambush this young master? Dan Yao, bewildered, replied, who ambushed you? If I wished to deal with you, I would strike directly rather than resort to such underhanded tactics. Xiang Feng retorted angrily, this sinister energy attacking me is chilling to the bone. Who else but you, with the secretive methods of the Xianshui Palace and your cold jade technique, could possess such malice? Rolling her eyes, Dan Yao responded, how should I know? I'm preparing to refine pills, so stop your nonsensical prattle. Xiang Feng's face turned green with fury, just as he was about to hurl another insult. A sharp stab struck his chest once more. At that moment, he finally believed that Dan Yao was not the one behind the ambush. His gaze shifted to the silent and ominously malevolent Morong Yuan in the west. Was it you who orchestrated this? Morong Yuan chuckled. Indeed, it was I? Is it not fair for you to wield the Qian Ding to bully others while I cannot teach you a lesson? It turned out that Morong Yuan's practice of the heavenly grief and earthly sorrow soul-locking technique, much like Dan Yao's Ming Jade technique and the cold jade technique from the Xianshui Palace, were both exceedingly rare and profoundly chilling arts. However, while the Ming Jade technique is pure and virtuous, the heavenly grief and earthly sorrow technique is malevolent and sinister. Initially, attacking the yang-infused Qian Ding and the bridal gown with such extreme yin power might not guarantee an advantage. However, in his attempt to disrupt Dan Yao's alchemy, Xiang Feng activated the balancing force of the Qian Ding, which enveloped the entire apothecary god square, inevitably weakening his own defenses. The insidious energy unleashed by Murong Yuan was as fine as a hair, penetrating with unanticipated stealth. It was akin to a massive elephant, impervious to the might of wolves and tigers, yet a tiny venomous beak could pierce its flesh and inject poison, causing immense suffering. "You seek death," Xiangfeng roared, his palms striking the Qian Ding with great force, unleashing a crimson wave akin to a flood bursting its banks. Under the influence of this balancing force, Jian Tianming and Bai Liyan were the first to falter, unable to withstand the backlash from the cauldron. The terrifying alchemical energy surged back into their bodies, causing them both to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Dan Yao, engulfed in azure light, summoned Xiao Yao, a physical doppelganger. The sight of a woman identical to Dan Yao, masked and emerging from within her, astonished the onlookers. They were among the greatest powers of their time, and thus could discern the extraordinary nature of Xiao Yao's manifestation. The existence of a tangible doppelganger signified immense potential when faced with formidable foes. She could summon her counterpart to engage in combat, thus gaining the upper hand. Though they could create illusory doppelgangers using their primordial spirits, these were mere phantoms, incapable of fighting independently as the true body could. Ice Soul, great method. Amidst the astonished gazes, Xiao Yao drew the Snow Soul sword from Dan Yao's heart and swiftly began to dance. The sword moved with her, its light flickering as if a silver dragon danced among the clouds. The dancer's form was as delicate as willow fluff, her silhouette reminiscent of blue smoke, clad in azure, exuding unmatched beauty. Though it appeared as a dance, she was actually executing the profound techniques of the Xianxia Palace. The Ice Soul Great Method is a defensive technique that utilizes primordial spiritual energy to create a vast protective ice barrier within a radius of 10 feet, capable of withstanding all external attacks. However, this technique demands a high level of spiritual cultivation. A moment of carelessness could lead to the depletion of one's energy and subsequent demise. Given Dan Yao's cultivation level, she should not have qualified to perform this technique. Yet, she had anticipated that Xiang Feng's temperament would compel him to activate the Qian Ding's balancing force at the crucial moment of her alchemical process to disrupt her. Thus, she adeptly harnessed the power from the Qian Ding to stimulate her internal spiritual energy. The Ming Jade technique grows stronger when faced with strength. The more spiritual energy used against powerful foes, the faster her internal strength escalates. Previously, when Xiang Feng activated the power of the Qian Ding to attack the Xian Liuli Ding, Danyao desperately circulated her internal energy to counter this balancing force. As a result, the Ming Jade technique was greatly stimulated, and her power surged to the threshold required to employ the Ice Soul Great Method. The ice barrier formed was chillingly formidable, capable not only of effectively resisting the seven-colored alchemical lightning, but also of neutralizing the interference of the Qian Ding's balancing force on the Xian Liuli Ding. Since the Qian Ding is only half of the Qian Kuan Fairness Ding, lacking its counterpart, the Kun Ding, it could only exert a portion of its power. Qian represents Yang, and Kuan represents Yin. The attribute of this balancing force is purely Yang, which is perfectly countered by the Yin energy of the Ice Soul Great Method, achieving a double benefit. Xiang Feng never anticipated that Dan Yao would utilize the power of the Qian Ding to stimulate her own cultivation techniques, thereby enhancing her spiritual strength, all while he relentlessly urged the Qian Ding's balancing force to destroy the pills within her and Murong Yuan's cauldrons. As Dan Yao wielded the Snow Soul sword to perform the Ice Soul Great Method, a strange resonance echoed through the realm, with snowflakes cascading down. Why is it snowing? How could it possibly snow in the sweltering apothecary god square? I heard the Snow Soul sword had fallen into the hands of a disciple of the Xianxia Palace. Could she be the one? The Snow Soul sword must be the Snow Soul sword, apart from the legendary Snow Soul sword and Fire Feather sword. No other sword could conjure such phenomena. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left agape. Yesterday, they had seen Dan Yao utilize the Snow Soul sword to injure the alchemist Tian Lazi, and now they were all exclaiming, "My goodness, the Snow Soul sword again. And now the Qian Ding. This alchemist conference is truly spectacular." Indeed, whether it be the Snow Soul sword or the Qian Kuan Fairness Ding, both were legendary artifacts. It was already a rare feat to glimpse even one, yet two had suddenly appeared. What a marvel. Tell me, which of these treasures is more formidable? In terms of offense, the Snow Soul sword is undoubtedly more powerful, but when it comes to alchemy, the Qian Ding is the undisputed king. The differing contexts of their use make it difficult to judge which is superior. The emergence of the Snow Soul sword was like a grand air conditioning unit, instantly cooling the previously sweltering apothecary god square. Dan Yao and Xiao Yao had clear roles, each focusing intently on their tasks. One was wholly dedicated to refining pills, while the other wielded the Snow Soul sword, dancing tirelessly to augment the thickness of the protective ice barrier, preparing for the imminent seven-colored alchemical lightning. On the other side, Murong Yuan's repeated ambushes had thoroughly infuriated Xiang Feng. "You damned cur, this young master will not let this go." Xiang Feng seethed with rage, but could not directly attack Murong Yuan, as it would violate the competition rules and lead to immediate disqualification. He rapidly altered his hands to summon the Qian Ding's balancing force, attempting to disrupt the alchemical processes within the Liuli Ding and the Wan Yuming Ding, aiming to force the two into an explosion and suffer severe backlash. "Humph, do you think I fear you?" When it comes to underhanded tactics, Murong Yuan would claim the first place, as none could rival him. He too was cautious of the competition rules and refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, he utilized the Wan Yuming Ding to unleash waves of noxious gas, bombarding Xiang Feng. Although both spiritual and poisonous pills are concocted by alchemists, their processes and taboos are entirely distinct. The concoction of the poisonous elixir necessitates the infusion of spiritual energy from the spiritual pill, alongside the introduction of a myriad of impurities and toxic gases. The spiritual pill is designed to heal internal injuries and enhance one's cultivation. Thus, the process must remain utterly untainted. Particularly concerning are the highly concentrated toxic fumes. Merely a trace of such contaminants would render the elixir entirely useless. Murong Yuan is acutely aware of this fact, which is why he unleashes toxic gas to disgust his adversary. "You dare to employ poison against me, you wretched scoundrel? Have you grown weary of life?" Xiang Feng's countenance darkened as he glared furiously at Murong Yuan. "What do I have to fear? I am the master of the 10,000 poisons sect, and it has always been I who ensnares and harms others. You, however, have the audacity to provoke me. Then you shall bear the consequences." Murong Yuan retorted with a wicked, arrogant grin, flicking his fingers to release more toxic gas from the 10,000 poisons nether cauldron, transforming it into foul-smelling projectiles that bombarded Xiang Feng in succession. Furious, Xiang Feng exclaimed, "Come at me again, and I swear I will obliterate your 10,000 poisons sect and strip you of your position as master. Feel free to try." "My position as master of the 10,000 poisons sect was merely an opportunistic acquisition. Should you destroy it, I would save myself the trouble of management and dedicate my time to cultivation," Murong Yuan replied, unfazed and smiling, seemingly impervious to the danger. You little imp. Are you not coveting the elixirs within my 10,000 poisons nether cauldron? Come, take them all. They are yours." Since Dan Yao had showcased her exquisite alchemical skills, Murong Yuan realized that claiming the top position this time would be exceedingly difficult. He was the sort of person who, if he were to undertake a task, would strive for nothing less than the best. Faced with the impossibility of achieving victory, he resolved to irritate Xiang Feng to the utmost instead. Not far away, Dan Yao observed the confrontation between Murong Yuan and Xiang Feng and could not help but chuckle. "Aren't you Xiang Feng, the one who fancies himself the most formidable in the realm? Humph, now you shall experience the prowess of the little poison deity." Dan Yao was more acutely aware than anyone of the potency of Murong Yuan's methods. Previously, in the northern region, when Murong Yuan had yet to ascend to the spirit platform realm, he had repeatedly evaded her grasp. Now, with his powers significantly amplified, having broken through both the spirit platform and divine void realms, he would undoubtedly be even more formidable. To combat evil with evil, and to counter poison with poison, Murong Yuan was the perfect scourge for the Xiang clan. Dan Yao thought gleefully as she deftly altered her hand movements, hastening the refining and solidifying of the elixir. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao was channeling her internal spiritual power to its zenith, the chilling aura unfurling like a silken ribbon, causing the temperature around her to plummet. "What an intense cold!" Ling Hanfeng exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Pan Yushuang. "What sort of cultivation technique has this girl practiced to possess such enduring spiritual energy?" Pan Yushuang shook her head. "I am unsure. Previously, having released a chilling and ethereal aura, they believed she was practicing the cold jade technique. However, witnessing her recklessly unleash her power without concern for depletion, they realized how misguided they had been. While the cold jade technique could mitigate spiritual energy loss and significantly delay its output over time, even the most potent energies would eventually wane. Yet, Danyao not only maintained her strength, but seemed invigorated with every exertion, akin to having received a surge of vitality, something the cold jade technique could never accomplish. Pan Yushuang pondered, could it be that Yun Mei, having secluded herself in the heavenly palace for countless years, had created another profound technique that allowed her to utilize her spiritual energy without loss? As Dan Yao fervently refined her elixir, the air filled with flying snow, Murong Yuan and Xiang Feng engaged in an intense duel. With a flick of his hand, Murong Yuan caused the nearly formed elixir within the 10,000 poisons nether cauldron to explode, releasing a cloud of black smoke that surged towards Xiang Feng. Cursed little poisoned deity. Xiang Feng had not anticipated that Murong Yuan would resort to such reckless measures, risking the failure of the elixir and the backlash of its energy to assault him. Faced with such unorthodox and almost unscrupulous tactics, Xiang Feng felt his fury reach a boiling point. He swiftly retrieved the heart-protecting mirror, imbued with the spiritual energies of his forebears, transforming it into a beam of golden light that enveloped him, shielding him from the onslaught of black smoke. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that scattered everything in its wake. At that moment, Dan Yao turned her gaze, and upon a swift glance, her eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst the center of the explosion, a familiar silhouette emerged, unmistakably reminiscent of a memory. Ahua! Dan Yao gasped, nearly calling out in astonishment, her eyes filled with incredulity. Impossible! How could that be? How could Xiang Feng bear the shadow of Xiang Yang? Surely, she must have been lost in her alchemical endeavors for too long. Her senses dulled and mistaken. Yes, that must be it. As the smoke cleared, the familiar figure vanished from sight, further solidifying her belief that she had merely imagined it. Though Xiang Feng was protected by the heart-protecting mirror, sustaining only minor injuries, the explosion of the poisonous elixir released the millennia-old toxins hidden within the 10,000 poisons nether cauldron. The horrifying toxic gas, akin to mercury, infiltrated the Qian Ding, amalgamating with the nearly formed elixir within. At this juncture, Xiang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal towards Murong Yuan. Previously, both Bailey Yin and Jian Tianming, who had been gravely injured by the explosion, found immense amusement in the unfolding chaos. The elixirs refined within the 10,000 poisons nether cauldron were amongst the most lethal in existence. Now, with the toxins infiltrating the Qian Ding, they would surely ruin the spiritual pills still in the process of refinement. Xiang Feng had believed that by harnessing the power of the Qian Ding, he could eliminate his rivals and secure victory in the alchemical competition. Yet, he was blind to the fact that Murong Yuan was far more cunning and vengeful, willing to risk backlash from the elixir's energy to extract a significant toll from him. Now, none of the four esteemed gentlemen could claim the championship in the alchemical contest, leaving Dan Yao to claim an effortless victory. It was truly fate, a twist of fate. Reflecting on this, the two men sighed, both lamenting and reveling in the irony. Murong Yuan, despite his explosive tactics, would also suffer the consequences of his failed alchemical endeavor. As the poisonous elixir detonated, the resulting black smoke surged towards Xiang Feng, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of venomous energy that rebounded into Murong Yuan's body. Yet, astonishingly, instead of succumbing to grievous injury or bloodshed from such a violent backlash, Murong Yuan appeared increasingly invigorated. As an odd smile crept upon his lips, an extraordinarily bizarre black energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a vortex akin to a black hole. The backlash of the lethal elixir surged into his body, only to be drawn directly into the black hole, transforming into pure, unadulterated energy that fused into his dantian. Concurrently, the aura of spiritual energy within him surged, breaking free from its previous constraints. Divine Void Fifth Layer. By Yipeng, Pan Yushuang, Xiang Gongming, and the others felt their pupils constrict in shock, their voices rendered shrill by the astonishment. The Divine Void Fifth Layer marked a pivotal threshold in the Divine Void realm. Below the fifth layer, one might be deemed a significant figure, yet they would not reach the pinnacle of power. Above the fifth layer lay the most illustrious and formidable existences within the Tianxian continent, able to wield tremendous influence effortlessly. It was unfathomable that Murong Yuan had achieved such a level at such a tender age. While a part of this rapid advancement could be attributed to the spiritual legacy bestowed by the poison god before his demise, the speed at which he broke through his cultivation limitations was utterly extraordinary. What a peculiar technique he possessed, one that could directly absorb backlash energy for advancement. Ling Hanfeng stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. It is crucial to understand that the backlash from a failed alchemical process is something even a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Divine Void realm would not dare to lightly provoke. The fact that this individual could harness the force of such backlash to achieve a breakthrough is nothing short of astonishing. By self-destructing a toxic pill to retaliate against his opponent, he simultaneously absorbs the backlash energy. What a profound scheme. No wonder he is capable of leading the entire 10,000 poisoned sect at such a young age. On the side of the Xiang clan, Xiang Gongming felt an increased sense of trepidation upon witnessing Murong Yuan's extraordinary abilities. This young man, so adept in scheming at such a tender age, would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Xiang clan in due time. Once this alchemist conference concludes, he must report this matter to the clan leader and ensure the removal of this young man before the situation becomes even more precarious. Meanwhile, Danyao, who was focused on completing the final step of her fire tempering, was equally astonished by Murong Yuan's masterful maneuver. Her delicate form trembled as she gazed incredulously at him. This fellow truly does not play by the conventional rules. She recalled the last encounter at Lingming Mountain, where everyone was vying for the Lingming Stone Spring. In the midst of chaos, he had opportunistically siphoned the blood of several pure qi cultivators, significantly enhancing his own prowess. This time was no different. Outwardly feigning a strong desire for victory in the alchemist conference, he secretly aimed to exploit the toxic backlash from a failed alchemy attempt to break through the 5th level of the divine void realm. Such cunning calculations were indeed unsettling. Unbeknownst to her, Murong Yuan had not overthought his strategy. To the younger generation of alchemists, winning the alchemist conference is an immense honor. As the young master of the Murong family, he had been meticulously nurtured and was also an alchemist. After mastering the Heaven's Sorrow and Earth's Woe's soul-locking technique, his alchemical skills, particularly in crafting toxic pills, had progressed by leaps and bounds. Upon draining the true essence of the 100 Poisons deity, his power surged, and his alchemical prowess soared, leading him to believe that he had no rivals among his peers and could readily claim the championship. This victory would pave the way for him to inherit the position of Tower Master and seize control of the Alchemy Tower, thereby establishing himself as the most powerful man in the Tianxian continent. With life unfolding in such a manner, what more could he desire? However, fate is unpredictable, and Murong Yuan never anticipated that he would face opponents of such formidable strength. Both Dan Yao, with her exquisite alchemical skills, and Xiang Feng, who manipulated the Qian Ding with unscrupulous advantages, were not adversaries he could easily overcome. Murong Yuan's mind raced, quickly devising a counter-strategy. If he were to win the alchemical competition, he would proceed with his original plan to enter the Alchemy Tower as the champion and subsequently find a way to eliminate the Tower Master, thus seizing control. Conversely, if he were to lose, he would self-detonate the toxic pill, launching a fierce counterattack against Xiang Feng while absorbing the backlash to achieve his breakthrough. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, Murong Yuan stood to gain. Of course, his audacity stemmed from the peculiar nature of the Heaven's Sorrow and Earth's Woe's soul-locking technique. Once this extremely dark and sinister technique was mastered, his physique underwent an astonishing transformation. The more terrifying and poisonous substances proved to be highly beneficial for him. Were it anyone else, they would not dare to undertake such a reckless endeavor. Xiang Feng, feeling utterly frustrated that while Murong Yuan had ensnared him, he was not harmed in the least, and had instead seized the opportunity to break through the 5th level of the divine void realm, was consumed by resentment. "You fool! The pill is nearly complete. What are you still dawdling for?" The voice of Qian Yang, emanating from the floating Qian Ding, erupted in anger. His words struck like thunder, causing the surroundings to erupt in chaos. "What? The pill is nearly complete? How can this be?" gasped the onlookers, their disbelief palpable. "The toxic fumes from the 10,000 poisons Phantom Ding have seeped in. How could this pill possibly succeed? A spirit pill tainted with poison would have lost its essence. Even if it were to be crafted, it would merely be a useless concoction." The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how a pill contaminated with millennia-old poison could still be successfully refined. Yet Xiang Feng had unwavering faith in the capabilities of the Qian Ding. The reason was simple. The Qian Ding was the top-ranked fire cauldron and the only one capable of transforming into a humanoid form. Just because other cauldrons could not achieve certain feats did not imply that the Qian Ding was incapable. Xiang Feng's hands moved in a fluid dance, invoking the formidable power of the wedding garment divine art to its utmost potential. One person, one cauldron, they worked in perfect harmony. Within mere moments, a wisp of azure-blue fragrance wafted from the cauldron's mouth, blooming like a blue demon flower in splendid elegance. The golden essence pill. Could it truly be the golden essence pill? As the azure mist dispersed, the elders of the Alchemy Tower gasped in unison. The golden essence pill? What is that? Pan Yushuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. For she had never heard of such a pill, having been distanced from alchemy throughout her family's lineage. The golden essence pill is an exceedingly unique type among 8th-grade pills, and your unfamiliarity with it stems from its rarity and the extreme difficulty of its refinement. Even the Tower Master, a high-level 8th-grade alchemist, had once admitted that his success rate for crafting this pill was less than 30%, rendering it a nightmare for 8th-grade alchemists. Many believed that only a 9th-grade pill saint could reliably concoct it. Bai Yiping's countenance darkened upon witnessing the fragrance emanating from the Qian Ding. What? The Tower Master's success rate is below 30%. At this revelation, not only Pan Yushuang, but also those around her were left dumbfounded. The Tower Master of the Alchemy Tower had always been regarded as the most powerful alchemist in the field. It stands to reason. If one cannot surpass others in alchemical prowess, how could they qualify to lead the Alchemy Tower? Yet, even such an illustrious figure had such a low success rate when attempting to refine the golden essence pill, which speaks volumes about the pill's formidable difficulty. Shui Ling interjected. The more difficult a pill is to refine, the more astonishing its effects are. Given the immense challenge of this pill, its efficacy must be extraordinary. Bai Yiping nodded in agreement. Indeed. The golden essence pill possesses two significant effects. The first enhances the probability of a half-step divine void realm cultivator breaking through to the divine void realm by 30%. And the second allows cultivators below the 5th level of the divine void realm to directly increase their cultivation by 1 level. However, the effect only lasts once. Consuming a second pill yields no benefits. The crowd contemplated the implications. Whether it was the 30% chance of breaking through to the divine void realm or the 1-level boost in cultivation, both were tremendous temptations for cultivators. Ordinary pills would find it exceedingly challenging to offer even one of these benefits, let alone both simultaneously. The golden essence pill was truly otherworldly, which explained the extreme difficulty of its refinement. Qiming and Shui Ling exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The golden essence pill's extraordinary efficacy and its daunting refinement difficulties meant that unless Dan Yao could concoct a 9th-grade pill, victory would be nearly impossible for her. A 9th-grade pill could only be crafted by a 9th-grade pill saint, and it had been many years since a 9th-grade pill saint had appeared in the Tianxian continent. Even within the alchemy tower, where alchemical mastery was revered, the most adept practitioners were merely high-level 8th-grade alchemists. Could sister-in-law Dan Yao create a miracle this time? Pan Yushuang could not help but ask, does Dan Yao still have a chance of winning? Uncertainty loomed in the air. Bai Yiping shook his head in resignation, sighing. The golden essence pill has reached the pinnacle of an 8th-grade alchemist. Unless she can replicate the process and produce a pill of superior quality than Xianxiafan's, or concoct a 9th-grade elixir otherwise. Despite Bai Yiping's admiration for Dan Yao's displayed prowess, the complexity and level of the golden essence pill are insurmountably high, akin to a towering peak that cannot be surpassed. Chapter 1730. First, let us ascertain whether my esteemed aunt agrees. Unless she is the reincarnation of a 9th-grade apothecary saint, she stands no chance of victory. As Xiang Feng continually infused his spiritual energy, the Qian Ding emanated an increasingly rich, azure fragrance, which gradually ascended, transforming into a magnificent and enchanting blue twilight. The aroma of the pill was truly intoxicating. Not only had he succeeded in crafting the golden essence pill, but its quality was likely exceptional. The Qian Ding, rightfully known as the king of cauldrons, managed to transform decay into the miraculous, even amidst such severe contamination from toxins. Producing the golden essence pill, the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their faces a canvas of astonishment and awe. A deep blue, gold-tinged pill slowly emerged from the Qian Ding, and the release of its fragrance reached an apex. Thunder rumbled in the skies above, dark clouds swirling, as bolts of lightning rapidly coalesced. As they gathered, the silvery lightning morphed, displaying a spectrum of vibrant colors. Upon closer inspection, there were 5 distinct variations. 5-colored pill thunder. The emergence of the pill thunder signified the imminent success of the golden essence pill's refinement. Having lived for over 10,000 years and witnessed no fewer than 10 alchemist conventions, this was the first time he had seen a member of the younger generation attract 5-colored pill thunder during the refining process. It seemed the championship would indeed belong to the Xiang clan. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the assembled powerful figures gasped in amazement. Ha! The golden essence pill has finally been created, a supreme 8th-grade elixir. With this pill, who would dare contest the championship with me? Xiang Feng laughed maniacally, his voice echoing with a devilish charm, rivaling that of the black magic fairy, Xiaoyu. Just then, a clear, melodious female voice pierced through the air. If you wish to claim the championship, you must first seek my esteemed aunt's consent. Xiang Feng's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade fixated on Dan Yao. The outcome is already decided. Your stubbornness is futile. You are destined to be my subordinate's defeated foe. Oh, is that so? Then open your eyes wide and witness how my esteemed aunt slaps your face. Dan Yao scoffed coldly, channeling her final surge of true energy into the Liuli Ding. Buzz. The Liuli Ding trembled, emitting a resonant hum, signaling to the alchemist that the pill was about to be completed. A desperate struggle, utterly deluded. Xiang Feng sneered dismissively. Dan Yao remained expressionless, her eyes shimmering with excitement. An intensely rich fragrance of the pill suddenly burst forth from the Liuli Ding, swiftly overpowering that of the golden essence pill. Such a potent aroma. What kind of elixir was she concocting that could overshadow the golden essence pill? Was it not said that the golden essence pill was the pinnacle of 8th-grade elixirs? How could there exist another 8th-grade pill that surpassed it? Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the alchemists, even larger and denser clouds surged forth in the skies above. Bolts of lightning, as thick as pythons, rolled within the clouds, igniting countless sparks. The terrifying pressure of the heavens instantaneously enveloped the entire apothecary god square. Under this oppressive force, the once poised and ready to strike five-colored pill thunder recoiled in fright, akin to a mouse evading a cat. What is happening? The five-colored pill thunder has retreated? What caliber of elixir could produce such formidable heavenly pressure that even the pill thunder dares not show itself? Witnessing this scene, many powerhouses felt a shiver run down their spines. The shocks delivered by this alchemist convention were surreal, as if they were trapped in a dream. Chapter 1731. The Reappearance of the Seven-Colored Pill Thunder. As the crowd remained in stunned silence, the thunder within the clouds transformed like a painter's brush on canvas, refracting a rainbow of colors. The previously gloomy sky became vibrant with the appearance of these seven-colored beams. This is, my heavens, the seven-colored pill thunder. The seven-colored pill thunder. This woman has actually refined a ninth-grade elixir. Could it be that she has comprehended the profound principles of alchemy, breaking through to the realm of the ninth-grade apothecary saint? At that moment, everyone in the apothecary god square was frozen, gazing at Dan Yao with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The ninth-grade apothecary saint, a realm once considered mythical, was now within reach. In their understanding, the ninth-grade apothecary saint had become a legend. Previously, there had been rampant rumors in the central domain that the former head of the Dan Tower, after stepping down, devoted himself to the study of alchemy and had broken through the constraints to achieve the ninth-grade apothecary saint status. However, as this news had never been confirmed and the Dan Tower had not actively acknowledged it, many believed that the 8th grade was the pinnacle, and no apothecary saint capable of refining 9th grade elixirs existed. Yet today, the long mythologized 9th grade apothecary saint had truly emerged. The seven-colored beams of pill thunder unmistakably revealed that the youthful woman before them was indeed a bona fide 9th grade apothecary saint. My heavens, a 9th grade apothecary saint. Is the continent truly on the verge of a transformation? The leaders of various factions stood in stunned silence, murmuring in disbelief. The terror of a 9th grade apothecary saint might be unknown to the younger generation, but those of them who had lived for tens of thousands of years understood all too well. This signified the pinnacle of alchemical mastery, an exalted status for alchemists, and an unimaginable degree of influence. For thousands of years, the central domain had produced a renowned 9th grade apothecary saint, who, due to past conflicts with the Dan Tower, had rallied a legion of powerful allies upon achieving 9th grade status, opposing the Dan Tower. Meanwhile, the so-called Hall of Alchemists, the Dan Tower, could only endure, bowing its head in submission. Not only the Dan Tower, but also other major factions dared not provoke this individual. Even if their reputation was blemished and their actions were nefarious, no one would dare pluck feathers from a fearsome tiger. With the covert support of the Xiang clan, over half of the central domain's territory had fallen under the dominion of this 9th grade apothecary saint. It was not until this 9th grade alchemist's passing that the central domain plunged back into chaos, allowing the previously suppressed Dan Tower to rise and reclaim its former glory. Given this tumultuous history, the re-emergence of a 9th grade apothecary saint, especially as a young woman, was bound to evoke shock and awe. A 9th grade apothecary saint. How could this be possible? How could this enchantress be a 9th grade apothecary saint? As the sky transformed in a spectrum of colors, Xiang Feng's eyes widened in utter disbelief, his voice rising in a furious shout. The 9th grade apothecary saint is a being comparable to the pinnacle of the 9th level of divine void. How could her alchemical skills have reached such heights? No, she is not refining a 9th grade elixir. A clear, deep, and ethereal voice emanated from the Qian Ding. Upon hearing Xian Yang's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. Even Xiang Feng, who was furious and unwilling to accept defeat, was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that only 9th grade and above elixirs could summon the seven-colored pill thunder. Chapter 1732. The Insights of the Qian Ding. At this moment, the colors of the thunder in the sky were undeniably seven-colored. How could she possibly not be refining a 9th grade elixir? Murong Yuan gazed deeply, somewhat perplexed, at the Qian Ding. If you claim she is not refining a 9th grade elixir, then what is the origin of the seven-colored pill thunder? Generally speaking, only when refining 9th grade elixirs does one attract the seven-colored pill thunder. However, exceptions do exist. I have witnessed a 9th grade alchemist who, upon successfully concocting a potion, summoned a seven-colored pill thunder far more formidable than what we observe today. The seven-colored pill thunder associated with 9th grade elixirs is not so feeble. If my predictions are accurate, this young lady is likely refining a special elixir that has surpassed the high pinnacle of 8th grade, yet has not yet reached the 9th grade tier. Nevertheless, its potency and rarity are sufficient to rival those of ninth-grade elixirs. Thus, it has drawn forth a slightly weaker seven-colored pill thunder than that typically seen with ninth-grade concoctions. Xiang Yang, sensing the medicinal power contained within the void-breaking pill nestled in the Xuanhua Liuli Ding, articulated each word with precision. Indeed, as the foremost existence on the fire cauldron rankings, it is true, what I am refining is not a ninth-grade elixir. Upon hearing Xiang Yang unveil the grade and uniqueness of the void-breaking pill, Dan Yao, filled with admiration, couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. However, even though it is not a ninth-grade elixir, it is more than sufficient to surpass the golden essence pill refined by you and Xiangfang. Dan Yao remarked with a smile that was both teasing and sincere. The moment Qian Yang heard this, it felt as though someone had shoved a mouthful of foul socks into his mouth. He was concurrently embarrassed and infuriated. As the deity of cauldrons, even without the guidance of an alchemist, he could effortlessly concoct ninth-grade elixirs due to the unique properties of the cauldron itself, coupled with the knowledge of the alchemy god hidden within him. When it comes to alchemical prowess, he stands as the pinnacle king of this era. Yet this time, at the alchemist conference, he could not take action himself and could only serve as an auxiliary in the form of the cauldron. Danyao asserting that her elixir, which has not yet reached the ninth grade, is inferior to the golden essence pill concocted by him, and Xiangfang was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. A tremendous humiliation, an unparalleled insult. Qian Yang trembled with rage, yet found himself at a loss for words to retort, simply holding back his breath. Upon hearing Qian Yang's words, the crowd finally understood. It turned out that Dan Yao was refining the highest grade and most challenging 8th grade elixir, one that could rival 9th grade elixirs. Hence the appearance of the 7-colored pill thunder. It made sense. 9th grade alchemists are exceedingly rare, with the older generation of genius alchemists dedicating much of their lives to the craft without achieving a breakthrough. How could a fledgling girl possibly transcend such profound realms? Nonetheless, her alchemical abilities were indeed astonishing. Achieving high-level 8th grade at such a tender age, given time, she would undoubtedly surpass the 9th grade alchemist and become the continent's foremost alchemist. Simultaneously, they were deeply curious about what elixir this woman was concocting that could invoke the 7-colored pill thunder. The distinction between 8th grade and 9th grade is stark. Seemingly no 8th grade elixir could possibly match a 9th grade one. Boom. The deafening roar resounded as the long-anticipated 7-colored pill thunder finally descended. Thick as a python, the thunder, bearing the terrifying might of nature, instantly traversed the expanse of the heavens and earth, striking toward the Xuanhua Liuli Ding, suspended in the air. The 7-colored thunder appeared resplendent and magnificent, akin to a rainbow after a rain. Yet the onlookers behind Dan Yao dared not be careless. They swiftly retreated, fearing they might suffer collateral damage. Come forth, Dan Yao called out boldly. The first attempt was tentative, the second familiar. Chapter 1733, Braving the Thunder Tribulation. Having previously refined the void-breaking pill twice, Dan Yao was already acquainted with the might of the 7-colored pill thunder. Under the pressure of the Qian Ding's balancing force, the boundless spiritual power of the Mingyu skill was rapidly unleashed, coalescing through the Ice Soul Sword S technique into an indestructible Xianbing protective shield. Withstanding this pill thunder should pose no problem. Countless alchemists dedicate their lives to this path, their greatest aspiration being to concoct a pill that can summon the colorful pill thunder. The more colors the pill thunder possesses, the greater their joy. For it is a form of glory, an honor exclusive to alchemists. As Danyao spent more time as an alchemist, her understanding deepened. Now she stood at the pinnacle of alchemy on the continent. The 7-colored pill thunder was the highest affirmation of her abilities. Many individuals exhaust their lifetimes of effort without ever witnessing such a day. As the 7-colored pill thunder approached, Dan Yao and Xiao Yao instantly merged, concentrating all their spiritual energy into the Ice Soul Sword, reinforcing the Xianbing protective shield. Bang! The 7-colored pill thunder, infused with the might of the heavens and earth, violently struck the Xianbing protective shield. In an instant, thunder roared, and ice shards flew. Dan Yao's arm trembled with numbness, and she looked skyward, exclaiming, "Bring it on!" The dark clouds above the 9 heavens churned once more, as black as a rag that had not been washed for years. With a crash, a thicker 7-colored thunderbolt than before tore through the cloud layers, rending the void as it came crashing down. Dan Yao wielded the Ice Soul Sword with great speed, and countless icy sword energies transformed into strands of chilling essence, merging into the Xianbing protective shield. Then, amidst the myriad astonished and expectant gazes, she confronted the 7-colored pill thunder head-on. Boom! The collision of ice and thunder erupted in a spectacular display. The thick thunder exploding in midair like a fire tree of silver flowers, dazzling and perilous. What a formidable 7-colored pill thunder! Although she successfully deflected this strike, Dan Yao was still shaken by the tremendous force, her blood surging, surprise etched upon her face. Why was this thunder tribulation so much stronger than 20 years ago? Little did Dan Yao know that when she refined the void-breaking pill in the 7-colored poison forest 2 decades prior, the 2 pills, although crafted one after the other in a short span of time, did not yield exceptional quality. Over the past 20 years, through the Mystic Pearl, she had tirelessly simulated alchemical processes day and night, significantly enhancing her practical abilities, compounded by the experiences gained from the previous 2 attempts. Consequently, the void-breaking pill produced this time far surpassed the earlier creations, now achieving the pinnacle quality with 5 pill patterns. Everyone understood that the higher the grade of the elixir, the more terrifying the thunder it attracted. Yet, they were unaware that the quality of the elixir itself also influenced the intensity of the thunder tribulation, especially for top-tier elixirs, which are perfected to an extreme. They cannot be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Witnessing Dan Yao fend off 2 such terrifying pill thunders in succession, the assembled powerhouses were equally astonished. Her alchemical prowess was formidable enough, but her cultivation was equally remarkable. It was as if she left no room for others to thrive. Comparing oneself to another could lead to despair. Boom. With the first 2 pill thunders successfully deflected, it seemed the heavens had sensed the prowess of the alchemist and decided to unleash their full might. One after another, 7-colored thunders tore through the void, relentlessly striking toward Dan Yao. Gazing at the densely falling 7-colored pill thunders, a profound sense of gravity filled Dan Yao's eyes. The Mingyu skill within her surged rapidly, as the most yin and cold spiritual energy gushed forth, merging with the icy sword energy of the Ice Soul Sword, reinforcing the Xianbing shield. I can take it. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning crackled, the void erupted, and the light of thunder filled the heavens and earth, as if the end times had arrived. Chapter 1734, revealing the true form. Those at the apothecary square felt their hearts race, their scalps tingling. After braving over a dozen 7-colored pill thunders, the Xianbing shield finally succumbed to the relentless assault. With a crack, it shattered into countless shards of ice, scattering in all directions. Dan Yao's spiritual energy grew stronger as she resisted, yet her face turned pale. Blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, and her right hand, gripping the Ice Soul Sword, was drenched in blood. The blood from her right hand dripped steadily onto her azure attire, blooming into exquisite crimson plum blossoms, as red as Danju, a heart-wrenching sight. Little auntie, senior sister. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Ming and Shui Ling were horrified, their souls nearly leaving their bodies as they moved to rush forward to assist her. Suddenly, a figure flashed before them, and Xiang Gongming and Xiang Gongjue stood in their path. During the alchemist competition, life and death are the responsibility of the individual. No one is permitted to intervene. Qi Ming and Shui Ling were utterly exasperated, yet utterly helpless. As they had mentioned, the alchemist conference was fraught with peril. The thunder of alchemy, summoned at the moment of pill refinement, must be withstood by the alchemist alone, regardless of its intensity. Should anyone unrelated to the competition intervene, even if the elixir were successfully concocted, they would be ruthlessly disqualified for breaching the rules of the event. At the moment of their standoff, another radiant thunderbolt descended from the heavens, cleaving the clouds and striking fiercely towards Danyao. Without the protection of the Xianbing barrier, Danyao had to confront this challenge alone. She steeled herself. Aware of the daunting difficulty ahead, Danyao hastily retrieved several elixirs from her ring that would greatly enhance her cultivation for a short duration. Consuming them with urgency, the Shuepa sword unleashed a formidable surge of sword energy, colliding thunderously with the vibrant thunderbolt. In that instant, the world dimmed. The sun and moon lost their luminescence, and an energy tempest erupted. Amidst the maelstrom, Danyao, clad in a thin, dust-protective garment, found her attire tattered beyond recognition. The mask upon her face could not withstand the onslaught and disintegrated into dust. Her long hair billowed wildly, and a visage of striking beauty emerged before the eyes of the world. Having endured such relentless strikes of radiant thunder, Danyao's countenance turned pale, devoid of color. Yet, this pallor did not detract from her allure. Rather, it accentuated her astonishing beauty, rendering her features breathtakingly exquisite. The once bustling apothecary square, filled with chatter, fell into an eerie silence in that moment. Soon after, gasps of astonishment and sighs of admiration arose in waves. The exclamations came from the men present, renowned as formidable figures in the central domain, accustomed to witnessing the beauty of the world. Yet, they had never encountered a woman such as this. Even amidst the furious impact of the radiant thunder, bearing such grievous wounds, her face remained untainted, akin to an ethereal being. The sighs, however, emanated from the female cultivators present, for they understood that a woman of such extraordinary beauty, once revealed, would spell disaster for all women on the continent, particularly those yet to be wed. What woman does not wish to don a bridal gown, becoming the most beautiful bride in her beloved's eyes? Yet, Danyao's appearance shattered their most cherished hopes, for her beauty was simply too magnificent. Such beauty defied description. Even the most breathtaking vistas of the Tianxian continent would pale in comparison. It is easy to imagine the indelible impact left on the hearts of the young talents who beheld her true form. Chapter 1735. Even the thunder is captivated by her beauty. Can any of them rival such beauty? This kind of allure is indeed a calamity for all unmarried female cultivators. Stunned and entranced, most of the men present wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Envy, jealousy, and heartache were the true reflections of countless female cultivators' sentiments. A strikingly beautiful female cultivator, witnessing the man she adored staring dreamily at Dan Yao, could hardly contain her rage, nearly grinding her teeth in jealousy. She prided herself on her beauty, believing it second to none, yet in the face of Danyao's unparalleled radiance, her entire lifetime of allure became mere embellishment to a dead fish's eyes. In my many years, I have never encountered such a beauty. Recently, I heard of a man who, under the cover of night, preyed upon a corpse not long deceased. I laughed at him, thinking he must have been a eunuch in his past life, deprived of a woman's embrace, hence his indiscriminate hunger. Now, I understand his mindset. Faced with such an enchanting visage, one would find it hard to resist, be it a living woman or a lifeless body. An old, lecherous cultivator, skilled in the art of Yin-Yang cultivation, gazed at Danyao with fervent eyes, unabashedly proclaiming, "Alas, my senior sister perished recently from an ambush. It is fortunate she is gone. For had she seen this face, with her obsession for beauty, she would have surely died of envy." The speaker was a female cultivator from the Tianhai Pavilion, a premier force in the central domain known for its breathtaking beauties. Aside from the Xianxia Palace, the women of Tianhai Pavilion were renowned for their celestial grace. Before Danyao revealed her true form, they were like blooming flowers. After her revelation, they appeared as mere refuse. Truly, without comparison, there is no pain. Murong Yuan gazed intently at Danyao, his expression one of rapt admiration, murmuring, "So this is the visage concealed beneath the mask. It surpasses even my wildest imaginings. Infinitely more beautiful." Meanwhile, Xiang Feng, who had harbored deep resentment towards Danyao after countless humiliations, found all his fury erased the moment he beheld her face. Amazement, astonishment, delight surged through him like a torrential waterfall, captivating his heart and elevating him to a state of blissful bewilderment, as though he had lost his very soul. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? In his rapture, he was wholly oblivious, left with only the soul-searching questions. Even more astonishing was that, at the instant Danyao's mask shattered, the vibrant thunder from the heavens seemed to be captivated by her unparalleled beauty, losing its menace and dissipating into nothingness. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Even the vibrant thunder could not bear to strike her down. Is she human, spirit, demon, or celestial being? The sight of the thunder retreating left the gathered multitude dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. With the thunder's departure, the third Paksu pill successfully transcended its tribulation and emerged. I did it. I truly succeeded. Danyao gazed at the pill before her, black as ink, glimmering with silver light, resembling a gathering of stars, and trembled with excitement. Clearly, the outcome was utterly beyond her expectations. She had anticipated failure, yet after the mask shattered, the radiant thunder had been driven away by her beauty. The absurdity of it all rivaled that of Mo Qingxue, who had once literally beautified herself to death before a mirror. Chapter 1736. The Champion, 1. Ling Hanfeng regarded Danyao with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, the mountains and rivers give rise to exceptional talents. A new generation surpasses the old. Young friend, your mastery in alchemy not only eclipses your contemporaries, but also leaves even the elder alchemists in humble self-reflection. This alchemist conference has been truly spectacular." Danyao smiled faintly. "You flatter me, Ling Envoy. It is merely a trivial skill." Bai Yiping chuckled. "In comparison to your alchemical prowess, I am more curious about the elixir you have refined. By rights, the vibrant thunder only emerges during the refinement of ninth-grade elixirs." I pondered and pondered. Yet I cannot fathom which eighth-grade elixir could transcend limits to provoke such a celestial phenomenon. It is no wonder Bai Yipeng found it difficult to discern. For the Paksu pill Danyao had concocted was a familiar, yet unfamiliar entity among eighth-grade elixirs. Familiar, because this pill had been passed down since ancient times, its renown never fading. Anyone aspiring to break through the divine void realm would surely consider the Paksu pill as a shortcut. Unfamiliar, however, was the fact that although the formula for its refinement circulated on the Tianxian continent, no one had ever succeeded in its creation. Thus, the alchemical community regarded its refinement as akin to building castles in the air, nearly impossible. Once deemed impossible, it was hardly conceivable, and having never witnessed the Paksu pill, none could recognize the elixir in Danyao's hand as such. Danyao smiled softly. You will find out soon enough. Still keeping us in suspense. Bai Yiping found himself in a state of bemusement, clearing his throat before adopting a serious demeanor. In this final round, only 2 individuals have successfully completed the alchemical process, and the title of champion shall be contested between the 2 of you. Now, let us hear what each of you has concocted. He turned his gaze towards Xiang Feng. You completed your alchemy first, so you may present your findings first. At that moment, Xiang Feng remained entranced, his gaze fixed upon Dan Yao. Xiang Feng, Xiang Feng. Bai Yipeng called out several times, but Xiang Feng remained lost in his thoughts. Xiang Gongming approached from behind, tugging at his sleeve. Young master. What is it? Xiang Feng replied, bewildered. Xiang Feng, please share what potion you have crafted and its effects, Xiang Gongming urged. Noticing Xiang Feng's prolonged silence, Bai Yipeng's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, well, snapping back to reality, Xiang Feng took a deep breath and proclaimed, I have refined the esteemed Jinsui pill, a high-grade 8th-tier elixir. If consumed by a practitioner below the 5th level of the divine void, it can directly elevate their strength by 1 rank. For those who are half a step into the divine void, there is nearly a 30% chance of breaking through to the divine void realm. His tone was one of quiet pride. The complexity of this alchemical endeavor was such that even the master of the Dan Tower could not guarantee success. Had it not been for the assistance of the Qian Ding, he would have been unable to produce the Jinsui pill. Indeed, the Jinsui pill. The Qian Ding truly lives up to its title as the king of cauldrons. Remarkable indeed. Bai Yipeng remarked nonchalantly, attributing Xiang Feng's success entirely to the Qian Ding, subtly insinuating that his alchemical skills were mediocre at best, and that without the Qian Ding's fortuitous assistance, he would be nothing. Xiang Feng, clearly perceiving the underlying message in Bai Yipeng's words, felt his face flush with indignation. Dan Yao, it is now your turn. Please enlighten us regarding the elixir you have concocted. Bai Yipeng's gaze was intensely fixed on Dan Yao, eager to uncover her response. Dan Yao delicately pinched the pitch-black pill between her slender fingers, a smile gracing her lips as she stated, this elixir is called the Pasu Dan, an extraordinary pill that I have painstakingly deciphered after a century of research. Surely, everyone present has heard of it, and I believe I need not elaborate on its effects. The Pasu Dan? How is that even possible? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The mere mention of the Pasu Dan was like thunderclaps, eliciting astonished exclamations. The senior members of the Dan Tower widened their eyes in disbelief, clearly unable to accept what they had just heard. It is well known that transitioning from half a step into the divine void to the full divine void realm is one of the most formidable challenges in cultivation. Countless practitioners have been trapped at this juncture, struggling for years without success, ultimately exhausting their lifespans with unresolved regrets. For this reason, the ancient adage that the Pasu Dan can facilitate a breakthrough into the divine void has persisted through the ages, prompting many to fervently pursue its miraculous effects. However, due to the great wars of ancient times, the Pasu Dan had become lost to history, and by the time its formula resurfaced, no one had been able to refine it successfully. Over the years, countless attempts had been made, even by several 9th-tier alchemists, all of whom failed and suffered dire backlash from the pill's essence. These repeated failures not only disheartened aspiring alchemists, but also extinguished the hopes of practitioners struggling to break through the divine void realm. To them, the notion of the Pasu Dan was a mere joke, as no one could truly refine it. Any breakthrough into the divine void realm had to rely on one's own efforts. They never anticipated that Dan Yao would succeed in producing the genuine Pasu Dan. If this news were to spread, those who had been trapped at half a step into the divine void for years would surely descend into madness, risking everything to beseech Dan Yao for assistance in their alchemical endeavors. So she truly crafted the legendary Pasu Dan. No wonder it summoned the multicolored thunder of elixirs. The Pasu Dan is the most exceptional existence among 8th-tier pills, both in terms of difficulty of refinement and rarity, rivaling even 9th-tier elixirs. Indeed, the Pasu Dan's uniqueness has led many to overlook its significance, unaware that it is the most challenging and precious elixir within the 8th-tier category. The phrase the Pasu Dan can facilitate a breakthrough, the divine void realm is within reach suggests that this continent is on the cusp of monumental change. The expressions of the assembled practitioners reflected profound astonishment, both at the successful refinement of the Pasu Dan and at Dan Yao's remarkable alchemical prowess. Is it truly the Pasu Dan? The Alchemist Conference is not a venue for frivolous claims. Should one misrepresent their findings, they risk disqualification. Questioned an elder from the Dan Tower, who was friendly with Tian Lazy. Dan Yao responded with a serene smile. The fact that my potion has attracted the multicolored thunder of elixirs speaks volumes to its potency and rarity, rivaling that of a 9th-tier elixir. I ask you, aside from the P11 Dan, what other potion could achieve such a feat? As an elder of the Dan Tower, you should be more aware of this than I. The elder found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter her assertion. As Dan Yao had proclaimed, her elixir's rarity was on par with that of 9th-tier potions, and it could be tacitly accepted as a 9th-tier elixir. In contrast, Xiang Feng's Jinsui pill was merely a high-grade 8th-tier concoction. The superiority of 9th-tier elixirs over high-grade 8th-tier ones was undeniable. Even if Dan Yao had not refined the P11 Dan, the victor was already evident. There was no need for her to fabricate such a lie. The P11 Dan had never been genuinely refined by anyone, and the elder's skepticism towards this elixir was entirely understandable. The P11 Dan is right here. I invite the esteemed elders to verify it, Dan Yao declared, extending the P11 Dan toward Ling Hanfeng. Though Ling Hanfeng served as the left envoy of the Dan Tower and possessed a degree of knowledge about alchemy, he was not a master alchemist. While he could discern ordinary potions, the caliber of the P11 Dan surpassed his expertise. He briefly examined it before passing it to Bai Yiping. Upon receiving it, Bai Yiping nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to show it to several elders. The emergence of the P11 Dan shattered the long-held perceptions within the alchemical community and illuminated a new path for practitioners in the Tianxian continent seeking to break through the divine void realm. Given the significance of this matter, which pertained to the future proliferation of divine void practitioners, the elders approached the examination with utmost seriousness, meticulously scrutinizing the elixir. After thorough verification and comparison with ancient texts regarding the P11 Dan, they ultimately concluded that Dan Yao's creation indeed aligned with the legendary descriptions, confirming it as the genuine P11 Dan. The P11 Dan is real. Xiang Feng's voice trembled with disbelief as he gazed at Dan Yao, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. He had presumed that his refinement of the Jinsui pill would guarantee his victory in this alchemist conference, especially since no young alchemist had previously surpassed 8th-tier potions, let alone the high-difficulty Jinsui pill. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that there would be someone within the younger generation capable of surpassing him. As he grappled with feelings of anger, helplessness, and surprise, the emergence of the P11 Dan signified that the champion would belong to another, leaving him bereft of glory. Had it been anyone else who claimed victory, he would have schemed to retaliate, ensuring that their triumph would be met with dire consequences. Yet, the one who overshadowed him was none other than Dan Yao. Such a beautiful person, with just a single glance, could ensnare his very soul, making him willing to surrender his life for her. How could he ever bear to seek revenge against her? Ling Hanfeng scanned the crowd with a smile and said, "The P11 Dan and the Jinsui Dan are both 8th-tier high-grade elixirs, but as for which is superior, I need not elaborate, for I trust everyone is well aware." The audience nodded in silent agreement. Of course they understood. How could they not? The difficulty of refining the P11 Dan and its efficacy were certainly not inferior to those of 9th-tier elixirs. If one were to place a genuine 9th-tier elixir alongside a P11 Dan for selection, the vast majority would undoubtedly choose the latter. This is because the P11 Dan could forge a powerful being within the divine void realm. The rise of a single individual to greatness could elevate an entire faction, revitalize a family. This is something no other elixir, save for the legendary 10th-tier divine elixirs, could achieve. While the Jinsui Dan is indeed exceptionally precious and difficult to procure, it pales in comparison when juxtaposed with the P11 Dan. In light of this, I hereby represent the Tower Master in solemnly declaring the champion of the 999th Alchemist Conference. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ling Hanfeng, with an excited heart and trembling finger, pointed at Danyao. "She is the one, Danyao." As his words fell, a wave of shock rippled through the audience, plunging them into a moment of stunned silence. Then, like a drop of water splashing into a hot oil pan, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. "Danyao! Danyao! Danyao! Champion! Champion! Champion!" The applause thundered, with cheers and screams rising like a tidal wave. Everyone was swept up in this fervent emotion, standing to shout at the top of their lungs. The scene mirrored that of fervent fans celebrating their idol's film award, overflowing with joy. It was simply extraordinary, exhilarating. The Alchemist Tower had hosted countless alchemist conferences, yet the brilliance of this particular event was unparalleled. Dan Yao, the elixir, truly lived up to her name, as it resonated with her innate talent as an alchemist. It was a spectacle to behold, utterly remarkable, a journey worth undertaking. The crowd cheered, oblivious to everything else. They only knew that this alchemist conference had been graced by a woman named Dan Yao, who had bestowed upon them countless surprises. From the very beginning of the alchemy, A series of thrilling events unfolded, delivering shock after shock. Each unexpected twist escalated their adrenaline to its peak. Among the seasoned onlookers, many had witnessed more than 10 alchemist conferences, yet none had ever experienced such stimulation and astonishment. This year's alchemist conference had reached unprecedented heights, both in participation and the caliber of the alchemists. While one cannot say there will never be a successor, it is certainly without precedent. Furthermore, this alchemist conference shattered gender barriers. Due to the unique cultivation methods of alchemists, the field has historically been male-dominated. Since the inception of the alchemist conference, every champion had been male, making the title synonymous with male alchemists. Dan Yao's victorious ascent not only shattered records, but also marked a historical moment, showcasing that women could not only be alchemists but excel without comparison to their male counterparts. From this moment onward, Dan Yao's name would resonate throughout the central domain and across the continent, becoming an object of admiration, reverence, and adoration for countless youths. Haha, I knew she would succeed. Who says women are inferior to men? My disciple from the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace is truly remarkable. As she observed the adoring and astonished gazes around her, Pan Yushuang felt as if she had just savored an ice-cold drink on a scorching day, her spirit uplifted. The Xianxiaaudiobooks palace had not produced an alchemist for years due to its chilling cultivation methods. So Danyao's victory at the alchemist conference undoubtedly brought great honor to the palace. How could she not be overjoyed? Little Ant has won. Linger, did you see? Little Ant has triumphed. Qiming exclaimed, brimming with joy like a jubilant groundhog. Yes, she has. Shui Ling nodded slightly, her smile radiant as the dawn. Senior sister, you are truly exceptional, bringing honor to us female cultivators. In matters of the world, there are always those who rejoice and those who lament. While Danyao's victory should have cast a shadow over the other competitors at this moment, Murong Yuan and Xiang Feng were instead caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions, both anger and elation, especially when they witnessed Ling Hanfeng declare Dan Yao the champion. Her radiant smile captivating all. That smile was as luminous as light reflecting off snow, akin to the first bloom of rare flowers, striking straight to the heart, leaving one utterly enchanted. The resentment and unwillingness of having lost the championship dissipated like mist in Dan Yao's presence. Yet, within Xiang Feng's heart, a simmering frustration remained, demanding an outlet. He cast a fierce glare at Murong Yuan and, with a pallid visage, commanded Xiang Gongming, eliminate this brat. He had lost face in this alchemist conference. And besides Dan Yao, Murong Yuan had also dealt him a humiliating blow. While he could not bear to retaliate against Dan Yao, he could certainly take out his frustrations on Murong Yuan. He had not forgotten how Murong Yuan had mocked and ambushed him earlier. Yes, Xiang Gongming sprang into action, his formidable spiritual power instantly locking onto Murong Yuan. You, a mere leader of the Wandu sect, dare to offend my dignity? I must say, your audacity is remarkable. Murong Yuan, facing an opponent 2 realms above him, merely smiled faintly. What is this? You have yet to witness my true capabilities. Perhaps I shall demonstrate them another day. Another day? Xiang Gongming chuckled coldly. I doubt you will see that day. Oh, is that so? Murong Yuan raised an eyebrow, disdain evident. Then I shall put it to the test. Enough of your nonsense. Kneel and apologize to young Master Xiang Feng, then end your own life. And I might grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, your blood shall stain this ground. Xiang Gongming barked fiercely. Murong Yuan sneered, not even glancing his way. Just an old dog, barking at me. How absurd. With your meager skills, you cannot harm me. Xiang Gongming was infuriated. You brat. On the brink of death, you dare to insult me? I shall ensure you have no resting place. With a flicker of his form, he conjured several afterimages, unleashing a terrifying force of the 7th realm of divine void from his palm, striking down upon Murong Yuan. The spectators, witnessing the might of his attack, were certain that Murong Yuan was doomed. Yet, Danyao could see that he would not fall here. After all, she had once teamed up with Xiang Yang to block Murong Yuan's path, only to let him escape. The scene before her was almost identical to that fateful moment. As Dan Yao had anticipated, Xiang Gongming's strike met Murong Yuan as if it were an empty void, passing through him without inflicting a single wound, instead leaving a massive crater in the carefully constructed platform of the alchemist tower. What? He emerged unscathed? The sight left not only Xiang Feng and Xiang Gongming but also the others present, aside from Dan Yao, in disbelief. A 7th realm divine void expert wielded immense power. Even a peer of equal standing would need to tread carefully. Yet, Murong Yuan, having only just broken through to the 5th realm of divine void, had taken Xiang Gongming's blow without flinching, emerging completely unharmed. Truly a spectacle beyond comprehension. I have already told you, you cannot harm me. Murong Yuan smiled gently, a peculiar smirk playing at the corners of his lips. It was apparent that Murong Yuan, anticipating the outcome. Understood that once the champion was declared and the alchemist conference concluded, Xiang Feng, with his narrow-mindedness and vengeful spirit, would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Thus, seizing the moment when Dan Yao successfully concocted the break void pill and summoned the vibrant pill thunder, diverting everyone's attention, he discreetly employed the sea mirage technique to shift his true form away. Chapter 1741. The demand for the Kun Ding once more. The sea mirage technique is one of the 9 methods recorded in the heavenly sorrow and earthly misery soul-locking technique, possessing extraordinary and profound capabilities. Even in his earlier days as a celestial monarch, he had evaded the lethal attempt by Dan Yao and Xiang Yang using this technique. Now, having repeatedly broken through to attain a spiritual power at the 5th level of the divine void realm, he had elevated the sea mirage technique to an inconceivable level. Mastering this technique, not only could Xiang Gongming, a formidable figure in the 7th level of the divine void realm, struggle to eliminate Murong Yuan, but even Xiang Banshan, a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 9th level, would find it a daunting task. Xiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you possibly ignore Xiang Gongming's attack? Murong Yuan chuckled softly. In this world, impossibilities abound. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the universe? You scoundrel! Being insulted as a frog at the bottom of a well, Xiang Feng trembled with rage, wishing he could tear Murong Yuan apart. Enough! I tire of playing with you. Farewell. As Murong Yuan was enveloped in a billowing black mist, he vanished in an instant. The bizarre manner of his escape sent shivers down the spines of many, leaving them to ponder what kind of sinister technique he had mastered to become so eerily elusive. Damn it! This time you lucked out, but should our paths cross again, I will ensure you are left with no means to survive or die. Xiang Feng, having lost face once more as Murong Yuan fled, could only resort to empty threats to salvage his dignity. Little did he know that fate had already decreed his words would become prophetic, for it would not be Murong Yuan who would suffer such a fate, but Xiang Feng himself. Boom. At that moment, the Qian Ding emitted a dull thud. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld the Qian Ding igniting with blazing crimson flames, gradually materializing into a clean and refined young man clad in silk. Well then, the alchemist conference has concluded, and certain accounts must now be settled. Qian Yang spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, his smile as pure as a pristine spring. Dan Yao's heart skipped a beat, her eyes brimming with intense caution. After their encounter the previous night, she was acutely aware that this youth was a powerhouse at the 9th level of the divine void realm. Moreover, given his unique physique, even the Shuepa sword could not inflict any damage upon him. The consequences of a confrontation would be unthinkable. However, in the affairs of the world, good fortune often eludes while misfortune finds its mark. Just as Dan Yao felt a sense of foreboding rising within her, Qian Yang thundered at her. You little girl. Come forth. Simultaneously, Qian Yang extended a fiery claw, tearing through the air and lunging directly at Dan Yao. Damn it! Dan Yao's expression darkened. After the previous night's tumult, she was now faced with yet another life-threatening situation. As she swiftly executed the snow-step technique to evade, she raised the Shuepa sword and struck fiercely. The icy sword energy collided with the fiery claw, instantly dissipated by the intense heat emanating from the claw. Yet, the sword's interruption allowed Dan Yao to narrowly avoid the attack. Your Excellency, Dan Yao has already secured the title of champion at the Alchemist Conference. According to the rules of the Dan Tower, anyone who becomes the champion automatically assumes the status of an elder. Are you intending to make an enemy of our Dan Tower? Seeing Qian Yang launch an attack on Dan Yao without any prior warning, Ling Hanfeng, by Yipeng, and others changed countenance, hastily speaking out. Others may fear your Dan Tower, but I do not. The Kun Ding that this girl possesses is half of my being, and I will reclaim it at all costs. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall meet their demise, including the Dan Tower. Qian Yang retorted coldly. The Kun Ding? Chapter 1742. The Revelation of the Kun Ding. Ling Hanfeng's expression shifted once more. The legendary Kun Ding is in her possession? This sudden turn of events left those present momentarily at a loss. Wasn't Dan Yao using the Xuanhua Liuli Ding for alchemy? How did the Kun Ding suddenly come into play? Suppressing her inner turmoil, Dan Yao replied coolly. What Kun Ding? I have no idea what you're talking about. Still daring to quibble? Hand it over. Xian Yang's gaze was sharp as a blade, scrutinizing Dan Yao. The Kun Ding is a part of me. How audacious of you to attempt to hoard it. Not only have you hoarded it, but you also dare to deny it after I discovered the truth? Pan Yushuang stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Dan Yao, furrowing her brow at Xian Yang. Did you not investigate this matter thoroughly last night? Dan Yao's ability to concoct pills stems from her mastery of a technique that reverses yin and yang, unrelated to the Kun Ding. Do you not think you are being excessive in pursuing this matter? while it may have been a manifestation of your divine artifact, imperishable and indestructible. Do not assume that the disciples of the immortal water palace are easy prey. Should you continue this reckless behavior, I will certainly summon the palace master to completely freeze you. Humph, you think you can freeze me? That old crone, Cold Star, lacks the capability. Xian Yang scoffed repeatedly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Dan Yao. Your clever use of the ice extreme fire transformation technique to conceal the Kun Ding's existence is indeed impressive. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely fallen for your deceitful words. Unfortunately, you overlooked one crucial detail. Dan Yao paused in confusion. What detail? That detail is, I am not merely the owner of the Qian Ding. I am the Qian Ding itself. The secret of the Qian Kun Justice Ding is known only to the one who created me. No one understands it better than I do myself. Once the Kun Ding separated from my body, the unique and exceptionally Yin energy it contained not only aids female cultivators in mastering Yin cold techniques to become alchemists, but also inadvertently nourishes the user's spiritual power during the refining process, helping to purify their inherent spiritual essence. If, as you claim, the Kun Ding is not in your possession, how could your spiritual power carry the aura of the Kun Ding? Dan Yao was rendered speechless, her expression paling. The aura of the Kun Ding? How could that be? Xian Yang continued, you need not deny it anymore. The aura of the Kun Ding is remarkably peculiar, subtly influencing without a sound. Aside from me, the Qian Ding, which shares its roots with it, no one else can detect it. When I released the balancing power during the alchemical process, it was not solely to disrupt your group's refining, but also to maximize the activation of your energy, discerning the imperceptible aura of the Kun Ding from your spiritual fluctuations. Indeed, I was correct. The Kun Ding has truly fallen into your hands. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's exquisite face gradually turned pale as snow. She had intended to harness the power of the Qian Ding to stimulate her ice soul technique and resist the seven-colored pill thunder. But she had not anticipated that the cunning Qian Ding would, in turn, analyze the whereabouts of the Kun Ding through her own spiritual power. Truly, a strategy that was impossible to guard against. Xian Yang chuckled. No matter how cunning you may be, you could never have anticipated that the Kun Ding also possesses the ability to purify the user's spiritual energy. This very aspect has completely betrayed you. At this juncture, his red and blue eyes turned icy. Hand over the Kun Ding, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your sacrificial date. Dan Yao resolutely rejected. Never. Chapter 1743. It's over. It's game over. Almost instinctively, Dan Yao raised the Shuepa sword and lunged at Xian Yang. You refuse to drink the wine offered and instead choose punishment. Xian Yang sneered, his finger lightly pointing, and immediately a surge of crimson flames erupted, crashing violently against the Shuepa sword. Dan Yao let out a muffled groan, staggering backwards several dozen steps, nearly losing her grip on the sword. Xian Yang flicked his fingers and remarked with a nonchalant demeanor, the Shuepa sword is unmatched in sharpness, rivaling my ancient divine weapon. Unfortunately, your cultivation is insufficient to fully unleash its potential. I advise you to obediently surrender the Kun Ding. Otherwise, you shall not relish the consequences. Dan Yao, flee at once. Do not allow him to seize the Kun Ding. Should he merge the Qian and Kun Dings, it would spell disaster, bloodshed, and suffering for all. Pan Yushuang interjected, stepping protectively in front of Dan Yao. The Qian Ding had assumed a humanoid form, its power reaching the 9th level of the divine void realm. If he were to truly merge the Qian and Kun Dings into the authentic Qian Kun public Dings, the ramifications would be utterly unimaginable. The leader of the immortal water palace had repeatedly warned that the Qian Kun public Ding harbored the secrets to transcending into the divine pharmacist. The day the dual Dings merged would mark the resurgence of those secrets. A divine pharmacist possesses not only the prowess of a transcendent immortal, but also incredible alchemical abilities. Should this fiend become a divine pharmacist, the entire Tianxian continent would descend into a hellish nightmare. How dare a mere 7th level of the divine void obstruct me? Very well, I shall take my revenge for the injuries inflicted by that old hag, Han Xing, by eliminating you today. I will deal with the immortal water palace another day. Before Qian Yang could finish his words, he vanished in a flash, launching a powerful palm strike toward Pan Yushuang. Stop him, Ling Hanfeng shouted. The immortal water palace and the Dan Tower share a close bond. Dan Yao is not merely a disciple of the immortal water palace, but has also emerged as the champion of the alchemist conference, becoming an elder of the Dan Tower. He could not bear to witness Qian Yang's malevolent intentions against them. He exchanged a swift glance with Bai Yipeng and then dashed to Pan Yushuang's side, both of them countering Qian Yang's strike in unison. Humph, overestimating yourselves. Qian Yang scoffed, a torrent of crimson flames surging from within him, sweeping forth with ferocity. Boom. Before Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng could intervene, They were engulfed by the flames, their robes tattered, and their beards singed several inches, their faces reflecting sheer horror. However, this display of power did not dissuade them. Both men channeled their strength into Pan Xuan. The combined might of 3 divine Void Realm Masters barely managed to deflect Qian Yang's palm strike, yet they were still left reeling, their internal energies tumultuous. Dan Yao, observing from the sidelines, felt the force emanating from Qian Yang akin to a volcanic eruption or a surging tide, far beyond their reach. "It's over, we're done for." Dan Yao gasped, discreetly sending a message to Qi Ming and Shui Ling. "This fellow is after me. If an opportunity arises, you two must flee immediately. As far away as possible, and do not concern yourselves with my safety. You 3 old geezers, your cultivation is commendable. To combine your strengths and withstand my palm strike is no small feat, however. If you think that will suffice to protect that girl, you greatly underestimate me." Qian Yang sneered. Ling Hanfeng, his countenance darkened, replied, "Qian Ding, do not think your strength at the 9th level of the Divine Void grants you free reign in the Dan Tower. My master has also transcended to the 9th level of the Divine Void. Should he take action, utilizing the 3-eyed treasure Ding to activate the Divine Pharmacist's Grand Formation, you shall find it impossible to escape, along with your companions, Xiangfeng, Xianggongming, and Xianggua." Chapter 1744, The Divine Pharmacist's Grand Formation. Qian Yang merely chuckled. "Are you attempting to intimidate me? Do you think I would be afraid? If we were within the Dan Tower, I might indeed feel a twinge of fear. But here in the Divine Pharmacist's Square, can your deceased master extend his hand into this realm?" Ling Hanfeng was taken aback. You know?" Qian Yang nodded. "Indeed, I am aware of everything, including the reason your Dan Tower's master has remained hidden for so many years. Thus, I strongly advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or I shall eliminate you all." Ling Hanfeng hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene. After all, the Qian Ding, now in its youthful form, was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the combined might of the Dan Tower's experts would struggle against him. Bai Yipeng interjected, "Left envoy. Dan Yao's alchemical talent is extraordinarily rare. The old Tower Master has long awaited a young genius to ascend to the 13th level of the Divine Pharmacist Tower. If anything were to happen to her, it would not only be a significant loss for the alchemical realm, but also a tremendous blow to our Dan Tower. We cannot afford to betray the old Tower Master's trust out of fear for our lives." Ling Hanfeng nodded vigorously. "You are right. Dan Yao is the last hope of our master, even if it costs our lives today. We must ensure her safety and prevent the Kun Ding from falling into his hands. Otherwise, all will be lost." With that, Ling Hanfeng's form quaked, unleashing the terrifying aura of the 8th level of the Divine Void. The oppressive force compelled many powerful beings present to lower their heads in submission. Truly, he was a peerless genius endowed with a pure yang body, and his cultivation was impressive, surpassing even that brute, Xiang Yuanshan. Yet, he still seemed somewhat naive in thinking he could contend with me. Qian Yang mused, a grin of approval on his face, his red and blue eyes glimmering with an ominous light, inducing shivers in those who gazed upon him. Naive or not, we shall see after the battle. Ling Hanfeng stood resolute, taking a deep breath, and proclaimed loudly, "Elders, heed my command. In the name of the Tower Master, I hereby activate the Divine Pharmacist's Grand Formation." At these words, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all within the Dan Tower. The Divine Pharmacist's Grand Formation, a protective array bequeathed by the ancient founder of the Dan Tower, the legendary Divine Pharmacist Danyao, lay deep beneath the Divine Pharmacist's Square. Throughout the Dan Tower's history, whenever faced with peril, it was the successive Tower Masters who activated this formation to turn the tide. Nearly 200,000 years had passed since the last activation of the Divine Pharmacist's Grand Formation. Thus, it was clear how formidable the youth transformed from the Qian Ding must be. Boom. The elders of the Dan Tower simultaneously exhaled a surge of pure yang fire, which then coalesced into a fiery line, plunging into the depths of the earth. Instantly, the square trembled, the ground quaked, and crimson pillars of light erupted from the soil, intertwining in the air to form a colossal alchemical cauldron. As the formation took shape, the once bright red Dan Tower dimmed, transforming into a dark, imposing structure, while the energy contained within the tower began to flow ceaselessly into the Divine Pharmacist's Square. "Such a powerful formation," Danyao remarked, standing within the array and gazing up at the immense alchemical cauldron above. This Divine Pharmacist's Grand Formation bore striking resemblance to the protective array activated by Bai Yipeng to summon the Dan Thunder during her certification as an 8th grade alchemist at the Spirit Medicine Hall. However, while both formations served similar purposes, their powers were incomparable. The might of this Divine Pharmacist's Grand Formation far surpassed that of the Spirit Medicine Hall's protective array by more than 100-fold. Chapter 1745, Unexpected Betrayal. Pan Yushuang's expression turned grave as she remarked, "Who would have thought that the divine pharmacist's grand formation, which lay dormant for nearly 200,000 years, would one day be reactivated? Dan Yao, we owe a significant debt to protect the Kun Ding this time." Dan Yao murmured, "Indeed, we owe a substantial debt. Yet we have no other choice. We can only devise a plan to repay it once we escape." After a brief pause, she inquired, "Can this grand formation contain him?" Pan Yushuang responded, "It should be able to. The palace master has mentioned on multiple occasions the unparalleled might of the Dan Tower's divine pharmacist's grand formation, a masterpiece left by the tower's founder, imbued with a trace of the divine pharmacist's power. Even a 9th-level divine void expert would find themselves at a disadvantage against it." She continued, 200,000 years ago, a supremely wicked individual skilled in crafting poisonous pills emerged in the central region. Discontent with the Dan Tower's use of spiritual pills to save lives, he conspired with dozens of evil cultivators, forming a blood pact to assault the Dan Tower. All of them perished beneath the power of the divine pharmacist's grand formation. These were some of the mightiest cultivators in the central region, including 3 at the 8th level of the divine void and 5 at the 7th level, none of whom escaped the annihilating force of the grand formation. 3 at the 8th level of the divine void, 5 at the 7th level? Upon hearing this, Dan Yao swallowed hard, her throat dry. The formidable assembly of warriors, engaging in a collective assault against a formidable adversary at the 9th level of the divine void, should have ensured at least a safe retreat, even if victory eluded them. Yet, astonishingly, none emerged alive. The apothecary god's formation is indeed terrifying, isn't it? As Danyao contemplated this, she realized that if the apothecary god's formation were not sufficiently powerful, how could it have sustained the Pill Tower's unwavering presence until now? The apothecary god's formation possesses remarkable capabilities, indeed. Xian Yang gazed at the massive cauldron in the sky, infused with the terrifying power of the apothecary god, and spoke in a grave tone. Ling Hanfeng admonished, "Since you comprehend its might, it would be prudent to withdraw swiftly to avoid unnecessary conflict." However, Xian Yang merely chuckled. The apothecary god's formation is undeniably potent. Should the likes of the Cold Star Immortal from the Immortal Water Palace or the patriarch of the Xiang clan, Xiang Banshan, find themselves ensnared within this array, they too would suffer greatly. Yet, let us not forget, the one who crafted me is also an apothecary god. The paths of the Tao are myriad, yet all methods converge into one. The techniques among apothecary gods are akin. This grand formation may confine others, but it cannot ensnare me. As he spoke, Qian Yang extended a finger enveloped in crimson flames and swiftly pointed. This gesture, seemingly unremarkable, was suffused with extraordinary apothecary runes, unleashing the terrifying power of Qian Yang in an explosive burst. Boom! Upon striking the colossal cauldron, mountains shattered, and the sun and moon were obscured, as an eruption of crimson light ascended into the sky, exploding in dazzling brilliance. How could this be? Witnessing Qian Yang's singular gesture shake the very foundation of the apothecary god's formation left Ling Hanfeng and his companions utterly aghast. It was not due to their inadequacy or the formation's insufficiency. Rather, Qian Yang's essence was unique, being the divine cauldron crafted by the female apothecary god, making its origin strikingly similar to that of the apothecary god's formation. It was akin to how other creatures fear venomous snakes, yet those of the same species remain unafraid, for their venom is identical. Haha, you cannot defeat me. I shall reiterate, surrender the Kun Ding, and I shall spare your lives. Should you dare to resist further, I shall. Qian Yang boasted with great pride, only to suddenly feel a chill envelop him, followed by an excruciating pain in his lower abdomen. Upon looking down, he was horrified to see a transparent, ice-like a needle embedded in his belly. Even more incredulous was the realization that the one who struck was none other than Xiang Feng. Chapter 1746, The Appearance of Xiang Yang. This turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Even for Qian Yang, the king of divine artifacts, with defenses deemed invincible, it was unfathomable that Xiang Feng, who had just collaborated seamlessly in alchemy, would launch a surprise attack. The onlookers at the apothecary square were equally stunned by this unforeseen occurrence. Danyao, having caught a glimpse of Xiang Feng's resemblance to Xiang Yang during the alchemical process, was momentarily shocked but quickly surmised the truth. The others, unaware of the underlying reasons, could only watch in bewilderment as Xiang Feng suddenly thrust the long needle into Qian Yang's abdomen, evidently intent on ending his life, leaving them puzzled as to his motives. Xiang Gongming and Xiang Gongjue widened their eyes in disbelief. "Young master, how could you strike against Lord Qian Yang? Have you lost your senses?" Xiang Feng's face twisted in a cruel grin, relishing in the chaos. "You dare!" Qian Yang, consumed by rage, unleashed a powerful palm strike against Xiang Feng's chest. With a pained scream, Xiang Feng was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Following that strike, Qian Yang himself staggered, retreating several steps, barely able to keep his footing amidst the pain. Young master, Xiang Gongming and Xiang Gongjue exclaimed, rushing to assist Xiang Yang. Do not approach. He is not Xiang Feng. Beware of a potential ambush from this scoundrel. Qian Yang, grimacing in pain, urgently warned. Upon hearing this, they halted. Astonished, he is not the young master? How can this be? Just as they were about to inquire further, Xiang Feng chuckled darkly. As expected of the divine artifact forged by the female apothecary god, your discerning eye is impressive, capable of perceiving that I am not Xiang Feng. Alas, your understanding comes too late. As Xiang Feng, bloodied from the impact, gradually rose from the ground, enveloped in a crimson glow, fiery tendrils erupted from his hair, intertwining to form a towering red figure. It's you? So it is you, Xiang Gongming exclaimed, fury igniting his features. Such a cunning wretch. Daring to use this tactic to ambush Lord Qian. You possess immense audacity. Xiang Gongjue echoed, equally astonished and angry, surveying their incredulous expressions. It was clear that this figure was none other than the long-missing Xiang Yang. Ahua, is it truly you? Dan Yao exclaimed with a mixture of joy and disbelief. Xiang Yang, clad in the familiar red attire of her memories, smiled gently at Dan Yao. It is I, Yao. It has been a long time. You. The two, separated for over 2 decades, had countless words to share. Yet, upon their sudden reunion, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their gazes locked in a moment of profound silence. Master! Master! Qiming's shout shattered their reverie. Xiang Yang turned to him with a smile. You've grown quite robust over the years, my boy. Qiming chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Dan Yao was about to inquire how Xiang Yang came to be there, or what he was concealing within Xiang Feng, when Qian Yang interjected. His voice hoarse. The Shumi Naji Zi, a unique divine ability of the former fire feather evil god, who perished in ancient times without leaving an heir. Where did you learn such a technique? Xiang Yang replied with a smile. Why should I disclose that to you? Who are you to me? Chapter 1747, Playing in the Shadows. You. Qian Yang's fury surged. You insolent wretch, how dare you ambush me? I am a divine artifact, invulnerable. Even a divine weapon like the Snow Soul sword cannot harm me. How did you accomplish this? He gazed incredulously at the amane needle protruding from his abdomen. Unable to fathom how such a trivial object could inflict harm upon him, Xiang Yang responded with gravity. In this world, all things are interdependent and counterbalancing. Though you are a divine artifact, you lack half of your origin, leaving a flaw exposed. After careful observation, I discerned your weakness and struck at your most vulnerable point. How could you possibly withstand it? Qian Yang managed a bitter smile. So you concealed yourself within Xiang Feng merely to uncover my weakness, preparing to deliver a devastating blow at the opportune moment. Truly, a clever stratagem. Xiang Yang, you audacious scoundrel. Daring to attach yourself to me and use me to ambush Lord Qian Yang. How reckless. Xiang Feng, dazed from Qian Yang's strike, remained oblivious to the unfolding events until he grasped that he was merely a vessel for Xiang Yang's machinations, inciting his fury to a boiling point. Xiang Yang paid him no mind, treating him as a barking dog. Xiang Gongming's gaze turned steely as he glared at Xiang Yang. So you have been hiding within the young master all along. No wonder our efforts to ensnare you over the years proved futile. Xiang Yang chuckled. The most perilous places are often the safest. You scoured the land with a net, never suspecting that I was right beneath your noses. How do you find my little game of shadows? Despicable. Shameless. Xiang Feng spat vehemently. Despicable? Xiang Yang replied with a light laugh. When it comes to treachery, I cannot hold a candle to your revered ancestor. That old rogue has brought me a lifetime of suffering, causing the death of my parents. I merely return a fraction of the pain you inflicted upon me. He paused momentarily, then chuckled. Moreover, to deal with you ravenous fiends who devour without a trace, if one does not resort to the most insidious and ruthless means. How can one retaliate with poison to make you pay the price? You dare to insult me, Grandfather Xian, as an old thief? Xiang Feng, unable to contain his fury, shouted. Xiang Gongming, seize this brat for me. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. At once, Xiang Gongming's figure flickered, and his palm struck fiercely towards Xiang Yang. What skill is it to bully the younger generation? Your opponent is me. Seeing that Xiang Yang had heavily injured Qian Yang, rendering him unable to use his primal power to break the apothecary god array, Ling Hanfeng could not bear to watch him perish at the hands of Xiang Gongming. As soon as Xiang Feng commanded Xiang Gongming, Ling Hanfeng followed suit. The two palms collided, producing a sizzling sound of spiritual energy. Xiang Gongming was a powerhouse of the 7th layer of Divine Void, while Ling Hanfeng had firmly entered the 8th layer of Divine Void thousands of years prior. Each elevation in the Divine Void realm exponentially amplifies one's strength. How could Xiang Gongming possibly match Ling Hanfeng? With a thunderous bang, Xiang Gongming spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Ling Hanfeng glared at Qian Yang and said sternly, Qian Ding, do you still wish to fight? Xian Yang's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, grinding his teeth in hatred. We shall retreat. The amain needle embedded in his body had grievously harmed his foundation. Chapter 1748. Yao, I miss you. At present, his spiritual power was merely 1/3 of its peak. If they continued to entangle in battle, there would be no escape from dire consequences. Xiang Feng called out, Lord Qian Yang, we retreat. Qian Yang's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. An overwhelming inferno surged around him, enveloping Xiang Feng, Xiang Gongming, and Xiang Gua in an instant. When the flames subsided, the four had torn through space, vanishing without a trace. Dan Yao watched this scene, both shaken and astonished. She had anticipated a fierce bloodbath within the apothecary god array against the three formidable members of the Xiang clan. After all, Qian Yang was the most powerful entity in this realm, and contending with him was far more formidable than facing Xiang Gongzhan in the spatial passage. Dan Yao had prepared for the worst, never expecting that Xiang Yang would suddenly strike, delivering a devastating blow to Qian Yang, thus averting a grueling and bloody battle. With the departure of the Xiang clan, the apothecary conference concluded spectacularly and perilously, ultimately without calamity. Dan Yao's alchemical prowess and breathtaking beauty spread to every corner of the Tianshan continent as the various cultivators departed. Due to the earlier clash with Qian Yang and the activation of the apothecary god array, the many powerful figures from the Dan Tower, including Pan Yuxuan, had exhausted a significant amount of their vital energy. Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping advised Dan Yao and the others to rest for the night, planning to challenge the apothecary tower the following day. Dan Yao, Xiang Yang, Shui Ling, and Qi Ming returned to their quarters. Shui Ling and Qi Ming discerned the abundance of words between Xiang Yang and Dan Yao and, not wishing to intrude, quietly withdrew, ensuring to close the door behind them. In the room, silence enveloped them. The two gazed at each other, neither uttering a word, simply observing one another as emotions stirred within their eyes. Finally, Xiang Yang could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward and enveloped Dan Yao in a fierce embrace. They say that one day apart feels like 3 autumns. After being separated for over 20 years, through countless days and nights, the torment was profound. At this moment, no one could fathom the depth of Xiang Yang's longing for Dan Yao, had it not been for the Xiang clan's astonishing scheme. Forcing him to lurk and investigate, he would have rushed to her side long ago. His arms tightened around Dan Yao's slender waist, as if to fuse her into his very being, squeezing her tightly enough to cause her pain. Dan Yao, held in his fierce embrace, felt a tumult of emotions. After a long while, Xiang Yang reluctantly released her. Yao, I miss you. 1,000 words swelled within him, but could only manifest as that simple phrase. I miss you too. Dan Yao was not one to indulge in pretense. Affection is affection. Longing is longing, and there was no need for coyness. It was all that old dog Xiang Gongzhan's fault. Had he not ambushed them in the spatial passage, they wouldn't have been separated for so many years. When I have the opportunity, I shall surely slay that old dog, Xiang Yang declared with bitterness. I too. Both new grievances and old debts must be settled in one go. I attended the apothecary conference to obtain the treasured Dan Pu from the Dan Tower, to break through to the divine void realm. Once my skills are perfected, let us see how I deal with those people. Dan Yao recalled the years of relentless persecution by the Xiang clan, her heart ablaze with a desire for retribution, eager to repay them tenfold once she achieved the divine void realm. After so many years apart, I have not been idle. Besides cultivating, I have acquired many valuable items. This is what I have prepared for you. Chapter 1749, The Apothecary Scroll. Dan Yao retrieved a delicate, small jade box from her spatial ring and handed it to Xiang Yang. Yao, thank you. Xiang Yang did not care what the jade box contained, but the feeling of being cherished by his beloved was indescribably delightful. Go ahead and open it, Dan Yao urged. All right, Xiang Yang replied, slowly opening the jade box. Even though he knew Dan Yao was wealthy and possessed a multitude of treasures, he was still taken aback by what lay within the box. The Pasu Dan, the Ling Ming Jade Marrow. Xiang Yang's breath quickened. As a living encyclopedia, he was well aware of the immense value of these 2 items. He had thought that Dan Yao had concocted the Pasu Dan during the apothecary conference and won the championship merely by gathering the necessary ingredients. Little did he know that she had prepared everything well in advance. Both the Pasu Dan and the Ling Ming Jade Marrow were coveted treasures long sought after by countless cultivators. For an ordinary person, acquiring even one of them is an arduous task. The fact that Yao had prepared 2 for him showed her deep consideration. Yao, you should keep it. I have another one. Looking into Dan Yao's insistent eyes, Xiang Yang smiled. Very well. He too craved power. The Pisu Dan could assist him in breaking through to the divine void realm, while the Ling Ming Jade Marrow could eliminate the side effects of the medicine, allowing the potency of the Pisu Dan to be fully realized. With these two treasures, his ascent into the divine void realm was nearly assured. Dan Yao, I have also prepared some good things for you. Xiang Yang, as if presenting a treasure, took out a yellow scroll with crimson edges from his ring and placed it in Dan Yao's hands. Dan Yao examined it intently and asked curiously, "What is this?" Xiang Yang replied, "This is something I retrieved from the Xiang clan's treasury. It is a relic from the ancestors of the Xiang clan, obtained from an ancient family possessing the apothecary god's legacy. This scroll contains countless alchemical secrets. While it may not be as profound as the Fire Dan Divine Scroll in theoretical systems, it can be a stepping stone for you. Should you wish to become an apothecary god in the future, this item should greatly aid you. The Feathering Realm is the pinnacle of cultivation in the Tianxian continent. The 10th grade apothecary god, above the 9th grade apothecary sage, is the ultimate dream of every alchemist. Unlike the grading system for alchemists, which requires both cultivation and alchemical skill to progress, the 10th grade apothecary god is not bound by cultivation levels. As long as a 9th grade apothecary sage can comprehend the mysteries of the apothecary god, they can ascend to that realm and achieve immortality. The path is simple. All rivers converge, ultimately forming one sea. If the 9th grade medicine sage can transcend to the realm of the medicine god, they would be able to merge their divine power with the heavens and earth, absorbing the essence of the Tao and breaking free from the shackles of cultivation, thus achieving immortality and freedom. In other words, once one attains the status of a medicine god, they can conversely draw upon the essence of the world to break through to the ascendant realm. Xiang Yang is aware that Dan Yao's alchemical skills have reached an unparalleled pinnacle. However, there remains a significant gap to the realm of the medicine god. This scroll, which contains countless secrets of alchemy, may not grant her divinity, but it will certainly narrow the distance and further enhance her alchemical abilities. "Ah, thank you," Dan Yao said emotionally. The scroll left behind by the medicine god must hold extraordinary significance. Once acquired, who wouldn't cherish it as a treasure, passing it down through generations? Chapter 1750. Almost forgot the important matter. Xiang Yang took this item from the Xiang clan's treasury, undoubtedly risking considerable danger. "Between us, there's no need for formality." Xiang Yang gently tapped Dan Yao's forehead. The two sat on the edge of the bed, with Dan Yao resting her head on Xiang Yang's shoulder. During this period, she had been preoccupied in preparation for the alchemist conference, and the pressure from the transformed Qian Ding had weighed heavily upon her. She felt utterly exhausted, more so than ever before. Fortunately, at this moment, she had a shoulder to lean on, allowing her to finally rest. The presence of a beautiful companion filled the air with a subtle fragrance. Xiang Yang, being a spirited young man, found it difficult to resist. His youthful vitality surged, and he could not help but wrap his arms around Dan Yao's waist, as if wishing to merge her into himself. Dan Yao, with her keen perception, noticed Xiang Yang's increasingly rapid breaths and understood the implications. The mutual affection between them naturally led to the possibility of something more, especially in such an intimate moment. As a soul from the modern world, Dan Yao was unencumbered by the constraints of ancient women. However, given the current crises, she found herself lacking the heart for such matters. A faint blush rose on her exquisite, jade-like face, and she teasingly tapped her fingers against his palm. Gently pushing him away, clearing her throat softly, she quickly changed the subject. "By the way, after all these years apart, where have you been? Why have I not received any news? I attempted to use the dream linking technique from the Xianxia Palace several times to connect with you in dreams, but I have not seen you at all. Also, why did you take such a great risk to attach yourself to Xiangfeng?" Feeling a pang of disappointment from Dan Yao's rejection, Xiang Yang slapped his forehead upon hearing her inquiries about his years of absence. "Look at my mind. I almost forgot the important matter." Seeing the seriousness in his tone, Dan Yao realized he must have encountered something significant. Otherwise, he would not have risked lurking within the Xiang clan for so long. Xiang Yang slowly recounted, "Years ago, in the spatial passage, we narrowly escaped together. Although I was protected by the life and death dragon tiger cauldron and not torn apart by the spatial storm, I sustained considerable injuries. After falling onto a plane, I awoke and remembered that the Xiang clan possesses a unique secret technique, which can use bloodlines to locate fellow clan members in distress. Given my serious injuries and the turbulent energy within me, I was easier to find. A clever man like Xiang Banshan would certainly exploit this to locate me. To evade pursuit, I had no choice but to resume my old ways, transforming into a cat, concealing my vitality, and hiding in a cave to heal. The art of the wedding dress technique is extraordinary. After successfully recultivating it, the circulation of my vital energy accelerated, harmonizing my true energy, healing wounds, and restoring myself, far surpassing numerous formidable beings in the void realm. In no time, I had fully healed. After regaining my human form, I disguised myself as a destitute beggar in search of Dan Yao, Shui Ling, and Qi Ming. However, before I could find them, I was discovered by the Xiang clan. Thankfully, my wits were sharp, allowing me to escape through cunning rather than brute force. I wandered the streets and alleys and inadvertently heard tales of a masked, ruthless woman of pure Yin in the southern region of the central domain, who single-handedly wreaked havoc upon many powerful beings. A masked pure Yin woman? Xiang Yang immediately thought of Dan Yao and intended to travel to the southern region to meet her. However, at that moment, he sensed an unusual surge of Yang's spiritual energy not far away. Chapter 1751, Concealment and Investigation, 1. Upon extending his consciousness to investigate, he was astonished to discover that this Yang's spiritual energy emanated from the wedding dress technique, and the practitioner was none other than Xiang Banshan's great-grandson, Xiang Feng. The shock that Xiang Yang felt was profound. It is well known that the cultivation of the wedding dress technique involves the generation of true energy as fierce as flames. The practitioner not only cannot wield it, but must endure the torment day and night. This suffering is beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals, necessitating the transfer of their entire cultivation to another person to find relief. Xiang Feng, being the fifth-generation great-grandson of Xiang Banshan, had been raised in luxury. How could he possibly withstand the agony of the wedding dress technique's fiery trials? Furthermore, Xiang Banshan had always doted on this great-grandson. Even if he were to pass down superior cultivation methods, he should have imparted the 9 transformations of mysterious fire instead of the perilous and life-threatening wedding dress technique. Yet, the reality is that Xiang Feng not only practiced the wedding dress technique, but had also cultivated it to the half-step void realm. The torment of mastering the wedding dress technique intensifies with increased cultivation. The stronger the spiritual power, the deeper the suffering. Even with Xiang Yang's determination, he could barely endure the practice to the celestial monarch realm and would rather perish than transfer his entire cultivation. Fortunately, he encountered Dan Yao, who revealed the cultivation method of the wedding dress technique, allowing him to escape the pain. Xiang Feng had neither been used by others nor knew the method of recultivation. How did he endure the torment of the fiery trials? Moreover, judging from Xiang Feng's progress, he had been cultivating the wedding dress technique for 200 years longer than Xiang Yang. If Xiang Banshan had already discovered that Xiang Feng's constitution could withstand the burning agony, why would he experiment with Xiang Yang as a test subject? Upon hearing this, Danyao furrowed her brow as well. Xiang Feng's ability to endure the fiery nature of the wedding dress technique may be related to the poison from the Xian ice finger he suffered in the womb, which left him with a predominantly Yin constitution. As for why he would scheme against you after Xiang Feng mastered the wedding dress technique, I cannot discern at this moment. But something is certainly amiss, and there must be significant reasons behind it. Xiang Yang nodded. I think so too. The ancient battle severed the immortal foundation of Tianxian continent, and the wedding dress technique and the Mingyu technique are the only 2 extraordinary arts capable of reaching the ascendant realm. If that old rogue were to decipher the mysteries of the wedding dress technique and achieve immortality, everything would be lost. Therefore, we cannot allow him to succeed in his cultivation before us. However, to uncover the truth of this matter, we must infiltrate the Xiang clan. He paused at that time. The Xiang clan had laid a web of traps to pursue me. To avoid capture and investigate this matter, I devised a plan and chose to attach myself to Xiang Feng. Danyao clapped her hands and laughed. Clever. Xiang Feng is the young master of the Xiang clan, the most cherished descendant of Xiang Banshan. No one would suspect that you would attach yourself to him. The foolish members of the Xiang clan would never imagine that while they toiled outside, you were comfortably hidden within their stronghold. Xiang Yang chuckled. Exactly. The most dangerous places are often the safest. This tactic I learned from Black Snake in the eastern region. At that time, you had designed a trap that exposed his identity, and the people from Lingmen Temple were searching for him everywhere, yet he quietly cultivated within the temple, ultimately catching them off guard. The reason I chose to attach myself to Xiang Feng is precisely because he is so favored by Xiang Banshan. Chapter 1752, Concealment and Espionage, 2. Yet more importantly, he, like myself, has cultivated the bride's garment divine art, resulting in indistinguishable auras and closely related bloodlines. Only by hiding within him could I evade detection by the formidable and peerless powers of Xiang Banshan and Xian Yang, both at the 9th level of the divine void. Danyao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, just like a grain of rice wishing to remain hidden. The best method is to conceal itself within a jar of rice. This approach to concealment is truly exceptional. After a pause, she inquired, "It is not particularly difficult to possess another's body, but how did you manage to exert complete control over Xiang Feng?" When I clashed with Xiang Feng, his tone, arrogant demeanor, and disdainful gaze were unmistakably his own. Xiang Yang replied with a smile, "Because I did not use my primordial spirit to control him. Instead, I transformed into something several times smaller than a grain of rice and nestled within his hair." Dan Yao gasped, "Transformed into something several times smaller than a grain of rice. You must not forget, I have inherited the legacy of the fire feather evil god, which includes a Buddhist supernatural technique called the Sumru S ingestion of mustard seed. This technique was originally the renowned skill of the Jingchan sect from ancient times, possessing profound mysteries. By employing this technique, I can infinitely reduce my body's size and hide within Xiangfeng," Xiang Yang said with a hint of pride. "So that's how it is. No wonder even a powerful figure like Qian Ding could not detect your presence," Danyao realized. Xiang Yang continued, "I concealed myself within Xiangfeng and mixed into the Xiang clan. After more than 20 years of inquiry, I finally uncovered a shocking secret." Danyao's heart tightened, and she quickly asked, "What secret?" Xiang Yang revealed, "It turns out that Xiang Banshan, fully aware that possessing Xiang Feng's unique physique would enable him to master the bride's garment divine art, still sought to manipulate me into cultivating this harmful technique, not out of mere whimsy, but as a deliberate endeavor. Because the bride's garment divine art cultivated by Xiangfeng simply does not meet his requirements." Danyao was taken aback. "Does not meet the requirements? Why?" "The reason Xiang Banshan desires the bride's garment divine art is not for its spiritual power, but for its essence. Only by mastering the bride's garment divine art and obtaining the source of power can he break free from the shackles of cultivation and ascend to immortality in this age of severed celestial foundations. However, the power cultivated by Xiangfeng cannot achieve this." Upon hearing this, Danyao laughed. "The bride's garment divine art is an extremely rigid and yang-oriented technique. The members of the Xiang clan fear its fiery nature and dare not cultivate it recklessly, unaware that the unimaginable suffering inherent in this art is its very essence. It is akin to the mythical phoenix. Only those who withstand the pain of rebirth can truly rise from the ashes." Although Xiangfeng, through a series of unfortunate events, managed to cultivate the bride's garment divine art, his supreme yang spiritual power has been tempered by the feminine force of the Xianbing finger, rendering it less pure. How could he possibly break through the 9th level of the divine void and enter the realm of ascension? Xiang Yang nodded. "I too struggled to comprehend this principle. But when I witnessed your battle with Xiangfeng, the powers of the bride's garment divine art and the Mingyu art were almost indistinguishable. Given that Xiangfeng's cultivation base is even slightly higher than yours, how could he be defeated by you in just a few exchanges? It was only at that moment that I finally understood. There exists only one true method for cultivating the bride's garment divine art, and that is to abandon the past and begin anew." Chapter 1753, Concealment and Discovery 3. If one schemes against others to create a bride's garment or exploits a unique physique for opportunistic gains, no matter how one cultivates thereafter, they will never achieve self-ascension. Danyao sighed. "The Celestial Path Zen School and the bride's garment divine art are imbued with Buddhist philosophy. Only those endowed with profound wisdom can fathom the intricacies within." The nameless female immortal who originated this technique intended not only to remind practitioners to cherish those before them, but also to convey to the world that whatever one undertakes must be accomplished step by step. Relying on opportunism will ultimately lead to one's own downfall. Xiang Yang could not help but reflect. Indeed, the world is rife with ignorance. Yet many believe themselves to be clever, shunning the proper path in favor of shortcuts to success, ultimately harming both themselves and others. Danyao remarked. However, given Xiang Banshan's character, he certainly will not easily relinquish his ambitions, even if he understands that Xiang Feng's cultivation method is unlikely to succeed. And you have discerned the secrets of the bride's garment divine art, yet refuse to divulge them. He will surely seek other means. She lowered her head, deep in thought. The transforming Qian Ding, the secrets of the medicine god. The bride's garment divine art. Could it be that this old rogue has already learned of some unknown method from Qian Ding to aid his success? Precisely, Yao. You are truly astute. I had not even mentioned it, and you already deduced this. Xiang Yang adored Dan Yao's ability to connect the dots. He continued, I initially believed that Xiang Banshan, having failed to acquire the cultivation method of the bride's garment divine art, would never hope to transcend to the realm of ascension. Yet, I did not anticipate that within the Xiang clan, there exists a Qian Ding that has separated from the Qian Kun public justice Ding. Even more astonishing is that this Ding has taken on a humanoid form and possesses such formidable power. I recognize that this matter is of great significance, and thus I must investigate it more thoroughly. One day, Xiang Banshan summoned Xiangfeng into his meditation chamber, lamenting his old age and the future of the Xiang clan resting upon him. He then stated that he had no hope of ascension, yet Xiangfeng still had a promising future. for he was the first in the history of the Xiang clan to endure the fiery trials and master the bride's garment divine art. Xiang Feng was overjoyed and promptly bowed in gratitude for grandfather Xian's guidance. However, Xiang Banshan swiftly shifted his tone, stating that his bride's garment divine art had been considerably neutralized by the Qian Ding finger, and that even if he continued to cultivate, it would be difficult to attain immortality. Xiang Feng immediately grew anxious and inquired about remedies. Xiang Banshan then directed his gaze toward the humanoid Qian Yang, explaining that he was the embodiment of the first-ranked divine Ding on the Fire Ding list, inheriting the supreme secrets of the medicine god, and that he could assist him. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng eagerly sought advice from Qian Yang, who informed him that the only way to compensate for his insufficient spiritual purity and to eventually break through to the realm of ascension was to concoct the Zhu Rong fire pill. Zhu Rong is the fire god of mythology, and the Zhu Rong fire pill is an extreme yang divine pill, possessing the most potent yang energy in existence. Only by refining this pill could one hope to transcend the shackles and enter the ascended realm that no one has been able to breach for millions of years. The cultivation of the bride's garment divine art grants one the ability to refine medicines, and having undergone years of training within his family, Xiang Feng had already become a 7th-grade advanced alchemist. How could he not know that the Zhu Rong fire pill is a legendary 10th-grade divine pill, only capable of being refined by the medicine god? Now, even 9th-grade medicine saints are nearly extinct, let alone the medicine god. This is utterly impossible. However, Qian Yang informed him that apart from the legendary medicine god, there exists another method to gather the remaining 11 divine Ding from the Fire Ding list. Chapter 1754, Concealment and Discovery 4. Gather the remaining 11 divine Ding from the Fire Ding list? At this, Dan Yao's heart jolted, her expression one of astonishment. As an alchemist, she was thoroughly familiar with the 12 divine Ding on the Fire Ding list. She had initially thought that, aside from their individual supernatural abilities, the divine Ding were uniquely adept at assisting in alchemy. Little did she realize that there exists a connection between the divine Ding. At first, when I heard Qian Yang say this, I too was astonished, but later I learned that, aside from the Qian Kun public justice Ding, the other 11 divine Ding on the Fire Ding list had all been acquired by the female medicine god. Although each of these 11 divine Ding possessed unique powers, the female medicine god was a perfectionist. None of the 11 Ding could capture her favor. Thus, unable to find a divine Ding that satisfied her, she conceived the idea of creating her own. However, no one could have anticipated that when the female medicine god forged the Qian Kun public justice Ding using the power of heaven and earth, a source of celestial energy would automatically converge within the Ding. The source of celestial energy is the key to immortality. Only those divine void practitioners who absorb this energy can truly break through that barrier, ascend to immortality, and become the eternal rulers of this realm. As the divine pharmacist crafted the celestial justice cauldron, the most devastating battle of ancient times had yet to erupt, and the realm still brimmed with numerous celestial sources that allowed individuals to ascend to immortality. Upon witnessing the celestial essence coalescing within the cauldron, the divine pharmacist momentarily paused. Then, using her divine power to divine the secrets of the heavens, she foresaw a monumental upheaval approaching, one that would usher in an era devoid of immortals and deities in the Tianxian continent. In other words, this celestial essence within the cauldron would become the pivotal key for cultivators on the Tianxian continent to break through. Whoever managed to acquire this essence would ascend to dominion over the heavens and the earth. Hearing this, Danyao murmured, "So, is this essence to be divided into multiple portions and hidden within the cauldrons of the fire cauldron ranking?" Xiang Yang nodded, "Precisely." Once the divine pharmacist discerned the weight of this secret, she realized the grave implications. If this object were to fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, they could absorb its power to become immortal and bring calamity upon the living. No one would be able to stop them. Yet, if she were to destroy the essence, it would utterly extinguish the hope of this continent. Thus, she chose to divide the essence into 12 parts, concealing them within the Qian cauldron and 11 others. Upon hearing this, Danyao was taken aback and asked, "Why the Qian cauldron and not the celestial justice cauldron?" Xiang Yang shook his head. "I too am perplexed. When I possessed Xiang Feng's body, I heard him pose this very question, yet Qian Yang offered no explanation. However, I have an inkling that there is more to this matter than meets the eye. The Qian and Kun cauldrons, both divine artifacts created by the same individual, should theoretically be identical. There is no reason why the Qian cauldron could take on human form, while the Kun cauldron could not." Danyao furrowed her brow. "Since I acquired the Kun cauldron and successfully refined it, I have felt a deep connection with it. If the Kun cauldron were to attain sentience, I would have known. If the creator of the celestial justice cauldron were a man who favored the Qian over the Kun, it would make sense, But the creator is the divine pharmacist, who has always pursued gender equality. She crafted the Kun cauldron to provide female cultivators of the Yin cold arts the hope of becoming alchemists. If she were to endow one of the cauldrons with sentience, it should logically be the Kun cauldron. Chapter 1755, Concealed Exploration. 5. Unable to comprehend the divine pharmacist's intentions, but convinced by Qian Yang's assertions, Xiang Yang believed that by locating the other 11 cauldrons of the fire cauldron ranking and coordinating with them to form a formation based on the positions of the 12 zodiac signs, they could extract the essence concealed within the cauldrons and gather it into a complete source of immortality, thus breaking through to the ascendant realm. Dan Yao, upon hearing this, could not help but scoff. Gathering all 12 cauldrons to obtain the essence for a breakthrough? He must be dreaming. Xiang Yang sighed, indeed. The cauldrons of the fire cauldron ranking are scattered across various locations, each in the possession of different individuals. To recover them all is akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, the second ranking immortal blood cauldron has been destroyed by our combined efforts. Even if Xiang Banshan possesses the means to gather the remaining cauldrons, he will never manage to assemble a complete fire cauldron ranking. He paused before continuing. The Qian cauldron not only houses one portion of the celestial essence, but also half of the divine pharmacist's legacy. Thus, it can not only collaborate with the other 11 cauldrons to extract the essence and achieve ascension, but also merge with the Kun cauldron, which possesses the other half of the legacy, unlocking the divine pharmacist's inheritance and enabling the 9-grade pill saint to transcend into the realm of the divine pharmacist. That is why he is the key to everything. Unfortunately, time is too short. I have yet to uncover his true nature before being compelled to reveal my identity. There was no alternative. The situation was dire. Had you not intervened, we would have all met our demise at his hands. Recalling the tense atmosphere at the pharmacist's plaza, Dan Yao still felt a shiver of fear. Xiang Yang remarked, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. I suspect that the ability of the Qian cauldron to take form is not as straightforward as it seems. If we do not clarify its circumstances, we may encounter further complications. Oh, Dan Yao raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Because, to my knowledge, for a creation of such divine origin to take on human form, merely attaining sentience is insufficient. It must undergo a protracted period of arduous cultivation and endure the 9 terrifying heavenly tribulations before it can manifest. The 9 heavenly tribulations are among the most fearsome trials faced by cultivators. Not even those in the ascendant realm dare to confront them head-on. A moment's lapse can lead to total annihilation. Thus, many sentient divine artifacts prefer to remain in their original forms rather than risk such perils. As such, when I learned that the formidable entity was indeed the Qian cauldron, I was genuinely taken aback. Dan Yao frowned slightly. If even you are unaware of the Qian cauldron's circumstances, who could possibly know? The former master of the Dan Tower. Xiang Yang replied. He was the previous ruler of the Dan Tower and possesses profound knowledge of alchemy and related matters. If anyone in this world understands the Qian cauldron's situation better than I do, it would be him. Dan Yao nodded. Very well. I shall venture to the pharmacist's tower tomorrow. If I can reach the 13th level, I will inquire with him. The pharmacist's tower? Xiang Yang asked curiously. What prompts your desire to ascend the pharmacist's tower? Naturally, to obtain the pill soul. Dan Yao briefly recounted her contention with the disciples of the Celestial Water Palace over the Lingming Jade Essence and her subsequent discovery of the pill soul from Elder Shui. Xiang Yang chuckled. How could I forget? The pill soul from the Dan Tower is the purest and most Yin and soft essence in existence. If you absorb its power and combine it with the void-breaking pill, you will undoubtedly break through the threshold of cultivation and enter the divine void realm. Once you reach the divine void realm, we need not fear anything, including the Qian cauldron or the Xiang clan. Chapter 1756. I want to go home indeed. Once the breakthrough is successful, Mingyu will be invincible at the same tier, sweeping aside all opponents. Dan Yao returned to her senses and inquired. The Qian cauldron is a creation of divine origin, impervious and indestructible. Even my snow spirit sword cannot inflict any harm upon it. How did you manage to deal it such a grievous blow? Xiang Yang chuckled. In the grand tapestry of existence, all things are interconnected, and even the most venomous centipede can be vanquished by a rooster. The divine pharmacist's pursuit of perfection led her to painstakingly forge the celestial justice cauldron to an unparalleled level of flawlessness. However, do not forget that the Qian cauldron is merely a fragment of the celestial justice cauldron. The complete celestial justice cauldron is without defect, yet the separated Qian cauldron, lacking the essence of the Kun cauldron, reveals vulnerabilities in its otherwise indomitable form. After 2 decades of observation, I identified its weakness and struck decisively at its most defenseless region, the abdomen. How could it possibly withstand such an assault? Moreover, The MA spike I lodged within its abdomen is no ordinary weapon. It is crafted from the millennia-old dragon's roar water, hidden deep underground. This water is extremely Yin, toxic, and frigid. Once it enters the body of a cultivator of the Yin cold arts, it swiftly devastates their meridians and Danyao. Thankfully, this fellow's true form is that of a divine artifact. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Dan Yao grinned mischievously. All's fair in love and war. That tactic is sufficiently devious. It is well suited to deal with someone in cahoots with the Xiang clan. As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, recounting their experiences over the past 20 years, they were unaware that night had fallen. 20 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. Xiang Yang marveled. Dan Yao leaned against his shoulder, her lustrous black hair cascading down like ink, her eyes half closed in tranquil enjoyment of the serene moment. In that instant, it was just the two of them, their world reduced to each other's presence, their ears filled solely with the soft rhythm of their breaths, oblivious to the happenings outside. Xiang Yang reached out to caress her hair, relishing its silk-like smoothness, feeling both calm and content. Dan Yao, eyes narrowed, turned her head to scrutinize Xiang Yang. After all these years apart, he remained the familiar figure etched in her memory. Though he appeared slightly thinner, his face bore the marks of experience and time. Although Xiang Yang casually downplayed his years of experience, Dan Yao understood all too well the immense difficulty and pressure involved in infiltrating a clan like the Xiang family. Known for their ruthlessness and cunning, the mere thought sent shivers down her spine. "Ahua, I am weary. If you are tired, then it's best to retire early." Xiang Yang replied gently. "It's not my body that is exhausted, but my heart. Although the central domain is splendid, it is not my home. I long to return." Dan Yao murmured softly. "Very well, once all matters are resolved, we shall return to the southern domain." "No, I do not wish to go back to the southern domain. My brother is no longer there, and returning to the palace will only deepen my sorrow." "Then where would you like to go?" "To the 100-Flower Valley." Dan Yao breathed like a gentle orchid, expressing, though it is known to be the place with the thinnest spiritual energy and the lowest cultivation level on the continent. The 7-star palace is harmonious, devoid of treachery or scheming. It is truly, truly comfortable. Even if I were to simply be an ordinary flower girl, it would be a life of ease. Over these years apart from you, I often dream of our days in the 100-Flower Valley, free from care, without the burden of scheming or betrayal. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yang couldn't help but reflect. Ever since Dan Yao attained the title of Celestial Monarch and departed the Eastern Domain, a relentless series of plots had ensued. Although they had repeatedly escaped peril, outsmarting their adversaries, it had left them both physically and mentally drained. In retrospect, this life was far from what they desired. Perhaps returning to the original starting point, to the 100-Flower Valley, living in companionship with the spiritual flora, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, was the pastoral existence they truly craved. "All right, once all is concluded, we shall return to the 100-Flower Valley." Xiang Yang spoke softly. Dan Yao softly replied, soon slipping into a tranquil slumber. "Good night." Xiang Yang placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. The following morning, Dan Yao rose early. She urged Xiang Yang to guide Qi Ming's training while she headed to the alchemy chamber of the Tower Master. However, this time, she encountered not the elusive Tower Master, but rather the two aides, Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng, awaiting her. "You arrived quite early," Bai Yipeng remarked with a smile. "I had to come early. What if you both left?" Dan Yao replied with a grin. "Oh, you." Bai Yipeng chuckled, somewhat bemused. "Little girl, congratulations on winning the championship of the Alchemist Conference," Ling Hanfeng said, bowing respectfully to Dan Yao. "You flatter me, Senior Ling." Dan Yao returned the gesture, a slight wry smile gracing her lips. "Winning this championship was no easy feat. I nearly fell victim to the 7-colored alchemy thunder." "Haha. You are a person of great fortune. How could a few bolts of 7-colored alchemy thunder possibly harm you?" Ling Hanfeng chuckled. "Please, do not elevate me with praise. The 7-colored alchemy thunder is indeed fearsome. With my current cultivation, I could hardly withstand it. If not for the fortuitous timing of Xiang Feng's malicious interference with the Qian Ding, which inadvertently awakened the power within me, I would not have been able to refine the void-breaking pill. Enough of that. Let us proceed to collect your rewards for winning the Alchemist Championship," Ling Hanfeng declared, pointing to his spatial ring. 3 luminous orbs appeared, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. The rewards for this championship consist of 3 items. The red orb is the Elder's token of the Alchemy Tower. With this token, one can traverse the headquarters freely, access the internal archives, and command the various branches to assist you. The yellow orb contains a specially crafted pill from the Alchemy Tower, which, when consumed, can enhance one's vitality and significantly mitigate the backlash from failed alchemy. As for the final blue orb, Ling Hafeng paused, adopting a more solemn tone. This blue orb contains a scroll that records the insights and experiences of past elders regarding alchemy, a closely guarded secret of the Alchemy Tower, and is exceedingly precious. Once you obtain it, be sure to study it diligently, lest you squander the efforts of those who came before. As he spoke, he gestured, and the 3 luminous orbs flew into Dan Yao's hands. Dan Yao merely glanced at them before storing them in her ring and inquired, "What about the Danpa?" These 3 rewards, though invaluable to other alchemists, were of little significance to her, particularly the 3rd item, which was considered the most precious. This was akin to a mere trinket for her, as she had already acquired the Fire Dan Divine Scroll and the Alchemy God Scroll that Xiang Yang had risked much to procure from the Xiang family. No matter how profound the Alchemy Tower Elders' insights were, could they surpass the wisdom contained within the Fire Dan Divine Scroll and the Alchemy God Scroll? Ling Hanfeng, upon hearing her words, fell silent for a moment before furrowing his brow and asking, "Do you truly desire the Danpa so fervently?" "Yes, it is of utmost necessity." Dan Yao nodded earnestly, observing the hesitant expressions of Ling Hanfeng, and by yipping, she understood their predicament. The Danpa was unlike other items. It was a fragment of true essence and spirit left behind by a 9th-rank alchemy saint upon their death. Considering the extraordinary prowess of such a figure, even the Alchemy Tower, a superpower, might struggle to find a living 9th-rank alchemist. One could imagine the elevated status the individual held within the Alchemy Tower during their lifetime. It was likely that they were a former tower master. Thus, the Danpa was not merely a treasure, it was a remnant of the Alchemy Tower's ancestors. A cherished legacy. Dan Yao's heart grew heavy, and her voice carried a hint of resignation as she confessed, after yesterday's events, "I will not conceal the truth from you both any longer. The legendary Kun Ding is indeed in my possession, and now the Qian Ding has set its sights on me." Although Xiang Yang's Amei needle, crafted from dragon chant water, severely injured him, it was not enough to claim his life. "If I cannot break through to the Divine Void Realm before his recovery, I will not be able to safeguard the Kun Ding. The Danpa is my only hope for advancing to the Divine Void Realm. I kindly ask for your assistance." Bai Yiping exchanged a glance with Ling Hanfeng. "Ling, what do you think?" Ling Hanfeng sighed deeply. The Kun Ding is of utmost importance and must not fall into the hands of the Xiang family. The consequences would be dire. Allow her to challenge the Alchemy God Tower. If she can pass through the 13th layer and prove herself to the Tower Master, granting her the Danpa would be inconsequential. Agreed. Bai Yiping nodded and addressed Dan Yao. "Follow me. Your success or failure now hinges upon your fate." Dan Yao's heart soared with joy, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your kindness. Let us proceed." Dan Yao followed Bai Yiping to the core of the Alchemy Tower's main hall, where a black alchemy furnace was embedded within the void. Intricate, profound patterns adorned its surface. Recognizing it instantly, Dan Yao understood that this was the entrance to a small world. Upon reaching the Divine Void Realm, one could carve out a small world from the void, providing a haven for their family or sect to dwell and cultivate. However, wielding such divine powers to create a small world was akin to modern individuals purchasing a car. While acquiring the vehicle may be easy, maintaining it presents a multitude of challenges. Fuel costs, maintenance, insurance, violations, and a myriad of other expenses can be overwhelming. Likewise, maintaining a small world created by a divine void expert is exceptionally burdensome. Only those with vast resources and numerous followers among powerful factions would dare to carve out a small world for their families and disciples. Bai Yiping produced a round, crimson token, fitting it into the furnace's recess. A beam of white light erupted from the furnace, enveloping both Dan Yao and Bai Yiping. Dan Yao closed her eyes, listening to the sound of the wind rushing past her ears. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself in a realm of strange mystery. Surrounding her was an expanse of white, an endless sea of clouds swirling majestically. Dan Yao gently inhaled, feeling a refreshing clarity wash over her, realizing that the mist surrounding her was, in fact, the manifestation of spiritual energy. She was taken aback, astonished by the profound richness of the spiritual energy in this place, which hinted at the terrifying cultivation level of the ancestors who had established this small world. Bai Yiping gestured ahead, saying, "There lies the apothecary tower. Follow me." Dan Yao trailed after him, journeying to the innermost depths of this realm. In this secluded area stood a black tower, floating amidst the clouds. Although it lacked the grandiosity of the Dan Tower itself, it was exquisitely intricate and profound. The dark, lustrous tower resembled a long, massive obsidian stone, contrasting starkly yet harmoniously with the pure white mist. On the grand entrance of the black tower, a plaque intermittently flickered with the golden characters Apothecary Tower, evoking a sense of mystery. "Is this truly the Apothecary Tower?" Danyao murmured. "Indeed, this is the Apothecary Tower, the very heart of the Dan Tower," Bai Yiping affirmed. Gazing up at the soaring structure, Suddenly, he posed a question to Dan Yao. Do you understand why the Dan Tower exists? Dan Yao pondered for a moment, replying, in this world, paths do not exist until many tread upon them. Similarly, this continent lacked the force of the Dan Tower until alchemists gathered, leading to the emergence of this sacred ground for alchemists. Bai Yiping shook his head, indicating that her reasoning was incomplete. That is not the whole truth, he began. While it is true that the Dan Tower exists due to the convergence of talent, this is not the fundamental reason for its establishment. Curious, Danyao inquired. What is the true reason? Bai Yiping elaborated, though alchemists are the most esteemed profession on this continent, by overall strength, they are inferior to cultivators. Alchemists face an exceedingly high entry barrier, resulting in their scarcity. In contrast, cultivators merely need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow stronger without the need for dual focus. Without a formidable deterrent, cultivator groups may wield their numerical superiority to humiliate and enslave alchemists. One cannot contend against a multitude, regardless of one's strength. Thus, even the most skilled alchemist may ultimately become a mere tool for a single faction or family, appearing glamorous on the surface, yet living as a slave. He continued, this is precisely why a powerful organization capable of standing atop the continent and supporting alchemists is essential, ensuring their dignity is upheld. This is the fundamental reason for the existence of the Dan Tower. Should the Dan Tower fall, countless alchemists would share a singular fate, being divided and enslaved by various factions, reduced to emotionless tools, living in a state devoid of dignity, much like dogs. Upon hearing Bai Yiping's words, Danyao finally grasped the essence of the Dan Tower. It was not merely a sacred ground for alchemists, but rather their protective umbrella. The existence of the Dan Tower was akin to a labor union in modern society. Without the union's oversight, unscrupulous employers could exploit laborers mercilessly, treating them as mere commodities. Similarly, alchemists, though respected and esteemed, owe their elevated status to the backing of the Dan Tower, which unites the continent's top alchemists, thus granting them their high standing. Without the Dan Tower as a support, the fate of alchemists would undoubtedly be grim. In that moment, Dan Yao recalled a phrase she had encountered online in her previous life. There is no such thing as peaceful times. Rather, it is the burden carried by others that allows you to walk untroubled. Throughout history, many restructurings of order and establishments of power have been accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. She reflected on the immense toll paid by the ancestors of the Dan Tower to forge a protective force for alchemists. It was due to their sacrifices that alchemists now held their current status and prestige. This realization instilled a sense of admiration for the founder of the Dan Tower, Dan Yangzi, within her. Her respect stemmed not merely from his legendary status as a divine alchemist, but from his selfless dedication to all alchemists. Having obtained the Fire Dan Divine Scroll, Dan Yao had rapidly ascended to become a top-tier alchemist, often accustomed to standing apart from others, only recognizing the profession's prestige and the attention it garnered. She had failed to perceive that behind this endless glory lay the blood and tears of generations of Dan Tower members. Bai Yiping, growing increasingly animated, gazed at Dan Yao with fervor. The Dan Tower is not simply the Dan Tower for its members. It is the Dan Tower for all alchemists on the continent. Only with the Dan Tower's continuous legacy, growing stronger with each generation, can we effectively safeguard the interests of alchemists, allowing every passionate alchemist to live with dignity. Thus, the future of the Dan Tower rests upon your shoulders. Me? Dan Yao was momentarily taken aback, pointing at herself. Yes, you are the most capable and talented alchemist I have ever encountered. Only you can fulfill the long-awaited hopes of the Old Tower Master. Long-awaited? Old Tower Master? The more she listened, the more puzzled she became, unable to contain her curiosity. Bai Yiping, what is the meaning of this? Do not ask so many questions. Focus on overcoming the challenges ahead. Once you reach the 13th level, everything will become clear, he instructed, casting a beam of white light into the apothecary tower. As Dan Yao looked on in bewilderment, the previously shut door creaked open, revealing the silhouette of an elderly figure emerging. This figure was the guardian of the tower. Dan Yao extended her spiritual sense, but could not penetrate his strength. Has the challenger arrived? The guardian inquired with a smile. She has arrived. This is her. Bai Yiping replied, gesturing toward Dan Yao with a nod. Oh, a mere girl? The guardian regarded Dan Yao with astonishment. Do not underestimate her. At this year's alchemist conference, she concocted the elusive void-breaking pill, a feat no one has achieved in years, and claimed the championship. Her fame has spread across the continent. What? The void-breaking pill? The guardian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, indeed, the void-breaking pill. Bai Yiping affirmed with a nod. Truly, a new generation of talents emerges. No wonder. The guardian, both astonished and impressed, gestured toward the door enveloped in dark light, resembling a deep black hole. Enter. Dan Yao nodded and transformed into a beam of spiritual light, swiftly dashing into the apothecary tower. As she entered, the door closed behind her. Bai Yiping remained outside, quietly observing the unfolding events. Entering the first level of the apothecary tower, Dan Yao understood that she would face numerous trials and dangers. She remained vigilant, meticulously observing her surroundings. Before her lay a tumultuous, enclosed chamber, utterly devoid of any objects, steeped in an eerie silence. Just as Dan Yao attempted to comprehend the entirety of the scene, the guardian's aged voice resonated in her ears. First level assessment, commence. As soon as the words left his lips, the scene before her transformed. Vividly colored. Viscous liquid orbs manifested, swirling and intertwining to form various pills with distinct effects and hues. Subsequently, the pills erupted one by one, separating back into clusters of liquid. Upon witnessing this, Dan Yao quickly realized that these colorful liquids were the result of various medicinal materials undergoing heat decomposition during the alchemical process, purifying and refining to eliminate impurities. If she has not miscalculated, the assessment on this level should revolve around the combination and proportion of medicinal elixirs, akin to piecing together a puzzle, where these liquid medicines must be assembled into a pill. In this world, there exists an endless array of medicinal substances. Even the slightest variation in the proportions of identical ingredients can yield an entirely different elixir. It is similar to boiling water for noodles. Adding ribs results in rib noodles, while adding beef transforms it into beef noodles, and incorporating eggs and tomatoes leads to tomato and egg noodles. The variations are boundless and exceedingly complex. Achieving precise combinations is no trifling matter. However, while this may pose a challenge to others, it is not daunting for Dan Yao. Traditional alchemy is based on the characteristics of each medicinal herb, combined meticulously, one by one. In contrast, the divine scroll of fire elixirs inherited by Dan Yao employs modern scientific chemistry, rendering the process far less cumbersome. It suffices to arrange and fuse based on elemental traits. With hands as graceful as flowers, Dan Yao projected strands of spiritual energy, ensnaring clumps of viscous liquid and swiftly exerting control over them. Subsequently, she arranged them according to their elemental characteristics. In mere moments, the once chaotic viscous liquids had been expertly combined. Just as the final elixir was assembled, the Elder Guardian's voice resonated once more. Challenge successful. The second level of the apothecary tower is now open. As the flowers bloom, each expresses its unique beauty. Within the tower, Dan Yao swiftly applied her lifetime of learning to advance through the challenges. Outside, Bai Yiping extended his spiritual awareness, quietly observing the happenings within, chuckling softly. The apothecary tower is not merely a crucible for the skills of alchemists, it also measures individual potential and accomplishments. I wonder how far this girl can go. Ling Hanfeng, Pan Yushuang, a cadre of elders from the Dan Tower, along with the younger generation led by Bailey Yin, had all rushed over upon hearing of Dan Yao's endeavor in the apothecary tower. A surge of formidable presences manifested almost simultaneously outside the tower. These individuals were not only the rulers of the apothecary tower, but also prominent figures on the continent. A mere stomp of their feet could cause tremors across the land. Comparing oneself to others is a source of frustration. If only I possessed even half of Miss Dan's capabilities. One lamented. Dream on. Miss Dan is a once-in-an-era prodigy. Her heights are beyond your aspirations. The apothecary tower, a legacy left by the ancestral masters, harbors countless challenging trials. It remains uncertain how far Dan Yao can ascend. The core disciples of the younger generation of the Dan Tower gazed up at the floating apothecary tower, their eyes reflecting envy and reverence. Haha, you old fellows arrived rather promptly. It seems you wish to witness a miracle. Bai Yiping laughed heartily. Indeed, talents like Dan Yao are exceedingly rare. In a millennium, we must come to see how far she can advance. An elder from the Dan Tower replied with a smile. Absolutely. Such a gem of talent. This girl, at such a tender age, has already refined an 8th grade high-tier breaking void pill. If all goes well, she is destined to reach the realm of 9th grade apothecary sage. And even the enigmatic apothecary god may be within her reach. If I could witness her crafting a 9th grade elixir in my lifetime, I would consider my death worthwhile. Another elder remarked with a chuckle. The other elders, who typically immersed themselves in the study of alchemy, could not help but display smiles. The results of this alchemist conference had truly exceeded their expectations. They had never anticipated witnessing such an extraordinary talent as Dan Yao in their lifetimes. Why, you sure? You have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. If this trend continues, as long as this girl remains unscathed and unharmed, her achievements will surpass everyone in the Dan Tower. And she shall lead the tower to prosperity. An elder with snow-white hair exclaimed. Pan Yushuang, overhearing the conversation, felt a sudden jolt. With the tower master encountering unforeseen circumstances, and the former tower master aging. Could it be that the Dan Tower had set its sights on Dan Yao for succession? The seventh-generation saintess had painstakingly nurtured such an exceptional disciple. How could she allow the Dan Tower to reap the fruits of her labor? This matter must be swiftly conveyed to the palace master. One must acknowledge that Pan Yushuang had discerned the truth. Thus far, only Bai Yiping and Ling Hanfeng were aware of the former tower master's high expectations for Danyao. As for the others in the Dan Tower, they planned for Danyao's succession only after witnessing her remarkable performance at the Alchemist Conference, revealing her boundless potential. Ling Hanfeng smiled and inquired, "How far do you think Danyao can advance in this tower?" "She should be able to reach the 13th level. The apothecary tower comprises a total of 13 levels. For one to claim that Danyao could ascend to the 13th level is already a tremendous endorsement." "I concur. She should have no problem reaching the 13th level." The tower master, during his youth, had also participated in the Alchemist Conference and attempted the apothecary tower, managing to advance to the 12th level. Much to the astonishment of the then elder tower master, who, despite his usual reluctance to accept disciples, took the tower master under his wing. Yes. I recall that during the Alchemist Conference, the tower master refined 7th grade high-tier elixirs to claim victory, compared to the breaking void pill refined by Dan Yao. It falls a full grade short. Dan Yao surpasses the tower master at that age by such a margin. There is no reason she cannot breach the 13th level. I do not believe it possible. Those who can surpass the 13th level among the younger generation invariably attain the title of 9th grade apothecary sage. Although Dan Yao possesses exceptional talent and capability, the distinction between 9th grade apothecary sage and 8th grade apothecary emperor is immense. The requirements for the former are exceedingly stringent. Countless 8th grade high-tier alchemists have found themselves stymied at this juncture, unable to ascend to 9th grade throughout their lifetimes. I, too, find it improbable. The gap between 9th grade apothecary sage and 8th grade apothecary emperor is monumental. Even if Dan Yao can refine a pill comparable to a 9th grade elixir, it does not guarantee she can cross that threshold. The elders of the Dan Tower freely expressed their views on Dan Yao. Despite her astonishing performance, unparalleled in their lifetimes, they understood the daunting nature of the 9th grade apothecary sage, which far surpassed the challenge of transcending from the 8th to the 9th layer of the divine void. As the discussions continued, unbeknownst to them, Danyao had already reached the 8th level. "Oh, she has reached the 8th level so swiftly?" Ling Hanfeng and the others were taken aback. According to their estimates, it would take Danyao at least half a day to reach the 8th level. Yet, in less than an hour, she had propelled herself to that height, a speed that rivaled that of a rocket. In the 8th level, various illusory images of elixirs emerged, saturating the entire space, enveloping Dan Yao completely. These illusory elixirs served as a test of the alchemist's mental and spiritual prowess, each containing a multitude of complex and chaotic medicinal properties, requiring the alchemist to separate them using their mental energy, then catalyze them with pure yang fire for reconstitution. Sensing the surroundings, Dan Yao, having undergone the trials of the previous 7 levels, possessed keen insight and immediately discerned the theme of the 8th level's assessment. Mental energy is intertwined with the primordial spirit. Only with a stronger primordial spirit can one's mental energy flourish. The significance of mental energy for an alchemist is manifold, encompassing the decomposition, extraction, refinement, fusion, quenching, and pill formation of medicinal materials, all of which necessitate the participation of mental energy. Being a transcended individual, Dan Yao's primordial spirit traversed the rifts of time and space, endowing her with inherently superior mental energy compared to ordinary individuals. Consequently, after acquiring the divine scroll of fire elixirs, she successfully refined a 5th grade elixir during her very first attempt at alchemy. This phenomenon is not solely attributed to the fire Dan divine scroll. Rather, it is predominantly due to her exceptionally stronger spiritual power compared to others, which makes the alchemical process feel almost divinely assisted. Come forth. In an instant, Dan Yao's focus sharpened, and waves of energy emanated from her primordial spirit. Simultaneously, she extended 2 fingers from her right hand, reversing the flow of true energy to catalyze the pure yang fire, which, in conjunction with her mental prowess, incinerated the ethereal images of the pills surrounding her. Under her mental control, the spectral forms of the pills gradually coalesced into tangible entities, each motion fluid and seamless, exuding an artistic grace. This level of mastery over alchemy was akin to a 5-star massage, purely invigorating. Boom. Under the searing influence of Dan Yao's spiritual power, all the pills manifested. This indicated that she had successfully navigated the 8th level. Subsequently, the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th levels fell before her like bubbles pricked by a needle. Witnessing this spectacle, the esteemed figures outside the tower stared, their eyes wide as saucers, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Heavens! In less than half a day, she has conquered 12 levels. How is this even possible? Her pace is astonishingly swift. This is the medicine god tower left by our ancestral masters, and throughout history. Every tower master has been a genius among geniuses. In their times, reaching the 12th or 13th level took at least 7 days and nights. How could she ascend to the 13th level so rapidly? They were astounded, overwhelmed by her extraordinary speed, which far exceeded their definitions of genius. It was nothing short of monstrous. The Medicine Tower is the largest organization of alchemists in the Tianxian continent, a sanctuary for countless high-level alchemists. When it comes to talent, this place gathers the most gifted individuals in alchemy from across the continent. Geniuses abound. However, when compared to Dan Yao, the young prodigies were rendered utterly insignificant. In the annals of the Medicine Tower's millions of years of history, never had there been someone as extraordinary as Dan Yao. Even more astonishing was the fact that such prodigious talent belonged to a woman. In an instant, the crowd was left in awe as Dan Yao shattered the historical record by traversing 12 levels of the Medicine God Tower, their mouths agape in speechless wonder. Upon surpassing the 12th level, Dan Yao finally arrived at the 13th level, the final and most pivotal stage of the tower. Her heart raced with excitement, thinking that once she overcame this level, the Danpo would be nearly assured. As she stepped into the space of the 13th level, a misty vapor enveloped her, reminiscent of the ethereal beauty of West Lake in Hangzhou from her former life. Why is there no sign of activity? Dan Yao pondered as she expanded her consciousness, only to find the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of any clues related to the assessment, leaving her perplexed. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy surged towards her from all directions. Dan Yao focused her gaze, and countless flames coalesced into the form of a colossal fire phoenix. The phoenix, ablaze with crimson flames, held its head high and spread its tail feathers wide. Its eyes, akin to pearls, glowered at Dan Yao with fiery fury. With a piercing cry, the fire phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames directed at her. The overwhelming pressure swept over her, an intensely scorching heat filling the space. In that moment, Dan Yao felt akin to the Monkey King thrown into the 8 trigrams furnace, sweat pouring down her brow. Since her cultivation of the Mingyu Gong, she had perpetually circulated the most extreme cold energy within her, impervious to heat, having never known what it felt like. Yet now, facing the fire phoenix, she found herself sweating profusely, revealing the sheer magnitude of power contained within the creature. However, rather than fear, Dan Yao felt exhilaration. She discerned that this phoenix was a manifestation formed by alchemists merging pure yang spiritual energy with various medicinal herbs. If she could defeat it using her alchemical skills, passing the 13th level's assessment would be a foregone conclusion. Ice Extreme Fire Transformation, refining all things. A spark ignited in Dan Yao's eyes as she invoked the Ice Extreme Fire Transformation technique, converting her cold energy into pure yang. 2 streams of finger energy surged forth to confront the oncoming flames. Boom. The 2 forces collided violently, and Dan Yao felt a fierce impact. Her throat tinged with sweetness as she nearly coughed up blood. The fire phoenix, struck by her 2 streams of finger energy, could not withstand the force and exploded into a multitude of fiery crystals, dissipating into the air, consolidating into crystals. This is the fire phoenix spiritual medicine array? Dan Yao was taken aback, instantly recognizing the ancient, long-lost fire phoenix spiritual medicine array. According to the records of the Fire Dan Divine Scroll, this array was devised by a legendary alchemist to assess the level of alchemists. When activated, it would merge the alchemist's abilities into their primordial spirit, transforming into a fire phoenix to evaluate their rank. Distinct from traditional alchemical assessments, the Fire Phoenix Spiritual Medicine Array solely scrutinizes an alchemist's skills and understanding of alchemy, rendering it incapable of testing their spiritual cultivation, which prevented it from becoming mainstream. Nevertheless, the array possesses a distinctive advantage. It can discern the potential of the tested individual during the assessment, thereby identifying and nurturing talent. This aspect is especially valuable for alchemists whose talents may not have been apparent in their early years, but who later achieve greatness. Many perceive genius to be synonymous with young individuals who exhibit extraordinary abilities early on, oblivious to the fact that genius can manifest in 2 forms, early bloomers and late bloomers. Society often fixates on the dazzling, renowned prodigies of youth while overlooking the astonishing accomplishments of those who achieve greatness later in life. Such individuals, much like exceptional steeds, are often relegated to mere servitude, their potential unrecognized. The Fire Phoenix Spiritual Medicine Array serves to unearth these late-blooming geniuses, ensuring their talents do not remain concealed. Regrettably, this wondrous array, like many techniques, treasures, and spiritual artifacts, was lost during the cataclysmic wars of antiquity, relegating it to the realm of legend. Dan Yao never imagined that this array, long thought to be lost, would manifest in the 13th level of the Medicine God Tower. The Fire Phoenix Spiritual Medicine Array, grounded in the alchemist's skill and spiritual cultivation, would shift in power according to the operator's spiritual strength. The stronger the energy, the higher the alchemical level, consequently enhancing the array's efficacy in accurately assessing the entrant's innate potential. For instance, an 8th grade high-level alchemist, using their own knowledge to activate the array, would conjure a phoenix capable of assessing only those of the same grade. Should the subject exceed the 9th grade, the array would likely collapse under the pressure of a 9th grade alchemist's might. Dan Yao pondered intently, recalling Bai Yiping's words about the former tower master awaiting her at the 13th level. Here, in the 13th layer of the Medicine God Tower, the intricacies of the Fire Phoenix Spiritual Medicine Array were clearly not within the grasp of an ordinary individual. Could it be that the one activating the array was the elusive former tower master? As Dan Yao contemplated, the resounding cry of the phoenix echoed once more. In the hazy void, a magnificent fire phoenix, even larger than before, surged towards her, exuding an astonishing aura. Sensing the profound spiritual energy within the fire phoenix, Dan Yao's gaze was drawn to its vividly colored tail feathers. Upon careful count, she discovered a total of 8. Further solidifying her belief that the master of the formation was indeed the old tower master. The Fire Phoenix Spiritual Medicine Array assesses the alchemical prowess of its master through the number of tail feathers, with each feather representing a grade. 1 feather signifies a 1st grade alchemist, while 8 signifies an 8th grade alchemist. Each of these 8 tail feathers sparkled with divine light, resplendent to the utmost degree, clearly indicating that the alchemical skills of the master of the formation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th grade. In the entire Dan Tower, apart from the Tower Master, the only one with such ability was the former Tower Master, the Master's own teacher. Excellent, Dan Yao exclaimed, her eyes shimmering like stars. With the urging of her primordial spirit's power, her alchemical prowess transformed into an ice dragon, engaging in battle with the Fire Phoenix. She understood that the old Tower Master's spiritual cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the Divine Void Realm. Even a formidable opponent like Qian Ding could only contend with him in a stalemate. Should they clash in pure spiritual power, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, when it came to a contest of alchemical skills, she held unwavering confidence, believing herself to be on par with any master alchemist of the present age, including the old Tower Master of Dan Tower. An endless fighting spirit erupted with the activation of her primordial spirit's power, surging rapidly into the ice dragon, rendering it even more ferocious and violent. Chapter 1766, The Old Tower Master, 2. The figure in the depths of the void. Witnessing Dan Yao's primordial spirit energy materializing into a chilling ice dragon was taken aback. Alchemists typically interacted with fire, primarily cultivating pure yang techniques, thus manifesting creatures like fire phoenixes, fire sparrows, fire serpents, and fire cheilants. Never before had he encountered someone like Dan Yao, who could conjure an ice dragon. Logically, only cultivators who practiced extreme yin, extreme cold, or extreme softness could materialize beings with an ice attribute. Yet, such a spiritual power attribute conflicted with that of an alchemist. The appearance of this seemingly contradictory, yet harmonious phenomenon in a young woman left him astounded. How intriguing. The man chuckled, eager to see what surprises Dan Yao would unveil. Flames erupted around him, transforming into a crimson radiance that surged into the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix, initially subdued by the ice dragon, suddenly radiated a tremendous brilliance, pushing the spiritual power of an 8th grade alchemist to its zenith. Fiery feathers exploded from the phoenix's body, slicing through the air like sharp blades, striking the ice dragon with ferocity. Dan Yao furrowed her brow slightly, her primordial spirit flowing as her alchemical skills coalesced into waves of light, merging with the ice dragon. The ice dragon emitted a thunderous roar, its cry materializing into tangible sound waves that swept through the void, shattering all the fiery feathers launched by the Fire Phoenix. Subsequently, the ice dragon twisted its body, its 5 claws sharp as hooks, swiftly reaching out to grasp the Fire Phoenix. Under the relentless assault of the ice dragon's claws, the Fire Phoenix disintegrated with a resounding explosion, erupting into a cascade of fiery rain, scattering in all directions. Thus, the Fire Phoenix, symbolizing the prowess of an 8th grade alchemist, was utterly obliterated. Good, very good. Resonating through the void were the approving voices of an ancient, yet dignified presence, filled with surprise. Despite possessing only the cultivation of the 8th level of the spiritual platform, she not only managed to concoct the void-breaking pill, a creation typically reserved for alchemists of the divine void realm, but could also shatter the Fire Phoenix, formed from my primordial spirit energy with a single strike. Truly remarkable. From your spiritual energy and alchemical prowess, I sense a peculiar force, one that diverges entirely from traditional alchemy. Your ability to transcend the shackles of cultivation to create the void-breaking pill represents an entirely new alchemical technique. Before the Alchemist Conference commenced, I initially believed that this year's champion would inevitably fall to that young lad, Bai Liyan. Being that he is a 7th grade advanced alchemist at such a young age, I had intended to nurture him, allowing him to inherit my legacy. However, your emergence has provided me with a tremendous surprise. In comparison to Bai Liyan, your alchemical talent far surpasses his. Since the establishment of the Dan Tower, few have managed to reach the 13th level. Your swift ascent to this level indicates exceptional talent. With careful guidance, given time, you shall undoubtedly become a 9th grade pill sage. The voice, filled with excitement and sentiment, echoed through the void. The 8th grade pill emperor, though a paragon among alchemists, can only become a 9th grade pill sage to dominate the realm of alchemy and lead the way. Your ability to counter my 8th grade advanced attack speaks volumes of your extraordinary capabilities. Allow me to show you the transcendent methods of an alchemist. As the voice faded, the surrounding void plunged once more into silence. Transcendent Methods? Chapter 1767, The Old Tower Master, 2. Dan Yao was momentarily stunned, murmuring, historically, only 9th grade alchemists possess the transcendent alchemical abilities, which is why they are revered as pill sages. At this point, she suddenly gasped. Could it be that he truly is Boom? A sound reverberated through the void as a phoenix cry echoed from the depths of space. An even larger blazing phoenix emerged, its tail trailing 9 long feathers. With a gentle sweep of its tail, it transformed into 9 radiant pillars of light. Each beam contained scenes of incomprehensible alchemical processes. The 9 colored pillars pierced the void, soaring into the clouds, their dazzling hues transforming the previously gray atmosphere into a vibrant spectacle. Buzzing. Following this, an astonishing pressure, emanating from the depths of her soul, surged from all directions, filling the entire void. The blazing phoenix flapped its wings, and its 9 tail feathers erupted with energy, intertwining to form various combinations and ratios for alchemical creation. The techniques and proportions were executed flawlessly, without a single flaw, as the void transformed into a world of medicine, a sea of fire. Witnessing the 9 colored tail feathers intertwining and merging within the sea of flames, Dan Yao was left speechless. Her expression was one of astonishment as she murmured, 9 is the ultimate number. The culmination of 9 leads to perfection. Such mastery can only be achieved by a 9th grade pill sage. Although her spiritual power fell short, preventing her from concocting 9th grade pills, her alchemical prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade. With her keen perception, she could not fail to recognize that this 9-tailed blazing phoenix before her was the embodiment of the 9th grade pill sage's primordial spirit energy fused with alchemical skill. The rumors proved to be true. The old tower master of the Dan Tower was indeed a 9th grade pill sage. Previously, knowing that the old tower master was a formidable figure at the 9th level of the divine void realm had already left Dan Yao sufficiently astounded. To discover that his alchemical abilities had also reached the level of a 9th grade pill sage was beyond her expectations. Haha, a 9th grade pill sage. Truly a 9th grade pill sage. Unable to contain her joy, Dan Yao burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Prior to arriving at the Dan Tower, she had heard rumors suggesting that the old tower master might have ascended to the realm of the 9th grade pill sage. Yet, as with all rumors, they had never been officially acknowledged by the Dan Tower, leaving her uncertain about the old tower master's true status. Now that the rumors had been confirmed, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within her heart. Yes, it was sheer joy. Although she has thoroughly comprehended the essence of the Fire Dan Divine Scroll and achieved an extraordinary level of alchemical mastery, her brief period of cultivation has resulted in a significant mismatch between her spiritual power and her alchemical skills. Consequently, she finds it exceedingly challenging to concoct 9th grade elixirs. The pinnacle of her abilities allows her to refine only 8th grade high-tier void-breaking pills. Striving for further advancement would be akin to scaling the heavens. Even if she were to obtain a Dan soul and transcend into the divine void realm, she would still be constrained by the peculiarities of the 9th grade alchemy saints. To successfully concoct 9th grade elixirs, a period of integration is essential, wherein her alchemical expertise harmonizes seamlessly with her cultivation level, indistinguishable from one another. This period of assimilation could span a few hundred to several thousand years. No matter how fervently she desires it, impatience would yield no results. However, should a fellow 9th grade alchemy saint offer assistance, the circumstances would transform entirely. The alchemical knowledge deeply embedded in Dan Yao's mind resembles a colossal piece of uncut jade. As the saying goes, jade must be carved to become a vessel. Without refinement, raw jade struggles to achieve greatness. The old Tower Master's prowess as a ninth-grade alchemy saint serves as the finest of carving tools. Provided that Dan Yao showcases her full potential and engages in a fierce contest of skills, she could unleash her abilities throughout the confrontation. In this manner, she would circumvent the lengthy period of assimilation, and as soon as she reaches the divine void realm, she would be poised to concoct ninth-grade elixirs, ascending to the status of a ninth-grade alchemy saint. A spark of exhilaration glimmered in Dan Yao's eyes as she mused. I've been concerned about unlocking my potential. Yet here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. How splendid. With a spirited declaration, she proclaimed, allow me to witness the prowess of a ninth-grade alchemy saint. Her words resonated with confidence, exuding an undeniable aura. Very well. How delightful. The old Tower Master chuckled with increasing merriment at Dan Yao's fearless demeanor. Prior to her arrival, he had envisioned countless scenarios, yet he never anticipated that upon witnessing his ninth-grade alchemy saint abilities, Dan Yao would not only remain unperturbed, but would instead ignite with enthusiasm, radiating a relentless drive. Such fearless ambition and innate talent. Who could resist being captivated? Young individuals of your caliber are exceedingly rare. Since you are eager to witness the might of a ninth-grade alchemy saint, I shall indulge you. As his words faded, flames surged from the void, enveloping the blazing phoenix. Its form swelled dramatically, 9 magnificent tail feathers intertwining to create a vibrant, resplendent net that descended upon Dan Yao. The overwhelming pure-yang fire, infused with the transformative powers of a ninth-grade alchemy saint, was truly formidable. Had an ordinary 8th-grade alchemy emperor faced such terrifying pressure, they would have collapsed in submission. Even an advanced 8th-grade alchemist could scarcely endure for but a few breaths. Yet, Dan Yao stood resolute, akin to a steadfast bamboo, unyielding amid the tempestuous winds. As steadfast as a rock. As the colossal net approached, her alchemical prowess coalesced within her primordial spirit. With the release of her spiritual energy, a magnificent ice dragon manifested once more. Its roars reverberated, shaking the heavens, as an overwhelming aura surged forth. The ice dragon's claw tore through the net, transforming into countless dragon forms that surged towards the blazing phoenix from all directions. What? The old Tower Master could hardly contain his astonishment as he witnessed Dan Yao, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure, shatter the immense net. His exclamations were filled with shock and awe. Although he could not fathom why Dan Yao's primordial spirit had manifested as an icy dragon, her ability to counter the blazing phoenix's assault with the same means indicated that her alchemical mastery had indeed reached the 9th grade. For only 9th grade alchemists and those above could possess such capabilities. 9th grade alchemy saint? You, this girl, are also a 9th grade alchemy saint? Compared to Dan Yao's astonishment at discovering the old Tower Master's status, his incredulity at her displayed abilities nearly led him to question reality itself. A mere girl of over 300 years could possibly be a 9th grade alchemy saint? How could this be? Yet, the aura emanating from the ice dragon was undeniably that of a 9th grade alchemy saint, leaving him with no choice but to believe. At that moment, the old Tower Master looked upon Dan Yao not as a senior observing a junior, but as 2 equally matched, extraordinary powerhouses, each harboring mutual respect and admiration. The threshold for becoming an alchemy saint was exceedingly high, having stymied countless 8th grade alchemy emperors. Across the continent, aside from himself, only Qian Yang possessed the abilities of a 9th grade alchemy saint. However, that individual was exceptional, being a divine cauldron with the legacy of the goddess of medicine within, rendering him unsuitable for comparison with ordinary alchemists. Having remained a 9th grade alchemy saint for millennia, he had grown weary of the solitude at such heights, yearning for an opponent of equal caliber, yet his desires had remained unfulfilled. Now, witnessing an individual like Dan Yao among the younger generation truly filled him with joy. Dan Yao intended to leverage the old Tower Master as a sharpening stone to fully unveil her potential, while he longed to engage in a pure contest of alchemical skills with her. The mutual desire for competition ignited a grand confrontation between 9th grade alchemists, transforming medicine into fire. The phoenix danced across the sky. The old Tower Master struck first, unleashing the blazing phoenix into a frenzy. Endless flames erupted from its beak, with fiery feathers launching towards the ice dragon in an explosive barrage. Ice transforms into fire. The dragon soars through the heavens. Danyao's voice soared, her battle spirit igniting as her alchemical prowess fused with her primordial spirit, elevating the ice dragon's might to its zenith. Claws of the dragon surged forth. Boom, boom. The clash of claws against fiery feathers resonated, creating a series of explosive sounds that reverberated through the void. Dan Yao focused intently on the intricate alchemical techniques employed by the blazing phoenix. Although they were exceedingly complex and far from the simplicity of the Fire Dan divine scroll, they possessed an extraordinary mystique, with several techniques eluding her comprehension, leaving her inwardly in awe. Since mastering the profound intricacies of the Fire Dan divine scroll, she had grown dismissive of traditional alchemical studies, viewing them as convoluted and tedious, an arduous waste of time. Yet, witnessing the old Tower Master's artistry revealed the exceptional merits of traditional alchemical practices. However, it seemed that he had reached the pinnacle of those traditions. Further advancement into the realm of the medicine god appeared increasingly improbable. Determined, Dan Yao concentrated her thoughts, channeling her acquired alchemical abilities into the ice dragon, allowing her unique brilliance to shine forth. The old Tower Master engaged her in countless exchanges, yet continued to find himself at a disadvantage. He sensed that her alchemical methods were profoundly intricate and ingenious. Seemingly mundane moves concealed a multitude of transformations, epitomizing the elegance of simplicity. If not for his decades of devoted study and extensive experience, he would have likely succumbed to defeat by now. Internally astonished, he recognized that this girl's alchemical techniques were progressively more clever, pioneering an unprecedented realm within the discipline of alchemy. The two adversaries gazed at one another across the expanse. One ice, one fire, one dragon, one phoenix, engaged in a heartfelt exchange of traditional and scientific alchemical methodologies. Time flowed inexorably onward as they lost themselves in the battle, oblivious to the passage of days. In the climactic struggle, the blazing phoenix could not annihilate the ice dragon, nor could the ice dragon breach the protective fire shield formed by nine-tail feathers. Thus, they fought to a standstill, with neither emerging victorious. Chapter 1770, The Terrifying Countenance. Although the battle ended in a draw, Danyao had come to a conclusion regarding the outcome. When it comes to alchemical prowess, the divine scroll of fire elixirs she had mastered surpassed that of the old Tower Master by a considerable margin. The reason the ice dragon struggled against the blazing phoenix lay in its inherent lack of spiritual energy cultivation, which placed it at a disadvantage from the outset. According to her analysis, the old Tower Master ought to be classified as a mid-tier ninth-grade alchemist. Once she transcended into the realm of the divine void, her alchemical abilities would no longer be constrained by her cultivation level, enabling her to concoct high-tier ninth-grade elixirs instantaneously. As a ninth-grade high-tier alchemist, she would undoubtedly surpass the old Tower Master, a mid-tier ninth-grade alchemist. However, out of respect for her elder, Danyao would not reveal this. She merely smiled faintly. What a remarkable ninth-grade female alchemist. I had assumed you were merely a prodigy in alchemy, destined to break through the ninth grade under the guidance of a renowned master, ultimately becoming a paramount figure in the alchemical realm. Yet, I am astonished to find your alchemical capabilities have reached such an extraordinary pinnacle, rivaling my blazing phoenix in a direct confrontation. Unlike other professions, becoming an alchemist requires a protracted period of study to identify, recognize, learn, and produce medicinal herbs. Even a prodigious talent would need at least 10,000 years to attain the status of a ninth-grade alchemist. You are barely a few hundred years old. How have you elevated your alchemical skills to such heights? The old Tower Master's voice resonated from afar, and as Danyao heard his inquiry regarding the enhancement of alchemical techniques, his voice was already at her ear. She hurriedly looked up to see an elderly man dressed in a silver-red robe, seated atop a tricolored alchemical furnace composed of red, yellow, and blue, gradually manifesting before her. Upon seeing his visage, Danyao's expression froze. The elder's appearance was striking. His upper body was smooth and radiant, with hair and beard that had turned from white to yellow, yet his face remained notably rosy, resembling an ethereal golden elixir elder. However, his lower body was withered and shriveled, the skin a sickly yellow, devoid of any muscle, with bones protruding like a half-skeletal form wrapped in yellowed parchment. This stark contrast, this peculiar visage, would leave anyone speechless. Danyao's heart raced as she finally understood why the Tower Master had refrained from appearing at the alchemist conference. His countenance was simply too terrifying, neither human nor ghostly. If the powerful figures of the central domain were to witness it, the Dan Tower would surely become a subject of ridicule. Although taken aback, Danyao quickly regained her composure. Despite his fearsome appearance, his strength was unquestionable. The moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed the profound depth of his cultivation. The terrifying aura exerted upon her made her heart tremble. I am Danyao, a humble disciple who has had the honor of meeting the esteemed Tower Master. Danyao suppressed her inner astonishment and respectfully bowed to the old Tower Master. His expression remained frosty as he replied, "No need for such formality." With a gentle wave of his hand, A red stool shaped like an alchemical furnace materialized before Dan Yao. "Please, have a seat." Upon hearing this, Dan Yao did not hesitate, sitting down with poise. The old tower master smiled wryly. "My appearance must have startled you?" "A bit, but not anymore," Dan Yao replied candidly. "Why is that?" The tower master, a figure of immense wisdom and insight into worldly affairs, elicited great respect from the younger generation, who naturally would not be so superficial as to judge him by his exterior. Chapter 1771. The Tower Master was murdered. Upon hearing this, a warm smile broke through the old Tower Master's icy demeanor as he slowly remarked, "Beauty and ugliness are matters of the heart. To judge solely by appearances is rather pedestrian. It is rare to find someone who comprehends this." "You flatter me, esteemed elder," Dan Yao replied with a subtle smile. "With your youth, talent, and capabilities, any praise would be insufficient. During my many years in the Dan Tower, I have encountered countless geniuses, yet none have surprised me as much as you." The old Tower Master sighed, both in admiration and melancholy. He suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Dan Yao. "Do you know how many years it took me to rise from a mere alchemical apprentice to an 8th-grade alchemist?" "How many years?" Dan Yao could not help but inquire. To become the Tower Master, one must be an exceptional figure in the realm of alchemy. Naturally, she was eager to learn how long it took this legendary figure, who possessed the 9th level of the divine void and the abilities of a 9th-grade alchemist, to achieve such status. The old Tower Master raised a finger. 1,000. "It took me 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Given the complexity of traditional alchemy, achieving the rank of 8th-grade alchemist in just 1,000 years was undeniably a mark of genius. At over 800 years of age, I claimed victory in the Alchemist Conference with my 7th-grade high-tier strength and was accepted as a true disciple by the then Tower Master. Under his guidance, I broke through to 8th-grade alchemist by the age of 1,000. But compared to you, I still fall woefully short." The old Tower Master shook his head and continued. "Do you know how many years it took me to ascend from 8th-grade alchemist to 9th-grade alchemist?" "I do not know." Danyao shook her head. 67,000 years. I spent a full 67,000 years. "What? 67,000 years?" Danyao gasped in astonishment. The disparity in time was staggering. 1,000 years to break through 8 grades of alchemy, yet a staggering 67,000 years to ascend from 8th to 9th grade. Indeed, I had thought that with my talent, even if it were difficult to become a 9th-grade alchemist, it would take at most 10,000 years. Yet, it took me 67,000 years. Nevertheless, I became one of the rare 9th-grade alchemists since the establishment of the Dan Tower. The old Tower Master spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a sense of age and resignation. "After breaking through to Alchemist Saint, I realized my potential had been exhausted and my lifespan was dwindling. I would not hope to reach the realm of the Alchemist God in this lifetime. Thus, in the years that followed, aside from my regular cultivation, I quietly observed, hoping to find an extraordinary talent to inherit my legacy, to become the new Alchemist Saint, ensuring the continued prosperity of the Dan Tower. My eldest disciple once harbored this potential, but tragically, he was murdered. My second disciple, Ling Hanfeng, though a rare pure yang body, is unfortunately too uncouth to engage in the meticulous art of alchemy." Dan Yao was taken aback. The Tower Master was murdered? Ever since arriving at the Dan Tower, Dan Yao had been immensely curious about this enigmatic figure, perplexed as to why he had not made an appearance at such a grand millennium event. While it was understandable that the former leader would retreat into the shadows, it seemed unusual for the current Tower Master to remain hidden. Thus, hearing that the Tower Master had been murdered was utterly shocking. The old Tower Master's face bore a profound sorrow. Yes, he was indeed murdered. Chapter 1772. The most suitable successor. I am filled with rage. He was slain by the treacherous Xiang clan. In truth, even without the old Tower Master's words, Dan Yao could surmise who was behind the Tower Master's demise. The Dan Tower is the largest alchemical force on the entire continent. To kill the Tower Master is tantamount to declaring enmity with all alchemists. Aside from the Xiang clan and the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, no other formidable force would dare disturb this hornet's nest. Given the long-standing alliance between the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace and the Dan Tower, spanning over 1,000,000 years, it is inconceivable that they would commit such an atrocious act. For countless years, I have yearned to discover an exceptionally talented alchemist to inherit the position of the Tower Master. Yet, year after year, my search bore no fruit until your arrival finally ignited a glimmer of hope within me. Observing the fervent admiration for talent in the old Tower Master's eyes, Dan Yao pondered whether he harbored intentions of entrusting her with such a significant role. The old Tower Master articulated with deliberate gravity, "The establishment of the Dan Tower aims to uphold the interests of all alchemists. As the Tower Master, one must possess not only formidable strength, but also extraordinary alchemical skills to command the respect and loyalty of those beneath, ensuring the dignity and decent livelihood of those in this profession. You are, in my estimation, the most suitable candidate for this esteemed position. Though she had surmised the old Tower Master's desire for her to succeed him, Dan Yao was nonetheless taken aback when he voiced it aloud. She recognized that her alchemical prowess was unparalleled among her peers, yet she had never contemplated the prospect of inheriting the Dan Tower and becoming its leader. It is worth noting that the Dan Tower stands as one of the three superpowers alongside the Xiang clan and the Xianxia Palace. The role of Tower Master would place her among the most powerful individuals on the continent. Such an enticing proposition might have driven others into a frenzy of joy. Yet she harbored no such ambitions. While the authority of the Tower Master is immense and commands respect, it also carries profound responsibilities. She yearned only for a carefree existence, unwilling to entangle herself in such matters. Seeing Dan Yao frown instead of expressing delight, the old Tower Master smiled knowingly. Indeed, you are extraordinary. Faced with such a fortuitous opportunity, your composure is remarkable, truly remarkable. He sighed deeply. The central region is the most favorable environment for cultivation among the 5 regions of the Tianxian continent, teeming with prodigious talents. I have encountered countless alchemical geniuses, yet none possess the potential to ascend to the realm of 9th-grade alchemist like you. In my long existence spanning thousands of years, apart from my late eldest disciple, you are the second to have attained such potential. What is even rarer is your character, unfettered by fame and fortune, unambitious and uncompetitive. While many possess skill, few can resist the allure of power, especially the position of Tower Master. I am confident that under your stewardship, the Dan Tower will thrive and ascend to new heights, standing resilient at the pinnacle of the continent. At this juncture, the old Tower Master gazed at Dan Yao with hopeful anticipation. I am aging, and the Dan Tower cannot be without a master. Hence, I implore you to consider my request. Dan Yao shook her head gently. I appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed elder, but I have already promised someone that I would accompany him into seclusion once all matters are resolved. I cannot be unfaithful to my word. Furthermore, she lamented, I am but a humble individual. My spiritual power is not particularly strong. How could I possibly shoulder the responsibilities of the Tower Master? Perhaps you should seek another candidate. No, the old Tower Master interjected firmly. There is no one else in this world capable of assuming the role of Tower Master, at least not at this moment. Dan Yao grimaced. Esteemed elder, are you not putting me in a difficult position? I came here solely to obtain the Dan soul to break through my own cultivation barriers. I dare not aspire to the position of Tower Master. You desire the Dan soul, do you not? The old Tower Master inquired with a smile. Indeed, Dan Yao affirmed. Yet her brow furrowed with apprehension. Could this old man be contemplating using the Dan soul to coerce her into accepting the role of Tower Master? Very well. If you desire it, I shall grant it to you. The old Tower Master gestured, and the 3-colored alchemical cauldrons soared into the air, spinning gracefully before transforming into a colossal golden money rat. This creature, far larger than an ordinary money rat, sported 3 distinct eyes, one red, one yellow, and one blue, gleaming with an intelligence that far surpassed that of a fox. It appeared remarkably peculiar. This is the 3-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron, the old Tower Master explained. Gazing at the 3-eyed golden money rat, Dan Yao exhibited a look of astonishment. The 3-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron ranks 5th on the fire cauldron list. This cauldron is a remarkably unique entity. Unlike other cauldrons that require alchemists to prepare their own materials for concoction, this one allows for the direct refinement of elixirs without prior preparation. The reason for this extraordinary capability lies in the cauldron's internal space, reminiscent of a fantastical realm, containing an expansive medicinal field. By simply placing seeds into this field, they can grow at an accelerated pace. Thousands of years' worth of growth can occur in mere days. In essence, possessing such a cauldron alleviates alchemists from the worry of lacking materials, rendering it a coveted artifact for any alchemist. In addition to its ability to spontaneously cultivate materials, the 3-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron possesses 2 other enviable functions. First is its ability to retrieve medicines from afar. When transformed into the shape of the money rat, it can open its 3rd eye to seek rare materials within a radius of 1,000 miles, provided the materials are not bound by restrictions or hidden within spatial rings. The money rat can fetch them effortlessly. Legend has it that in ancient times, an alchemist acquired this cauldron and, while preoccupied with other matters, neglected to revert the money rat back into its cauldron form. Consequently, the tireless creature amassed an overwhelming quantity of materials, nearly overwhelming the alchemist when he finally opened the 3-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron. The second function is its remarkable healing capabilities. Due to the orderly inheritance of the 3-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron, Each successive owner cultivated a plethora of rare spiritual herbs within the medicinal field. Over time, the cauldron underwent mutations, gaining immense life force. This vitality can suppress insurmountable toxins and difficult-to-treat internal injuries, significantly prolonging the host's life. In essence, as long as one possesses this cauldron, they can endure even the gravest of injuries, as it will sustain their life, though not as unrivaled as the undying blood cauldron. It remains exceedingly formidable. The old tower master beamed. Indeed, this is the three-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron. He beckoned, and the money rat leaped onto his lap, nuzzling against his garments in a display of affection. The old tower master tenderly patted the money rat's head and said, "While this cauldron ranks 5th on the fire cauldron list, it is the most genuine among all the listed cauldrons. Other cauldrons possess countless marvelous functions, yet many are not tailored for alchemical endeavors. Only the three-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron, with its capabilities of retrieving medicines and cultivating within its space, is intimately linked with the art of alchemy. For this reason, it has become the treasured artifact of the Dan Tower, passed down through generations. Although there are 4 other cauldrons of higher rank, it remains the most suitable treasure for alchemists within the Dan Tower." Danyao murmured. "So the three-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron is the treasure of the Dan Tower. No wonder it was absent from the alchemist conference. The three-eyed treasure tripod is not only a treasure of the Dan Tower, but also a symbol of inheritance for the tower masters of generations past. The Dan essence you seek is contained within this very vessel." As he spoke, the old tower master reached out and tapped the third eye of the golden mice. Instantly, its mouth opened wide, and a crimson light burst forth, hovering before Dan Yao. It was a blood-red orb the size of an egg, its surface shimmering with a pulsating glow, as if infused with flowing blood, yet exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Before Dan Yao could reach out to touch it, she felt an overwhelming frost seep into her bones, indicating the immense energy it contained. "Is this truly the legendary Dan essence?" Dan Yao murmured, gazing at the crimson orb. The old tower master nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, previously, the envoy by you made an agreement on my behalf with you. If you could secure victory in the alchemist conference and ascend through the 13 layers of the apothecary tower, I would grant you the Dan essence. You have achieved that now. It is yours." "Really, you will give it to me?" Danyao asked, still somewhat incredulous. "Of course, as the previous tower master. It would be laughable if I were to go back on my word," the old tower master declared decisively. Danyao regarded him with skepticism. What was this old fellow scheming? Did he not wish for me to become the tower master? Why would he so readily relinquish the Dan essence? Unable to decipher the old tower master's intentions, she thought about the effort she had exerted to reach this point. It would be foolish to let such a ripe opportunity slip away. With that in mind, she hurriedly stowed the Dan essence into her spatial ring and bowed slightly to the old master. "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder. I still have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. It was best to leave quickly, lest this old man change his mind." If he did, her current abilities would be no match for his formidable strength at the 9th level of the Divine Void. Just as Danyao turned to depart, the old tower master coldly remarked, "Although this Dan essence contains an extraordinarily vast and pure energy, it is not something that just anyone can easily absorb. If one attempts to forcefully cultivate with it, they risk losing their mind and suffering severe injury to their meridians, leading to death." Danyao halted in her tracks. "Why is that?" Chapter 1775. "So, he still has a trick up his sleeve." Her expression darkened. After enduring countless hardships to finally acquire the Dan essence, the thought that its energy might be inaccessible was infuriating. The old tower master explained, "This Dan essence is derived from the most important 9th-rank medicine sage of our Dan Tower. This esteemed predecessor lived within the Dan Tower for thousands of years, cultivating techniques and absorbing spiritual energy, along with consuming various rare materials and spiritual herbs. Naturally, upon their death, the essence they left behind bore the unique mark of the Dan Tower. Unless one practices our tower's secret techniques, even if one possesses the Dan essence, it would be impossible to utilize it for breaking through realms." Upon hearing this, Danyao's expression shifted, anger flaring within her. "How can you say such things and not keep your word?" The old tower master chuckled. "Who said I have not kept my word? Have I not given you the Dan essence?" Danyao felt a lump in her throat. "I thought you were so eager to hand it over. Turns out you were waiting for this." "Ah, deception is part of the game. Who told you to rush in without investigating? I was merely being kind enough to give you a warning. Otherwise, you might have foolishly tried to absorb it and met an untimely fate. Should I then thank you for that?" Danyao ground her teeth. The old tower master grinned like a mischievous rogue. "No need for thanks." Danyao sighed inwardly. He had previously donned the guise of an unparalleled powerhouse, yet now, his true nature was laid bare. The so-called majesty of the tower master was merely for show, and one slip revealed his true character. Clearing his throat, The old tower master noticed the disillusionment in her gaze and quickly shifted back to a facade of an ethereal sage. Enough of the pretense. Speak plainly. What do you desire? Dan Yao was tired of the circumlocution and cut to the chase. The old tower master narrowed his eyes, a sly grin creeping across his face. It is quite simple. If you inherit the position of tower master, I will impart the secret techniques of the Dan Tower to you. Once you master them, you will be able to fully absorb and refine the energy contained within the Dan essence. Dan Yao forced a smile. Esteemed elder, are you not putting me in a difficult position? I do not wish to trouble you, but I have no other options. While I have broken through to the 9th level of the divine void, my physical condition has deteriorated significantly, and my time is limited. If I do not designate a successor before I depart this world, once I am gone, the Dan Tower will be left leaderless, descending into chaos. The Xiang clan will seize the opportunity to manipulate the situation, supporting those with ulterior motives as Tower Master, leading the Dan Tower into internal strife and self-destruction, leaving me to clean up the mess. The old Tower Master expressed a sense of helplessness and sorrow. If it comes to that, I would become a sinner throughout history. When I reach the afterlife, how could I face the ancestors of the Dan Tower? Danyao furrowed her brow deeply. The old Tower Master continued. I can see you are not fond of conflict, but certain matters cannot be avoided. The Xiang clan has already learned that the Xuan tripod is in your possession. If you do not become the Tower Master, you will be unable to contend alone against those ruthless adversaries. Chapter 1776. Agreeing to become the Tower Master. Dan Yao recognized the truth in his words. The Xiang clan, a super clan with a lineage spanning over 1,000,000 years, possessed immense depth and resources. Merely eliminating Xiang Banshan would not uproot the entire force. Yet, if the root cause was not eradicated, they would surely return, creating further troubles. If she were to become the Tower Master, backed by the continent's most elite alchemists and powerful individuals, the Xiang clan would think twice before acting against her. Seeing a flicker of determination in her eyes, the old Tower Master added, as Tower Master, you need not handle every matter personally. Understanding how to manage those beneath you will ensure that they assist you effectively. You are a wise individual. You should know how to utilize people to make your life easier. He paused before continuing. Becoming the Tower Master not only grants you the power to contend with the Xiang clan, but also allows you to harness the energy of the Dan essence, elevating yourself to become a formidable force. Such a dual benefit is a rare opportunity that others cannot obtain. Once this chance passes, it may never return. With a pause, he elaborated. The secret techniques passed down by the Dan Tower are profoundly intricate. They will not only aid in absorbing the Dan essence, but also accelerate the refinement process. I am aware you have a junior sister who has recently received the legacy of the old master of the Tiangong Pavilion. However, her lifetime of cultivation is sealed within her body, making it difficult to refine in a short time. If she learns this secret technique, she could fully refine her sealed power within a year or so, becoming a formidable force in the divine void. Hearing the old Tower Master articulate the advantages and disadvantages so clearly, Danyao felt a tremor run through her, leaving her unable to refuse. Very well. I accept your proposal. Danyao sighed heavily, steeling herself. The old Tower Master rejoiced. Really? Indeed. Danyao nodded firmly, then added, however, the position of Tower Master carries immense responsibilities. The successor must possess not only exceptional alchemical skills, but also the ability to lead. While my alchemical capabilities are sufficient, my strength still needs improvement. I must first absorb the energy of the Dan essence and successfully break through to the divine void before I can take on this role. Dan Yao weighed the pros and cons, realizing that becoming the Tower Master was indeed the best choice for her at this moment. Yet she could not allow this old fellow to lead her by the nose indefinitely. What if the Danpa was not as miraculous as she envisioned? If she absorbed its power and still failed to break through, would she not suffer a tremendous loss? Thus, it was imperative to take precautions in advance. As long as the old Tower Master consented to her request, even if the Danpa did not facilitate her breakthrough, his desperate need for talent would surely compel him to devise a means to assist her. Very well, I shall agree. The old Tower Master, fearful that Dan Yao might refuse the position of Tower Master, found it impossible to deny her when she nodded in agreement. The Dan Tower lacked nothing except for rare materials and elixirs. With a heritage spanning over 1,000,000 years, resources could be lavished with abandon. Even a mere pig could be elevated to the realm of the divine void, let alone a human. The old Tower Master smiled. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I intended for you to succeed me as Tower Master after you break through to the divine void. Currently, the Xiang clan has fixated on you due to the Kun Ding incident. As the saying goes, one is more afraid of a thief's fixation than their theft. Until you achieve your breakthrough, you shall find no peace. I can see that your cultivation method is extraordinarily unique. The 8th level of the spirit platform can contend with the divine void realm. Once you break through, your strength will undoubtedly soar. Chapter 1777. The catastrophe triggered by the Kun Ding. The old tower master lamented, "My greatest disciple was overly focused on alchemy, neglecting the enhancement of his spiritual power, which led to his unfortunate demise at the hands of treachery. I too fell victim to a covert scheme, leaving me in a state that is neither human nor ghostly. Such a calamity must not befall us a second time. It is absolutely unacceptable." "What? You were ambushed by the Xiang clan?" Dan Yao exclaimed in shock. "Yes. Had it not been for that despicable scoundrel, how could I have been reduced to this state?" the old tower master said, his features contorted with bitterness. Seeing Dan Yao's puzzled expression, he sighed. "Upon closer examination, this matter is indeed related to the Kun Ding." "The Kun Ding?" Dan Yao was taken aback, her expression one of profound astonishment. She could not help but exclaim, "How is this incident connected to the Kun Ding?" "Since you inquire, I shall enlighten you," the old man said. "Please speak, senior." "I am all ears," Dan Yao replied attentively. The old tower master slowly recounted, 12,000 years ago, my greatest disciple encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and ventured out in search of an opportunity to break through. By chance, he discovered an ancient formation at the bottom of a cold pond. After considerable effort to decipher it, he unexpectedly found a blue cauldron at the pond's deepest point. Initially, my disciple was unaware of the cauldron's origin or purpose. He only sensed that its design and material were remarkably unique, undoubtedly not an ordinary object. To his misfortune, the Dan Tower had spies planted by the Xiang clan. No sooner had my disciple retrieved the cauldron than news reached the Xiang clan. They dispatched a multitude of experts to create distractions, harassing the elders and disciples of the Dan Tower during their cultivation. Xiang Banshan himself lurked in the shadows, catching my disciple off guard and severely injuring him, seizing the cauldron in the process. Xiang Banshan had long since entered the 9th level of the divine void, while I was only at the 8th level at that time. Aware that I was no match for that old fiend, I allied with the head of the Xianxia palace, the celestial star fairy, and together we stormed the Xian clan's realm of Xianhua. It was during this confrontation that I learned the Qian Kun fundamental cauldron, ranked first on the fire cauldron list, is in fact a dual cauldron. The blue cauldron is one half, while the other, a crimson-red cauldron, had already fallen into the hands of the Xiang clan. Evidently, Xiang Banshan went to great lengths to seize the Kun Ding in order to fuse the Qian Kun dual cauldrons, unlocking the legacy of the apothecary god and breaking free from the shackles of cultivation, ultimately reaching the ethereal realm that no one has achieved freeance. Upon discovering this secret, I was both alarmed and enraged, fully aware of the dire consequences. If Xiang Banshan succeeded in his breakthrough, the entire continent would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. I joined forces with the celestial star fairy, leading the Dan Tower and Xianxia Palace against the Xiang clan in a climactic battle. The conflict was so fierce that it darkened the skies and obscured the sun. In the end, despite reclaiming the Kun Ding with the fairy's assistance, I was ambushed by a mysterious figure just as I prepared to depart, suffering grave injuries that nearly cost me my life at the hands of the Xiang clan. A mysterious figure? Danyao raised an eyebrow. With your formidable strength, who besides Xiang Banshan could possibly injure you? Was it the Qian Ding? The old tower master shook his head. No, that creature had not yet taken on human form. Even if it had, our strengths were equal. How could it have inflicted such wounds upon me? Then who could it be? Danyao pondered. Recalling Xiang Yang's previous descriptions, she began to grasp the situation regarding the Xiang clan. Chapter 1778. What an odd individual. She had initially thought that Xiang Banshan was the most powerful and fearsome among the Xiang clan. However, upon arriving at the Dan Tower, she encountered a formidable being who had transformed from the Qian Ding into a 9th level divine void expert. As if that were not enough, another mysterious powerhouse had emerged, one capable of severely injuring the old tower master, leaving him in a state of decay. If these matters were not clarified, when the time came for her and Xiang Yang to confront the Xiang clan, they might find themselves unaware of their impending doom. The old tower master remarked, "Who this person is, I do not know." When he appeared, one half of his body was shrouded in flames, while the other half was encased in thick dark ice, exuding an overwhelming aura of resentment. In all my years, I have never encountered such a peculiar individual. Even more bizarre was his cultivation method, a fusion of the utmost yin and utmost yang, uniquely insidious and extraordinarily strange. This power penetrated my body, instantly wounding my true essence. Had it not been for the protection of my three-eyed treasure cauldron and my astonishing vitality, I would have long since perished. This force coursed through my blood, invading my extraordinary meridians. While I narrowly escaped with my life, my upper body was invaded by coldness, leaving me in great distress. while my lower body was seared by the scorching true energy, causing my flesh to wither away inch by inch, ultimately resulting in this wretched form. Dan Yao frowned deeply. Ice and fire cannot coexist. How could there be a power that is half fire and half ice? Does not the Xiang clan cultivate a method of utmost yang and utmost rigidity? The old tower master shook his head. I cannot explain that either. This person is not only peculiar, but his power is also extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of Xiang Banshan. With Xiang Banshan, the transformed Qian Ding, and that odd individual. The Xiang clan possesses 3 ninth-level divine void experts. That is why I previously stated that you cannot hope to contend with the Xiang clan alone. Danyao questioned, Senior, your alchemical skills are so advanced. Surely you can concoct elixirs to heal your own wounds? The old tower master smiled wryly. If it were an ordinary injury, I could recover on my own without the need for elixirs, given my cultivation level. However, the power that strange individual injected into me is exceedingly treacherous. I have experimented with hundreds of elixirs and ingested countless rare herbs, but found no remedy. Eventually, I sought the assistance of the celestial star fairy, hoping to use her spiritual energy to counteract this force, yet it proved futile. She informed me that during her confrontation with this power, she discovered that one half of it bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace's cold jade technique, being extremely yin and cold, yet far purer and more potent. She could not fathom how that odd individual managed to learn it. Dan Yao murmured, the characteristics of the cold jade technique? Half fire, half ice. The cold jade technique evolved from the remnants of the bright jade technique. This half of the spiritual energy is stronger and purer than the cold jade technique. It is likely that he has cultivated part of the bright jade technique's principles. Yet the scriptures of the bright jade technique were destroyed long ago, and the Xiang clan could not possibly steal its teachings. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Dan Yao's mind. Could it be him? Noticing Dan Yao deep in thought, the old tower master inquired, what is it? Do you know something about that mysterious individual? Dan Yao shook her head repeatedly. I do not know. I only find it strange. The Xiang clan and the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace's techniques are yin and yang, rigid and soft, mutually restraining. How could that odd individual achieve a harmony of yin and yang, encompassing all? Not only do you fail to comprehend, but I too find it perplexing. Chapter 1779, where exists 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Dan Yao then inquired, and what transpired subsequently? The old tower master replied, I was acutely aware of the wolfish ambitions of the Xiang clan, their unscrupulous methods, and I knew they would devise a way to reclaim the Kun Ding. Severely injured as I was, I lacked the strength to safeguard the Ding. Thus I entrusted this hot potato to the Cold Star Fairy for handling. After considerable contemplation, the Cold Star Fairy decided to suppress the Ding beneath the fathomless ice at the bottom of the cold pool in the Immortal Water Palace, ensuring it would never see the light of day, thereby averting a calamity. Nevertheless, both the Cold Star Fairy and I gravely underestimated the capabilities of the Xiang clan. A millennium after the Kun Ding was entombed in the abyssal ice, a mysterious youth, engulfed in roaring flames, audaciously infiltrated the cold pool while the Cold Star Fairy was in seclusion, shattering the ice and attempting to seize the Kun Ding. Fortunately, the Cold Star Fairy had taken precautions and had earlier inscribed a primordial spirit mark beneath the ice. The moment the mysterious youth broke through the ice, she emerged from her meditative state, and after a brief skirmish, she severely wounded him. Following this incident, the Cold Star Fairy realized that this place was no longer secure, and she relocated the Kun Ding to another secretive location. Yet, the mysterious youth managed to find it again, after several attempts. Regardless of how the Cold Star Fairy changed her hiding spots, the youth was unfailingly able to locate the Kun Ding. The Cold Star Fairy initially intended to dispatch that troublesome individual with a single strike, but soon discovered that he possessed a unique constitution, with an astonishing regenerative ability, akin to a cockroach that simply could not be exterminated, which was indeed a source of great vexation. Dan Yao chuckled and asked, that mysterious youth, is he not the transformed Qian Ding, Xiang Yang? The old tower master nodded. Precisely, it is he. However, at that time, both the Cold Star Fairy and I were oblivious to the fact that the Kun Ding could assume human form. We presumed he had acquired the undying blood Ding, refined and bound to it, thereby possessing the extraordinary ability of immortality, which rendered him unkillable. It was only recently that I realized he was not bound to the undying blood Ding. He was evidently the embodiment of the Qian Ding. Since he was born of the Qian Ding, which shared an origin with the Kun Ding, their essences were intertwined, enabling him to locate the Kun Ding no matter how the Cold Star Fairy altered its location. At this point, the old tower master couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. There is only a 1,000-day thief. How can there be a 1,000-day guard against thieves? After enduring round after round of turmoil, The Cold Star Fairy finally comprehended that as long as the Kun Ding remained in the immortal water palace, she would never find peace. Consequently, she passed this hot potato to me, but to ensure I would not face undue hardship. She disseminated the rumor that she had sensed a peculiar force of utmost yin and cold emanating from the Kun Ding, intending to enter seclusion for a millennium. She warned anyone who dared to disturb her while she was in seclusion. After several setbacks, Qian Ding realized he was not the Cold Star Fairy's match. If she utilized the Kun Ding for a millennium of seclusion, he would be utterly unable to move against her. This maneuver bought me a millennium's time, and I understood that I must devise a proper means to secure the Kun Ding within that span. Otherwise, should Qian Ding obtain it, the entire continent would descend into a hellish nightmare. Finally, fortune smiled upon me. Just as the Cold Star Fairy returned the Kun Ding to me, an elder from the Dan Tower unexpectedly acquired a medicinal cauldron known as the Bagua Luo Ding. Although this ding ranked rather low on the fire ding list, only a position or two above the Zilong Yu Ding and the Wan Diu Ming Ding, it contained an innate Bagua formation, a marvel of profound complexity, capable of concealing celestial secrets and isolating all exceptional auras. Chapter 1780. The operation was too clever. Upon receiving this news, I conceived the idea of hiding the Kun Ding within the Bagua Luo Ding, activating the innate Bagua formation to obscure the aura of the Kun Ding, and then discarding it in a location no one could fathom. In this manner, even if the Xiang clan and Qian Ding possessed means, they would be unable to uncover it. Once the plan was set, I reduced the Kun Ding in size and embedded it within the Bagua Luo Ding, creating a ding within a ding. After activating the innate Bagua formation, I still felt insecure. So I summoned an elder from the immortal water palace to employ the profound ice sealing technique to completely seal the Bagua Luo Ding. Subsequently, I sought out a nefarious member among the Dan Tower's ranks, orchestrating a scheme to have him steal the Bagua Luo Ding, then dispatched individuals to pursue him, driving him to the spatial transition station leading from the central domain to the northern domain. The traitor, left with no option, had to escape through the transition station to save his life, unaware that this was precisely in line with my intentions. In the end, I spread the word that should anyone encounter that traitor, they would be subjected to the most brutal punishment imaginable, rendering him unable to live or die, which terrified him into never daring to return to the central domain. Ha ha. At this juncture, the old tower master burst into laughter. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. The old tower master's maneuvers were indeed remarkable, not to mention whether the Xiang clan could fathom the riddle of the ding within a ding. Even if they did, this ding was scattered across the 4 great domains, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, far beyond their reach. The traitor who stole the Bagua Luo Ding would drift alone outside the central domain, and upon his death, this ding would either be passed to his descendants or to his disciples. In either case, the Bagua Luo Ding would ultimately belong to the cultivators of the 4 great domains. In the 5 great domains of the Tianxian continent, apart from the central domain, the other 4 domains are subject to the constraints of the world's laws, with no cultivator able to exceed the realm of the celestial monarch. Even if the cultivators of the 4 great domains could unravel the secrets of the Bagua Luo Ding, they would undoubtedly be unable to dispel the profound void seal left within the ding. Thus, with such arrangements, neither the Xiang clan nor the cultivators of the 4 great domains could hope to obtain the Kun Ding. However, the affairs of the world are often beyond one's anticipation. The old tower master had accounted for everything, save for the 2 prodigies, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang. Although Xiang Yang was a cultivator from the central domain, the bridal gown technique he practiced was not bound by the world's laws, and his unique spiritual power, characterized by an extreme yang attribute, was the nemesis of the Cold Star Fairy's icy forces. Consequently, he was capable of unraveling the seal of the Bagua Luo Ding and retrieving the Kun Ding. Upon hearing the old tower master's account, Dan Yao finally understood why, after she acquired the Bagua Luo Ding at the auction in the northern domain, she could not open it, regardless of her efforts to decipher it. It turned out that the seal was left by the immortal water palace. Her own yin and cold spiritual power infused into the ding was akin to pouring a bucket of ice water into a deep freeze, exacerbating the freezing effect. The old tower master sighed. No matter how ingeniously I arrange things, the ding still returned to the central domain. It is truly the will of heaven. Dan Yao's mind stirred. Senior, there is something I do not comprehend. What is it? The Qian Kun Justice Ding, a dual ding, should logically be identical. Why is it that the Qian Ding can transform into human form, while the Kun Ding lacks its own sentience? Chapter 1781. The Mystery of the Qian Ding's Transformation. Upon hearing this, the old tower master hesitated for a moment, and said, You possess the Kun Ding. Do you know of the origins of the Qian Kun Justice Ding? Dan Yao nodded slightly. I have heard Xiang Yang mention that the Qian Kun Justice Ding is the only divine ding ever crafted by the renowned female medicinal deity in the history of Tianxian continent. Due to the prejudice she faced as a woman throughout her journey, she forged the Qian Kun Justice Ding, endowed with incredible balancing power, upon achieving divinity. Aware of the disadvantages women faced in the realm of alchemy, she divided the ding into two halves, endowing the Kun Ding with the miraculous ability to allow those who cultivate yin and cold techniques to also become alchemists. Indeed, your knowledge is quite extensive. Initially, I had little understanding of the Qian Kun Justice Cauldron, only recognizing it as the foremost divine artifact on the fire cauldron rankings. However, ever since my esteemed disciple perished due to the Kun Cauldron, I have been apprehensive about it falling into the hands of the Xiang clan. Thus, I meticulously researched the ancient texts left behind by the predecessors of the Pill Tower, which illuminated the reasons behind this intricate matter. The manifestation of the Qian Cauldron was not a deliberate act by the divine pharmacist, but rather an unintended consequence. Even the divine pharmacist, who forged this cauldron, could not have anticipated that it would take on a human form. The old tower master spoke with deliberate calmness. Unintended consequence? Danyao expressed her surprise. To be precise, the sentience of the Qian Cauldron is a manifestation of the emotional essence of the divine pharmacist as a woman. Danyao was taken aback, pondering for a moment before articulating. Could it be that an unfortunate incident befell the divine pharmacist's child, causing their demise? And thus the divine pharmacist transferred the child's soul into the Qian Cauldron to encapsulate her maternal emotions? The old tower master shook his head repeatedly. No, the divine pharmacist had no lover. When she ascended to divinity, she was still an unmarried woman, so where would a child come from? Such notions are utterly absurd. Danyao awkwardly scratched her head. Then what exactly accounts for the cauldron's sentience as a vessel of her emotions? The specifics elude me somewhat. I merely glimpsed a reference in the Pill Tower's sacred texts indicating that the divine pharmacist remained unmarried throughout her life, dedicating herself entirely to the art of alchemy. Perhaps it was her profound love for alchemy that afforded her extraordinary achievements, unattainable by ordinary individuals. After her ascension, while crafting the Qian Kun Justice Cauldron and separating the Qian and Kun cauldrons, she held the Kun Cauldron in her hands. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the Qian Cauldron. The Kun Cauldron, embodying the essence of cold and darkness, mirrored her own beginnings. Born into a lineage of alchemists, she possessed a chilling constitution, inherently estranged from the craft of alchemy. Yet, unwilling to succumb to fate, she endured unimaginable hardships, ultimately transforming into the revered pharmacist. Thus, the Kun Cauldron became her avatar. With Qian representing the Yang and Kun representing the Yin, it is said that the solitary Yin cannot endure, nor can the solitary Yang be born. The dual cauldrons she forged, named after Qian and Kun, were destined to be a pair. The divine pharmacist regarded the Kun Cauldron as an extension of herself, and correspondingly, the Qian Cauldron naturally became her beloved. Throughout her life, she was wedded to alchemy, and the Qian Cauldron, being the supreme artifact of alchemy, became her sole emotional refuge, unbeknownst even to the divine pharmacist. In that moment when she gazed longingly at the Qian Cauldron, her feelings as a woman for her partner, her obsession with the alchemical arts, and the profound loneliness of her solitary existence, all these complex emotions fused with the power of the pharmacist, thus endowing the freshly forged Qian Cauldron with sentience and intellect. Chapter 1782, The Emotional Vessel of Woman. Now I understand. No wonder the Qian Cauldron can take form while the Kun Cauldron lacks any sentience. Dan Yao sighed gently. I never expected that the sentient transformation of the Qian Cauldron was a reflection of the divine pharmacist's unexpressed emotional depths as a woman. Such a remarkable phenomenon. Had it not been chronicled by the Pill Tower, I would never have conceived it. At that moment, Dan Yao could not help but recall the poet Lin Bu of the Northern Song dynasty. Lin Bu was known for his aloofness and eccentricities, disdainful of wealth and power. Yet he cherished plum blossoms and cranes to the core of his being, choosing to remain unmarried, taking the plum as his wife and the crane as his son, earning him the titles of Plum Wife and Crane Son. It was precisely because of his profound love for the plum blossom that he captured its essence. Penning the timeless verses, the shadows of the plum blossom sway across the shallow water, a subtle fragrance wafts under the moon at dusk, surpassing all other poetic expressions of the plum blossom throughout history. Throughout the ages, extraordinary talents have always harbored their own peculiarities. It is no wonder that some say the line between genius and madness is but a step apart. Lin Bu adored the plum and the crane with fervor, while the divine pharmacist harbored a deep passion for alchemy, choosing to remain unwed and beautifully solitary. The old tower master continued, generally speaking, It is exceedingly rare for ethereal beings to develop sentience, and even more so to take on a human form. However, once they do, their capabilities are undoubtedly formidable, especially for a divine artifact like the Qian Kun Justice Cauldron. Yet, upon discovering the Qian Cauldron's sentience, perhaps due to her prolonged solitude and lack of companionship, the divine pharmacist not only refrained from extinguishing its intellect but also, during idle moments, imparted her knowledge of alchemy and systematic cultivation methods to it. Subsequently, the divine pharmacist mysteriously vanished, and the Kun Cauldron and Qian Cauldron each went their separate ways, their fates unknown. After millions of years of arduous cultivation, the Qian Cauldron remarkably transformed into a human form, a truly astonishing development. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao could not help but exhale in disbelief. As an alchemist, she was acutely aware of the Qian Cauldron's terrifying nature. The second-ranked Immortal Blood Cauldron on the Fire Cauldron rankings possesses the ability of immortality. Thus, one can only imagine the overwhelming prowess of the Qian Cauldron, which has absorbed the entirety of the divine pharmacist's dedication. Not even the fire feather or snow spirit could contend with it, and perhaps even celestial beings of the feather transformation realm would find it challenging to eliminate. With such a formidable adversary constantly looming, it is indeed troubling for one's peace of mind. It appears that I must hasten to absorb the power of the Dan Pu. I dare not delay in breaking through to the divine void realm before this foe fully recuperates. Otherwise, if the Qian Cauldron falls into his hands, it would spell my doom. Enough of this idle chatter. Your cultivation has reached the 8th level of the spirit platform, and within your Dan Pu lies the purest energy. Absorbing this power, coupled with the assistance of the void-breaking pill, should facilitate your entry into the divine void realm. I am rather curious. Given the uniqueness of your cultivation method, after breaking through to the divine void realm, will you be able to contend against formidable opponents of greater levels? The old tower master regarded Dan Yao with keen interest and anticipation. Rest assured, you shall witness it. The day I break through to the divine void will also mark my ascension as the new tower master. I keep my word, Dan Yao asserted with conviction. Very well. I shall await that day. However, it is growing late, and you should not waste time here with an old man like me. Return promptly, the old tower master gestured, summoning a golden door amidst the gray void. Senior, what about you? Dan Yao asked, a hint of pity in her voice as she observed his frail form, reluctant to leave him to wait in solitude. Chapter 1783, The Place of Breakthrough. The old tower master spoke with a bitter smile. My internal injuries run deep, having reached a critical state. Were it not for the formidable life force of this three-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron, along with the remaining energies of the pharmacist tower, I would not have survived to this day. Moreover, I am bound to the pharmacist tower. My power can only extend within its confines, unable to reach the pharmacist square even at a slight distance. Now it becomes clear, no wonder Xiang Yang was so audacious, daring to challenge the pill tower at the pharmacist square. Dan Yao recalled the events of the previous day and finally understood the situation. The old tower master could not leave the pharmacist tower, and thus his powers were limited to within. Her brows knitted in concern. Dan Yao realized that her cultivation of the Ming Jade technique, which embodies the essence of cold and darkness, necessitated the convergence of vast spiritual energy from heaven and earth, in conjunction with the power of the Dan Pu, to shatter the shackles and ascend to the divine void realm. The pill tower is situated in a region of abundant yang energy, and the spiritual essence here is imbued with fierce flames that counteract her inherent abilities. If she attempted to break through using the spiritual energy here, it would be akin to inviting disaster upon herself. Thus, she must seek a place of yin and cold elsewhere. However, if she were to leave the pill tower, the Xiang clan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. What can be done? What troubles you? Do not hesitate to share. Allow me to assist you in finding a solution, the old tower master observed Dan Yao's furrowed brow, sensing her predicament and eager to bolster her sense of belonging to the pill tower. Aside from being a 9th-grade alchemist, Dan Yao had deep-rooted connections with the immortal water palace. If he did not lend her a hand now, it was entirely plausible that she could be poached by the immortal water palace. Dan Yao pondered for a moment and expressed her concerns regarding the peculiarities of the cultivation method. A place of utmost yin and utmost cold, the old tower master, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. The area surrounding the Dan Tower, spanning tens of thousands of miles, was enveloped in a dense aura of yang energy. To seek a location of yin and cold in such an environment was akin to an insurmountable challenge. However, if Dan Yao were to venture beyond the Dan Tower to make a breakthrough, given the Xiang family's covetousness for the Kun Ding, she would undoubtedly fall into their treacherous grasp. Suddenly, a glint of inspiration flickered in the old tower master's eyes as he exclaimed, "I've got it. I know of a place that may assist you." "What place?" Dan Yao inquired eagerly. Less than 5 kilometers from the Dan Tower lies an abandoned well known as the Yinjiao well. This well, of unknown origin, has existed since before the establishment of the Dan Tower. Its depths are unfathomable, reaching down to the core's mysterious ice layer, emitting an incessant chill. Due to the excessively cold and toxic water within, and the fact that the Sun City centered around the Dan Tower focuses on alchemy with predominantly pure Yang practices, no one dares to draw from it, leading to its abandonment over time. The Yinjiao well, Dan Yao repeated thoughtfully. The vast world is indeed full of wonders. Who would have imagined that even in a place where the energies of heaven and earth converge, such an exceedingly yin and cold well water could exist? The old tower master continued, though the aura emitted by the Yinjiao well is extremely cold. It pales in comparison to the chilling atmosphere of the cold jade technique practiced by the Cold Star Fairy. If you wish to make a breakthrough at the Yinjiao well, you will need to utilize another item. What item? Danyao pressed. The Kun Ding. The old tower master replied. The Yinjiao well is quite expansive, and besides its coldness, the water contains potent toxins that are far beyond what ordinary cultivators can withstand. You might consider using your powers to enlarge the Kun Ding, allowing it to float atop the well's surface. This way, you can simultaneously cultivate both the energies of the Kun Ding and those of the Yinjiao well while avoiding the toxic waters that could harm you. Danyao nodded in agreement. Very well, let's proceed with this plan. She had lingered too long at the spirit platform realm, with formidable cultivators abundant in the central region. Remaining at the spirit platform was no longer tenable. She needed to swiftly ascend to the divine void realm to firmly grasp her own fate. This is the secret method for refining the Dan Po. Remember it well. The old tower master extended a finger and tapped her forehead. Instantly, a profound and esoteric text appeared in Danyao's mind. Through the spiritual energy transmitted from his fingertip, she discerned the presence of the Mingyu technique within him, further solidifying her resolve. The Xiang family was indeed a treacherous web. Enough. Time is of the essence. You must prepare swiftly. The Kun Ding is a divine object of the heavens and earth. Even though it has been wounded by Xiang Yang, it will recover rapidly. You must seize the opportunity. Understood, Dan Yao replied, nodding before she exited the medicine god tower. At this moment, Ling Hanfeng, Bai Yipeng, Pan Yushuang, and others had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Dan Yao emerge, they cast astonished and shocked glances her way. Unbeknownst to her, her rapid advancement through the 13 levels of the medicine god tower had already caused a considerable stir within the Dan Tower. She merely smiled gently at them. Her smile was enchanting, like a flower in full bloom, exuding a breathtaking fragrance. In an instant, countless core disciples of the Dan Tower were entranced, lost in a daze as if struck by lightning, unable to regain their senses for quite some time. Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng exchanged glances before speaking. Danyao, having ascended to the 13th level, you must have met the old tower master, correct? I did. Danyao replied nonchalantly. Not only did I meet him, but I also engaged in a contest of alchemical skills. The Dan Tower truly lives up to its reputation as the sacred ground for alchemists. Its profound heritage is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, the others remained largely unfazed. However, Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng's eyes widened in astonishment. While others may not be aware of the old tower master's circumstances, as his trusted aides, they were acutely aware. Long ago, the old tower master had surpassed the pinnacle of alchemy, ascending to the realm of the 9th rank alchemist. After years of dedicated research, his alchemical prowess had reached an unimaginable level. If Dan Yao had merely sought his guidance, they would not have been so surprised. It was entirely normal for juniors to seek knowledge from their elders. However, the use of the term contest changed everything. Typically, only evenly matched opponents could engage in such contests. The mere audacity of Dan Yao to challenge the old tower master in alchemical arts implied that she too was a 9th rank alchemist. How could this be possible? Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng, seasoned by the storms of the Dan Tower, quickly regained their composure. Bai Yipeng cleared his throat and remarked, "Seeing you smiling as you walk out, it seems you and the old tower master have reached an agreement. Venturing through the 13th level must have drained your energy. You should return and rest. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." "Thank you." Danyao nodded. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." "Yes. Go ahead." The matter of Dan Po, which she had long yearned for, was finally within her grasp. Danyao was eager to return and prepare, as breaking through to the divine void realm sooner would bring her peace. With a swift motion, she departed. Pan Yushuan observed everything and felt an ominous sense of urgency. She too needed to send a message back to the Xianxia Palace to prevent Dan Tower from undermining her. As the main protagonist had departed, the others saw little amusement left and began to disperse. Suddenly, Ling Hanfeng spoke with gravity. "Everyone, regarding Dan Yao's unprecedented ascent through the 13 levels of the Dan Tower. It must not be disclosed. This matter is of utmost significance. Anyone who dares to speak of it will be deemed a traitor to the Dan Tower. Understood? Understood. The elders and disciples of the Dan Tower trembled under the imposing presence of the 8th-rank divine void cultivator, nodding in agreement. Now disperse. Ling Hanfeng waved his hand. The crowd dispersed as if granted a reprieve. Having exited the medicine god tower and passed through the teleportation array, Dan Yao soon arrived at the chamber where Qi Ming was located. At that moment, Xiang Yang was diligently instructing Qi Ming in her cultivation. Qi Ming understood that Shui Ling had inherited the entirety of the former lord of the Tiangong's cultivation. It would not be long before she ascended to the divine void realm, and he needed to expedite his own progress to keep pace with her. Little aunt, you have returned? Upon seeing Dan Yao enter, Xiang Yang, Qi Ming, and Shui Ling all expressed their delight. Your expression suggests that your time in the medicine god tower was fruitful. Did you acquire the Danpa? Xiang Yang inquired with a smile. Yes, I did. Dan Yao confirmed, her tone calm. Wonderful. With this Danpa, little ant will be able to swiftly break through to the divine void realm. And then we shall fear nothing. Qi Ming exclaimed with excitement and eagerness. Xiang Yang and Shui Ling shared in the joy of Dan Yao's achievement. The divine void realm represents the pinnacle of cultivation within the Tianxian continent. Countless spirit platform cultivators spend their entire lives without reaching this level. Dan Yao's impending breakthrough at such a young age not only reflects her exceptional talent, but also signifies a fortuitous arrangement of fate. However, Dan Yao shook her head. Things are not as simple as you think. Even if I can break through to the divine void realm, it will be challenging to contend with the Xiang family in the short term. Her words startled the three. Xiang Yang, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, why? Mingyu stands undefeated among peers, and once Dan Yao achieves a breakthrough, even the formidable beings of the 9th level of the divine void realm would prove no match for her. Yet, how could she possibly contend with the Xiang family? Dan Yao explains, the Xiang family, aside from the two mighty figures, Xiang Banshan and Qin Yong, harbors a mysterious powerhouse whose cultivation is on par with theirs. What? How can that be? Xiang Yang exclaims, astonished. Yao, how do you know that the Xiang family conceals a mysterious strongman? The old tower master of the Pill Tower informed me. I encountered him on the 13th floor of the Medicine God Tower. Dan Yao recounts the events that transpired within the Medicine God Tower, including the emergence of the Kun Ding that incited a bloody storm, resulting in one tower master dead and the other maimed, ultimately leading to the sealing of the Kun Ding within the Bagua Luo Ding. The three listened in growing astonishment, and Xiang Yang's handsome visage contorted with unease. He had believed that, after 2 decades of lurking within the Xiang family, he had garnered sufficient understanding of the family's affairs. He never imagined there could be a third powerhouse at the 9th level of the divine void realm, nor that the old tower master had been injured by this very individual, forcing him to hide within the medicine god tower. If there had only been 2 divine void realm strongmen, Danyao could have relied on her inherent advantages to engage in a protracted battle. Even if she could not emerge victorious, she could certainly ensure her own survival. However, should 3 9th-level divine void strongmen unite against her, the outcome would undoubtedly lead to her demise beneath their combined assault. Shui Ling furrows her brow, saying, Senior sister, what shall we do? Confronting 3 9th-level divine void strongmen is a daunting challenge, and if we are to stand against the Xiang family, there is but one solution. At this juncture, Danyao's gaze fixed on Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, replied solemnly, That means I must also break through to the divine void realm and join forces with your senior sister. Only by merging our swords can we hope to defeat all 3 adversaries simultaneously. Qiming interjected, Master's bridal garment technique has only reached the 8th level of the spirit platform. Even with the aid of the break void pill, breaking through to the divine void realm may prove difficult. Shui Ling pondered, Is there truly no other way? Perhaps we could utilize rare heavenly materials akin to pill spirits? There is a method that could facilitate a rapid breakthrough. Xiang Yang hesitated, but it is fundamentally unattainable. Danyao inquired, What method? Speak it aloud, and let us assist in contemplating the details. Xiang Yang elaborated, As you all know, the cultivation methods of the Xianxia Palace and the Xiang family are diametrically opposed. The cold, yin energy of the Xianxia Palace is incompatible with alchemists, while the Xiang family's attributes of extreme yang and intensity confer significant advantages in alchemy. Consequently, every generation of the Xiang family boasts outstanding alchemists. Approximately several 100,000 years ago, a 9th-grade pill sage emerged from the Xiang family, who, understanding the family's cultivation characteristics, researched a pill known as the Zhuyang Huoden. This pill possesses an immense reservoir of pure yang energy. Should I consume it, I could immediately break through to the divine void realm. Upon hearing this, Qiming exclaimed, Then what are we waiting for? We should hasten to concoct this pill. It is not that simple. Danyao interjected, shaking her head. 9 is the ultimate number. The Xianxiaaudiobooks, bearing such a grand reservoir of pure yang energy, cannot be easily refined. If I am not mistaken, its grade has likely reached the 9th tier. Xiang Yang chuckled wryly. The high grade of this pill surpasses that of the break void pill, reaching the initial stage of the 9th grade. Aside from the 9th grade pill sage, no one else can concoct it. As far as I know, the only individual capable of refining 9th grade pills is Qian Yang, who has been grievously injured by my ambush and harbors an intense hatred for me. How could he possibly assist? Shui Ling's mind sparked with an idea. This is not insurmountable. Senior sister's alchemical prowess is but a hair's breadth away from that of a true 9th grade pill sage. If she could first break through to the divine void realm and then refine the Xianxiaaudiobooks, would that not suffice? Xiang Yang still shook his head. That too is unfeasible. The Xianxiaaudiobooks is exceptionally unique. 9 represents the utmost yang. And the one refining this pill must not only possess the capability of a 9th grade pill sage, but also infuse their own source spiritual energy into the concoction. While your senior sister can utilize the ice extreme fire transformation technique to reverse true energy and catalyze pure yang flames for alchemy, her source remains of the utmost yin and cold attributes. How could she possibly succeed? Should she attempt to refine it forcefully, not only would it yield no results, but it could also lead to a furnace explosion, resulting in a backlash of pill energy. Then what are we to do? Qiming lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Danyao furrowed her delicate brows, slightly lifting her alabaster chin. If we merely lack a skilled alchemist, that is a problem easily resolved. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yang's entire being trembled, and his gaze burned with fervor as he looked at Dan Yao. Ah Yao, do you know of another 9th grade pill sage in this world? Dan Yao nodded, indeed. Who is it? Xiang Yang's voice trembled with excitement. The old tower master, Dan Yao replied. Did I not mention that I once engaged him in a contest of alchemical skill within the medicine god tower? Neither of us could claim victory. It turned out that the rumors were not unfounded. The old tower master of the pill tower was indeed a 9th grade pill sage. Xiang Yang recalled hearing Danyao speak of her contest with the old tower master, but had forgotten that she was unable to refine 9th grade pills due to her insufficient cultivation level, rather than her lack of alchemical expertise. If the old tower master could contend evenly with Danyao in alchemy, it was evident that he was a 9th grade pill sage. Xiang Yang could not help but chuckle. Truly, heaven aids me to discover that the old tower master is a 9th grade pill sage at this crucial juncture. While I was secretly embedded within the Xiang family, aside from stealing the medicine god scroll, I also acquired a considerable amount of medicinal materials, several of which were specifically designated for the refinement of the Xianxiaaudiobooks. As long as the old tower master is willing to assist, concocting the Xianxiaaudiobooks should pose no challenge. Thus, the four engaged in detailed discussions, deciding to divide their efforts. Xiang Yang and Qiming would enter the medicine god tower together to seek the old tower master's assistance in refining the Xianxiaaudiobooks. Meanwhile, Danyao would create a doppelganger named Xiaoyao to impersonate her, pretending to accompany Pan Yushuang to the Xianxia palace in search of aid from the Cold Star Fairy, thereby diverting the Xiang family's attention. Danyao herself would use a disguise pill to alter her appearance, masquerading as a servant of the pill tower, and secretly venture to the Yin pit well to cultivate. As for Shui Ling, she would remain in the chamber, refining the power left within her by the old pavilion master, striving to break through to the divine void realm and bolster their efforts for the impending decisive battle. With their plans established, the four set forth on their respective paths. Xiang Yang and Qiming proceeded first into the pill tower, explaining their intentions to the old tower master. Aware of Xiang Yang's enmity with Xiang Banshan, the tower master, whose predecessor had also fallen victim to Xiang Banshan's treachery, shared a profound animosity toward the Xiang family. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. United in their hatred, they understood that once Xiang Yang achieved a breakthrough to the divine void realm, he would seek assistance from Xiang Banshan. How could the old tower master refuse to help? Consequently, the old tower master permitted Xiang Yang and Qiming to remain temporarily within the medicine god tower for cultivation, promising to refine the Xianxiaaudiobooks and facilitate their breakthrough there. The medicine god tower, established by the founder Dan Yao, housed an astonishingly vast and powerful essence of the medicine god. Practitioners of pure yang and extreme yang cultivation methods found themselves aided as if by divine intervention within its confines. At the same moment that Xiang Yang and Qiming remained in the medicine god tower, Danyao also set her plan in motion. Pan Yushuang, accompanied by Xiaoyao, boldly exited the pill tower, drawing all the surveillance of the Xiang family away with their ostentatious exit. Meanwhile, Danyao stealthily took a clandestine route, making her way alone to the Yin pit well. The old tower master, seeing Dan Yao venture forth alone, felt a twinge of concern and discreetly instructed Ling Hanfeng, and by yipping to keep a watchful eye from the shadows. At the slightest sign of trouble, he was to summon the elite of the Dan Tower for reinforcement, ensuring that Dan Yao must not come to harm. Chapter 1788. Absorbing the Dan Soul. This place, under the jurisdiction of the Dan Tower, was long forsaken due to the chilling aura that clashed with the pure yang fire of the alchemists. The surroundings were desolate, overrun with weeds, resembling a neglected burial ground. Moreover, with the gathering of alchemists in the Sun City, every household engaged in the art of alchemy, inevitably generating refuse and waste. Thus, this area became a dumping ground for various refuse. The Yin Pit well was encircled by heaps of refuse, devoid of any spectral presence. It took considerable effort for Dan Yao to locate this well. The well's surface was vast. Rather than a mere well, it resembled a small pond. The water was pitch black, intertwined with shades of dark green and deep blue, emanating a flow of true energy that permeated the air, rendering the temperature exceptionally frigid. This must be the Yin Pit well that the old tower master mentioned, Dan Yao murmured softly as she gazed into its inky depths. Leaping to the edge of the well, she felt the bone-chilling cold intensify as she drew nearer. Bending down, she extended her hand into the well, and an excruciating cold surged up her arm, penetrating her very being. Such potent chill, likely unbearable even for those at the divine void realm, explained why the Dan Tower had long abandoned this place. Yet, it was perfect for her breakthrough into the divine void realm. Practicing the Mingyu technique. The more yin and cold the spiritual energy, the swifter her progress would be. She feared not the intensity of the cold, but rather its inadequacy. Despite the well's concealed nature and its infrequent visitors, Dan Yao did not dare to be careless. In addition to scattering various toxic powders around, she summoned the Snow Spirit Sword, forming a blue light barrier that enveloped the Yin Pit well securely. Having completed her preparations, Dan Yao finally felt assured enough to retrieve the Kun Ding and cast it into the well. With a flick of her finger, the Kun Ding, floating atop the well, radiated a brilliant blue light and swiftly enlarged. Dan Yao's figure shimmered as she lightly stepped onto the ear of the ding, leaping into it and settling comfortably inside. Subsequently, she reached into her ring and produced a blood-red orb the size of a chicken egg. This orb was none other than the Dan Soul, derived from the essence of a ninth-grade alchemist's true Yuan after their demise. Having been nurtured for a millennium by the Yangming Fire Jade, the essence had transformed, becoming an entity of utmost yin and purity. Absorbing its essence would make breaking through the 9 levels of the Ling Tai a trivial matter. Taking a deep breath, Dan Yao placed the Dan Soul in her left palm, covering it with her right hand, and began to absorb its power, employing the secret techniques of the Dan Tower. Cognizant of the immense power contained within the Dan Soul, she dared not absorb it too rapidly, fearing that her meridians might rupture from an overwhelming influx. Thus, she started cautiously, absorbing only a small amount at first, allowing her meridians to acclimate before intensifying the absorption. As she absorbed the Dan Soul, an energy essence, icy yet profoundly pure, flowed through her arm and into her extraordinary meridians, ultimately converging in her dantian. With the continuous absorption of this power, coupled with the dual enhancement from the Yin Pit well and the Kun Ding, the cold within Dan Yao intensified. In mere moments, a thick layer of ice crystals formed upon her skin, rendering her a frozen figure reminiscent of an ancient beauty, preserved as a statue for millennia. Though her body was ensnared in ice, her primordial spirit thrived with the vitality of a fish in the sea. Sensing the surging Yin energy within her, Dan Yao felt exhilarated. Chapter 1789. Breaking into the divine void realm. With a mere thought, a vortex of suction emerged from her palm, amplifying her absorption. The Dan Soul's energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Dan Yao felt her meridians straining to their limits. Just as she contemplated reducing the suction, she realized her body had slipped from her control. The suction morphed from a vortex into a miniature black hole, voraciously consuming the Dan Soul's energy. The pain of her meridians tearing was so intense that her once ethereal beauty contorted into a mask of anguish. Yet, being a seasoned practitioner, Dan Yao was not daunted by this unforeseen turn of events. Instead, she swiftly channeled the Mingyu technique, gradually guiding the Dan Soul's energy into her dantian for her own use. The dantian compressed and solidified the incoming energy, transforming it into the most refined true Yuan, merging with the essence of the Mingyu technique. Once fused, this power erupted from her dantian, coursing through her meridians, shattering every cultivation barrier in its path. In an instant, Dan Yao felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. She had successfully broken through the 9 levels of the Ling Tai. Elated, Dan Yao glanced down to see that she had only utilized a fifth of the Dan Soul. She couldn't help but marvel at its extraordinary nature, befitting its origin from a 9th-grade alchemist. Resolutely, she decided to further absorb the Dan soul's energy in conjunction with the Pasu Dan, making a concerted effort to breach the divine void realm. Without hesitation, Dan Yao retrieved the previously prepared Pasu Dan, inhaled deeply, and unreservedly swallowed it, officially launching her assault on the divine void realm. At the same moment that Dan Yao and Xiang Yang exerted their utmost efforts to break into the divine void realm, her doppelganger, Xiao Yao, along with Pan Yushuang, exited the Sun City only to be ambushed by the Xiang clan. As Pan Yushuang and Xiao Yao prepared for a fierce battle, they were suddenly serenaded by the distant, flowing sound of a zither. The music was clear and melodious, delicately varied, reminiscent of the misty rains of the Jiangnan region. It drifted through the green-tiled roofs and past the fishing lights against the melancholy riverside, winding through the soft, lilting dialects, ultimately resonating amid picturesque landscapes, so beautiful it defied description. Xiao Yao was entranced, her heart swelling with admiration. She could hardly believe such exquisite music existed in the world. A fleeting glance revealed the Xiang clan's formidable warriors, each rendered speechless, their faces contorted as though stung by venomous scorpions or snakes, writhing in agony and crying out in distress. What could be happening? A look of bewilderment crossed Xiao Yao's face as she turned to Pan Yushuang. Though the zither's sound was undeniably enchanting, how could these individuals appear to suffer as if they were being slowly tortured? Pan Yushuang, equally enraptured by the celestial music, wore an expression of bliss. Noticing Xiao Yao's confusion, she simply smiled enigmatically. They are but uncultured brutes who cannot appreciate such rare beauty. Listen well. With that, she gradually closed her eyes, continuing to revel in the cleansing effects of the exquisite melody. However, Xiao Yao felt a shiver run through her. The music was peculiar, and she dared not continue listening. The cries of agony rang out as one by one, the Xiang clan's warriors collapsed, their bodies twisting violently as if doused in salt. The ambush was led by Xiang Gongjue, one of the 3 saints of the Xiang clan. Yet even his strength, at the 7th level of the divine void realm, was rendered excruciatingly vulnerable beneath the influence of the bizarre zither music. In a state of alarm, Xiang Gongjue promptly sat cross-legged, desperately channeling his internal spiritual power to fend off the invasive melody. Chapter 1790, The Terrifying Zither Music. Beads of sweat, the size of dragon's eyes, cascaded down his aged face, his gums pressed tightly, blood seeping from between his teeth. Ultimately, unable to withstand the onslaught, he spewed forth a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain alongside his fallen comrades. Upon witnessing such an eerie spectacle, Xiao Yao could not help but feel a chill running down her spine, her body trembling uncontrollably. Confounded, she pondered why, despite both she and Pan Yushuang listening to the same melody, they found it utterly enchanting and invigorating, while Xiang Gongjue and his companions seemed to suffer as if subjected to torture. Could it be that the music they heard was a clandestine skill of the immortal water palace, one that men could not endure, leaving her and Pan Yushuang, being women, unaffected, while these men faced dire consequences? Yet, as she reconsidered, Xiao Yao felt something amiss. It was said that men could not withstand the sound of the flute, not the guqin. Such a melody could not inflict harm. Moreover, while the flute sound was indeed devastating and particularly damaging to men, it would still be jarring to women, incapable of producing such a smooth, bone-deep timbre. Was it not perplexing that, despite being the same melody, she and Pan Yushuang found it delightful, while others were in torment? Pan Yushuang, opening her eyes with a smile, replied, "Indeed." Xiao Yao nodded. "It is truly astonishing." Pan Yushuang, with a knowing smile, explained, "That is because this melody does not emanate from a guqin, but rather from a peculiar medicinal cauldron." A melody from a medicinal cauldron? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao's eyes brightened with realization, exclaiming, "The 6-finger celestial Qin cauldron?" The fire cauldron ranking consists of 12 medicinal cauldrons, each unique in form and function. But only 3 could be deemed divine artifacts. These 3 cauldrons had seemingly endured a fierce competition, miraculously emerging victorious to claim the top 3 spots, each worthy of being called a divine artifact. The 6-finger celestial Qin cauldron was one of these 3 revered artifacts, ranking 3rd on the fire cauldron list. In terms of extraordinary capabilities, while it may not surpass the champion, the Qian Kun Justice Cauldron, or the runner-up, the Undying Blood Cauldron, it was the most versatile among the fire cauldrons. This cauldron was not only an exceptional aid in alchemy, but also possessed the powers to obscure celestial secrets, purify the soul, and heal those who have strayed into madness. However, what captivated the heart the most was not these lofty functions, but the enchanting melody it produced. The music of the 6-finger celestial Qin cauldron possessed a magical force, embodying the duality of human nature, both angelic and demonic, capable of both killing and saving. Despite being the same melody, the user could wield its power with freedom, allowing allies to revel in its beauty while mercilessly tormenting their foes to death. The destructive capacity of this melody rivaled that of the Qian Ding, the most formidable in battle among the fire cauldrons. Many cultivators would prefer to be incinerated by the crimson flames of the Qian Ding rather than endure the torturous sound of the six-finger celestial Qin cauldron, as it could torment a person to the brink of insanity, leading to a complete mental breakdown. Xiao Yao murmured in disbelief. Wasn't this cauldron lost from the six-finger celestial divination family? How could it appear here? Chapter 1791, The Cold Star Immortal Princess, 1. The top 5 medicinal cauldrons on the fire cauldron ranking, due to their immense power and mysterious origins, are possessed only by either world-renowned powerhouses or those with extraordinary fortune. The former is exemplified by the old master of the Dan Tower, while the latter includes figures like Yichun and Shui Ling regardless of their status. Neither group desires many to know of their possession of such treasures. Therefore, when Xiao Yao beheld the long-lost six-finger celestial Qin cauldron suddenly manifest here, she felt a wave of confusion. Just then, the music resonated, and Xiang Gongjiue and his companions screamed in agony, spurting blood and perishing. Xiao Yao was taken aback by the unseen musician who had claimed the lives of the Xiang clan's formidable members from afar, employing such a terrifying technique. Suddenly, she noticed a slender figure approaching like wisps of smoke. As she gazed upon this figure, astonishment filled her eyes. Having practiced the Mingyu skill for many years, her spiritual awareness had sharpened to an extraordinary degree, allowing her to sense even those a full realm above her. Yet, this person appeared without a sound, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. The individual seemed to merge with the very essence of the world, becoming an invisible yet palpable presence. Such a surreal scene sent chills down Xiao Yao's spine, her hairs standing on end. In a fleeting moment, she noticed several more figures of youthful beauty materializing behind the initial figure, resembling celestial maidens from the Jade Pool. Esteemed senior, what brings you here? Xiao Yao, aware of the significance of this person, quickly greeted with a smile. I have come for you, the figure replied with a gentle smile, raising a delicate hand. Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt a blur before her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself and Pan Yushuang back in the Dan Tower. Stunned, her heart raced uncontrollably, almost unable to believe her own eyes. Throughout her years of adventuring, she had encountered countless powerful beings. Yet, encountering someone capable of whisking her and Pan Yushuang back to the Dan Tower in an instant while she remained on high alert was unprecedented. The person before her was undoubtedly the most terrifying powerhouse she had ever seen, exuding a pressure far greater than that of the being transformed from the Qian Ding. Though initially astonished, Xiao Yao quickly regained her composure. The individual's strength was inconceivably formidable. Should they wish to take her life, it would be as easy as breathing. Since fate had brought them together, she resolved to engage in conversation with grace. I never imagined that the 7th-generation saintess, after departing the immortal water palace and perishing for so many years, could still cultivate such an exceptional disciple. Truly impressive. The figure gazed at Xiao Yao with icy clarity, repeatedly expressing admiration. The 7th-generation saintess? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao was taken aback once more. Apart from Xiang Yang, Qiming, and Shui Ling, only Bai Yiping and Pan Yushuang were aware of her inheritance from Yunmei. How did this mysterious woman know that she was the reincarnation of Yunmei's disciple? Could it be that she was? As Xiao Yao contemplated, she saw Pan Yushuang approach the figure, respectfully bowing. I pay my respects to the palace master. Palace master? Xiao Yao's expression shifted, her voice trembling. Why, you are the palace master of the immortal water palace, the Cold Star Immortal Princess? The figure nodded, indeed. I am Han Xing. The name Han Xing resounded throughout the central region and the entire continent, synonymous with one of the most formidable beings among them. Chapter 1792, The Cold Star Immortal Princess, 2. She was heralded as the most fearsome woman of her time, possessing unparalleled strength and cunning. Her spiritual prowess was on par with Xiang Banshan, the clan leader, and she had been recognized as the strongest woman millennia ago. Her formidable reputation was so great that the mere mention of the name Cold Star Immortal Princess often foreshadowed misfortune for cultivators. Now, this legendary figure, who had stood at the pinnacle of cultivation for thousands of years, suddenly appeared before Xiao Yao, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Gathering her courage, Xiao Yao approached to observe the woman closely. Externally, she appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with an unremarkable appearance and a slightly more slender figure than the average woman. Clad in a dress of lotus silk in autumn hues, while elegant, it lacked any distinctive features. It can be said that this individual's physique, appearance, and attire are utterly unremarkable, the sort that one would struggle to identify amidst a crowd. Yet, her allure is indeed unparalleled, a quality that few can rival. Beneath her unassuming exterior lies an extraordinary magnetism, despite the presence of disciples from the celestial water palace. Each possessing beauty akin to blooming flowers, she stands there, without the need to turn or show her face. Merely her silhouette is sufficient to captivate the attention of all present. This profound allure emanating from within transcends her gender, establishing her as a formidable presence, one imbued with absolute authority that none dare defy. Apart from the palace master, the celestial star fairy, there exists no other individual in the world who possesses such a temperament, nor is anyone worthy of the attraction it elicits. Until this moment, Xiao Yao had believed that true strength was accompanied by a terrifying aura that instilled fear in those who dared to approach. However, upon encountering the celestial star fairy, she realized that genuine strength requires no such display. Merely standing there, a glance, or even just a silhouette can etch an indelible impression in one's memory. Xiao Yao was astonished by the inherent strength radiating from the celestial star fairy, who was equally taken aback by Xiao Yao's face, a beauty so exquisite it defied description. This astonishment was not merely about looks, but rather the unique aura that enveloped the other. In an instant, the celestial star fairy found her gaze entranced, her throat dry, her thoughts irresistibly drawn to Xiao Yao, unable to shift her gaze even a fraction. Observing her momentary daze, the nearby disciples called her name several times before she regained her senses, secretly astounded. She was not a man of hasty desires. Millennia of cultivation had long since allowed her to see beyond mere physical appearances, regardless of whether one was male or female, or how alluring their looks might be. She remained as calm as still water, unperturbed. Yet, upon seeing Dan Yao's visage, she found herself inexplicably drawn in, even somewhat mesmerized. This was not simply a matter of innate beauty. It was an attraction stemming from a particular cultivation technique. The celestial star fairy suddenly recalled something, a jolt of realization striking her. Could it be that this girl had cultivated? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, such a phenomenon would be impossible. Observing Xiao Yao's astonished countenance, the celestial star fairy suppressed her inner shock and smiled gently. Are you surprised? Do you find it hard to believe that such an unremarkable face could belong to the master of the celestial water palace? Chapter 1793, The Celestial Star Fairy, 3. After all, the disciples of the celestial water palace are renowned for their beauty, each one more stunning than the last. As the palace master, the celestial star fairy must also be of breathtaking beauty, a standard befitting her status. Yet, Xiao Yao shook her head. No, one must not judge by appearances. The sea cannot be measured by a single dip. To assess a person based solely on looks is rather mundane. Wouldn't you agree? The celestial star fairy chuckled. Well said. Only those who are insipid and lack depth would judge by appearances. Your words reflect a keen insight. She paused slightly before continuing. I have come for the Kun Ding. Upon hearing the term Kun Ding, Xiao Yao's expression subtly shifted. She was well aware of the significance of the Kun Ding. The Xiang clan had once gone to great lengths to establish a deadly feud with the alchemist tower over it. The celestial star fairy gazed thoughtfully at the horizon. The female alchemist goddess who forged the Qian Ding is not only the first woman in history to attain divine status in alchemy, but also the last to transcend into immortality. Shortly after her ascension, the Tianguan continent erupted into an extraordinarily fierce war, a conflict that claimed many powerful beings, leading to the remnants of the fire feather and the concealment of the snow blade, while crucially shattering the foundation of the immortal path. Since then, no one has been able to break through the ascension realm or attain immortal status. Future practitioners, in order to shatter this barrier and achieve an everlasting, carefree existence, have only two paths. One is to cultivate the unnamed female immortal-s bridal garment divine art and the Ming Jade technique. Mastering either of these techniques to their pinnacle will naturally generate an immortal source within, allowing one to ascend once their cultivation is sufficient. The other is to acquire the Qian Ding, which is said to harbor the secrets to transcending the alchemist realm. Whosoever can obtain both the Qian Ding and the Qian Ding, merging the two, will be able to break through the alchemist realm and, upon becoming an alchemist, absorb the essence of heaven and earth without needing an immortal source, thus achieving immortality. The bridal garment divine art and Ming Jade technique have circulated between the celestial water palace and the Xiang clan. The Ming Jade technique has long since deteriorated into fragments, while the Xiang clan retains the complete bridal garment divine art, yet no one has truly mastered it. So, the only hope remains the Qian Ding. Xiao Yao nodded thoughtfully. I am aware of this. The former tower master of the alchemist tower once mentioned to me that he inadvertently discovered the Kun Ding and brought it back to the tower, only to attract the covetous eyes of the Xiang clan, leading to the tower master's demise and the Kun Ding being seized. Ultimately, It was thanks to the palace master's assistance that the Kun Ding was reclaimed. Hearing this, the celestial star fairy regarded her with renewed interest. I did not expect you to know so much. Although I allied with Xuan, the former tower master's true name, to combat that old ghost Xiang Banshan, we did not gain much advantage. Later, Xuan, fueled by the sorrow over his eldest disciple's death, transformed his grief into strength and unexpectedly ascended to the 9th layer of divine void. He originally held hope to annihilate the Xiang clan, yet he was gravely injured by that eccentric, unable to leave the alchemist tower, and thus had to abandon his ambitions. The overall strength of the Xiang clan and the celestial water palace is roughly equal. Without the alchemist tower's involvement, further conflict would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing other factions to take advantage. Hence, both sides have cautiously maintained a balance over the years. Chapter 1794, putting on a full show. However, I am acutely aware that Xiang Banshan harbors unrelenting greed for the Qian Kun Fairness Ding. For so many years, he has been unable to locate the other half of the Kun Ding and has resorted to devising alternative schemes. After much deliberation, Xiang Banshan has set his sights on the bridal garment divine art, which has been passed down through the Xiang clan but has never been truly mastered. Yet, this old ghost, despite his meticulous calculations and belief that he controls the situation, has repeatedly stumbled over you and Xiang Yang. At this juncture, the celestial star fairy could not help but chuckle with a hint of schadenfreude. She then sighed softly. After reclaiming the Kun Ding back then, I attempted various methods of concealment, all of which were found by the youth transformed from the fire ding. With no other options, I had to join forces with Xuan to devise a plan, abandoning the ding beyond the central region. Who would have thought that fate would lead it back here? With Xiang Banshan now aware that the Kun Ding is in your possession, complicating matters further. Palace Master, what do you intend to do? Xiao Yao regained her composure, her gaze fixed intently upon her. The celestial star fairy shook her head in exasperation. It is indeed troublesome. In my opinion, the celestial water palace and alchemist tower have lost countless elites over the years over the Kun Ding. Such a harmful object should be destroyed as soon as possible. However, this ding is the foremost divine ding on the fire ding rankings and conceals the secrets to breaking through the alchemist realm, coveted by countless alchemists. Now that it has fallen into your hands, and considering your remarkable talent in alchemy, I presume you would be reluctant to destroy it, wouldn't you? Xiao Yao remained silent for a moment, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet, if it meant completely extinguishing the ambitions of the Xiang clan, it would indeed be worth it. However, as far as I am aware, aside from merging the Qian and Kun cauldrons, the divine medicine goddess inadvertently acquired a portion of the celestial essence when she forged the Kun Dao cauldron, which is hidden within the Kun cauldron and the other 11 medicinal cauldrons. If one can gather all 12 cauldrons and arrange them according to the zodiac, the celestial essence can be forced out. Consequently, Xiang Banshan would still be able to break through to the feathered realm. I harbor no concerns regarding the Xiang clan's ability to gather the medicinal cauldrons listed in the fire cauldron rankings. The second-ranked Undying Blood Cauldron was destroyed years ago by the combined might of Huiyu and Shuepa's dual blades. Even if Xiang Banshan possesses the skill to collect the remaining cauldrons, he shall never obtain the complete celestial essence. The destruction of the Undying Blood Cauldron is known only to the deceased Yi Chun, along with Xiang Yang and Dan Yao, the two directly involved. However, the performance must be meticulously executed. It is imperative that others remain unaware of the Undying Blood Cauldron's complete disappearance from the world. Otherwise, the Xiang clan would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures, ruthlessly retaliating against the true identities of Dan Yao and Xiang Yang. She intends to wait until her true self and Xiang Yang break through to the divine void realm, observing the Xiang clan laboring to collect the cauldrons, only to find themselves unable to gather the final Undying Blood Cauldron, before revealing the truth to infuriate the old wretch Xiang Banshan. Xiao Yao contemplated this, her heart brimming with mischief. The Cold Star Fairy sighed. I am aware of this secret as well. But the difficulty of gathering all the cauldrons in the fire cauldron rankings far exceeds merely obtaining the Kun cauldron. Setting aside the other cauldrons, the six-fingered celestial zither cauldron and the three-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron are each held by myself and Xuan. It is utterly absurd for Xiang Banshan to attempt to seize both from our hands simultaneously. Before she could finish her sentence, the Cold Star Fairy's expression suddenly changed, and she coldly admonished, Old wretch, as the leader of your clan, do you not fear becoming a laughingstock with such underhanded behavior? Upon her words, several disciples of the immortal water palace, including Pan Yushuang and Xiao Yao, turned pale. Xiang Banshan. Xiao Yao's entire being trembled as she lightly bit her snow-white teeth. It was he, the cause of Xiang Yang's parents' demise, rendering them destitute and afflicted, suffering throughout their lives, unable to find peace even until now. Xiao Yao shared a connection with her true self, a surge of rage rising from her feet to her forehead, yet she suppressed it fiercely. She could not act impulsively. Her true self had yet to break through to the divine void realm. This ancient fiend possessed terrifying power, and she was certainly no match for him. A moment of recklessness would only lead to disgrace. Remain calm, remain calm. Once her Mingyu skill reached completion, and she broke through to the divine void realm. It would not be too late to settle the score with him. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, holding her breath as she surveyed her surroundings. What? The patriarch of the Xiang clan? Pan Yushuang and the others turned pale at her words, instantly on high alert. Meanwhile, the voice of the Cold Star Fairy, reverberating with the fluctuation of her spiritual energy, resonated in the ears of everyone in the Dan Tower. A furious roar erupted from the 13th level of the Medicine God Tower. Countless sounds of wind breaking surged from within the tower. Waves of formidable auras, like flowing light, swept towards them as a multitude of elders from the Dan Tower arrived to lend their support. Due to Ling Hanfeng and by Yiping being tasked with guarding Dan Yao, the one leading the powerful figures of the Dan Tower this time was the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, Fairy of the Immortal Water Palace. What is the meaning of this? The Grand Elder of the Dan Tower regarded the Cold Star Fairy, his expression grave and vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. The Xiang clan was insidious and ruthless, frequently employing underhanded tactics to ambush others. The Dan Tower had suffered significant losses in the past, making them wary. Especially knowing that the Qian Cauldron had transformed, possessing the strength of the 9th level of the Divine Void Realm, and colluding with the Xiang clan for nefarious purposes. They were filled with trepidation. The Cold Star Fairy did not respond, her gaze fixed intently on the space before her. The members of the Dan Tower, seeing this, dared not speak further, instead quietly observing. Xiang Banshan, who had long remained in seclusion, was known for not revealing himself unless absolutely necessary. If he were to appear, it would indicate a matter of great importance concerning the clan's fate. Yet, once trouble arose, it would lead to a cataclysmic battle. The painful lessons of a millennium prior were fresh in their minds, and they could not afford to underestimate Xiang Banshan. As the gaze of the crowd remained fixed upon him, layers of folds appeared in the space before them. A soft chuckle echoed distantly. Heh, old witch. It seems your hearing has grown increasingly sharp over the years. Following this, the air twisted, and a tall figure slowly emerged from the rift in space. Xiao Yao cast her gaze upon this figure, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He was clad in a dark red robe, his demeanor refined, with flowing white hair that exuded an ethereal quality. Although he had several generations of descendants, his face bore not a single wrinkle, nor did he exhibit any signs of aging. Instead, he radiated a warm, jade-like aura. Had she not known his identity, Xiao Yao would find it hard to believe that this seemingly youthful elder, akin to an otherworldly gentleman, was the nearly 90,000-year-old super fiend, Xiang Banshan. This ancient fiend appeared significantly younger than before, suggesting that his cultivation had advanced further. This was troublesome indeed. Beside her, Pan Yushuang muttered under her breath as she gazed at Xiang Banshan's visage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao felt a weight in her heart. This old man had seemingly turned back time, achieving a miraculous rejuvenation, clearly indicating a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. The 9th level of the Divine Void Realm was already exceedingly formidable. If he were to advance further, would her true self be able to contend with him after breaking through to the Divine Void Realm? After Xiang Banshan made his appearance, the space behind him twisted once more, and several figures stepped forth. Leading them was not Xian Yang, but Xiang Banshan's younger brother, Xiang Yuanshan. Previously, Xiang Yuanshan had devised a plot against Dan Yao, only to fall into a trap and be ambushed by a group from the Immortal Water Palace. Had it not been for Qian Yang's timely intervention, he would have perished. For some time, he had been in seclusion to heal his wounds, only recovering today. Following him were the 3 saints of the Xiang clan, the demon Saint Xiang Gongming and the ghost Saint Xiang Gongzhan, who had nearly killed Dan Yao, Xiang Yang, Shui Ling, and Qiming over 20 years ago in the spatial passage. Then came the 6 snakes beneath the 3 saints. Previously, the red snake and the spirit snake had been slain by Yuan Mei's lingering soul, leaving only the golden snake, silver snake, blood snake, and illusion snake. These 4 snakes were even stronger than the red and spirit snakes, ranking among the top-tier powers in the Divine Void Realm, capable of overwhelming those below the 5th level of the Divine Void Realm with ease. To mobilize such a multitude of powerful figures at the 4th and 5th levels of the Divine Void Realm, this array of forces could only be matched by the Xiang clan, aside from the Immortal Water Palace. Old witch, your sources of information are rather astute. You arrived quite swiftly, Xiang Banshan remarked, gazing at the Cold Star Fairy with a slight smile, his voice low and gentle, akin to a newlywed husband whispering sweet nothings to his wife. Upon hearing such a tone, The members of the immortal water palace instantly turned pale. The world knew that the cold star fairy was the head of the immortal water palace, towering above all. Yet few were aware that most women of the immortal water palace were pitiable souls betrayed by men. The cold star fairy was no exception. On her wedding day, her entire family was slaughtered. The red candles had burned for half the night as she sat quietly in her bridal gown, waiting for her groom. Her husband, meanwhile, led soldiers to kill her parents, siblings, and kin one by one. Just as the red candles were about to burn out, that man finally entered the bridal chamber. Clad in a wedding outfit dyed in human blood. After their encounter, the man, as if nothing had transpired, nestled against her, whispering the most intimate of words. When the time came for the return to her family, the celestial maiden Hanxing was greeted by the horrifying sight of her home, filled with the corpses of the deceased. The remains of her beloved parents and kin decaying upon the ground, the stench of blood suffocating. Although this tragedy had occurred thousands of years ago, and all those associated with it had long since perished, the memory of that man, who could so casually embrace her after slaughtering her family, still ignited a deep-seated hatred within her. While other couples shared tender moments steeped in affection, for her, it was an unbearable nightmare. Xiang Banshan's deliberately nauseating tone, laden with a mock intimacy, only served to infuriate her further. Unaware of the underlying tension, Xiao Yao felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing him speak in such a manner. As the matriarch of her sect, Hanxing maintained a facade of composure. Though her thoughts were laced with bitterness, if I hadn't arrived a moment sooner, my disciples from the Xianxia palace would have surely been trampled underfoot by you. It was you who meddled and thwarted my brother's endeavors. Otherwise, the Kun Ding would have long since belonged to the Xiang clan. Old hag, I advise you not to meddle this time, or else. Xiang Yuanshan's sinister laughter echoed ominously. In response, Hanxing's expression remained impassive. Pan Yushuang erupted with indignation. You, decrepit old fool, dare to be so brazen before the palace master? Not long ago, who was it that was left in utter disgrace in Yin-Yang fortress? Resembling a stray dog? Do you still wish to humiliate yourself further? Xiang Yuanshan seethed. Old woman, do not overreach. Last time, my oversight allowed your Xianxia palace to outmaneuver me, but this time, luck will not be on your side. And you, he pointed at Xiao Yao, you little vixen, dare to conspire against me? Today, my brother will personally ensure that you and that little bastard Xiang Yang meet a fate worse than death. Xiao Yao scoffed. Who will die is yet to be determined. I have successfully broken through to the 9th level of Ling Tai. Once I refine the power of the Dan Pua and Pasu Dan, I shall ascend to the realm of Shinsu. When my Mingyu skill reaches its zenith, I will crush anyone of your caliber, you brutish old fool. You are the champion Dan Yao of this alchemist competition? Xiang Banshan's gaze flickered toward Xiao Yao. Momentarily entranced by her exquisite beauty, a perfect amalgamation of purity and allure. Indeed, it is I. Xiao Yao met Xiang Banshan's imposing aura with unwavering poise. Her voice clear and confident. The powerful members of the Xiang clan turned their attention toward her, momentarily captivated by her breathtaking visage. It was astonishing to encounter such a transcendent beauty in this world. Xiang Banshan sighed. No wonder Xiang Feng returned as if he had lost his soul. Constantly murmuring your name, Danyao. You are indeed a bewitching presence. Xiao Yao replied with a hint of irony. Being so beautiful is not of my choosing. I would much prefer others to appreciate my abilities rather than regard me merely as a decorative object. I did not seduce your grandson. He was defeated by my legitimate alchemical prowess. Xiang Yuanshan leaned closer to Xiang Banshan, whispering, Brother, this little vixen can concoct the Pasu Dan. Sooner or later, she will transcend to the 9th grade alchemist realm. The Xianxia palace already wields immense power, and if she gains the influence of a 9th grade alchemist, she could rally numerous strong allies against us. Capturing her alive would be ideal, but if that proves impossible, she must not be allowed to live. Xiang Banshan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his dark pupils as he chuckled. At such a young age, to possess such extraordinary alchemical skills is indeed rare. His tone turned icy. However, of all the adversaries you could have chosen, why did you choose to oppose me? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you might think the Xiang clan is without power. Hanxing swiftly moved to shield Danyao, her voice cold, an elderly man resorting to bullying the young. Are you not embarrassed? Just moments ago, several foolish ones attempted to bully the younger generation, only to be sent away by my music. Do you wish to hear another tune from me? You ancient relic? What? Xiang Gongjue and the others were killed by you? Xiang Banshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I have killed. As the master of the Xianxia palace, it is quite normal for me to take a few lives, Hanxing replied nonchalantly, as if she had merely dispatched a few chickens. You. Xiang Banshan's expression darkened. The six-fingered celestial Qian Ding is indeed lethal. Had I known, I should have destroyed that accursed instrument when Qian Yang infiltrated the Xianxia palace in search of the Kun Ding. Humph, the Qian Ding may be formidable, but my six-fingered celestial Qian Ding ranks among the top 3. You think you can simply destroy it? Hanxing replied, a smirk playing on her lips. Moreover, this Ding contains a portion of celestial essence. You dream of transcending to the feathered realm, yet should this Ding be destroyed, all your hopes would be dashed. You. Xiang Banshan was taken aback. How do you know of this matter? The 12 medicinal Dings of the Fire Ding list. The secret of the celestial essence contained within was known only to Qian Ding and the long-lost female alchemist. How do you think I know? Hanxing's smile was enigmatic. Was it Xiang Yang? That little bastard leaked this? Xiang Banshan ground his teeth in fury. When Qian Ding revealed this secret, only he, Xiang Yuanshan, and Xiang Feng were present. Xiang Yuanshan, being his blood brother, would never betray him, and Xiang Yang had concealed himself under Xiang Feng for years. There could be no other source of this leak. Hanxing chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. Xiang Banshan, with such a grand display today, I presume you are after the Kun Ding in Dan Yao's possession? I advise you to abandon that thought. As long as I am here, no one shall leave with the Kun Ding. Not necessarily. Xiang Banshan suddenly grinned mysteriously. The Kun Ding is as good as mine, and no one can stop me, not even you. Seeing the audacity in his demeanor, Xiao Yao frowned. Although Xiang Banshan's strength was indeed formidable, he could only contend with Hanxing at best. What gave him such confidence that he would acquire the Kun Ding? Was he plotting something? As this thought crossed her mind, alarm bells rang in Xiao Yao's head, and she quickly warned, Palace Master, this old fellow is cunning. Be wary of his schemes. I am aware, after years of dealings. It is not so easy for him to ensnare me, Hanxing replied. Xiang Banshan shot a glance at Xiao Yao. When it comes to cunning, most here cannot outwit you. The facade of honesty conceals devious plots, truly a clever scheme. Xiao Yao's expression shifted, as if she had been struck in the face with a layer of gray paint. Danyao, what is happening? Pan Yushuang inquired, noticing Xiao Yao's change in demeanor. Xiao Yao replied, he has discerned that I am Dan Yao's avatar. Avatar? Pan Yushuang was taken aback. You are not Dan Yao? Xiao Yao shook her head. I am not. Pan Yushuang gasped. If you are not Dan Yao, how can your appearance resemble that of a normal cultivator? This is impossible, despite the fact that Dan Yao summoned her doppelganger Xiao Yao during the alchemist conference. And a considerable number of onlookers discerned that this doppelganger was unlike ordinary ones, being a tangible entity. No one could have anticipated that the integrity of this doppelganger was strikingly akin to that of the original, resembling twin sisters rather than a mere offshoot of the primary self. Consequently, Pan Yushuang and Hanxing Xianji were unable to perceive that Xiao Yao was a doppelganger, not the true Dan Yao. Initially, Dan Yao had cleverly exploited this characteristic of her doppelganger to significantly deceive the Xiang clan. Were it not for this unique manifestation, a conventional external embodiment technique would have been easily seen through. Chapter 1799, The Scheme Unfolds. Xiao Yao remarked, upon reaching the cave void realm, one can utilize their primordial spirit to create a doppelganger. However, when my original self created me, her cultivation was still in its infancy, with all foundational aspects yet to solidify. Coupled with the profound intricacies of the separation technique she employed, I was brought into existence with only a slight deficiency in spiritual power compared to my original self, making us nearly indistinguishable in all other respects. The weakness of having lesser spiritual power than my original self was ostensibly a significant flaw. Yet, Dan Yao practiced the Ming Yugong, which concealed her spiritual aura, allowing it to gradually converge and harmonize rather than disperse outward. This trait not only endowed her with boundless spiritual energy, but also adeptly masked her own spiritual presence. Much like identical twins, our appearances were indistinguishable, making it easy for outsiders to confuse us, and at times, even our own parents might struggle to recognize the difference. You are the doppelganger, but where is the original? Pan Yushuang had yet to recover from her astonishment. Xiang Banshan chuckled, responding on behalf of Xiao Yao. Need it be said? She must be hiding with the Kun Ding. Alas, while you may deceive others, you cannot deceive me. Hanxing Xianji furrowed her brow. You know she is a doppelganger, and you are aware the Kun Ding is not with her. Why then do you appear before me? What game are you playing? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression darkened as she exclaimed, Are you attempting to obstruct me so that Xian Yang can retrieve the Kun Ding? Xiang Banshan chuckled, clever. But regrettably, you have grasped the truth too late. Upon hearing this, Pan Yushuang and the others changed their expressions. The youth transformed from the Qian Ding, gravely injured by Xiang Yang's ambush, was in such a state that he would require an extended period of seclusion to recuperate. Therefore, it was no surprise that, despite Xiang Banshan leading a significant portion of the clan's elite here, Qian Ding was nowhere to be found. Only after hearing the dialogue between Han Xing Xianji and Xiang Banshan did they comprehend that their adversaries were executing a strategy of open distraction while secretly maneuvering Qian Ding to act stealthily, leveraging his unique connection with Kun Ding to extract Dan Yao. Han Xing Xianji promptly addressed the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower. "Leave this to us at the Xianxia Palace. You must hurry to intercept Qian Ding. Under no circumstances must we allow these treacherous villains to obtain Kun Ding." Yes. The Grand Elder of the Dan Tower and the others understood the urgency and prepared to depart. However, before they could move, Xiang Yuanshan flashed forward, blocking their path. Thinking to leave? It won't be that easy. Immediately following, a chilling gust swept through as several icy, ethereal nine heavens Xiannu needles shot forth, once again halting Xiang Yuanshan. These needles were unleashed by Pan Yushuang. She, alongside the formidable members of the Xianxia Palace, intercepted Xiang Yuanshan and urged, "You all must go. We will handle this," with Pan Yushuang and her allies obstructing them. The Grand Elder of the Dan Tower and the others seized the opportunity to escape, hastily making their way towards the Dan Tower. Yet, Xiao Yao chose not to retreat, but instead opted to fight alongside the members of the Xianxia Palace, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiang Yuanshan and the others. This decision was not born of impulse to compete with the Xiang clan, but rather stemmed from a fear that the Xiang clan might employ underhanded tactics to exploit her in locating the true Dan Yao, and subsequently unearthing the Kun Ding. Following Qian Ding's grievous injury, his ability to sense Kun Ding had significantly diminished, even with Xiang Banshan occupying Han Xing Xianji's attention. It would be a challenge for him to pinpoint Dan Yao's cultivation location and reclaim Kun Ding. Chapter 1800, Exercising Patience. Her current task was to prolong time as much as possible. The original had successfully refined the medicinal power of the Pasu Dan, and a breakthrough into the divine void realm was imminent. As long as she could maintain her composure and collaborate with the Xianxia Palace and the Dan Tower to delay, she would ultimately seize the initiative. Conversely, if she acted alone, she risked falling into another trap, exposing the location of her original self. Xiao Yao's conjecture was not unfounded. Qian Ding indeed faced significant difficulties in discerning the location of Kun Ding. This was not merely due to his injuries, but rather because Kun Ding had been refined by Dan Yao. The chilling and profound power of Dan Yao's refinement resonated with the essence of Kun Ding, yet clashed with Qian Ding's vigorous and fiery energy, severely diminishing his perceptual abilities. Xiang Banshan's revelation of Dan Yao's open distraction and covert maneuvering was intended to incite Xiao Yao into a state of panic, prompting her to act first, thereby allowing Qian Yang to follow and locate Dan Yao to reclaim Kun Ding. However, he was unaware that Xiao Yao's original, Dan Yao, was a traveler from another realm. The protagonist setting a trap to draw out the true villain is a common trope in many mystery dramas and detective novels. With Xiao Yao and Dan Yao sharing a spiritual connection, how could she possibly be deceived? Seeing Xiao Yao remain unfazed, wielding the Shuepa sword and joining the fray with the Xianxia Palace members, Xiang Banshan felt his teeth grind in frustration. This slippery little wretch was indeed more elusive than an eel. Xiang Banshan, it has been over 10,000 years since we last clashed. Today, let me test your prowess. Han Xing Xianji, keenly observant, detected Xiang Banshan's irritation and a smile crept upon her lips. She suddenly ascended into the air, a vast and overwhelming energy swiftly coalescing into an expanse of azure waves. As the waves manifested, the previously clear sky turned ominously dark, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The horizon stretched infinitely, with turbulent azure swells surging forth, creating whirlpools that threatened to engulf everything. Typically, such a celestial phenomenon would only arise from the concoction of high-grade elixirs or the use of extraordinary weapons like the Shuepa and Huoyu. Yet, Han Xing Xianji's initial move rendered the heavens dim, eclipsing the sun and moon, demonstrating a power that was astonishingly unfathomable. Xiao Yao gazed at the celestial tumult, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure emanating from the azure waves, astonished at Han Xing Xianji's formidable strength. Though both were at the 9th level of the divine void realm, her spiritual power far surpassed that of Qian Ding and the elder of the Dan Tower, truly deserving of the title of the foremost female cultivator of her time. Xiang Yuanshan and the others regarded this spectacle with grave expressions. They had witnessed Han Xing Xianji in action years prior, yet her strength today was far more fearsome. Should they confront this woman, they would scarcely survive a few exchanges before being swept away into the azure torrent, suffering grievous injuries, and facing the obliteration of their primordial spirits. Under the oppressive weight of this energy, both opposing factions found themselves unable to lift their heads. Xiao Yao exerted every ounce of her effort to channel the Ming Yu Gong, managing to stand slightly straighter, while only Xiang Banshan appeared completely unaffected. Xiang Banshan, with a stern visage, remarked, "After all these years, your strength has indeed advanced significantly. Let's talk, let us engage." Han Xing Xianji's countenance was as frigid as ice. With a flick of her finger, the vast azure waves behind her surged violently. Several columns of water shot upward, instantaneously transforming into ethereal sleeves that coiled towards Xiang Banshan like specters. Chapter 1801. The focus of the clash. The flowing sleeves soared forth, and wherever they touched, the void appeared as if it had been struck by a mischievous child hurling stones at a glass door, resulting in a spider web of cracks, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds. With this single strike, the fabric of reality was shattered. Indeed, a formidable powerhouse at the 9th level of the divine void. How terrifyingly powerful. A remarkable technique, yet alas, it cannot harm me. In the face of the astonishing assault from the Cold Star Fairy, Xiang Banshan maintained an expression of calm. He then grasped with a mighty hand, unleashing an exceptionally potent surge of pure yang spiritual energy from his palm, which transformed into a colossal fire lotus spanning thousands of zhang, hurtling towards the flowing sleeves. The red lotus blaze hand. Xiao Yao recognized the technique instantly as it was executed by Xiang Banshan. The same maneuver, when wielded by him, bore a potency that exceeded Xiang Yang's by no less than 1,000-fold. Xiao Yao and the formidable warriors of the Xianxia Palace felt a chill run through them. Such a terrifying fire lotus, should it collide, would not only endanger the physical body, but could also incinerate the soul to ashes, erasing it from existence. Water and fire. Two opposing forces clashed violently. In that instant, the spiritual energy surged chaotically, mountains and rivers trembled. The sound of the explosion soared into the heavens, reverberating throughout the universe as if it aimed to annihilate the very fabric of existence. Xiao Yao had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. She was left dazzled and spellbound. In just a single exchange, both the Cold Star Fairy and Xiang Banshan were jolted by the other's spiritual energy, their arms tingling. Both pondered simultaneously. Over these past years, this old demoness has actually made such significant progress in strength. Both were proud individuals, unwilling to concede to one another. Thus they unleashed all they had learned throughout their lives, engaging in a fierce struggle. Two unparalleled powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of cultivation in the Tianxian continent possessed unfathomable strength. The destruction wrought by their fierce confrontation was monumental. Wherever their spiritual energy reached, space tore asunder and mountains crumbled. The storm generated by their clash of energies surged skyward, with residual waves powerful enough to kill several onlookers who were watching from afar. After an extended battle, Xiao Yao discerned that Xiang Banshan's Xin Fire 9 transformations held a significant advantage in terms of spiritual energy intensity. Yet in the aspect of sustained power output, it paled in comparison to the Cold Star Fairy's Cold Jade art, which was notably gentle and enduring. One had explosive power, while the other possessed remarkable endurance. Each side possessed strengths and weaknesses, rendering neither able to gain the upper hand. Despite the fierce and intense battle between these two peak powerhouses of the divine void, a clear victor remained elusive. Xiao Yao understood that the focal point of this encounter did not lie with Xiang Banshan and the Cold Star Fairy, but rather with Dan Yao, who held the Kun Ding. Should Qian Yang manage to seize the Kun Ding before Dan Yao could break through to the divine void realm, then the Xiang clan would emerge victorious. Conversely, if Qian Yang failed to obtain the Kun Ding, the Xiang clan would indeed face utter ruin. At the Dan Tower, the two factions were locked in fierce conflict. Meanwhile, due to Xiao Yao's evasive maneuvers, Qian Yang was unable to track her and locate Dan Yao and the Kun Ding, forcing him to tap into his own essence to sense the whereabouts of the Kun Ding. Qian Yang scoured the vicinity of the Dan Tower, and in the northern region, he sensed the aura of the Kun Ding. However, since the Kun Ding had already been refined by Dan Yao, her icy and cold primordial spiritual energy had infused the Kun Ding, overshadowing its yang heat with profound coldness. Left with no other option, Qian Yang resorted to his old methods, proceeding northward toward the Dan Tower. As Qian Yang entered the vicinity of the Yin well, he suddenly sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from the Kun Ding. His red and blue eyes shifted, and he surmised the cause, sneering. "You think you can leverage the power of the Kun Ding to break through? It won't be that easy." At this moment, Dan Yao found herself at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. Suddenly, a voice akin to a mosquito's buzz penetrated her ears. "Dan Yao, where are you? Come out quickly. As long as you hand over the Kun Ding, once I merge it and transform it into the true Qian Kun public Dao Ding, I will impart the secrets of the medicine god contained within to you. With this legacy, you can become the second female medicine god. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Though the voice was soft, it resonated with exceptional clarity. Startled, Dan Yao nearly lost her inner focus, letting out a heavy grunt. How could she not deduce that Xian Yang had sensed her in the midst of her closed-door breakthrough, thus seeking to disrupt her through their unique connection with the Kun Ding? Fortunately, Dan Yao possessed an exceptional temperament, quickly regaining her composure after a brief moment of surprise. Not long after, Xian Yang's enticing voice, laden with temptation, echoed through the Kun Ding again. Dan Yao, you are an intelligent person. You know my origins and my capabilities. Why must you oppose me? The legacy of the medicine god within the Qian Kun public Dao Ding is a coveted dream for every alchemist. My alliance with the Xiang clan was also for the Kun Ding. Profit attracts profit. If you assist me, I can not only help you become the medicine god, but also aid you in dealing with that old demon, Xiang Banshan. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Dan Yao remained steadfast and unresponsive. Just then, Xian Yang's tone shifted, becoming exceedingly suggestive as he began to breathlessly recount indecent tales. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao felt no stirrings within. Rather, she found it somewhat amusing. Had Xian Yang chosen to speak of something else or hurl insults at her, perhaps she might have faltered. To think he would employ such tactics against her was truly foolish. Did he not realize that in her previous life, during her first year at university, she had inadvertently witnessed male classmates teasing their crushes with risque jokes, leaving her blushing and flustered? Yet by her fourth year, having become quite the seasoned individual, she had scoffed at a freshman's attempts to impress a girl with crude humor. Is that all you've got? Come, let me tell you something even racier. The freshman was left utterly speechless. In ancient times, people were not as liberated as they are today. Xian Yang's lewd comments could certainly embarrass other female cultivators. However, for Dan Yao, they were as bland as plain water. Is this all it takes? Is this what you call lewdness? If it weren't for being at a crucial moment of breakthrough, Dan Yao would surely have shared something far more risque, teaching him what it truly means to navigate the waters of seduction. Unaware that Dan Yao was a time traveler, Xian Yang relentlessly bombarded her spiritual essence with a barrage of crude jokes. He aspired to emulate Li Qiushui from Tianlong Babu, yet Dan Yao was no Tianshan Tonglao. As she listened to his ribald tales, she found herself increasingly exhilarated, akin to a surge of adrenaline, enhancing her ability to absorb the Dan Pua and continuously battering against the barriers of the divine void realm. With a resonant hum, Dan Yao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself transported to an unfamiliar setting. Clad in an intricately embroidered green wedding gown, she sat before a vanity, allowing an elderly maid to apply rouge to her face, as if painting a wall. Yao Yao, today is your momentous wedding day. Though your mother cannot provide you with a noble lineage, the husband chosen for you is truly exceptional, talented, from a good family, and handsome. Upon marrying him, your future will be secured. The middle-aged woman, dressed in finery, droned on incessantly in Dan Yao's ear, reminiscent of the monk Tang's song. She sighed deeply and earnestly admonished, "My child, do not reproach your mother for her nagging. As the eldest sister, your younger siblings have yet to find suitors. If you marry and deviate from the established norms, angering your in-laws and sullying our family's reputation, it will become exceedingly difficult for your brothers and sisters to find suitable partners." "Yes, mother, I understand," the daughter replied, resolutely promising. "I will ensure that our family does not suffer disgrace." With the soul of a modern individual, Dan Yao fervently resisted the indoctrination of the middle-aged woman, yet found herself nodding obediently, as if ensnared. "It is splendid that you think this way. At home, you follow your father. Upon marriage, you follow your husband. And should your husband pass, you follow your son. Just remember these words of your mother, and fulfill your duties diligently, and your life will be complete." The middle-aged woman, pleased by Dan Yao's compliance, smiled warmly. She grasped Dan Yao's delicate hand adorned with 3 grand gold bangles, tirelessly sharing her life experiences as a wife, daughter-in-law, and mother. Her lips, painted a shade akin to liver, incessantly drilled into Dan Yao the importance of prioritizing her husband after marriage, remaining faithful, and upholding chastity without transgressing even a fraction. Implicitly, she urged Dan Yao to become a subservient wife, wholly dependent on her husband, taking pride in her children, devoid of any sense of self. Eventually, the middle-aged woman worried that her words might frighten Dan Yao about the prospect of being a wife, hastily adding, "After many years of being a daughter-in-law, one eventually becomes a matriarch. I too endured this in my youth. As long as you serve your husband and in-laws well, bear a son, and secure a good wife for him, you will reap the rewards of a dutiful daughter-in-law." Dan Yao, like a wooden puppet, nodded vacantly. "Yes, I understand. Once married, a woman must regard her husband as paramount, honor her in-laws, embody virtue, and if she bears no sons, she must reflect on herself and actively encourage her husband to take concubines, ensuring the continuation of his family line." Yet, deep within, Dan Yao felt an unsettling dissonance. Gender equality, though different in sex, should adhere to the same human rights. Why must women live in indignity, tethered to men, while men frolic freely with multiple wives? Such notions of marriage and male supremacy were utterly absurd. Internally, Dan Yao vehemently resisted, yet her thoughts were shackled by an invisible chain, rendering her unable to voice her objections. She could only endure as the matchmaker, her face adorned with a garish red veil, assisted her into the bridal sedan chair. The journey to her husband's home was a swaying affair. After performing the requisite rites and pledging her vows, she was ushered into the bridal chamber, becoming someone else's wife. The morning after the wedding night, Dan Yao glanced at her husband sleeping beside her, his long eyelashes, chiseled brows, and striking features reminiscent of a youthful ideal. Yet he bore an uncanny resemblance to a cat from her memories. 10 years swiftly passed. Everyone proclaimed that the young mistress of the Hua family had amassed immense fortune through her marriage to a reputable household. Chapter 1804. Illusions 2. Her in-laws were of noble standing, her husband youthful and accomplished, handsome and affectionate towards her, treating each other with mutual respect. Following their marriage, they welcomed children in quick succession, achieving a life of fulfillment. What more could one desire? However, Danyao, as the central figure in this tale, found herself unable to experience joy. To outsiders, she was a fortunate woman, having secured a lifetime of happiness and stability. Yet, like a person drinking water, only she knew the warmth or chill of her reality. Her husband was undoubtedly a good man, talented, handsome, and from a respectable lineage. He indeed cherished her as a wife. Although her in-laws occasionally posed challenges, they refrained from excessive cruelty, considering her family background and children. Thus, her life was significantly more fortunate compared to many women wallowing in bitterness. Yet, despite her husband's virtues, he was ultimately not hers alone. As a figure of the feudal elite, he inevitably had to engage intimately with multiple women. Perhaps he was not inherently lecherous, but societal expectations compelled such behavior, aligning with tradition. Even if he wished otherwise, his parents would insist on providing him with concubines for the sake of family lineage and prosperity, leaving him no choice but to comply. And Dan Yao, as the daughter-in-law, though her heart ached, could not voice a single complaint. Otherwise, she would be branded with jealousy and face dire consequences. Even in her understanding that, despite the presence of other women, her husband still respected her as the primary wife. She felt the weight of her situation. Compared to those who openly favored concubines over their legitimate wives, her husband was among the world's finest. Some might deem her overly sentimental. After all, she had married well. Why dwell on such matters? Yet, Danyao remained discontent, her modern sensibilities incessantly reminding her of the inherent equality between genders, that women should not endure such indignities. But in this world and era, male superiority reigned supreme. Men were seen as the heavens to women. Without independent personas or souls, a woman's existence revolved solely around her husband and children from birth to death. A woman without a man was akin to a rootless water plant, drifting aimlessly, tragic and forlorn. Should she dare express jealousy or dissatisfaction towards her husband or in-laws, the repercussions would be swift and severe. Once a woman was sent back to her family, the judgment of neighbors and relatives could drown her in scorn. As she surveyed the oppressive environment steeped in patriarchal values and feudal remnants, Danyao suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of alienation. She did not belong to this world. Her life should not be confined within these rigid boundaries, shackled by the archaic notions of serving husbands and honoring parents-in-law, living without autonomy or identity. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Men and women should be equal. Who says women are inferior to men? Who says women are destined to be oppressed and trampled upon? She refused to accept it. Women should not be confined to such roles. Women should stand tall, independently carving out their own destinies, shining in their own right. As this thought emerged, a surge of clarity rushed through Dan Yao's mind, awakening her from her stupor. Yes, this truly should not be her life. Chapter 1805. Illusions 3. In her previous life, she was raised under the Red Banner, instilled with the ideals of gender equality. Now, having been reborn in a world dominated by cultivation and strength, she too would not yield to men. In both her past and present, she had never depended on a man, living purely for herself. Currently, she was on the verge of breaking through to the divine void realm. Indeed, it was the inner demons that had stirred these feelings. The breakthrough to the divine void realm tested not only one's talent and ability, but also the strength of one's mind. During the transition from the spiritual platform realm to the divine void realm, one's essence would experience a momentary weakness, making it susceptible to inner demons. Just now, her inner demons must have infiltrated her essence, provoking the vulnerabilities associated with traditional feminine expectations, attempting to ensnare her within the outdated beliefs of feudalism. Thankfully, Her will was resolute. Otherwise, succumbing to such influences could lead to failure or, worse, eternal entrapment in a dreamlike state, with no hope for liberation. Cultivation was an act of defiance against the heavens, a perilous yet magnificent journey towards immortality. Yet she savored it with delight. She would rather navigate the arduous path of immortality, enduring relentless struggles, than live like the women of ancient times, bound by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Devoid of dignity and selfhood, anyone who dared obstruct her path would become her sworn enemy, facing her wrath without respite. She would confront gods and slay Buddhas, contend with heaven and battle earth, carving out a life that was uniquely hers. Even should she fall midway, her spirit and form extinguished, condemned to eternal reincarnation, she would harbor no regrets. She would choose death over being a submissive little wife. She desired to seize her destiny, to emerge as her own grand heroine. Dan Yao's resolve was eternal, as unwavering as iron. The illusions conjured by her inner demons shattered like glass, unable to withstand the sudden shifts of temperature, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy coursing through her meridians surged forth like the great tide of the Qian River. Dan Yao was filled with elation, realizing that she had already stepped halfway into the threshold of the divine void realm. She merely needed to guide this surge of spiritual energy into her dantian to achieve her goal. Suppressing her inner joy, she focused her mind, preparing for the final leap akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Meanwhile, Xiang Yang, persistently whispering lewd comments through the Kun Ding, sought to disturb her concentration. After several attempts, his voice hoarse from exertion, he found his efforts futile, only to be repulsed by his own words. Enraged, Xiang Yang cursed, "Heavens! What manner of woman is this?" Despite Dan Yao's adeptness at navigating turbulent waters, unafraid of Xiang Yang's fast-paced antics, he was still able to sense her location through the disturbances created by the Kun Ding. Ah, so she hides here. Xiang Yang approached the vicinity of the shadowy well. Observing Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping concealed nearby, evidently guarding Dan Yao, and he let out a cold laugh. "Xiang Yang, what brings you here?" Ling Hanfeng exclaimed in surprise. Xiang Yang laughed heartily. "Wherever the Kun Ding is, there I shall be. If you know what is good for you, reveal the whereabouts of that woman quickly, or else." "Humph, dream on." Ling Hanfeng resolutely refused, unleashing the overwhelming aura of the 8th layer of the divine void, which crashed down upon Xiang Yang. "Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant you your wish and eliminate you all. I do not believe that woman will not reveal herself." Xiang Yang gazed at Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping with a chilling sneer. "Attack." Ling Hanfeng realized further discussion was futile and issued a direct command. As his voice fell, he exploded into action, unleashing a formidable surge of pure yang energy, transforming it into colossal fists of spiritual power that thundered toward Xiang Yang. Chapter 1806. The Old Tower Master Strikes Again. Unaware of your impending doom, Xiang Yang flicked his fingers, and a fiery line shot forth, piercing and dispersing the colossal fists of spiritual energy. Ling Hanfeng was taken aback. "You were injured at your source by Xiang Yang. How can you still wield such potent spiritual energy?" Xiang Yang replied with a smile. "Ah, I am indestructible, existing alongside heaven and earth, enduring with the sun and moon. It was merely a moment of carelessness that allowed that rascal Xiang Yang to ambush me. Did you truly think I could not recover?" No one could have anticipated that the Qian Ding, while being a divine alchemical artifact, also possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. When he infiltrated the immortal water palace to steal the Kun Ding, despite being repeatedly wounded by the formidable Hanting immortal princess, he managed to revive each time, relentlessly pursuing his goal. It was this resilience, akin to an indomitable cockroach, that forced the Hanting immortal princess to pass the burdensome Kun Ding to the old tower master, thus gaining her peace and tranquility. "This fellow is too formidable. We must bind him swiftly. Every second counts." Ling Hanfeng spoke resolutely. Upon hearing this, Bai Yiping and the other powerful figures from the Dan Tower swiftly surrounded Xiang Yang, initiating a righteous assault. Faced with the combined efforts of dozens of divine void experts, Xiang Yang remained unperturbed, as torrents of crimson flames surged around him, forming a defensive barrier of true energy that deflected numerous spiritual attacks. Observing Xiang Yang single-handedly battling multiple divine void experts, though ensnared, he still maintained the upper hand, leaving Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping increasingly astonished. They had not anticipated that a 9th-layer divine void expert would possess such terrifying strength, especially for Ling Hanfeng, as an 8th-layer divine void expert. He was merely a hair's breadth away from the 9th layer, yet here he was, being dominated in battle. The fierce clash continued, and a devastating storm of destruction erupted. Under the enveloping crimson flames of Qian Yang, the Dan Tower experts could no longer hold their ground, sent flying from the force of the blows. Only Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping desperately exerted their skills, struggling to endure. At that moment, a rift suddenly tore open in the void. 3 beams of rainbow light shot forth from the fissure, transforming in an instant into a colossal tricolor medicinal cauldron. The three-eyed treasure cauldron. It was the old tower master. Bai Yiping recognized the three-eyed treasure cauldron as the treasure of the Dan Tower, and his heart felt a surge of relief. The old tower master was also a 9th-layer divine void expert. Despite being injured and unable to exit the medicine god tower, he could still unleash his power from afar through the rift in the void, even if he could not directly contend with Xian Yang. He could at least delay him and buy Dan Yao some time. Under the old tower master's guidance, the three-eyed treasure cauldron emitted a tricolor light, forming a fiery circle that swiftly enveloped Xian Yang. Merely a trivial technique. Xian Yang scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Had the old tower master not been injured and arrived in person, he might have held some respect for him. Now, however, this old fool was trapped in the medicine god tower, unable to unleash even half of his power. He was no match for him. With a flick of his fingers, he struck the fiery circle with force. Boom. With that single motion, he shattered the fiery circle and redirected his energy toward the three-eyed treasure cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron emitted a resonating hum. Under the tempest of spiritual energy generated by the collision of the 2 powerful forces, several of the slightly weaker elders of the Dan Tower spat out mouthfuls of blood. As the force dissipated, the three-eyed treasure cauldron, now dimmed, echoed with the old tower master's coughs. Chapter 1807. A celebration prematurely. Clearly, utilizing such a method to unleash power from a distance was taxing on his spiritual energy. You old fool, while our strengths may be comparable, my essence is the Qian Ding, inherently granting me an advantage over your frail mortal form. You may not even be able to best me in direct combat. Now you attempt to hinder me from a distance? Truly overestimating yourself. Xian Yang sneered, his fingers dancing as he unleashed a volley of fiery projectiles, striking fiercely against the three-eyed treasure cauldron. Buzz! The three-eyed treasure cauldron emitted a mournful hum, teetering precariously. Just then, Xian Yang suddenly abandoned his assault on the three-eyed treasure cauldron and veered to the left, heading directly toward the shadowy well. Not good, he has discovered it. Quick! Stop him. We cannot allow him to obtain the Kun Ding. Seeing that Xian Yang had located Dan Yao's breakthrough site, Bai Yiping's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanfeng's face also shifted, and he swiftly moved, launching an attack alongside Bai Yiping. Pyongyang finger, cloud smoke palm. With a finger and a palm, 2 forces surged forth, quickly striking toward Xian Yang. Facing their full force assault, Xian Yang did not turn around. Instead, a torrent of flames erupted from his back, forming a barrier of true energy. In the very next moment, the 2 attacks crashed against his back. Boom. Even with Xian Yang's formidable strength, he was jolted by the impact of such a violent assault from the 2 powerful experts. However, leveraging their force, Xian Yang propelled himself forward, swiftly reaching the shadowy well. Surveying the surroundings littered with various remnants of alchemical waste, Xian Yang furrowed his brow slightly. With a flick of his sleeve, a tempest materialized, swiftly sweeping away all debris. Seated calmly atop the cunning cauldron, Dan Yao, who was quietly undergoing a breakthrough, was thus laid bare. I was not mistaken. This girl is indeed striving to transcend into the divine void realm. Xian Yang's gaze turned frigid as he sneered. Even if you succeed in your breakthrough, what of it? Your cultivation is merely at the first level of the divine void. You remain no match for me. Observing that Dan Yao was engrossed in her cultivation and had no time for other matters, he acted swiftly, seizing the cauldron's ear and forcibly dragging it closer. Cunning cauldron. At last, you've come into my possession. Ha! Xian Yang shrank the cauldron to the size of a palm, holding it tightly. His eyes filled with obsession as he erupted into raucous laughter. Yet, within that mirth lay an ineffable sorrow and pain. Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping wore expressions of grave concern. They had expended considerable effort and thought, only to see the cunning cauldron snatched away by this scoundrel. This truly spelled disaster. With the cauldron successfully in hand, Xian Yang felt no inclination to linger. He made a swift motion with his hand towards the void, intending to tear through space and escape. Just then, a delicate hand, white as jade, shot forth from the void, as swift as lightning and thunder, reaching for the cunning cauldron. Whether it was due to the opponent's speed or Xian Yang's excitement, causing him to forget to stow the cauldron, a moment's negligence allowed the other party to seize the opportunity and snatch the cauldron away. You celebrated too soon. My dear, such treasures are not easily claimed. Xiao Yao emerged gracefully from the void, playfully toying with the miniaturized cunning cauldron, her smile radiant. Damn it! Seeing the hard-won treasure snatched away, Xian Yang's fury ignited instantly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Are you courting death? Ha ha ha, courting death? Xiao Yao chuckled, her laughter like the tinkling of bells. My dear, I am in my prime. Youthful and beautiful. Why would I contemplate such a thing? This scene left those present utterly bewildered. Xian Yang, consumed by rage over the theft of the cauldron, could think of nothing but reclaiming it and teaching the reckless Xiao Yao a lesson. Meanwhile, Ling Hanfeng, Bai Yipeng, and the others were astounded. The power of Qian Yang was terrifying. Even when they banded together, they were utterly crushed by him. How could Xiao Yao, a mere avatar of Dan Yao with no cultivation in the divine void realm, possess the ability to snatch away what was practically in Qian Yang's grasp? Qian Yang's expression turned as hard as iron. If you do not wish to court death, then hand over the cunning cauldron obediently. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Humph, impolite. I am curious to see how you intend to be impolite with me. Xiao Yao scoffed, her figure flickering as she transformed into a beam of spiritual light, merging into Dan Yao's body. As Xiao Yao fused with her, their essences intertwined. Instantly, a brilliant blue light radiated from Dan Yao, causing the area around the abyssal well to tremble violently for 1,000 miles. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? The sudden tremor stunned the cultivators of Xianshui Palace and the Xiang clan, who were locked in a fierce battle before the Dan Tower. They focused their minds on the source of this power, their gazes drawn to the northern side of the Dan Tower. The medicine god tower isolated all external disturbances. And at this moment, Xiang Yang was also in a breakthrough state, with Qiming standing guard beside him, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. However, within the western chamber of the Dan Tower, Shui Ling, who was refining the energy of the former pavilion master, suddenly awoke during her cultivation. Upon sensing the chilling and profound aura emanating from the spiritual force, a trace of uncontainable delight sparkled in her eyes. She succeeded. Senior sister has successfully broken through to the divine void realm. She understood that Dan Yao's cultivation method was incredibly profound, undefeated among her peers. Once she entered the divine void realm, she would overpower all cultivators within that realm, including those at the 9th level of the divine void. Now that Dan Yao had successfully transcended, the Xiang clan and Xian Yang would no longer pose a lethal threat. Just as Ling Hanfeng and the others prepared to witness the extent of Dan Yao's newfound power following her breakthrough, the aura radiating from her suddenly dissipated like a deflated balloon, vanishing without a trace. This bewildering scene left everyone present utterly confused. What is happening? Did she fail her breakthrough? Surely not. The aura she emitted was so vast and astonishing, far surpassing that of an ordinary divine void cultivator. How could she possibly fail? The onlookers were filled with perplexity, staring intently at Dan Yao. They noted that she exhibited no signs of being possessed or leaking true essence. Yet her aura had inexplicably vanished. This was exceedingly strange. In all their years, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. Little did they know that Dan Yao's cultivation of the Mingyu skill was fundamentally different from all other methods in existence. Other cultivation techniques allowed spiritual power to circulate outward, making it easy to discern one's level of cultivation. In contrast, the Mingyu skill kept its aura contained, with the spiritual energy flowing continuously. The deeper the cultivation, the more concealed it became, making it difficult for others to gauge its depth. Now, as Dan Yao broke through to the divine void realm, her Mingyu skill had reached its zenith, her entire spiritual force returning to its essence, tranquil and serene, like a still lake, without a ripple. If it were not for Qian Yang's incessant interference and the theft of the cunning cauldron, causing Dan Yao to hastily withdraw her energy and resulting in some true essence leaking out, this tremor would not have occurred. Despite her seemingly calm demeanor, Dan Yao's power surged like a tempestuous ocean, unstoppable and invincible. Slowly, she opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Divine void. So this is the power of a divine void cultivator? Dan Yao focused her mind, sensing within her a vast, tumultuous strength akin to a boundless sea. And she reflected on her arduous journey. After so many years of perseverance and effort, she had finally ascended to the ranks of the top cultivators in the Tianxian continent. It must be said, the sheer power that could annihilate the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture was truly intoxicating. Reflecting on her past, when she broke through to the heavenly monarch realm, Xiang Yang had told her that above the heavenly monarch were the half-step spiritual platform, followed by the spiritual platform realm. And beyond that lay the half-step divine void, culminating in the divine void realm. The divine void realm, an elusive pinnacle sought after by many, she had now successfully attained. Transitioning from the 9th level of the spiritual platform to the divine void realm, Dan Yao's strength surged explosively. 20 years prior, within the spatial passage, she had been thoroughly beaten by that old rogue, Xiang Gongzhan. Now, if they were to face each other again, a mere palm strike would suffice to bring him to his end. This was the disparity between the divine void realm and the spiritual platform realm. especially for cultivators like Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, who practiced unique methods devoid of the half-step spiritual platform or half-step divine void realms. The differences between each realm were monumental. As Dan Yao pondered, Ling Hanfeng, Bai Yipeng, and the others soared to her side. What transpired? Have you succeeded in your breakthrough or failed? Bai Yipeng inquired with concern. I succeeded. Dan Yao replied with a faint smile. Splendid. Upon hearing her words, Ling Hanfeng, Bai Yipeng, and the others erupted into joyous laughter. Hee, my successful breakthrough owes much to the assistance of several esteemed seniors. Dan Yao expressed her gratitude with a bow toward Ling Hanfeng and the others. No need for formality. Ling Hanfeng gestured with a wave of his hand. His gaze heavy as he cast a glance at Xian Yang and said, as long as you have broken through, it's best that you join us in confronting this formidable foe. He is far too powerful. Though your snow spirit sword may not harm him, it can certainly divert some of his attention. Dan Yao chuckled softly, shaking her head in refusal. There is no need for that. I will handle this individual myself. You should assist the palace master. Having perfected her Mingyu technique, she was eager to find someone to spar with. What? You intend to face him alone? Bai Yipeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. This fellow possesses terrifying strength. How could you possibly contend with him? Fear not. I am more than capable of dealing with him on my own. Dan Yao initially contemplated defeating Qian Yang directly, intending to instill fear in the Xiang clan, but suddenly recalled something and altered her approach. She produced the Kun Ding, waving it tantalizingly before Qian Yang. Here lies the Kun Ding. If you possess the ability, come and take it. Qian Yang, enraged, retorted, you foolishly dare to provoke me. Very well. I shall first eliminate you before seizing the Kun Ding. With a swift motion, he grasped the air. A ferocious crimson flame morphed into a massive dragon claw, rending the atmosphere as it lunged violently toward Dan Yao. She deftly employed her snowless steps to evade the strike. The claw missed its target, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a colossal pit of 100 zhang in diameter. Come on, come on. Dan Yao taunted him with a playful smile, her form darting like a startled swan, transforming into a streak of blue light that sped away like a shooting star. Chapter 1810. Departing alone. Do not think you can escape. Xian Yang transformed into a swirling inferno, pursuing her with lightning speed. The two were remarkably swift. Before Ling Hanfeng, Bai Yipeng, and the others could react, they had vanished from sight. With no alternative, Ling Hanfeng and the others were compelled to rush to another location for support. In the vast expanse before the Dan Tower, the Xianxia Palace and the Xiang clan were locked in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows relentlessly. The sky darkened, resembling the onset of the apocalypse, as waves of destructive energy clashed violently. Even the Dan Tower, renowned as the sacred ground for alchemists across the continent and celebrated for its robust architecture, was being battered mercilessly. In the void, the transcendent powers of Hanxing Xinji and Xiang Banshan, both peak experts at the 9th level of the divine void realm, clashed furiously, unleashing terrifying destructive force as though seeking to annihilate the very heavens and earth. Not good. Dan Yao is left with the Kun Ding, and Xian Yang is in pursuit. Ling Hanfeng shouted as he arrived first on the scene. What? Upon hearing this, both the Xianxia Palace and the Xiang clan fell silent in shock. She is foolishly attempting to leave with the Kun Ding. Does she seek death? Pan Yuxuan could not help but exclaim. It was crucial to note that the youth transformed from the Qian Ding was a superlative powerhouse of the 9th level of the divine void realm. Alone, even with exceptional talent and having just broken through to the divine void stage, Dan Yao stood no chance against him. If she were to be pursued by this individual, not only would she fail to protect the Kun Ding, but she would also risk losing her life. Xiang Banshan, equally astonished that Dan Yao would depart with the Kun Ding, felt a mix of surprise and elation. He thought to himself, with Qian Yang as strength, dispatching a mere girl who had just broken through would be as easy as crushing an ant. Once he seized the Kun Ding, he could merge the two, restoring the complete Qian Kun Justice Ding. In such a case, even if he could not gather all the medicinal cauldrons listed on the fire cauldron ranking, he could still obtain the legacy of the apothecary god and ascend to the ascendant realm. Initially worried that this operation might fail, necessitating him to settle for gathering the other medicinal cauldrons on the fire cauldron ranking to gain access to the celestial source. His concerns were alleviated with Dan Yao's solo departure with the Kun Ding. With a swift thought, Xiang Banshan withdrew from battle and quietly instructed Xiang Yuanshan. You stay here to keep an eye on that old witch Hanxing. Hurry and take people to guard the spatial transition station leading to the northern domain. The moment you spot that little girl, apprehend her at once. She must not escape from the central domain. He understood that Dan Yao and Xiang Yang practiced a very unique technique, allowing them to exert power surpassing that of the heavenly monarch in the other 4 major domains beyond the central domain. This cunning girl Dan Yao, having taken the Kun Ding and left alone. Likely intended to use the spatial transition station to flee the central domain and then utilize the laws of the four major domains to suppress Qian Yang. Seizing the opportunity to turn the tables, he could not allow her to succeed. Yes, though Xiang Yuanshan was not particularly bright. Upon hearing Xiang Banshan's orders to guard the spatial transition station, he quickly gathered a multitude of experts, tearing through the void to reach the station. On Hanqing Xinji's side, concern for Dan Yao's safety and the potential loss of the Kun Ding to Qian Yang compelled her to inquire urgently, which direction did she head? That way. Ling Hanfeng pointed toward the direction Dan Yao had flown. Upon hearing this, Hanqing Xinji transformed into a wisp of green smoke, darting away. Xiang Banshan, fearing Hanqing Xinji might disrupt his plans, followed closely behind. Chapter 1811, The Protruding Hillock. Xiang Banshan, worried about Hanqing Xinji's interference, pursued her closely. Pan Yushuang, Ling Hanfeng, and others followed in her footsteps, anxious that Dan Yao might be caught by Qian Yang, risking her life and the loss of the Kun Ding, which would spell disaster. After flying over 10,000 miles, they spotted Hanqing Xinji halting in a desolate area. She stood at a distance, gazing at a small hillock that protruded, lost in thought. Her expression a mix of astonishment, envy, and profound confusion. She muttered to herself, "It has been accomplished. It truly has been accomplished. But how is this possible? No one in this world can master such a technique." The others exchanged bewildered glances, increasingly perplexed. Pan Yushuang stepped forward and whispered, "Palace Master, what troubles you?" Hanqing Xinji snapped back to reality, letting out a deep sigh. "Let us return." Return? Pan Yushuang was taken aback. "Why?" Hanqing Xinji smiled faintly. "Dan Yao no longer requires assistance from others. What purpose do we serve by remaining here?" At her words, Pan Yushuang, Ling Hanfeng, Bai Yipeng, and the others were left in stunned silence. "Palace Master, are you quite well?" Bai Yipeng could not restrain himself from asking. He suspected that Hanqing Xinji, in her battle against Xiang Banshan, had unwittingly fallen victim to his machinations, leading to her current state of confusion. Hanqing Xinji replied, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Bai Yipeng stammered, "But if you are well, how could?" Pan Yushuang, equally puzzled, interjected, "Palace Master, the youth transformed from the Qian Ding is a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Divine Void Realm. Across the world, aside from you and Xiang Banshan, there is no one else capable of defeating him. Dan Yao is merely a girl who has just broken through to the Divine Void stage. How can she stand against him? If we return now, and she is indeed pursued by Qian Yang, would that not cost her life?" Hanqing Xinji shook her head, laughing softly. "I have battled the Qian Ding numerous times. Do you think I am unaware of his might? Since you know, why do you allow this to happen?" Pan Yushuang questioned. Perplexed, before Hanqing Xinji could respond, she pointed to the small hillock before them, saying, "Do you see that hillock?" Pan Yushuang nodded. "Yes, it is merely a small hillock. There are countless such formations throughout the central domain. What is so remarkable about it?" Hanqing Xinji replied enigmatically, "Just now, as I pursued, I happened to see Dan Yao and the Qian Ding's figures passing through this location. The spot I indicated was Dan Yao's foothold when she stood there. It was originally flat ground, but as her figure flashed past, this little hillock rose spontaneously. Upon her revelation, everyone present was struck with astonishment. Among them were some of the most formidable experts of their time. They are acutely aware that when masters engage in combat, their entire aura converges, creating a formidable presence that often leaves profound impressions upon the ground beneath their feet. The more potent their cultivation, the more pronounced the marks left behind, which is hardly surprising. However, the perplexing issue arises when a cultivator channels their true energy, as their aura emanates and their feet brim with vigor. One would expect them to sink into the ground, yet it is utterly confounding that the earth instead bulges upward. This anomaly defies all logic. Such irregularities undoubtedly conceal deeper mysteries. Bai Yipeng's gaze flickered as he hesitated, pondering aloud. Could it be that her cultivation method is exceptionally unique? The Cold Star Fairy nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, she has mastered an extraordinarily profound technique, and having achieved its consummation, this peculiar phenomenon of bulging rather than sinking has come to fruition." Chapter 1812, The Revelation of the Technique. She focused intently on the small mound before her. The cultivation method of this technique is markedly different from any known esoteric art, as the true energy flows. The spiritual power does not dissipate outward, but rather, it gradually retracts and condenses. When the energy is concentrated throughout the body and directed into the feet, the resultant suction draws the surrounding soil continuously, thus forming this upward bulging mound. Spiritual power retracting and condensing? Bai Yipeng exclaimed in amazement, his voice trembling. Does this mean that her spiritual energy, while in operation, will never deplete, but rather increase with usage? The Cold Star Fairy confirmed, Precisely. Practicing this technique incurs no loss of spiritual energy, rendering one invincible at the same level, while an opponent must inevitably diminish in strength during combat. Consequently, even if she were to face a formidable opponent of equivalent realm, defeat would be inevitable. This is the most profound aspect of this technique. The audience felt a chill run down their spines, scarcely able to believe that such a celestial technique existed in the world. What a terrifying method. I have a general understanding of the cultivation techniques across various sects, yet I have never heard of such a miraculous skill. Master, what exactly is this technique? This technique is called Mingyu Gong, created by an unnamed female immortal, and it is the highest cultivation method lost to our immortal water palace, the Cold Star Fairy replied. What? Mingyu Gong? Pan Yushuang exclaimed, nearly crying out. The others were equally astonished. As one of the two great ancient wonders, they were well aware of Mingyu Gong's legendary status. It is said to possess the most profound coldness and mystery, and could only be cultivated by women. Upon mastery, it not only renders one invincible in the world, but also grants eternal youth, allowing beauty to endure, an ultimate technique that countless women yearn to attain. However, this method had been lost since ancient times, with the immortal water palace preserving only fragments, barely 6 or 7 parts intact. The intricacies and might of this technique remained unknown to all. Seeing that Dan Yao exuded an extraordinarily cold and Yin energy, and was a disciple of the immortal water palace, they assumed she practiced the Han Yu Gong. Never suspecting it could be the Mingyu Gong, Pan Yushuang, visibly moved, remarked, Master, could you be mistaken? The complete Mingyu Gong has long been lost, and the fragments left behind cannot be cultivated. How could Dan Yao's Han Yu Gong possibly be Mingyu Gong? This question echoed in the minds of others present. Though Mingyu Gong and Han Yu Gong differ by but a single character, they are worlds apart. Ming signifies the essence of the sun and moon. Yu embodies the creation of heaven and earth. Only a technique that amalgamates the essence of heaven and earth and the quintessence of the sun and moon can rightfully bear the name Mingyu. The brilliance of this technique lies not only in its invincibility and the promise of eternal youth, but also in its ability to generate divine energy within the body during cultivation, allowing one to ascend to immortality through diligent practice. In an era devoid of immortals on the Tianxin continent, Mingyu Gong and the wedding dress divine art were the only two transcendent techniques capable of directly reaching the immortal path. The allure of such a revelation is undeniably staggering. Should this news disseminate, the entire continent would surely descend into chaos. There can be no mistake, the Cold Star Fairy asserted. Though Han Yu Gong is derived from the principles of Mingyu Gong, it merely minimizes the depletion of spiritual energy. It cannot, like Mingyu Gong, result in an increase in energy with use. The phenomenon of the mound before us can only occur when Mingyu Gong is cultivated to great perfection. There is no possibility of error. She is undoubtedly practicing Mingyu Gong. Chapter 1813, The Wonders of Esoteric Techniques. She paused before continuing. Initially, I was puzzled as to how the Xiang clan could spend years researching, yet never uncover the true cultivation method of the wedding dress divine art. How could Xiang Yang, a discarded son of the family, unravel its mysteries and grasp the secrets of the wedding dress divine art? Now I understand. The truth is not that he comprehended it independently, but rather that he was informed by Dan Yao, who possesses the complete Mingyu Gong tome. Both Mingyu Gong and the wedding dress divine art were created by the same unnamed female immortal. Only those who have seen the Mingyu Gong manuscript would know the hidden secrets within the wedding dress divine art. I had thought that after the 7th generation of the saintess, Mingyu Gong would fade into oblivion, yet Dan Yao has not only obtained it, but has also perfected it. Truly, the ways of destiny are beyond comprehension. The Cold Star Fairy could not help but express her awe. Bai Yiping remarked, Dan Yao has just broken through to the divine void realm. Even if she is practicing Mingyu Gong, she cannot possibly be a match for Qian Ding, can she? The Cold Star Fairy chuckled. How could she not be a match? Mingyu Gong is invincible at the same level. Once perfected, the overwhelming and boundless force it generates is enough to overshadow all the strong in the continent. Now that Dan Yao has mastered Mingyu Gong and wields the Snow Spirit Sword, even Qian Ding, no matter how formidable, cannot hope to rival her. Pan Yushuang suddenly understood. So that's it. No wonder the master instructed us to return upon seeing this mound. It was to discern the essence through the phenomenon, deducing that she has indeed perfected Mingyu Gong. The Cold Star Fairy nodded. Precisely. This girl is proud and ambitious. Her intention in drawing Qian Ding away likely stems from a desire to engage in a fair duel without interference. Therefore, why should we hinder her efforts? Pan Yushuang hesitated. But what if, despite the odds, Qian Ding possesses a method to counter Mingyu Gong, and we are not present? Wouldn't Dan Yao be at a grave disadvantage? The Cold Star Fairy replied, in this world, The only technique that can contend with Mingyu Gong is the wedding dress divine art. Unless Xiang Yang can master the wedding dress divine art to perfection, no other technique can hope to counter her. Upon hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. The cold star fairy slowly approached the mound, reaching out to touch its convex surface, stating, "When Mingyu Gong is perfected, the true energy retracts and forms a vortex. Where there is a vortex, there is always suction. This is the most profound aspect of Mingyu Gong and its true power." In ancient times, the green wild fairy of the immortal water palace inadvertently obtained this technique and cultivated it to great perfection during battles. The ground beneath her feet would exhibit similar bulging mounds. Many misunderstood this suction as a malevolent energy-draining technique, unaware that it is, in fact, the most authentic and profound internal martial art. Ling Hanfeng inquired, "Master, what should we do now? Do we return directly?" The cold star fairy contemplated briefly before responding. "While we must allow Dan Yao to confront Qian Ding honorably, we cannot permit the Xiang clan to launch a surprise attack against her. Presently, the only threat to her is that old ghost, Xiang Banshan. I will devise a means to distract him, enabling Dan Yao and Qian Ding to engage in a fair match. If she can seize this opportunity to use Kun Ding to counter Qian Ding, that would be even better. Very well, let us return for now. Master, please take care." With a wave of her hand, the cold star fairy instructed, "Go. Guard the Dan Tower, lest the Xiang clan plots against us again." Chapter 1814, A Thousand Miles Pursuit. Meanwhile, Dan Yao, along with Qian Ding, had exited the Dan Tower. With Qian Yang fervently in pursuit, the two figures transformed into streams of radiant light, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of power, and in an instant, they soared over 1,000 miles, ultimately vanishing within the confines of the Sun City. Dan Yao's form was ethereal, as delicate as an immortal, her movements upon the snow leaving no trace, her speed, augmented by the perfected Mingyu skill, astonishingly swift. Such rapid flight, while immensely taxing on spiritual energy, did not deplete Dan Yao's reserves. Instead, it ignited them in layers. Having just breached the divine void realm, Dan Yao suddenly found herself bearing tremendous power, akin to a newly acquired smartphone that requires activation before optimal use. However, this was not the primary reason for her departure with the Kun Ding. She and Xiang Yang had initially planned to jointly break through the divine void before confronting Xiang Banshan in the central domain to settle their scores. Yet, unforeseen circumstances arose. Uncle Yang was captured, compelling them to enter the central domain prematurely, nearly costing them their lives in the spatial passage. With Uncle Yang still unrescued, if she were to openly defeat Xian Yang before so many witnesses, Xiang Banshan would undoubtedly be cautious, leveraging Uncle Yang as a threat against both her and Xiang Yang. Uncle Yang had valiantly protected Xiang Yang during their escape from the Xiang clan. Thus, a man of such deep affection would never disregard his well-being. Consequently, she would find herself in a passive position, manipulated by Xiang Banshan. Rather than succumb to such a fate, it was wiser to draw Qian Yang out. Firstly, it would allow her to acclimate to this newfound power during flight. Secondly, after defeating Qian Yang, she could utilize the Shuepa sword to execute the Xianbing binding technique, encasing him in ice, thereby gaining the upper hand before Xiang Banshan was aware of her mastery over the Mingyu skill, allowing her to rescue Uncle Yang and subsequently join forces with Xiang Yang to confront the Xiang clan. The direction in which she flew was also meticulously considered, leading directly to the Central Domain's spatial transfer station. Given Xiang Banshan's suspicious nature, he would likely believe she intended to escape via the transfer station, planning to turn the rules of the Northern Domain against Qian Yang. With such a strategy, regardless of Xiang Banshan's cunning, he would never fathom her true intentions. However, before all else, she needed to deal with Qian Yang. Should she allow him to reclaim the Xiang clan, all her calculations would be in vain. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Qian Yang's furious voice thundered from behind. "Dan Yao, hand over the Kun Ding, or I will not hold back." Dan Yao arched an eyebrow. "If you have the capability, then come and take it." She chuckled, her form resembling a shooting star, accelerating to a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As Dan Yao quickened her pace, the distance between her and Qian Yang widened. The latter, witnessing this spectacle, felt both astonished and perplexed. How could this woman's speed be so outrageously fast? It surpassed even the likes of Han Xing Xianji and Xiang Banshan, both of whom were peak experts in the Divine Void Ninth Layer. Could it be that this girl was also a formidable master of the Divine Void Ninth Layer? Just as this thought emerged, Qian Yang immediately shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She had only just broken through the Divine Void realm. How could her strength suddenly leap to the Ninth Layer? Humph. I refuse to believe you can escape to the ends of the earth. Qian Yang growled, his aura surging as he accelerated, his red and blue eyes fixed intently on her fleeting figure, pursuing her relentlessly. Chapter 1815, Ice Brick. In a fierce chase, they traversed over 10,000 miles in less than an hour. Suddenly, Dan Yao vanished in a flash. Damn it! Xian Yang, in a fit of rage, extended his consciousness to search frantically. At that moment, Dan Yao's cool laughter echoed from behind. I'm right here. Xian Yang quickly turned, only to find Dan Yao standing gracefully atop a towering snow peak, wielding the Shuepa sword. Dressed in flowing green, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Sunlight pierced through the snow, illuminating her face, rendering her as enchanting as a goddess of the snow-capped mountains, exuding an ethereal elegance. Gazing upon her strikingly beautiful visage, Xian Yang's eyes darkened slowly, as if his very soul was momentarily unmoored, and he found himself recalling a figure from his memories. He whispered, Shueji. Who is Shueji? Dan Yao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xian Yang, don't you desire the Kun Ding? It is right here in my grasp. Come and take it. Dan Yao's gaze turned icy as she regarded Xian Yang below, perplexed by his sudden daze, but resolute in her intent to subdue him. Dan Yao, it is you. Xian Yang snapped back to reality, recognition dawning upon him, his previous confusion and affection morphing into rage. What sorcery are you employing to bewitch me? Dan Yao rolled her eyes. Who has bewitched you? Everyone has their preferences. How could I possibly know what kind of woman you desire? You. Xian Yang stammered, muttering, indeed, she hails from ancient times, over 1,000,000 years ago. You couldn't possibly know her, yet why? Who is she? Dan Yao pressed further. You are unworthy to inquire about her. Hand over the Kun Ding. Xian Yang's temper flared suddenly, his voice filled with urgency. You think I'll just hand it over? Who do you think you are? Dan Yao scoffed. You're courting death. Xian Yang's fury erupted, flames of crimson engulfing him, an overwhelming pressure crashing down like a mountain. Whether I court death or not, we shall see after the fight. Unperturbed by Xian Yang's imposing aura, Dan Yao stood firm as a rock, responding with a cold smile. Although she had previously been no match for Xian Yang, her prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, with her Mingyu skill fully realized, even a peak expert in the Divine Void 9th layer posed no threat to her. Previously, I viewed you as a mere woman and thus showed restraint. Who knew you would be so ungrateful, repeatedly testing my limits, and now you dare to be so arrogant. I cannot decide whether to commend your courage or lament your ignorance of death. Xian Yang shook his head, his tone growing increasingly severe. Stop the prattle, let's fight. Dan Yao replied, impatience creeping into her voice. Very well. Today I shall witness the extent of your strength after breaking through the divine void realm. Xian Yang declared. Then open your eyes and observe closely. Dan Yao retorted coldly, with a graceful flick of her wrist. She unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that surged like a tidal wave, coalescing into a massive ice brick, towering in size. With this brick in hand, I possess the world. The enormous ice brick, imbued with a terrifying force capable of slaying deities, hurtled towards Xian Yang with crushing momentum. You. Xian Yang gaped in astonishment at the sight of Dan Yao forming such a colossal ice brick with her vital energy. How could someone who had just broken through the divine void realm possess such formidable spiritual power? Overwhelmed by shock, Xian Yang momentarily lost focus. By the time he regained his senses, the ice brick had already slammed against his forehead. Chapter 1816, The Great Battle for the Kun Ding, 1. With no time to evade, Xian Yang braced himself to absorb the impact as the foremost entity on the Fire Ding ranking. Bam! The ice brick collided violently with Xian Yang's form, unleashing an explosive wave of energy. The force of the impact shattered trees and obliterated boulders, scattering them like dust across the heavens and earth. Blood trickled from the corner of Xian Yang's mouth as he staggered back several thousand steps before barely managing to regain his footing. Divine Void 9th layer. You are a master of the Divine Void 9th layer. Xian Yang gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if encountering a ghost on a dark path. The young girl before him, seemingly youthful beyond measure, was actually a formidable expert of the Divine Void 9th layer. How could this be possible? To attain the pinnacle of the 9th level of Divine Void, one must possess not only extraordinary talent, but also endure a protracted period of rigorous cultivation, accumulating a profound reservoir of spiritual energy. It is through this accumulation that qualitative transformation occurs, allowing for the potential breakthrough. The quintessential example of this is the envoy of the Pill Tower, Ling Hanfeng. Ling Hanfeng, a rare embodiment of pure yang, stands as one of the foremost cultivation geniuses of his generation. Yet, due to insufficient cultivation time and inadequate accumulation of spiritual energy, he has been stranded at the 8th level of Divine Void for millennia, unable to ascend to the 9th. Were it not for this limitation, he would not have dared to display such arrogance before the Pill Tower at the Alchemist Conference. This woman, merely a little over 300 years old, could not possibly have reached such an unattainable realm so swiftly, even if she had begun her cultivation from the womb. In this moment, Xian Yang finally comprehended that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The reason Dan Yao dared to depart alone with the Kun Ding was not out of folly, but rather due to her confidence in her own abilities. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao shook her head, asserting, "No, I have just broken through to the divine void realm. Even if I were to consume medicinal pills, it would be impossible to reach the 9th level in such a short span of time." Xian Yang, still reeling from his astonishment, gasped, "If you are not a powerhouse at the 9th level of divine void, how could your recent strike possess such astonishing might?" At this moment, his red and blue eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of pinholes as he exclaimed, "The power of utmost yin and utmost cold? You have mastered the Mingyu technique." A tempest of emotions surged within Xian Yang. The Mingyu technique, one of the two unparalleled secret arts established by an ancient, nameless female immortal, was lauded by Xue Ji as the supreme mind method of the Tianxian continent's cultivation system, particularly suited for female practitioners. In terms of potency, it rivals the bridal garment technique, and in terms of mystery, it surpasses it. At the very least, the complete manual of the bridal garment technique still exists, while the true text of the Mingyu technique has been reduced to fragments for over 1,000,000 years. Although Qian Yang had never encountered a practitioner of the Mingyu technique prior to this, he was aware of its tremendous power, which could shake the cosmos and rend the heavens. Only the ferocious and violent bridal garment technique could contend with it for supremacy, having believed the original manual was destroyed and the Mingyu technique rendered extinct. Witnessing Dan Yao wield this power left Qian Yang utterly astounded. Truly, it was the Qian Ding that possessed such discernment. Recognizing that I practiced the Mingyu technique after just one exchange, Dan Yao had practiced the Mingyu technique for many years, concealing it out of fear that others might discover it and bring about her demise. Now, having achieved mastery, and with no one on the continent able to threaten her life, she felt no need for further concealment. Moreover, given Xian Yang's insight, any denial would be futile, so it was better to acknowledge it openly. Is it truly the Mingyu technique? How is that even possible? How could you have mastered such a technique? As Dan Yao confirmed this with her own lips, Xian Yang's face, pure and innocent as that of a first love, was still overtaken by profound astonishment. There is no such thing as impossibility in this world. It is merely your limited perspective that renders you incredulous, Dan Yao replied calmly. Xian Yang's countenance twitched, his anger surging within him. Very well, I wish to see if the Mingyu technique is as legendary as they say, possessing unrivaled power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Not one to be trifled with, Xian Yang, after a brief moment of shock, regained his composure and fixed a serious gaze upon Dan Yao, declaring solemnly, "Let us see. I have just begun to master my powers and wish to engage in battle with a true formidable opponent." Dan Yao smiled, "Come forth." Xian Yang was engulfed in swirling crimson flames, exuding an overwhelming aura as he proclaimed, "I shall accompany you to the very end." Standing firm with her sword, Dan Yao prepared herself for the imminent confrontation. "Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true strength of a powerhouse at the 9th level of divine void." Xian Yang bellowed, gathering the crimson flames around him, which swiftly coalesced into his right fist, striking out towards Dan Yao with tremendous force. The fire-laden fist descended like a meteor crashing into the earth, its explosive sound echoing throughout the valley as if it sought to shatter the very heavens. Xian Yang, embodying the essence of the utmost yang, harbored within him a ferocious firepower rivaling that of the Emperor of Fire, the Zicheng Starfire. With the might of a 9th-level divine void practitioner unleashing the power of crimson flames, the magnitude of his attack was self-evident. Xianbing finger. Aware that Xian Yang had launched a devastating attack, Dan Yao did not dare to be negligent. An endless stream of utmost yin power converged into her palm, channeling it into her index finger. With a swift flick, she unleashed a chilling blast, freezing and shattering the air in its path, colliding with the fiery fist. The clash reverberated like thunder. The icy and fiery energies met with tremendous force, causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently, while the earth itself could not withstand the pressure, splitting open with crevices akin to the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. What an overwhelming chill! Qian Yang marveled, astonished to see Dan Yao effortlessly neutralize the energy of his primordial fire. He had not anticipated that Dan Yao, at the 1st level of divine void, could exhibit a strength surpassing that of an ordinary 9th-level practitioner, thanks to the unique enhancement of the Mingyu technique. Heavenly Frost-shattering jade hand. With a cold glimmer in her eyes, Dan Yao raised her delicate hand, summoning an intense concentration of yin energy that surged forth from her palm. The Heavenly Frost-shattering jade hand was the most formidable palm technique of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, unmatched by any other. Its power eclipsed even the Xiong family's scarlet lotus flame palm, Yet it required a high level of cultivation to execute, demanding at least the 5th level of divine void. Should one attempt to use it without meeting the requisite cultivation standard, not only would it fail to harm the opponent, but it could also lead to one's own spiritual energy being depleted, resulting in death. Having entered the divine void realm, Dan Yao's spiritual power surged exponentially, allowing her to wield the heavenly frost-shattering jade hand with unparalleled efficacy. The chilling energy coalesced, instantaneously forming a massive jade hand that bore down upon Xian Yang with a force capable of overwhelming mountains and seas. Fiery palm. Xian Yang struck out with both palms, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames to counter the descending jade hand. Break. Dan Yao fervently channeled her spiritual energy into the jade hand, intensifying its power. Bang, bang, bang. The fiery palms, conjured from spiritual energy, could not withstand the jade hand's chilling might, exploding in clouds of azure smoke. As the fiery palms detonated, Xian Yang suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppress. Dan Yao gathered her vast spiritual energy in her right hand and shouted fiercely, intensifying her efforts to obliterate Qian Ding's spirit. Pharmaceutical God Shield. Xian Yang expelled a beam of soft light, forming a phantom black shield. Ancient and mysterious runes danced across its surface, forcefully resisting the jade hand. At this moment, the shield erupted with a dark glow, effectively countering the chilling force emanating from the jade hand. This pharmaceutical god shield was crafted by the female apothecary god during her leisure time, molded from the dregs of alchemical concoctions as if shaping clay figures. Although it was made from waste materials, its infusion with divine power from the apothecary god transformed it into the most durable shield in existence, capable of withstanding the formidable attacks of multiple 9th-level divine void practitioners. The dark light emitted by the pharmaceutical god shield corroded Dan Yao's jade hand with a ferocity akin to that of concentrated sulfuric acid, penetrating every crevice and ultimately eroding the massive jade hand to nothingness. As Dan Yao observed her own formidable power being eroded by the shield summoned by her opponent, her expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Xian Yang possessed such a hidden ace. What a magnificent apothecary shield it was. It seemed today, dear aunt, I must unleash my ultimate techniques to subdue you. A chilling smile graced Dan Yao's lips as her thoughts surged, causing the Xuepa sword to soar forth from her heart. Previously, my cultivation was insufficient to harness the full might of the Xuepa sword, but today, I shall demonstrate the true prowess of this ancient divine weapon. With the Xuepa sword firmly in hand, Dan Yao poured her spiritual energy fervently into it. The sword hummed with a melodious resonance, emitting an icy blue radiance sharper and more terrifying than the apothecary shield, soaring into the heavens and illuminating the sky. Xian Yang sensed the sword's aura. His eyes filled with gravity. As a fellow artifact of celestial creation, he could acutely perceive the horrifying might of this sword, amplified by Dan Yao's spiritual force. In truth, Dan Yao had no desire to resort to the Xuepa sword against Xian Yang. Since her breakthrough into the divine void realm, she had been invincible among her peers, confident that her own cultivation was sufficient to defeat Xian Yang. Yet, she had not anticipated his formidable strength and the terrifying defensive and corrosive properties of the apothecary shield, compelling her to unleash the Xuepa sword to break the deadlock. The profound Yin energy within Dan Yao harmonized seamlessly with the frost-laden sword aura of the Xuepa sword, mutually enhancing one another. With the sword in hand, her aura transformed into something extraordinarily fearsome. Taste my blade, Dan Yao declared, as the Xuepa sword danced with fervor, unleashing a torrent of sword aura that altered the very fabric of the world, snowflakes swirling in the air. The blue light enveloped the sword, resembling a radiant blue rainbow that cleaved through the void with the force to shatter the heavens, striking directly at Xian Yang. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, Xian Yang summoned the apothecary shield. With a resounding sizz, akin to the tearing of silk, the sword light flashed by, and the apothecary shield's brilliance extinguished as it shattered into two halves. The residual sword energy continued unabated, severing the shield while surging towards Xian Yang once more. With a piercing sound, Xian Yang was struck by the blade, blood spewing forth as his complexion paled gradually. Cough! What an astonishing Xuepa sword! Xian Yang coughed violently, the arrogance that once filled his eyes replaced by profound trepidation and solemnity. He understood that the Xuepa sword was unparalleled, a supreme weapon among armaments. However, he had not anticipated the sword's terrifying power, capable of cleaving through even the apothecary's might. In terms of defense, Xian Yang and the Kun Ding were indeed the strongest entities in existence. Whether it was the fire feather sword or the Xuepa sword, either could obliterate the undying blood Ding, ranked second on the fire Ding list. Yet, The combined might of the fire feather and Shuepa swords could not breach the defenses of the Qian Ding and Kun Ding. Logically speaking, no one in this world should be able to harm Xiang Yang. He had no need to rely on the apothecary shield for protection, as he himself was the mightiest defensive artifact. Nonetheless, after transforming, he had been repeatedly injured by the celestial star fairy. And now Dan Yao wielding the Shuepa sword could also inflict harm upon him. It was perplexing. His defensive capabilities surpassed those of the apothecary shield. Yet the shield could effortlessly withstand assaults from multiple 9th-tier divine void experts, while he could not endure the spiritual onslaught from Dan Yao and the celestial star fairy. Such an anomaly defied logic. The peculiarity arose from the paradox of conflicting spiritual essences inherent within the Qian Ding. This concept of conflicting spiritual essences is a special phenomenon governed by the laws of balance within the universe. Explaining this phenomenon is quite intricate, yet it has always existed. For instance, Tang Sung could attain immortality by consuming a piece of his own flesh, yet he could not achieve longevity by consuming his own flesh. Similarly, in Feng Yun 2, the 7 martial dragons could split a dragon's essence, with a fragment granting immense power comparable to that of the Emperor Shutian, who possessed a millennium of cultivation and phoenix blood. However, the complete dragon essence, which should have made the divine dragon invincible, was easily slain by Shutian and the other 7 masters. These seemingly illogical occurrences stem from the existence of conflicting spiritual essences. The Qian Ding was supposed to be the strongest defensive artifact in the world. No person or entity should be able to harm it. However, due to his transformation into human form, he defied the natural order of the heavens, leading to a significant weakening of his defenses. Where there is life, there must be death. To gain something, one must sacrifice something. The reduction in defensive power was the price Qian Ding had to pay for taking on a human form. Should Xian Yang's true spirit perish and he revert to a thoughtless, soulless Qian Ding, the one who possessed him would inherit an extraordinarily formidable shell of defense. Of course, while the reduction in defense could injure Qian Ding, it could not bring about his demise, unless the divine apothecary who forged him intervened. No one in this world could obliterate him. The destruction of the apothecary shield filled Dan Yao with astonishment. How astonishing was the power of the Shuepa sword, capable of shattering even the apothecary's creation. You dare to destroy my cherished possession? I will not let this rest. Upon witnessing the apothecary shield's destruction, Xian Yang's shock quickly transformed into wrath. This shield was not merely his protective treasure after taking human form. It symbolized his emotional attachment. Its destruction felt like a blade piercing his heart, causing him deeper anguish than if Dan Yao had stabbed him directly. Xian Yang's fury erupted like a volcano. I will kill you, he bellowed through clenched teeth, his right eye losing its ethereal blue hue, both eyes now glowing a blood red. Heavenly flames, obliterate the earth. Xian Yang ignited his form, engulfed in crimson flames that devoured him whole. From the fiery maelstrom, a colossal crimson medicinal cauldron ascended, flames soaring skyward in a dazzling spectacle. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rippled through the void, as if the very fabric of reality had ignited in an explosive conflagration. All around, fierce crimson flames blazed, exuding an aura of terrifying destructive power, as if intent on erasing the world itself. With a sudden focus, the flames coalesced into a massive fist. Boom! The colossal fist slammed forward, tearing through the void as if it were mere parchment. The fierce red flames surged forth, creating a tempest of inexorable force. And even before the impact, the sound of the explosion echoed throughout the realm. Cultivators within a 10,000-mile radius felt the tremors of this horrific power, rushing to break through their barriers. When they beheld the astonishing spectacle above the snow-capped peak, their eyes widened in disbelief. The Qian Ding? Is that not the Qian Ding that appeared during the alchemist conference? The sheer power was terrifying. They had heard that Qian Ding, after assuming human form and enduring years of arduous training, had reached the 9th tier of the divine void, and indeed, his strength was formidable. Witnessing the might of this strike, even those at the 7th or 8th tier of divine void would likely be incinerated, body and soul, by these flames. Who dares to provoke such a being? Are they courting death? They wondered, yet it was not without cause. A 9th tier divine void expert was already immensely powerful, and now being forced to reveal his true form demonstrated the terrifying strength of his adversary. In today's world, only a handful could attain the 9th tier of divine void. Who possessed such incredible prowess to compel Qian Ding to this extent? Could it be the celestial star fairy, the master of the immortal water palace? Are you mad to even speak of the celestial star fairy? Do you wish to court disaster? As they witnessed the boundless powers of the Qian Ding manifest, with flames towering and shaking the heavens, cultivators even 1,000 miles away were gripped by sheer astonishment, their faces pale with fear. Yet they dared not approach too closely. lest they inadvertently fall victim to the unfolding cataclysm. Yet, from such a distant vantage point, only the colossal Qian Ding was visible, leaving no trace of Dan Yao's form or visage. In the face of Xiang Yang's relentless and ferocious attack, Dan Yao maintained a countenance as tranquil as still water. Suddenly, her eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, radiating a dazzling ice-blue brilliance. Boom! With a firm grip of her palm, a torrent of icy waves surged forth. The heavens and earth transformed, as feather-like snowflakes cascaded down, swirling all around. In an instant, the already frigid peak of the snow summit was plunged into an ice age. The spiritual energy enveloping Dan Yao surged violently, transforming into ethereal ice dragons that danced wildly in the air. Ice shattering the galaxy. Dan Yao's voice, colder than ice and more frigid than frost, echoed through the expanse. Flurries of ice blossoms erupted, creating a magnificent river of ice in the sky, adorned with glimmers of starlight, conjuring a breathtaking beauty that illuminated the endless night. Yet, this exquisite beauty concealed a perilous threat. With her left hand tracing a circle and her right palm thrusting forward, the icy river coalesced into a single mass, which then cascaded forth with tremendous force. Madman! To dare employ such a technique, you truly seek death. Xiang Yang gasped in horror upon witnessing Dan Yao unleash this otherworldly maneuver, exclaiming in disbelief. Ice shattering the galaxy. The most beautiful yet terrifying palm technique of the immortal water palace. To execute this move, one must instantaneously concentrate all their cultivation, unleashing an unstoppable force akin to a landslide, rendering its power unparalleled and immensely formidable. Due to the overwhelming might of the palm strike, an opponent would often meet their demise without the need for a second move, hence this technique consists of but a single strike. However, the very nature of this technique necessitates the complete expenditure of the user's spiritual energy, leaving them vulnerable to exhaustion and death, which is why it has been classified as a forbidden art. Chapter 1821, Ice Shattering the Galaxy. Shortly after its inception, numerous disciples lost their lives due to improper use of this technique, prompting the higher-ups to seal it away and strictly prohibit its practice among the disciples. The then master of the immortal water palace intended to destroy the technique of ice shattering the galaxy. Yet, recalling that it was crafted by the most prodigious green wild fairy in the palace's history, a legacy of unparalleled skill, she hesitated, pondering the shame in obliterating such a precious heritage. Thus, this technique, fraught with controversy and peril, has been passed down through generations. However, despite its transmission, none dared to wield it. After all, the immortal water palace boasted profound roots and vast resources, with an abundance of formidable and intricate techniques. Who would forsake such a wealth of skills to squander their efforts on a seemingly trivial technique like ice shattering the galaxy? Xian Yang had harbored animosity towards the immortal water palace for many years, having engaged in countless encounters. Adhering to the principle of knowing both oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory in every battle, he was well acquainted with the formidable techniques of the immortal water palace, including ice shattering the galaxy. Yet, he never anticipated that Dan Yao would employ this very technique against him. Did she not realize that ice shattering the galaxy was a forbidden art? Bang! In the midst of Qian Yang's astonishment and confusion, his colossal fist collided with the myriad icy blossoms, each sparkling like stars, in a resounding clash. At that moment, the heavens trembled, unleashing an extreme and terrifying spiritual power storm that surged violently. Within this tempest, the fiery essence of the giant fist and the chilling force of the ice flowers eroded and counteracted each other, resulting in a cacophony of earth-shattering explosions. One was the signature killing blow of a creation artifact, while the other was the unrivaled forbidden art of the immortal water palace. These two astonishing techniques clashed with unparalleled intensity, neither able to gain the upper hand. Humph! In the face of such tenacity, Dan Yao let out a soft huff. Ice shattering the galaxy. With a sharp command, her internal spiritual energy surged forth like a river breaching its dam, erupting anew into an even more powerful and breathtaking icy torrent. What? How is this possible? Xian Yang exclaimed, visibly shaken as the cauldron trembled violently. Clearly stunned to the core, ice shattering the galaxy required the user to concentrate all their spiritual energy, resulting in inevitable exhaustion and incapacity for further combat. How could this woman, after executing such a technique, possibly still possess the strength to unleash a second? Little did he know, ice shattering the galaxy was specifically designed by the Green Wild Fairy to exploit the unique properties of the Mingyu technique. While other cultivators would find themselves drained and depleted after using this move, the Mingyu technique's extraordinary nature allowed for an endless supply of spiritual energy. The more power expended in battle, the faster one's energy replenished. a seemingly trivial technique, misunderstood by many, became a powerful weapon that fully showcased the marvels of the Ming-Yu technique. After receiving the Yunmei inheritance, Dan Yao had longed to wield ice, shattering the galaxy. However, due to the high threshold for its use and her insufficient cultivation, she had refrained from doing so, fearing backlash. It was only after breaking through to the divine void realm that her spiritual energy surged, allowing her to use it without reservation. The might of ice shattering the galaxy, when executed by Dan Yao, was indeed unfathomably powerful. In an instant, Xian Yang felt his breath constrict. It was as if the chilling spiritual energy released by his opponent surged forth like an unceasing torrent, akin to the tumultuous waves of a deep sea, crashing relentlessly. Each wave more formidable than the last, overwhelming in its intensity, truly indomitable and unstoppable. Chapter 1822, Defeating Qian Ding. Xian Yang's fiery giant fist, a manifestation of his innate red flame, crumbled under the onslaught of the icy tidal wave, dissipating inch by inch as the flames dwindled. Bang! The icy torrent crashed against the body of the Qian Ding like a tidal wave, unleashing an unfathomable chill that instantaneously extinguished the innate spiritual fire surrounding the cauldron. Xian Yang was forced to revert to his human form, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a massive mountain wall, raising a cloud of dust. With a flick of her sleeve, Dan Yao summoned a whirlwind of spiritual energy to swiftly disperse the dust. As the haze cleared, Xian Yang was found deeply embedded in the mountain wall, his clothing torn, skin ruptured, and blood staining his entire body, a sight of utter devastation. Xian Yang spat several mouthfuls of blood, his face contorted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, resembling a fish unable to close its eyes as he gazed at Dan Yao. As a creation artifact, even with diminished defenses, it was not something just anyone could harm. The fact that Dan Yao could reduce him to such a state without employing the Shuepa sword was unfathomable. No, I refuse to believe it. After battling me for so long and exhausting so much spiritual energy, how could you possibly unleash 2 consecutive ice-shattering galaxies to defeat me? He bellowed, his youthful visage, once pristine, now twisted in agony as he felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body. To cultivate spiritual energy to the extraordinary extent of the Cold Star Fairy, and yet be unable to use ice shattering the galaxy consecutively to inflict heavy damage on an opponent. How could an inexperienced girl like Dan Yao, who had just stepped into the divine void realm, achieve such a feat? Nevertheless, no matter how difficult it was for him to accept, the facts were laid bare before him, leaving him no choice but to believe. Dan Yao replied coolly, "That is because my Ming-Yu technique possesses boundless power, unceasing in its consumption. In battle, engaging my opponent is akin to meditating. My inner energy remains wholly intact, while yours diminishes with each use. As our energies ebb and flow, it is evident that you cannot contend with me. What? Endless spiritual energy? How can that be? Is there truly a technique in this world that does not consume spiritual energy?" Upon hearing Dan Yao claim that her power increased rather than diminished in battle, Xian Yang's expression morphed into a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting every hue of disbelief. Damn it. After this woman broke through to the divine void realm, her spiritual energy is no less formidable than that of a 9th-level divine void cultivator like me. This is utterly preposterous. Is it not blatant bullying of the Ding that you claim the power of Ming-Yu Gong is inexhaustible, only increasing with use? Xian Yang, both astonished and enraged, spat out a mouthful of old blood. Having lived for over 1,000,000 years, he had witnessed all manner of grand spectacles. Yet, he had never encountered such a humiliating situation until today. The reality was stark. For the past 3 centuries, I had devoted myself tirelessly to mastering this technique, which is why I have achieved my current state. The reason you are unaware of this is that you do not comprehend it, nor have you seen anyone truly master it. Dan Yao spoke softly, her voice lilting and measured. Though her words seemed light-hearted, her heart was far from tranquil. Despite her victory over her opponent, the battle had not been easily won. Qian Ding had underestimated the might of Ming-Yu Gong, and she had equally underestimated her adversary's strength. She had not anticipated that this individual's spiritual power was on par with her own, were it not for the extraordinary nature of her cultivated technique, which allowed her spiritual energy to not only remain intact but to flourish, and given that her opponent was gradually depleting his energy during their prolonged confrontation, she would not have been able to defeat him. At best, it would have ended in a draw. Chapter 1823, You Cannot Kill Me. Ah, what a formidable Ming-Yu Gong. Truly worthy of its ancient lineage, it is indeed impressive. Defeated by you, I concede with utmost respect. Xian Yang's face, pale as paper, was stained with blood, resembling crimson plum blossoms blooming amidst the vast expanse of snow, a sight both tragic and enchanting. He managed a faint smile, then shifted his tone to a defiant shout. But I am the incarnation of Qian Ding, imperishable and undying. Even if your cultivation surpasses mine, even with the Shuepa sword in your possession, you may defeat me, but cannot take my life. No one in this world can kill me. Dan Yao replied with a smile. Indeed, I cannot kill you, but do not forget, the Kundi is in my possession. If I merge you with the Kundi, I can restore the balance of the Qian and Kuan, and then, well, is that so? Then feel free to try and see if you confuse me with the Kundi. Xiang Yang scoffed. Do you think I lack the courage? Dan Yao's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold steel flashing through them. You certainly lack courage. To be precise, you simply cannot achieve it. After countless years of arduous cultivation and surviving the most terrifying of tribulations, my essence has transformed. Aside from the one who created me, no one can forcibly merge me with the Kundi, nor extinguish my true spirit to refine it for their own use. Not even you, who has mastered Mingyu Gong. Xian Yang regarded the icy intent in Dan Yao's eyes with disdain. Dan Yao's expression grew stormy, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking like popping beans. She had no doubt that Xian Yang's words were not false. After all, Xiang Banshan was a cunning old fox who would not dare to engage in risky endeavors without sufficient means of protection. If he were not endowed with an immortal body, given Xiang Banshan's ruthless nature, he would have long since extinguished Xian Yang's true spirit and refined it into his own protective treasure, rather than forming an alliance with him. She was not mistaken. When Xiang Banshan first discovered Qian Ding, he had been tempted by its body and had contemplated refining it to seize the divine heritage within, aiming to break through to the Ascension realm. However, upon realizing that this being had developed sentience and was immortal, he found that no one could kill him. With a chilling smile, Dan Yao remarked, "Do not think that just because you are a divine artifact, I cannot handle you. There was once a so-called immortal who persistently provoked me, yet in the end, I dealt with him thoroughly. The person you refer to, could it be that brat Yichen?" Upon hearing Dan Yao's words, Qian Yang looked at her with surprise. "Yes, and what of it? You are aware of him?" Of course, that brat was captured by the Xiang clan, and relying on the protection of the immortal blood Ding, he repeatedly insulted Xiang Banshan. Thus, I was tasked with dealing with him. As for someone of his caliber, he was hardly worth my attention, and in the end, Xiang Banshan had no choice but to send him to the Thousand Blades Mountain to suffer. At this point, Qian Yang's expression suddenly changed. "You said you dealt with Yichun. How did you handle him? Did you kill him?" "Of course not. At that time, my Shuepa sword had yet to be sharpened. How could I have dealt with that brat? But I did not let him off easily. I used the secret technique of the immortal water palace to freeze him into an ice statue that would not melt for 10,000 years. Currently, he is suffering somewhere underground in the western regions." Chapter 1824, The Icy Warning. Dan Yao was aware that Xiang Banshan sought to gather the 12 revered medicinal cauldrons of the fire cauldron list to obtain the celestial source left by the divine female alchemist, and she could not allow him to learn of the destruction of the immortal blood Ding so soon. Her tone turned frosty. "The immortal blood Ding is immortal and indestructible. Just like your Qian Ding. You are as detestable as that individual. Since I cannot kill you or refine you, I shall encase you in ice right here, freezing you into a super ice statue for millions of years. Do you dare?" Qian Yang's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Dan Yao laughed coldly. "My Mingyu Gong is the coldest and most Yin of all, its freezing power unmatched across heaven and earth. Once I completely encase you in ice and send you to a location unknown to anyone, we shall see what tricks that old thief Xiang Banshan can pull." Upon hearing this, Qian Yang grew anxious. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the Xian Water Palace's ice crystal sealing technique. Dan Yao's current cultivation might be slightly inferior to that of the Cold Star Fairy, but her Mingyu Gong was exponentially colder than the Cold Jade technique, and its power was boundless, capable of sustained and massive output. Should he truly be encased in ice by this woman, he would be utterly powerless. With this thought, Qian Yang opened his mouth and expelled a wisp of pure Yang fire, infused with his essence blood, hurling it towards Dan Yao. Dan Yao's thoughts shifted, and her ice crystal-glazed body instinctively activated its defense, forming a thin yet impenetrable layer of ice crystal on her surface. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Yang swiftly darted away, racing towards the southwest. Do not even think of escaping. Having finally wounded him, Dan Yao could not allow him to flee. If he returned to the Xiang clan and Xiang Banshan learned of her increased strength, it would certainly give him pause. One must eradicate the roots. If the grass is not uprooted, it will grow again with the spring breeze. Even if she could not kill him this time, she could not allow him to return to the Xiang clan. Dan Yao's toes touched the ground, transforming into a streak of blue light as she surged forward in hot pursuit. As Dan Yao and Qian Yang battled, the power of Mingyu Gong surged within her, her spiritual energy escalating to its peak. Meanwhile, Xian Yang, severely injured by her icy onslaught, found his speed greatly diminished. Dan Yao believed that with such a chase, she would catch up to him in mere moments. However, she did not anticipate that as the Qian Ding. Qian Yang possessed not only half of the divine alchemist's heritage, but also countless cultivation secrets. Among them was a technique known as the transformation of the rainbow, which allowed him to burn his essence blood in times of dire need, doubling his speed of escape. At this moment, Qian Yang activated this technique, and his speed surged to astonishing levels, covering an immense distance in the blink of an eye. Dan Yao pursued desperately, reaching her utmost speed. The two raced after each other, their figures flickering like lightning, rivaling the speed of light. Soon, Dan Yao found herself chasing Qian Yang to an island. Amidst the salty sea breeze, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. Dan Yao gazed ahead, only to see the island lush with greenery, adorned with vibrant blossoms of red, purple, yellow, and green, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the flowers blooming on the island were no ordinary plants. They were all medicinal herbs, each one a precious existence. It was evident that this was an immensely valuable medicinal island. As Dan Yao momentarily lost her focus, Xian Yang's figure flickered and swiftly vanished into the depths of the medicinal island. "Don't run," Dan Yao exclaimed, swiftly pursuing him and plunging into the island's interior. However, Xian Yang, being intimately familiar with this locale, darted through the flower thickets, skillfully evading her grasp until he seemed to vanish entirely. Chapter 1825, The Enigmatic Medicinal Island. Dan Yao hastily followed, yet soon found herself disoriented amidst the myriad winding paths that resembled a labyrinth. Recognizing the peculiarity of the surroundings, she took to the skies, extending her divine consciousness to survey the entire island, intent on uncovering Qian Yang's location. As her gaze swept across the landscape, she beheld an abundance of spiritual herbs in bloom, their petals cascading vibrantly in a spectacle reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves, overwhelming her senses. Grinding her teeth, Dan Yao declared, "Do not think that by hiding within this island, I cannot deal with you. Since you choose to remain hidden, I shall encase both you and this island in ice, and then sever the rocky spine with my snow spirit sword, sinking the entire island to the sea, ensuring you never see the light of day again. You dare?" Qian Yang roared in fury. "Every blade of grass and every tree here has been meticulously cultivated by me. If you dare to destroy this island, I will fight you to the death." Though Dan Yao spoke of encasing the entire island in ice, it was merely a declaration. Her freezing power, while formidable, would wane against the vast expanse of the island. It was akin to dissolving a pound of sugar into a pound of water. The sweetness would be overwhelming. Yet diluted into a pool, it might be hardly detectable. To truly freeze a being of Qian Yang's caliber, she needed to locate his true form, encasing both his spirit and physical body. Yet, why did he become enraged at the mere mention of submerging the island? Did this place hold some special significance to him? Sensing Qian Yang's impatience, Dan Yao swiftly acted, her movements as swift as lightning as she brandished her snow spirit sword, aiming a thrust towards the source of the voice. Qian Yang emerged from the vibrant blossoms, dodging left and right, engaging in a tactical retreat. Dan Yao's sword thrusts were relentless, like a tempest unleashed. At that moment, she sensed a rapid movement behind her. This aura emanated a chilling murderous intent, reminiscent of a torrential river cascading down to obliterate all in its path. Turning to investigate, Dan Yao was taken aback. The source of this movement was not liquid or miasma, but an overwhelmingly potent fragrance of herbs, an essence so pure and rich that it enveloped her senses. "Break!" Qian Yang scoffed, the fragrance erupting violently. Before Dan Yao, the world turned to a gray haze. She felt as though she were a small boat adrift on a vast ocean, vulnerable to destruction with the slightest wave. Her heart raced, and she quickly activated her ice crystal-glazed body, fortifying herself as the brilliance of her snow spirit sword surged, resembling a roaring ice dragon, dispersing the gray mist and thrusting directly towards Qian Yang. With the agility of an eel, Qian Yang evaded the strike, forming intricate seals with his hands. Muttering incantations, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The laws of yin and yang are just. The essence of herbs binds the immortals. Arise." As he chanted the incantation, a crimson beam materialized before him, radiating blinding spiritual light, refracting into a multitude of threads that filled the space. Under Qian Yang's command, the threads shot forth rapidly, weaving a colossal red web around Dan Yao, ensnaring her movements and sealing her spiritual energy. One sword to shatter the heavens. Dan Yao's eyes blazed with azure light, a fierce warrior spirit surging forth from within her. Boom! The snow spirit sword was raised high and struck the red web with ferocity. A thunderous crack echoed. Shattering the web, and the threads scattered across the ground. Chapter 1826. Trapped within the array, 1. Yet in the next instant, the scattered threads reformed into an even sturdier red web. Dan Yao swung her sword once more. To her astonishment, the blade met the web as if it were mere air, passing through without inflicting any damage. Simultaneously, ancient, desolate, and intricate patterns appeared upon the web. These designs resembled a celestial script revealing itself, imbued with unfathomable profundity. What is this? Gazing at the intricate patterns of the red web, Dan Yao was left utterly astonished. As an alchemist, she recognized that these exceedingly complex designs were a fusion of alchemical techniques and array formations. Even more astonishing was the fact that she could scarcely comprehend the majority of these patterns. Having ascended to the pinnacle of high-grade alchemy after breaking through the divine void realm, she believed no one could rival her expertise, save for the legendary apothecary god. Yet here she was, confronted with patterns she could not decipher. What did this signify? These patterns were likely remnants of the apothecary god's profound alchemical knowledge. Since the Great War of ancient times, the continent had descended into an era devoid of immortals. If ascending to immortality was so arduous, how much more so for the apothecary god? Xian Yang had lured her here, evidently aiming to utilize the array left by the apothecary god to ensnare her, perhaps even to end her life. And this scoundrel was a creation of the female apothecary god. Could it be that this entire array, indeed the entire island, was crafted by her hand? Realizing this, Dan Yao's expression grew grave. After mastering the Mingyu technique, she had believed herself invincible in the world. Even if Qian Yang was extraordinary, she had never anticipated that he could wield the array left by the female apothecary god against her. If it were any other method, she would not have feared. Yet this was the array left by the female apothecary god, an artifice entwined with divine power, beyond her capacity to resist. Seeing Qian Yang's hands continuously shifting, Dan Yao understood that the array had not yet fully activated. If she did not act swiftly to break free, once he completed the array, she might truly find herself trapped here indefinitely. Resolute, Dan Yao ceased her hesitations. Channeling her spiritual energy as the snow spirit, sword glimmered with an ethereal blue light, slashing downward with great force. Yet again, the sword energy struck the red web, yielding no more effect than before, as if she were attempting to pierce through air itself. Futile. This ancient heavenly alchemy array was suffused with the apothecary god's power. Not even you, a mere girl, nor those ancient creatures at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of divine void, could hope to unravel a single thread of it. Qian Yang sneered, manipulating the hand seals for alchemical refining, amplifying the ancient heavenly alchemy array's might. Danyao's countenance turned as cold as frost. She knew that this array, imbued with the apothecary god's essence, was not something she could contend with. If she recklessly charged in, she would only invite disaster, sealing her own fate. She needed to identify the array's weaknesses or its most vulnerable points, concentrating her power into a single strike to have any hope of escape. At first, Qian Yang had reveled in her attempts to violently break the array with her snow spirit sword, but upon witnessing Dan Yao close her eyes, sensing the array with her consciousness, he felt a surge of admiration. This woman exhibited remarkable reflexes, recognizing that brute force was ineffective, and instead sought the array's vulnerabilities. Her ability to master the Mingyu technique and repeatedly thwart Xiang Banshan's plans was no mere stroke of luck. She was indeed a formidable adversary. Chapter 1827. Trapped within the array, 2. If he could not ensnare her within this array today, once she broke free, she would undoubtedly become a significant threat. The more he contemplated, the more apprehensive he became, tightening his grip on the situation. Suddenly, with a graceful flick of her flowing sleeves, Dan Yao found the core of his formation, rapidly drawing closer to him. Qian Yang, recognizing her intentions, was not surprised. This ancient array, crafted by the god of medicine, was an enigma even to a 9th-tier apothecary saint, who would struggle throughout their lifetime to uncover even the slightest flaw. To unveil a weakness in such a short span was nothing short of a fool's errand. Since deciphering the formation was impossible, the only recourse was to strike at its heart. If the array's master was incapacitated, the formation would cease to function, allowing for an escape. In astonishment, Qian Yang swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, grasping the flowing sleeve and casting it aside. Dan Yao retaliated with relentless strikes, while Qian Yang countered and attempted to activate the array. Despite his injuries and diminished power, Dan Yao's confinement within the formation meant her energy, when transmitted outside, was reduced to a mere fraction of its original strength. In this mutual depletion, neither could gain the upper hand for the time being. Yet, Qian Yang continued to unleash the might of the ancient array. Given enough time, Dan Yao would inevitably succumb to its constraints. You are finished. Xian Yang exclaimed with a sinister smile, biting his tongue and spitting blood into the formation. With a resounding hum, as his blood mingled with the array, the ancient formation erupted in a brilliant crimson light, shaking violently. Witnessing this, Xian Yang's spirits soared. He dismantled Dan Yao's sleeve assault with one hand while channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the array with the other. Once this final step was completed, Dan Yao would be forever trapped within, deprived of the light of day. At that moment, Dan Yao suddenly withdrew her sleeves and extended a hand as white as jade, her fingers resembling delicate orchids, and struck fiercely at Xian Yang. Like a turtle in a jar, you waste your efforts. Xian Yang scoffed, recognizing the icy, lethal force of her attack, which clearly indicated she was fighting back with desperation. He could not afford to underestimate her. Condensing his fiery essence into a fist, he prepared to meet her final blow head-on. However, to his astonishment, as he swung his fist, Dan Yao's palm energy deftly twisted, bypassing him to strike at his back. The suddenness of this maneuver caught even Xian Yang off guard, and in an instant, the force struck him squarely. He trembled violently, spewing blood as he was propelled forward. Come in. Dan Yao seized the opportunity, her sleeves darting like lightning to ensnare his body and pull him into the array. At that moment, the ancient formation absorbed the last vestiges of Qian Yang's power, sealing the core entirely. Dan Yao felt a darkness envelop her, her body floating as if plummeting into an abyss. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy to stabilize herself, focusing her essence to resist the formation's might. Meanwhile, Xian Yang lay on the ground, coughing incessantly. What kind of technique did you learn? How could you? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened. The Rui Orchid Hand. You have mastered the Rui Orchid Hand? Dan Yao replied coldly. Indeed, you did not expect I possessed this skill, did you? Who would have thought? What a remarkable Rui Orchid Hand. Chapter 1828. Trapped within the array, 3. Xian Yang was utterly astonished, never anticipating that Dan Yao could master such a long-lost ancient technique. It was precisely because he was unaware of her possessing such a wondrous skill that she had successfully ambushed him, leading them both into this predicament. We are both ensnared within this formation. If you are wise, you will quickly reveal the method to break it, or else I shall not hesitate to act. Dan Yao's expression was icy as she commanded Xian Yang. This array was likely a remnant left by the female god of medicine, and given her current abilities, there was no way she could decipher it in the short term. As the creation of the female god of medicine, and possessing knowledge of its manipulation, Xian Yang undoubtedly knew the means of escape. Her gaze was fixed on him, wary of any cunning attempt to flee on his part. Huh, you think you can escape? Dream on. No one trapped within the ancient formation can ever leave. Xian Yang mocked. You are gravely injured from my Mingyu technique, in your current state. You cannot possibly be my match. I advise you to refrain from foolish resistance, or the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Ha ha ha, trying to intimidate me? Do you think I am afraid? Xian Yang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the grandest joke. Seeing him so unfazed, Dan Yao felt a pang of frustration. She coldly replied, I know you are indestructible. No one can kill you in this world, but I can freeze you. If you do not wish to become an eternalized statue, you had better reveal the method to break the formation. Not a chance. If you have the ability, then come at me. Xian Yang retorted defiantly. I am a divine artifact, as eternal as the heavens and earth. Even if encased in ice for 1,000,000 years, I would still endure. But you, on the other hand, remain immortal, although you may reach the pinnacle of the Mingyu technique and ascend to immortality. One trapped within the ancient formation cannot absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Without that, you cannot cultivate or break through. When your lifespan runs out, you will meet your end. Xian Yang, surprisingly, was no longer daunted by Dan Yao's freezing threat. No one understood the power of the ancient formation better than he did. Though his current situation was unfavorable, it was even more so for Dan Yao. He held the initiative and was unafraid of being frozen. Dan Yao was infuriated. Xian Yang chuckled. In truth, if you wish for me to let you go, it is not difficult. Simply hand over the Kun Ding, and I will set you free. Never. Dream on. Dan Yao firmly refused. What is this dream? The Kun Ding is intrinsically linked to me. Only by merging with it can I attain completeness. It rightfully belongs to me, and reclaiming it is merely restoring what is rightfully mine. You and the Kun Ding share a common origin. But that does not mean it belongs to you. The female god of medicine separated you from the Kun Ding during its crafting, indicating that you and it are entirely distinct entities. You possess life, taking human form. Thus you belong to humanity, not to an object. How could a person and an object be one? Xian Yang, infuriated by her words, found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, he had worked hard to attain human form to escape the confines of objecthood, to stand as a true person. Only by becoming human, possessing a body and limbs. Could he love her, offering her warmth and a solid refuge in her moments of solitude and fragility? Chapter 1829, Delving Deeper. Xian Yang lowered his eyelids, murmuring, "Yes. I am human, not an object, absolutely not an object." As he spoke lightly, Dan Yao, for some reason, perceived an overwhelming sorrow, as if he had encountered the greatest suffering of the world. Her insistence on the distinction between human and object stemmed from her desire to prevent him from acquiring the Kun Ding. She feared that he might restore the complete Kun Ding and awaken the legacy of the god of medicine within him, which would aid Xiang Banshan in achieving immortality. At that point, both she and Xiang Yang, along with all related matters, would be doomed to oblivion. Unbeknownst to her, her words struck a deep chord within Xian Yang, evoking his greatest pain. Regaining his composure, Xian Yang cast a sidelong glance at Dan Yao's exquisite countenance, whether through coercion or enticement. "As long as you do not surrender the Kun Ding, you shall never leave here alive." Dan Yao felt a surge of indignation as she heard his resolute declaration, devoid of any room for negotiation. "Fine, I refuse to believe that a mere ancient array of the heavenly refinement can withstand my formidable presence." With a swift turn of her head, she gazed once more at the ancient array enveloped in a net of crimson threads, surrounded by an array of mysterious runes left by the apothecary god. These runes, ranging from the simple to the complex, intricately intertwined, formed a colossal crimson sphere devoid of any blind spots. Each rune exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent, while simultaneously embodying the profound and esoteric knowledge of alchemy. Thus, for her, this array represented a duality of peril and opportunity. Dan Yao mused, "Xian Yang's temperament resembles that of a stone in a privy, stubborn and foul." Forcing him to reveal the method to dismantle the array seemed a futile endeavor. With nothing pressing her, she resolved to delve into the enigmatic runes, hoping that by mastering them, she might elevate her alchemical prowess and avoid unnecessary detours in her quest for apothecary god status. With this thought, she immediately expanded her consciousness, immersing herself in her studies. Simultaneously, she recalled the scroll of the apothecary god that Xiang Yang had gifted her not long ago, an artifact bequeathed by a legendary figure. It was said that one could sharpen jade with the stones of others. By assimilating the strengths of various schools of thought, it would undoubtedly assist her in advancing further. As her research deepened, the apothecary runes within the array erupted into heavenly golden light, flooding Dan Yao's mind. A surge of joy welled within her. In the realm of alchemy, the female apothecary god was undoubtedly an unmatched authority, an exalted being who had transcended into the divine. Moreover, as a woman, she possessed a heart that was delicate, profound, and sensitive. After surpassing the apothecary god, alchemy would transform from a cold, unfeeling process into one imbued with vitality and spirit, reflecting the innermost psyche of the one who had transcended. A quintessential example was Qian Yang, who had taken on human form due to the unexpressed emotions of the female apothecary god, merging them with his divine power into the freshly forged Qian Ding, resulting in a mutation that bestowed sentience. In contrast to her male counterparts, she, as a female ninth-tier high alchemist, profoundly understood the intricate psychology of the female apothecary god. Akin to a needle lost in the ocean, each apothecary rune resembled an extraordinary systematic discourse, imparting immense shock and enlightenment to Dan Yao. Observing Dan Yao engrossed in her studies within the array, Qian Yang felt neither fear nor trepidation. Rather, he was astonished and impressed by her ability to unravel the mysteries of the apothecary god enshrined within the formation. This woman was indeed a rare gem, an unparalleled talent of the millennia, possessing a composure and disposition that outshone not only her younger peers, but even the older generation. Chapter 1830. Stalemate. It was uncertain which ancient prodigy had managed to cultivate such a remarkable little demon to vex him. As Qian Yang witnessed her engrossed in her studies, he contemplated seizing the moment to cast a spell and create an opening for escape. However, upon reflection, he realized that this cunning girl was as sly as a fox. She might have feigned her concentration to provoke him into acting prematurely. If he were to force an opening, he would be playing directly into her hands. With this thought, Qian Yang chuckled, "You think to ensnare me? Not a chance." He then seated himself in a meditative posture, gently closing his eyes to begin circulating his internal energies. Having endured numerous assaults from Dan Yao, he was already battered and bruised. Thus, he seized this opportunity to heal and recuperate. Once his injuries were mended, he could leisurely negotiate terms with her. Qian Yang's intuition was not misguided. While Dan Yao was indeed captivated by the apothecary runes within the array, to guard against Qian Yang abandoning her, she had previously implanted a primordial mark in his palm when she had injured him with her Rui orchid hand. Should Qian Yang make any move, she would instantly perceive it. Both parties held their reservations, resulting in a stalemate, ensnared within the ancient array of heavenly refinement. At the Dan Tower, Dan Yao had lured away the Qian Ding, leaving no trace behind. The Cold Star Fairy and Pan Yu Xuan informed Ling Hanfeng of this development and, accompanied by a cadre of female cultivators, took residence in the west wing of the Dan Tower, patiently awaiting Dan Yao's return. Meanwhile, the Cold Star Fairy privately kept a close watch on Xiang Banshan, wary of any potential mischief from him. Seeing that Xian Yang and Dan Yao had vanished without a trace, and with Xiang Yuanshan stationed at the spatial transition station with no news of Dan Yao's whereabouts, Cold Star Fairy deemed it prudent to return home. She firmly believed that Xian Yang possessed the capability to handle a girl like Dan Yao with ease. With no sign of them, exercising patience and adopting a passive strategy was indeed the wisest course of action. As time meandered on, 2 decades slipped by. Throughout these 20 years, both the Dan Tower and the Fairy Water Palace dispatched numerous parties in search of Dan Yao and Xian Yang, scouring the entire continent. Yet they remained elusive, with the Xiang clan members having returned to the Xuanhua realm. The Cold Star Fairy found it inappropriate to linger at the Dan Tower and led her fellow female cultivators back to the Fairy Water Palace. Before departing, she specifically instructed Bai Yipeng to relay any news to her immediately. Deep within the Dan Tower, a man and a woman stood side by side, their gazes fixed in awe upon the apothecary tower, suspended in midair. Has it truly been 20 years? Is Master still in seclusion? Shui Ling murmured softly. Master's cultivation of the wedding garment divine skill differs from Ant's Ming Jade skill. It is characterized by its fierce and tempestuous nature, requiring an accumulation of immense pure yang fire energy to breach the threshold of the divine realm. Even with the assistance of a 9-yang fire bodhi pill refined by the old tower master, it will take a considerable amount of time to achieve success. However, the apothecary tower harbors a vast reservoir of apothecary energy. I believe it won't be long before he emerges, Qiming stated calmly. 20 years have passed without any trace of senior sister. We do not know whether she is alive or dead. I am genuinely concerned. The only recourse now is to wait for Master to exit his seclusion, so he can utilize the Fairy Water Palace's secret technique, the Dream Link Spirit skill, to enter the dream realm and discern senior sister's whereabouts. Qiming gently patted Shui Ling's shoulder, speaking in a soothing tone, "Do not fret, and is blessed. And with her Ming Jade skill having reached great heights, few can harm her. She will be fine." Chapter 1831. Xiang Yang emerges just as Qiming and Shui Ling were consumed with worry for Dan Yao's safety. The entire mountain surrounding the apothecary tower suddenly trembled violently. Both Qiming and Shui Ling stumbled as they stood upon a massive boulder, nearly losing their footing. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Or perhaps a surprise attack from the Xiang clan? The unexpected tremors caused the array portal leading to the apothecary tower to fluctuate violently, drawing the attention of numerous high-ranking officials within the Dan Tower. They hastily set aside their tasks, seeking the source of the disturbance. Ling Hanfeng, a peak expert of the divine void realm, possessing a pure yang body, was particularly sensitive to yang energy. He immediately sensed a surge of pure yang energy emanating from within the apothecary tower, akin to a volcanic eruption. This energy was extraordinarily potent and vast, reminiscent of a mighty river flowing ceaselessly. In this world, only someone who had perfected the wedding garment divine skill could manifest such overwhelming power. It was evident that Xiang Yang had successfully broken through to the divine void realm, triggering this extraordinary phenomenon. As the elders became agitated, Ling Hanfeng swiftly made his way to the array portal leading into the apothecary tower, sternly commanding, "Everyone, quiet down. The old tower master is refining 9th-tier elixirs within the apothecary tower. What is so remarkable about a minor anomaly?" The wedding garment divine skill was an unparalleled technique passed down through the Xiang clan. If Xiang Banshan were to learn that Xiang Yang had cultivated the skill to this extent, it could potentially lead to unforeseen troubles. Eons ago, an unforeseen event led to the loss of the tower master in the Dan Tower. In its current state, the Dan Tower cannot withstand further upheaval. The enmity between Xiang Yang and Xiang Banshan is a matter for them to resolve independently, yet the flames of conflict must not encroach upon the Dan Tower. Within the upper echelons of the tower, there are spies implanted by the Xiang clan. Ling Hanfeng deceitfully claimed that the former tower master was refining a 9th-grade elixir within the medicine god tower, thus concealing the extraordinary phenomenon triggered by Xiang Yang's breakthrough. A 9th-grade elixir is no trivial matter. Good heavens, the former tower master is actually a 9th-grade alchemist. It turns out he was indeed refining a 9th-grade elixir, which explains the tremendous power. My, a 9th-grade alchemist. Who would have thought such a being still exists in this world? Upon hearing Ling Hanfeng's words, the elders were left dumbfounded, yet none doubted the veracity of his statement. For many years, The former tower master had sequestered himself within the medicine god tower, and rumors had circulated that he had broken through to the 8th grade alchemist and entered the realm of the 9th grade alchemist, though this had never been confirmed. Now, with Ling Hanfeng asserting that the former tower master was refining a 9th grade elixir, it solidified the rumors. After all, the appearance of a 9th grade elixir would invariably incite a transformation in the heavens and the earth, making such a phenomenon entirely normal. Very well. You may all attend to your own affairs. I shall guard this place. Ling Hanfeng waved his hand. With the tower master dead, the former tower master in seclusion, and Dan Yao, the designated junior tower master, absent, Ling Hanfeng stood as the most powerful figure within the Dan Tower. His decree left no room for dissent, and thus the others dispersed. The violent tremors came swiftly and departed just as quickly, before Qi Ming and Shui Ling could regain their composure. An intensely terrifying aura of utmost yang energy suddenly emanated from the medicine god tower. This aura, akin to the bridal garment divine art, signified that the master had succeeded and had broken through the shattered void realm. He had emerged from seclusion. Qi Ming, sensing the aura strikingly similar to his own cultivated 9 turns of mysterious fire, could not help but feel elated upon realizing it was the power of the bridal garment divine art. How wonderful! Your master has successfully emerged from seclusion. Not only can he swiftly locate senior sister, but together they can combine their swords to annihilate the Xiang clan. Shui Ling exclaimed joyfully. The two gazed up at the medicine god tower, where suddenly, from the towering pinnacle, a strange flame of red and purple began to emerge. The flames coalesced into a massive fire lotus, slowly blossoming. With the appearance of the two-colored fire lotus, the energies of heaven and earth ignited with a violent fervor, akin to flames meeting boiling oil. All around, the sky was ablaze, and the entire medicine god tower transformed into a colossal furnace. The terrifying heat surged forth, as if it sought to incinerate the very heavens and earth. Witnessing this spectacle, even Qi Ming and Shui Ling, who had prepared themselves, were left astonished. What an awe-inspiring flame! This power surpasses that of senior sister's perfected mysterious jade art by such a vast margin. Shui Ling recalled her awareness of the power released by her senior sister during her breakthrough to the shattered void realm. Compared to Xiang Yang, it was as if she were leagues behind. The stark contrast left Shui Ling deeply perplexed. Didn't we say that the bridal garment divine art and the mysterious jade art were evenly matched? How could the power displayed during their breakthroughs differ so significantly? Qi Ming chuckled. You may not be aware, but Master and your aunt cultivate entirely different methodologies. When the mysterious jade art reaches its peak, its aura is restrained and tranquil like water, rendering its power nearly undetectable. In contrast, the bridal garment divine art operates similarly to conventional techniques, projecting its aura outward. One conceals its might while the other fully reveals it. Thus, their power comparison is naturally worlds apart. Shui Ling realized, so that is how it is. Qi Ming sighed. After your aunt achieved mastery in the mysterious jade art, she left cultivators across the continent in awe. In today's world, only your master's bridal garment divine art can contend with her without falling short. Once perfected, this art unleashes spiritual energy as violently as a volcanic eruption, capable of devastating the very heavens and earth with every gesture, rendering the mysterious jade art unable to contend, ultimately leading to a cessation of hostilities. Thankfully, your master and senior sister are in a romantic relationship, not adversaries. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shui Ling shuddered at the thought. Indeed, the bridal garment divine art embodies raging flames, while the mysterious jade art represents icy cold. The flames can melt the ice. Yet the chill of the ice can likewise extinguish the heat of the flames. Neither can triumph over the other, and in the end, they would be doomed to mutual destruction. As they lamented, the colossal flames began to swirl gently, eventually transforming into a slender figure cloaked in fire, gracefully descending from the tower's apex. The boundless aura of utmost yang energy radiated from him, and the closer one drew, the more one could sense the terrifying power he wielded. Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion. We were so anxious. Qi Ming approached with a smile, bowing respectfully to Xiang Yang. Congratulations, Master. Your mastery is complete. From this day forth, you shall traverse the heavens and earth without obstruction. Indeed, Xiang Yang smiled, saying, with the bridal garment divine art perfected, I am invincible in this world. Even the mightiest of the shattered void's 9th layer shall not be my match. His gaze turned icy, a murderous intent surging forth. Some debts must finally be settled. Yes, Master has suffered at the hands of the Xiang clan for so many years. It is time to unleash all that pent-up frustration, Qi Ming declared, brimming with joy. By the way, where's your aunt? Why don't I see her? Xiang Yang scanned the surroundings, noticing Dan Yao's absence, and inquired with some confusion. Qi Ming replied, 20 years ago. My aunt left Xian Yang alone with the Kun Ding and has since vanished without a trace. What? Xiang Yang's expression darkened abruptly, a dreadful aura emanating from him. Pressing down on Qi Ming and Shui Ling, nearly forcing them to their knees. Yao. Xiang Yang's handsome face turned as dark as ink as he coldly demanded. How can she be missing? Did you not send anyone to search? We did. Not only did we search, but the Dan Tower and the Xianxia Palace, as well as the rival Xiang clan, have all been searching for my aunt and her whereabouts in Qianyang for these years, turning the central region upside down. Yet still found no trace of her, Qi Ming said, his brow furrowed with concern. I know you share a profound bond with senior sister, having spent many years together. Your hearts are intertwined. If we could utilize the dream-linking art to enter the dream realm, we should be able to uncover her whereabouts. That is why Shui Ling and I have been waiting here for your emergence, he added. Shui Ling affirmed, indeed. Xiang Yang nodded gravely. Very well. Time is of the essence. I shall enter the dream realm immediately. There is a saying, haste makes waste. The same applies to sleeping and dreaming. The more one wishes to fall asleep quickly, the more elusive sleep becomes. Although the dream-linking art, passed down secretly by the Xianxia Palace, is remarkably powerful, allowing two hearts in sync to meet in the dream realm, it requires one to be in a state of slumber. Xiang Yang, intent on entering the dream to search for Dan Yao, found himself unable to achieve this goal, as the more he rushed, the longer it took him to fall asleep. Fortunately, Shui Ling, with her keen insight, understood that Xiang Yang's anxiety was hindering him and had prepared several sleep dream pills procured from Bai Yiping. The effects of the sleep dream pills are astounding. Even an elephant would fall into slumber after consuming just one. However, after Xiang Yang's breakthrough to the shattered void realm, his power had surged to 100-fold. A mere punch could annihilate several shattered void realm experts, yet he required potent medicine to aid his slumber. Eager to find Dan Yao, Xiang Yang paid little heed to the consequences and consumed a dozen sleep dream pills in rapid succession before gradually drifting into sleep. His body succumbed to slumber, yet his spirit remained vigilant, invoking the dream-linking art with his primordial spirit, transcending the barriers of space and time in search of her in the realm of dreams. Fortunately, fate favored him. Although Dan Yao was trapped within the ancient god array of heaven refinement, her deep immersion in researching the formation had led her to enter a semi-awake, meditative state. Sensing the presence of Xiang Yang, it was evident that he was employing the dream illusion technique. However, due to being at a crucial moment of comprehension, he was unable to project himself into the dream and could only convey messages through his primordial spirit. As Xiang Yang entered the dream, he struggled to locate Dan Yao. Fearing that she had met with misfortune, just as despair threatened to shatter his heart, a flicker of light appeared before him, revealing a nautical map marked with a red indicating a specific location. Xiang Yang committed the image to memory and, upon awakening, hastily sketched the map. The three of them scrutinized the illustration, yet could not discern its significance. Xiang Yang fixed his gaze upon the map, his eyes reddening with anguish. He owed his current state to Dan Yao's unwavering support throughout his journey. Had it not been for her guidance in mastering the bridal robe technique, he would never have achieved such proficiency or the means for revenge. Now, witnessing Dan Yao trapped in dire straits while he felt powerless was an agony akin to the slow torture of a dull blade slicing through flesh. Yao often praised him as a living encyclopedia, all-knowing and all-seeing. Yet here he was, unable to interpret even a simple map. How absurd. Chapter 1834, Xiang Clan Island. Xiang Yang's frustration reached a boiling point, wishing he could strike himself down in despair. Were it not for him, Yao would never have ventured into the central domain ahead of time. Were it not for him, Yao would not have incurred the enmity of the Xiang clan. Nor would she have suffered at the hands of that scoundrel, Qian Ding. All of this was his doing. Master, this is not your fault. It is the Xiang clan who are to blame. Seeing Xiang Yang consumed by self-reproach, Qi Ming hastily offered words of comfort. Shui Ling pondered. No matter how much we blame ourselves, it is of no use. The most pressing matter is to decipher this map and locate our senior sister. The problem is, we currently have no idea where this illustration points to. How can we find her? Xiang Yang, overwhelmed by concern, found his mind clouded, staring at the map for a long while without any clue as to its location. Shui Ling tilted her head in contemplation. Senior sister is an alchemist. This peculiar map might harbor secrets related to alchemy. Perhaps we should consult the old tower master. He is well versed and may be able to decipher it. That makes sense. Perhaps my aunt is trapped and unable to send a message, so she resorted to this nautical map as a riddle. Qi Ming chimed in. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yang's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly took the map to the 13th floor of the alchemist tower to seek the old tower master. After examining the map, the old tower master shook his head. This is merely an ordinary map. There are no hidden alchemical secrets here. Just as Xiang Yang had begun to kindle a flicker of hope, the old tower master's words were like a bucket of icy water, dousing his excitement. However, the old tower master paused and continued. Yet, this island depicted on the map appears rather familiar. I believe I have seen it before. Xiang Yang quickly inquired. You have seen it? The old tower master nodded. Indeed, I have. I once perused the historical records left by past tower masters and came across a similar illustration. One moment. He activated his spatial ring and began rummaging through it. Xiang Yang waited patiently, gazing at the map, lost in thought. What place could this be? How could he, an individual well acquainted with the many affairs of the continent, not recognize it? And why did Yao not simply state the name of the location, but rather chose to illustrate this map? Unbeknownst to him, Dan Yao had been so focused on pursuing Qian Yang, wary of him escaping back to the Xiang clan and thwarting her grand plans. This aimless chase, coupled with her limited time in the central domain, left her unfamiliar with the various places, and thus, upon being trapped, she could only extend her consciousness to create a rough depiction of the island. I found it. I found it. Just as Xiang Yang was lost in contemplation, the old tower master, who had been tirelessly searching through the historical scrolls, suddenly exclaimed. Xiang Yang snapped back to attention, eagerly asking, "Where is it?" The old tower master held up a pale yellow scroll, using the three-eyed treasure-seeking cauldron as a makeshift table, and slowly unfurled it. Xiang Yang focused intently, and to his astonishment, the scroll depicted an island resembling a young girl adorned with hairpins. The likeness of this island was identical to the one he had seen in his dream and sketched. Yes, this is it. This is the island. Xiang Yang could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Old Tower Master, what is this place?" The old Tower Master pointed at the scroll. This island is known as Xiang Clan Island. Xiang Clan Island? Xiang Yang was momentarily taken aback. The name sounds as if it were derived from a person's surname. The old Tower Master nodded. Indeed, this island is named after a surname. Xiang Yang furrowed his brow. But if it were named after a person, it should use their full name or courtesy name. Why would it be simply Xiang Clan? There are so many with the surname Xiang on the continent. Who knows which Xiang it refers to? The old Tower Master replied with a sigh. Because the individual closely associated with this island is a woman. In ancient times, the male-dominated society was far more severe than it is now. Many formidable women were known only by their surnames, their given names forgotten. The mistress of this island, despite her illustrious reputation and ascension to the status of the divine alchemist, remained unknown by her personal name, leaving posterity with nothing but the surname Xiang, which hardly resembles a true name. Divine alchemist? Xiang? Xiang Yang suddenly realized, is this the female divine alchemist Xiang? Did she once reside on this island? The old Tower Master affirmed, indeed, this is the island where the female divine alchemist secluded herself after attaining divinity. Due to her unique status and eccentric temperament, no one dared to set foot on this island without her permission. Furthermore, the island is imbued with her divine aura, protected by the heavens, rendering it invisible to ordinary folk. Over time, this island fell off the maps of the Tianxian continent, becoming a forgotten realm. Xiang Yang murmured. So this is the domain of the female divine alchemist. No wonder I was unaware of its existence. The old Tower Master continued. Were it not for a past ancestor of the Dan clan who shared a close relationship with the female divine alchemist, having visited her island multiple times to seek guidance on alchemy, and left behind this map, I too would have remained oblivious to its location. Qian Yang, transformed from Qian Ding, must have been unable to overpower Dan Yao and lured her to Xiang Clan Island, leveraging the divine power left by the female divine alchemist to ensnare her. Xiang Yang gritted his teeth in fury. That despicable scoundrel. May I catch you one day? The old Tower Master, noticing his seething anger, quickly interjected. The most urgent matter now is to rescue Dan Yao. As for Qian Yang, he can be dealt with later. This scroll contains not only the map of Xiang Clan Island, but also detailed instructions on how to find it. If you follow the guidance, you should be able to locate her. Thank you, esteemed elder. Xiang Yang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The old Tower Master waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. I do this for the sake of the Dan clan's legacy and future. Now, enough chatter. Time is of the essence. Hurry. Understood. Xiang Yang nodded earnestly, seizing the scroll and transforming into a streak of red light as he swiftly headed towards Xiang Clan Island. Within Xiang Clan Island, Dan Yao continued her research into the profound mysteries of the alchemist array, patiently awaiting Xiang Yang's arrival. Meanwhile, Qian Yang, after 2 decades of cultivation, had not only healed the internal injuries caused by the Mingyu technique, but also significantly enhanced his own prowess. Awakening from his meditative state, he lifted his gaze to see Dan Yao, lost in concentration as she studied the ancient alchemist array, her rapt expression reminiscent of someone from his distant memories, merging seamlessly with the figure of his long-lost love. His vision blurred, and in that moment, he mistakenly perceived Dan Yao as the object of his century-long yearning. Xian Yang's eyes trembled, his voice quavering as he nearly choked on emotion. Shueji. Tears spun endlessly within the crimson and azure orbs, ultimately succumbing to the urge to cascade down, staining her garments. You had vowed that no matter what transpired, you would never abandon me. Yet you have left me languishing for an eternity. Your heart is too cruel. Chapter 1836. A great advancement in alchemy. So it was. An extraordinary glimmer ignited in Dan Yao's eyes, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. After 2 decades of relentless, almost obsessive study, her alchemical prowess had achieved unprecedented advancement. Although she could not surpass the apothecary god, she had transcended the realm of the 9th-rank alchemist, reaching a wondrous state of profound mystery. This state, nestled between the apothecary god and the alchemist saint, while not as divine as the former, far surpassed the latter. She could easily concoct any elixir below the apothecary goddess level. The apothecary god truly deserved its legendary status, as even the simplest technique could yield countless transformations. What marvel! What sheer marvel! Dan Yao murmured, her tone steeped in awe and reflection. It is said that a modicum of knowledge breeds arrogance, while a wealth of knowledge fosters humility. The deeper her understanding of the ancient alchemical formation and the apothecary scroll, the more Dan Yao perceived the vast and intricate nature of the alchemical path. As boundless as the sea, this sensation was unprecedented since she had comprehended the fire elixir divine scroll. Previously, while fortuitously signing in at the Southern Domain Palace and inadvertently engaging with alchemy, she had become an uncontested prodigy among the younger generation. Perhaps it was the ease with which she grasped the concepts, or perhaps the creator of the fire elixir divine scroll shared her experience as a transmigrator. That led Dan Yao to view it through a unique lens. She believed what she had learned was the pinnacle of excellence, dismissing traditional alchemy as overly complex and a mere waste of time. Yet, upon encountering the apothecary runes within the ancient alchemical formation and delving into rigorous study, she came to realize the magnitude of her previous misconceptions. True traditional alchemy is vast and profound, with depths that are unfathomable. Some alchemists dedicate their entire lives to its study, only to grasp but a fragment of its essence. In contrast to the fire elixir divine scroll, traditional alchemy emphasizes the accumulation of knowledge and experience. The higher the alchemical level, the greater the potential, much like a fine wine that grows more fragrant with age. The perceived difficulty in learning primarily stems from a lack of esteemed mentors. Exceptional mentors cultivate exceptional disciples. In this world, it is not the lack of talent that is rare, but the discerning eye to recognize such talent. Like the steed of 1,000 miles, while many exist, the discerning connoisseur is scarce. A true master must possess not only formidable skills, but also the insight to identify unrefined gems. Of course, this does not imply that the fire elixir divine scroll is inferior to traditional alchemy. The creator of the fire elixir divine scroll was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure, breathtaking in his brilliance. Yet, he was hindered by inherent disabilities, unable to cultivate, and no matter how extraordinary his talent, he could only extrapolate his alchemical studies to the 9th-rank alchemist level. Had he been able to cultivate, to comprehend the essence of the world, and to grasp the principles of creation, his achievements in alchemy would undoubtedly have led him into the realm of the apothecary god. However, as is often the case in this world, fate does not always align with one's desires. Heaven bestowed upon him unparalleled talent, but deprived him of the ability to cultivate. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. At this very moment, the ancient alchemical formation represented neither a dilemma nor a crisis for Dan Yao. Rather, it was an extraordinary opportunity. While the fire elixir divine scroll had allowed her to attain the status of a 9th-rank alchemist at such a tender age, it had left her lacking in the means to transcend to the apothecary god level. Just as she lamented her inability to further enhance her alchemical skills, she was unexpectedly led here by Qian Yang, a twist of fate that facilitated her advancement. Chapter 1837. Who is Shueji? While Dan Yao reveled in her monumental progress in alchemy, Qian Yang suddenly surged forward. Startled, she retreated several steps, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Qian Yang, unperturbed, fixed his wolfish gaze upon her, his red and blue eyes tinged with a blood-curdling crimson, as if he might pounce at any moment. Dan Yao felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps erupting all over her body. Qian Yang's breath was labored, his heart racing with an overwhelming urge to express the myriad of emotions swirling within him. Yet, the words caught in his throat. Heaven knows how he had endured the solitude of 1,000,000 years. Struggling to suppress his crumbling emotions, he rasped, "Is Xueji really you? Is it truly you?" Dan Yao, bewildered, responded with confusion. "Xueji? Who is Xueji? What madness is this? Could it be that her earlier actions had so severely impacted his mind?" With deliberate steps, Qian Yang approached her, while Dan Yao instinctively retreated. Her subconscious retreat ignited the already fragile and frayed nerves of Qian Yang. He rushed forward, seizing her hand tightly, his crimson eyes wild and trembling as he implored, "Why? Why must you treat me this way? You promised me you would never abandon me. No matter where you went. You're a liar, a liar." He bellowed in anger. "What have I done wrong to deserve this? Have you lost your mind? I am not Xueji. You have mistaken me for someone else." Dan Yao winced from his grip, hastily channeling her energy in an attempt to free herself. Yet, Qian Yang held on tighter, as if grasping the last piece of driftwood in a stormy sea, fearing that if he let go, he would be swept away into the abyss, never to return. Over 1,000,000 years, 360 million days and nights of longing and suffering. He could hardly fathom how he had survived. Seeing him in such a state of near madness, Dan Yao was taken aback, unsure of how to react. Qian Yang gazed at her with a dazed expression, his voice nearly breaking. "Xueji, you are so cruel, far too cruel." Dan Yao stood there, momentarily stunned by the depths of his sorrow and despair. Her mind went blank. Was this man truly unhinged? How could he mistake her for another woman? Who exactly? Was this Xueji? Dan Yao recalled their earlier battle, where he had also been similarly entranced, calling out the name Xueji. Surely, he could not be mistaking her for a mere substitute for Xueji. Dan Yao, with her proud disposition, could not possibly accept such a notion. The very thought repulsed her. She promptly shouted, "Let go, or you shall not find me merciful." "No." Qian Yang clung to her, desperately calling out, "I have waited for so many years, finally having found you. I will not let you go again, not even in death." "Very well, this is your doing. Do not blame me." Dan Yao gritted her teeth and, with a swift motion, struck her palm forcefully against Qian Yang's chest. Qian Yang let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he continued to hold on to Dan Yao as if petrified, unable to release his grip. Dan Yao, however, showed no mercy. How dare he toy with her? Today, he would learn why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. The icy energy surged forth from Dan Yao like a tidal wave, crashing towards Qian Yang. Chapter 1838. The most brilliant fireworks in the history of alchemy. Qian Yang desperately resisted, yet ultimately could not withstand the force. His body flew backward like a broken straw, crashing heavily to the ground, a bloody ice shard escaping his lips. This strike displaced his internal organs, but it also jolted him from his stupor. "What sorcery have you cast upon me?" Qian Yang glared furiously at Danyao. "Who has cast a spell upon you? Are you the one behaving mischievously, yet now you turn around to blame me? Have you lost your senses?" Danyao, incensed by this fellow's audacity, contemplated teaching him a lesson. However, reflecting on how he had already sustained injuries from her, she hesitated. Should she inflict further harm, it might lead to lasting consequences, trapping her in this cursed place indefinitely. Though she had deciphered the medicinal runes of the ancient god formation, she remained distant from truly mastering the realm of the apothecary god. To unravel the formation left behind by this deity, she still lacked the necessary prowess. To escape, she had to rely on Xian Yang. Qian Yang's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he managed a bitter smile. "So it is Ming Yugong at work. No wonder things have turned out this way." Danyao was taken aback. "What does Ming Yugong have to do with this?" Qian Yang stole a glance at her, steadied himself, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and offered a wry smile. "Ultimately, I was just a fool lost in my own delusions, haha." As Dan Yao listened, her confusion deepened, prompting her to inquire. "You were calling out Xueji just now. Who is she? Do we resemble each other?" "No, you do not resemble her. Both of you are unparalleled talents in the art of alchemy, yet she is she, and you are you. There is no comparison," Qian Yang murmured, his words deliberate and pronounced with clarity. "Xueji is Xueji. She is the most resplendent firework in the history of alchemy, unique and irreplaceable. Even if appearances are similar and talents are close, she remains distinctly herself. The most resplendent firework in the history of alchemy?" Upon hearing this description, Dan Yao was suddenly struck with realization. Could the Xueji you speak of be? Qian Yang offered no reply, slowly closing his eyes as he sat in silence. Dan Yao initially thought him to be meditating for healing, only to discover that he exhibited no signs of life. The youthful visage, once pure and vibrant, now appeared ashen and lifeless, devoid of any heartbeat. When he at last opened his eyes, the once vibrant hues of red and blue had drained away, leaving him devoid of spirit, akin to a soulless husk. Though Dan Yao had interacted with Qian Yang only a handful of times, She was aware of his lofty stature as the top contender on the fire cauldron rankings. A pinnacle few could hope to reach in their lifetimes. Thus he exuded an air of pride and arrogance. This was evident from his audacity to challenge a host of formidable opponents at the conclusion of the Alchemist Conference. Even after suffering defeat at Dan Yao's hands, he remained defiant and unyielding. Dan Yao was utterly astonished that he could become so unhinged over a woman named Xueji. The humid sea breeze howled, enveloping the entirety of Xiang's island in an eerie silence, as if only the wind remained. Time passed, and Qian Yang suddenly spoke. After you refined the Kun Ding, did you notice anything unusual? Dan Yao was taken aback by his query. After a moment's thought, she replied, no, perhaps because this cauldron was specifically designed for women. My refinement went exceedingly smoothly, with no anomalies arising. Qian Yang smiled faintly, the bitterness upon his face deepening. It seemed she departed without hesitation, devoid of any lingering attachments, decisive and unyielding. Dan Yao, still enveloped in confusion, tentatively asked, could you share the story between you and her? Although she was unaware of the full circumstances, her feminine intuition and curiosity regarding romantic entanglements led her to suspect that this situation was indeed tied to matters of the heart. To untie the bell, one must have tied it in the first place. If I could uncover the tale behind this, perhaps I could find a way to resolve it. Qian Yang turned his gaze towards her, and the vibrant red and tranquil blue in his eyes began to resurface, accompanied by a sigh that seemed to transport him back to a distant epoch of 1,000,000 years past. When I first became conscious, the first being I encountered was her. At that time, I had yet to take on human form, and I could barely discern her appearance. Yet I felt the tenderness in her gaze upon me. I would often listen to her speak of breathing techniques and the methods for absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thus formally embarking on the path of cultivation. As time passed, my strength gradually grew, my divine consciousness took shape within the cauldron, and I finally beheld her in her entirety. She was different from me. She had once been human, now transformed into a deity, while I was merely a medicinal cauldron she had created to refine elixirs. In my naivete, I asked her, sister, what is your name? She told me her surname was Xiang, but she harbored disdain for her family, who had mistreated her, and thus, she never revealed her name to outsiders. Hence, people referred to her as xianxia. She then mentioned that upon her ascension to divinity, she had chosen the name Xueji for herself. When I inquired about its meaning, she explained that Xueji signifies the clear sky following a snowfall. After the heavy snow passes, the sun emerges, life is rejuvenated, and all is well once more. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao smiled gently. So the only female apothecary god in Tianxian continent is named Xiang Xueji. What a beautiful name, imbued with profound meaning. Indeed, the clear sky after the snow is truly beautiful, Qian Yang remarked, his smile soft and reminiscent of an unyielding cloud. Xueji was the daughter of the ancient and illustrious Xiang clan, whose lineage had long been dedicated to the art of alchemy, passing down a unique bloodline that enabled both men and women to cultivate extreme yang techniques, harnessing yang fire to become alchemists. However, upon her birth, her excessively cold constitution rendered her inherently incompatible with the path of an alchemist. In other clans, such a condition would pose no issue, as a cold constitution would be well suited for cultivating yin techniques. Yet within the Xiang clan, known for their alchemical prowess, her status as the legitimate eldest daughter placed her in a precarious position. The family's discrimination and mockery did not plunge her into despair. Rather, they ignited her competitive spirit. With remarkable determination, she pursued the art of alchemy, enduring unimaginable hardships, ultimately emerging from her cocoon to become the first and only female apothecary god in the history of the continent. Listening to her arduous journey, my heart ached for her, yet I felt powerless to assist. She seemed to sense my thoughts and smiled, saying, "It is all in the past. I have ascended to divinity and no longer care about the insignificant ants who once wronged and belittled me." The more nonchalantly she spoke of her past, the more my heart twisted with pain, leaving me uncertain of how to act. Thinking back, she was already a apothecary god, omnipotent, and I felt as though there was nothing I could do. At that moment, Xueji presented a blue cauldron that bore an uncanny resemblance to me, though with slightly different patterns, placing it beside me. "This is the Kun Ding. You are the Qian Ding. Both of you are crafted from the essence of heaven and earth. When combined, you shall become the most formidable existence in the world." At her words, I was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the purpose of this act. Would the Kun Ding give rise to a being similar to me, potentially vying for Xueji's affection? I extended my divine consciousness to scan, only to realize my worries were unfounded. The Kun Ding held no intelligence. It was simply a cauldron for alchemical purposes, devoid of thought or soul, and would not speak as I did. Elated, I could not help but ask Xueji, though both cauldrons are crafted by your hands. Why do I possess a soul, while the Kun Ding does not? Xueji, however, remained silent, and despite my repeated inquiries, she offered no explanation. It was only later that I came to understand the reason behind it. At this juncture, Xian Yang turned to Dan Yao. As a woman and an alchemical prodigy like Xueji, can you surmise why she would choose to do this? Loneliness, Dan Yao replied. Her lips pursed as she softly uttered the two words. As for why the Qian Ding could take on human form, the former tower master had already alluded to it. There was no need for speculation. Xian Yang nodded and sighed. Indeed, it is loneliness. She has been orphaned since childhood, enduring discrimination and disdain, finding only a semblance of familial warmth at her mother's ancestral home. Though she possesses unparalleled talent, captivating beyond time, she is undoubtedly an anomaly in the male-dominated realm of alchemy. Coupled with the prevailing patriarchal attitudes of the era, her abilities made her even less likable. The journey has been profoundly solitary for her. She yearns for someone who understands, cherishes, and loves her, especially after ascending to divinity, where the chill of high places intensifies her sense of isolation. It was this profound loneliness that led her to inadvertently infuse her emotions into the creation of the Qian Kun Justice Cauldron, resulting in the emergence of my thoughts and soul within it. Dan Yao remarked softly, to bestow independent souls upon lifeless entities that should not possess life, truly, she is remarkable. Indeed, she is extraordinary, Xian Yang replied with a faint smile, continuing. I recall that day when Xueji imparted to me the secrets of cultivation and mentioned that beings like myself generally could not take form without extraordinary opportunities. Intrigued, I inquired about her preference in men. With a gentle gesture, she conjured the visage of a youthful face, pristine as if bathed in moonlight. Astonished, I asked why she favored such an immature-looking young man. She sighed and explained that most men in this world are unworthy. The more dazzling their exterior, the more corrupt their hearts. She had encountered too many of these vile creatures and was utterly disgusted by them. Instead, she favored a boy who appeared fresh and innocent, with a hint of naivety and two adorable little tiger teeth when he smiled. At this point, Qian Yang tenderly caressed his own face, saying, It was for her words that I endured countless years of arduous cultivation, braved the 9 tribulations of transformation, and became the being I am today. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao fell silent, fully aware of the immense difficulty of a being like the Qian Ding to take form. For the sake of a woman, he willingly underwent a monotonous existence of cultivation for 1,000,000 years and faced the terrifying tribulations of transformation, a rare devotion indeed. Xian Yang's gaze lowered, long lashes casting shadows upon his youthful yet pristine visage, reminiscent of the serene shade of a tree sheltering a corner of a campus in the afternoon. His voice carried a melancholic sweetness, imbued with sorrow. She used her divine power to bring me into this world. The first person I beheld was her. In the years that followed, my eyes and heart belonged solely to her, as my essence is the highest-ranked entity in the Fire Cauldron list. Harboring the supreme secrets for transcending to godhood, she, fearing I might fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, set up formations on this island to prevent my escape. In truth, she need not have worried. I did not covet the title of the foremost in the Fire Cauldron list, nor did I wish to explore the dazzling world outside. I only desired to remain on this island, forever by her side. The wondrous power of the Qian Kun Justice Cauldron holds little significance for me. The sole joy it brings is my undying existence, free from aging or injury. This trait allows me to remain in this world, living alongside Xueji for eternity, without the fear of one departing before the other. Dan Yao, intrigued, asked, But she is the god of medicine, an inherently immortal being. How could you Qian Yang's smile turned bitter. I once believed we would remain together, yet I was betrayed. I recall the day she suddenly announced her intention to leave. Instantly, an ominous premonition gripped my heart, and I inquired about her purpose for leaving this island, which had everything one could desire. The world outside is fraught with complexities, schemes, and ulterior motives. What could be worth venturing into it? She replied that although her alchemical skills had reached the pinnacle of the age, she had encountered an insurmountable bottleneck. To progress further, she must ascend to the divine realm. However, once she ascended, returning would be impossible. This was the very reason she had delayed, leaving despite having achieved godhood for many years. Yet now, she had no choice but to bid farewell to those old friends who had once aided her. Only after settling all matters could she depart without reservations. Upon hearing of her impending ascension and permanent departure, I was utterly distraught. She sensed my turmoil and reassured me, saying, You are the divine cauldron I painstakingly crafted. How could I abandon you here? Stay put while I finalize my affairs, and I shall take you with me to the divine realm. Her words soothed my worries. Whether it was the divine realm or the Tianxian continent, as long as I could be with her, I would go anywhere. He sighed deeply. I had thought that upon her return, she would take me along to begin anew. I waited and waited, witnessing the cycles of blooming and withering, yet she remained absent. After a prolonged silence, he continued. Finally, one day, I sensed her presence approaching and hurriedly turned to greet her, only to find no trace of her. What returned was merely a fragment of divine power she had sent forth, which swept away the Kun Ding, tearing through space and vanishing into the void. I stood frozen, my mind a blank canvas. Why had this happened? Had she not promised that once all matters were settled, she would take me with her to the divine realm to start a new life? Why did she only take the Kun Ding and leave me behind? In a frenzied state, I screamed into the emptiness, demanding to know why she had forsaken me. What had I done wrong? Yet, this time, she did not respond. His eyes turned blood red, threatening to spill tears, his expression resembling that of a forsaken beast. She left alone. She no longer wanted me. She no longer wanted me. Danyao had never witnessed Xiang Yang in such a state. He had always been vibrant, lofty, and disdainful of all. Now, his eyes emitted boundless resentment and hatred, a portrait of despair and desolation. After a long while, he lifted his gaze, the corners of his eyes glistening with dried tears. His irises returning to their peculiar red and blue hues, yet resembling a desolate wasteland scorched by wildfire, lifeless and devoid of hope. His voice was hoarse. She gave me hope, only to plunge me into utter despair. How cruel she was, leaving so decisively. Danyao asked, have you considered that her sudden disappearance may have been due to some grave circumstances? What grave circumstances could there be? She must think me a burden, abandoning me to soar to the divine realm alone, reveling in freedom. Qian Yang replied through gritted teeth. Perhaps something unforeseen occurred after she left the island. Or she was ambushed and gravely injured. Not wanting you to worry, she might have departed alone, Dan Yao suggested. Qian Yang scoffed with a bitter laugh. How absurd. She is the god of medicine. Who could possibly harm her? Even if she faced another ascendant, she could easily protect herself. How could she have vanished for so long? If, as you say, she encountered an accident preventing her return, why then did she release her divine power to take the Kun Ding while leaving me stranded on this island? Dan Yao found herself at a loss for words. Humph. What grave circumstances, what accidents? These are all mere excuses. She stole my heart, and now wishes to cast me aside without recognition, no matter the cost. I will find this heartless woman. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao was moved. So, when you learned of the Kun Ding's whereabouts, you sought it with all your might. Indeed, the Kun Ding and I are but two halves of the same entity. Only by obtaining it can I unlock the divine alchemical legacy within me, thus breaking the shackles of my cultivation, transcending to immortality, and ascending to the divine realm to settle the score with her, making her pay for the abandonment she inflicted upon me all those years ago. Qian Yang seethed. Dan Yao, perplexed, inquired, if you wish to locate the Kun Ding, why not seek it out yourself? Why conspire with the Xiang clan? With a chilling demeanor, Qian Yang replied, although the Kun Ding and I share a common origin, my own consciousness allows me to cultivate independently, thereby weakening the bond between us considerably. The Tianxian continent is vast, and amongst its countless inhabitants, how could I possibly know its whereabouts? If I were to search alone, I might wander for ages without success. The Xiang clan is among the most powerful factions in the central domain. Their assistance would make the endeavor relatively easier. Perhaps he had suppressed his emotions for too long, yearning for an outlet. Qian Yang continued, initially, my intended partner was not the Xiang clan, but rather the Dan Tower. For the Kun Ding is an alchemical artifact akin to my own. The Dan Tower is the largest organization of alchemists across the continent, possessing the most comprehensive records of the fire cauldron rankings. With the Dan Tower's support, I could expedite my search for the Kun Ding. However, an incident occurred that shattered that intention, leading me to align with the Xiang clan instead. Dan Yao, intrigued, asked what transpired. As I was traversing the island, dismantling the prohibitions en route to the Dan Tower, I inadvertently encountered two young women pursuing a man. Realizing he could not fend them off, he knelt, begging for mercy. Yet, these two women, ruthless and unyielding, declared that all men deserved death, and that those who wronged women were even more deserving of demise. Upon hearing such words, I was incensed. How dare they claim that all men are unfaithful? If one were to speak of cruelty and betrayal, women could be far more formidable than men. Unable to contain my anger, I intervened, injuring the two women and allowing the man to escape, which consequently forged a vendetta with the Xianxia palace. Seeing that I was not an easy opponent, the two women summoned the former leader of the Xianxia palace to deal with me. At that time, I had not yet transformed and was far weaker than I am today. Naturally, I was no match for her and was swiftly incapacitated. Fortunately, the former patriarch of the Xiang clan, Xiang Lancer, happened to pass by and came to my aid, preventing me from enduring disgrace at the hands of that elderly woman. Subsequently, Xiang Lancer informed me that the Dan Tower and the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace share a close relationship. Having offended the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, the Dan Tower would not easily accept me. To seek the Kun Ding through the Dan Tower's influence was undeniably a delusion. I found his reasoning compelling. Moreover, as the Qian Ding, I possess an intrinsic affinity for entities and phenomena imbued with Yang energy. Coincidentally, the Xiang clan practices the Xuan, a technique characterized by its unyielding and vigorous nature. Thus, I decided to remain with the Xiang clan, diligently cultivating my transformation while awaiting news. As Qian Yang recounted this narrative, Dan Yao began to comprehend the rationale behind his alliance with the Xiang clan. He then scoffed derisively. Your Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace incessantly proclaims that men are unworthy and ought to be eradicated. Yet, unbeknownst to them, women can be even more merciless and capable of betrayal. I disdain those elderly women who feign superiority, distorting the truth and indiscriminately condemning all men. The more they seek to eliminate unfaithful men, the more resolute I become in opposing them alongside the Xiang clan. Dan Yao remained silent. When Xian Yang spoke of xianxiaaudiobooks, his expression was devoid of sweetness, replaced instead by an abyss of resentment. Dan Yao observed the intensity of his words, a mixture of frustration and unrelenting love, realizing that love and hate are often intertwined. Two sides of the same coin. Without profound love, how could such deep-seated resentment persist even after countless years? Moved by his plight, Dan Yao gently urged, if you have already deemed her to be heartless and unfeeling, why cling to such a woman? Chapter 1844, Xiang Yang arrives. She gazed at Qian Yang, her tone laden with significance. You are an immortal being, yet this unrelenting hatred will ultimately bring you suffering. It would be wiser to forget her entirely. Life is unpredictable, and all sorrows stem from greed, anger, and ignorance. By distancing yourself from such obsessions, you will find tranquility. Qian Yang retorted vehemently. She has made me wait in anguish for over 1,000,000 years. Why should I forget her? I choose to remember that heartless woman. The more I despise her, the more joy I derive from it. I need no lectures from you. Seeing his obstinate resolve, Dan Yao shook her head, ceasing her attempts to persuade him. Qian Yang cast a disdainful glance at Dan Yao. Little girl, do not presume that your efforts to sway me will earn you leniency in my eyes. You can forget it. Unless you hand over the Kun Ding, you shall remain here for eternity. Dan Yao retorted. Then let us test each other's endurance. With those words, she turned away, dismissing him entirely. Qian Yang, resolute, declared, very well. Let us see how long you can maintain that defiance. Both parties fell into a stalemate. Qian Yang had prepared himself for a protracted struggle, spanning centuries or even millennia. Yet, Dan Yao remained unperturbed. Xiang Yang, employing the illusory dream spirit technique, had successfully transmitted the message of their confinement. It would not be long before they arrived. When that time comes, with the combined might of the bridal attire divine art and the Mingyu technique, she was confident they could breach the accursed ancient divine formation of refining heaven. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed. While Dan Yao was in deep meditation, she suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of pure yang energy, promptly opening her eyes. Upon gazing upward, she beheld a brilliant red light racing across the horizon, hurtling towards her with remarkable speed. Upon entering the island, the red light transformed into a strikingly handsome man clad in red. This man could only be Xiang Yang. Ah Yao, is that you? Xiang Yang, spotting Dan Yao from a distance, blinked in disbelief. Dan Yao smiled and nodded. Yes, it is I. After waiting for so long, you have finally found your way here. Ah Yao, bear with me. I will rescue you this instant. Xiang Yang declared, channeling his immense yang energy into his palm. Fire dance whirlwind. A blinding crimson light erupted from Xiang Yang's hand. As the red light coalesced, it transformed into a colossal whirlwind of flames, sweeping forth with tremendous vigor, aimed directly at the ancient divine formation of refining heaven. Break for me, Xiang Yang shouted fiercely. However, as the fiery whirlwind struck the formation, it merely caused ripples on its surface, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, failing to disturb its foundational essence. What is happening? Xiang Yang stood frozen. His bridal attire divine art had reached consummate mastery. With the slightest gesture, he could obliterate several powerful beings. How could such a full-force assault fail to shake the formation? With your mere strength, do you truly believe you can challenge the formation left by Xueji? How foolish. Qian Yang's sinister laughter echoed ominously. Xiang Yang's countenance shifted, his gaze sharpening like an arrow, glaring at Qian Yang. You despicable scoundrel, release Ah Yao at once, or you shall pay dearly. Chapter 1845, The Method to Break the Formation. Qian Yang chuckled. You dare to threaten me? Have you even considered your own limitations? Xiang Yang, filled with rage, exclaimed sharply. I shall reiterate, Withdraw the formation and release the captives at once. Haha, this formation is crafted with the divine power of the apothecary god. Do not even think about breaking it. Neither you nor even the combined might of the Cold Star Fairy and Xiang Banshan can dismantle it. If you possess the courage, then step inside. Observing the murderous intent glinting in Xiang Yang's eyes, Qian Yang merely chuckled derisively. A cold gleam flickered in Xiang Yang's gaze, wishing fervently to obliterate this arrogant fellow with a single strike. Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this formation. If it were not so, Danyao would not have been ensnared for 2 decades, unable to escape. Should he truly eliminate Qian Yang, Danyao would likely be bound to this place for eternity. Suddenly, Danyao let out a cold laugh. Qian Yang, do not presume that your words intimidate me. I am more than capable of dealing with this pitiful formation. Qian Yang scoffed. If you had the means, you would not have been trapped here for so many years. There was no way before. But now that Ahua has arrived, the situation has changed, Danyao replied. In response to Qian Yang's bewildered expression, Danyao turned her gaze towards Xiang Yang. Pondering aloud, Ahua, mimic my gestures but in reverse, and unleash your bridal garment divine skill. Together, we shall dismantle this accursed formation. Startled, Xiang Yang paused before readily agreeing. All right. Danyao offered Qian Yang a sly smile, her hands forming intricate seals as her true energy surged, coalescing into a spectral Taiji diagram. Unlike a conventional Taiji diagram, this version she manifested was incomplete, possessing only the black Yin fish, while the white Yang fish was conspicuously absent. Sharing a profound connection with Danyao, Xiang Yang intuitively understood the method to break the formation. Activating his bridal garment divine skill to create a Taiji diagram comprised solely of the white Yin fish, Danyao raised her hands high, pushing the black Yin fish upward, while Xiang Yang soared above the formation, pressing the white Yang fish downward. With a resonant hum, as their combined energies surged forth, the black and white Yin-Yang fish pierced through the confines of the formation, swiftly merging into a complete Taiji emblem. Subsequently, the Taiji diagram emitted a soft, chaotic glow, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping across a tranquil lake, rippling through the formation. Under the synergistic forces of the bridal garment divine skill and the Mingyu power, embodying both the utmost Yin and Yang, the once impregnable ancient god formation of Liantian began to exhibit strange fluctuations, energy ripples radiating outward like concentric waves. How do you know of the Yin-Yang formation breaking method? Qian Yang exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the formation, now encased in a web-like fracture beneath the Taiji diagram. Dan Yao smirked with pride. Did you not expect this? How did you come to this conclusion? Qian Yang asked, deeply perplexed. Dan Yao, however, chose to remain silent, channeling her Mingyu power in tandem with Xiang Yang to amplify the strength of the Taiji diagram and dismantle the formation. It turned out that Dan Yao had spent the last 20 years delving into the apothecary god runes within the formation, not merely to seize a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enhance her alchemical skills, but also to glean insights into the formation-breaking techniques. After all, relying on others is often less dependable than relying on oneself. Who could trust Qian Yang, who might betray her at any moment? Indeed, her dedicated efforts over the past 2 decades bore fruit, leading her to discover the means to shatter the formation. Chapter 1846, Breaking the Formation with Yin and Yang. It was revealed that Xianxiaaudiobooks, the apothecary god, was unlike any other apothecary gods recorded in the history of the Tianxian continent. Whereas all other apothecary gods were male and practiced solely Yang techniques, Xianxiaaudiobooks possessed a naturally cold Yin constitution, rendering her incapable of cultivating pure Yang methods to become an apothecary. Faced with this predicament, her only avenues to become an apothecary were either to embrace a negative to yield a positive, practicing the ice-fire transformation technique to reverse Yin and Yang, or to achieve Yin-Yang integration, leveraging her extraordinary talent to create a harmonious method that embraced both Yin and Yang. Clearly, Xianxiaaudiobooks did not acquire the ice-fire transformation technique. She chose the path of Yin-Yang integration. This unique cultivation rendered her apothecary essence to encompass both extreme Yin and extreme Yang attributes upon her ascension to divinity. Yin represents the earth, while Yang signifies the heavens. Her ability to forge the extraordinary Qian dual cauldron stemmed from her essence's duality of Yin and Yang power. Having become an apothecary through the method of Yin-Yang integration, Xianxiaaudiobooks' ascension implied that all her creations and concepts would bear the distinct marks of both Yin and Yang attributes. The ancient god formation of Liantian before them was no exception. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. Since the ancient god formation was constructed with Yin and Yang forces, to dismantle it, one must employ both energies simultaneously. In terms of spiritual power cultivation, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang could not compare to Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had attained divinity. Yet, in terms of purity of energy, the bridal garment divine skill's utmost rigidity and yang, combined with the Mingyu power's utmost softness and yin, were unparalleled in the world. Moreover, this formation had existed for over 1,000,000 years, and as time marched on, its prowess had diminished to less than 1/10 of its former strength. Bold hypotheses and cautious verifications led Dan Yao to conceive a means to dismantle the formation. However, to do so necessitated the simultaneous invocation of both yang and yin forces. Although Dan Yao could operate the ice-fire transformation technique to convert her extreme yin energy into extreme yang, she could only release one type at a time. Thus, to break the formation, she required Xiang Yang's cooperation. Over the years, Dan Yao had contemplated entering a dream state via the illusory resonance technique to seek Xiang Yang's assistance. However, knowing he was in seclusion, striving to break through to the divine void realm, she understood that the force of the bridal garment divine skill was fiercely tempestuous, and any disturbance during his breakthrough could lead to catastrophic failure. Consequently, even knowing that Xiang Yang's arrival would guarantee the formation's collapse, she refrained from rash actions. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, in perfect synchrony, continuously channeled their true energy, empowering the Taiji diagram. In a mere instant, the ancient god formation of Lian Tian shattered like a glass door kicked by a rascally child, exploding with a thunderous roar. Qian Yang's expression shifted to one of panic as he transformed into a whirlwind of crimson flames, hastily attempting to flee. "Do not let this scoundrel escape," Dan Yao cried out. "Fear not, he shall not elude us." Xiang Yang replied coolly, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Previously, he had been forced into a corner due to insufficient strength, akin to a lost dog. Now, having broken through to the divine void realm, he felt unrestrained amidst the heavens and earth, ready to exact vengeance on those who wronged him. The Qian Cauldron would serve as the first stepping stone in his ascension to greatness. With a swift motion, Xiang Yang transformed into a dual-colored flame, swiftly intercepting Qian Yang within mere breaths. "Old monster, where do you think you are going?" Xiang Yang asked, his hands clasped behind him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "You think I fear you? Engaging with me will lead you to ruin," Qian Yang retorted, his demeanor frantic. At this moment, he was unaware that Xiang Yang had already mastered the bridal garment divine skill. His apprehension lay solely with Dan Yao. "This brat is evidently a troublesome adversary. If he ensnares me, Dan Yao could seize the opportunity to unleash her ice prison seal technique, and I would surely meet my demise here today." Xiang Yang chuckled. "Whether there are good fruits to taste, I am quite eager to find out." "Humph, foolish boy. Do not think that having grasped the essence of the bridal garment divine skill makes you invincible. This technique is exceedingly profound. Mastery cannot be attained overnight. Cross me, and you shall meet your end. Then let us test this theory," Xiang Yang thought to himself as he sought to eliminate Qian Yang, removing a significant obstacle from his path to avenging the Xiang clan in the future. Boom. With a firm grip, Xiang Yang summoned the supreme Yang's spiritual energy within him, causing it to surge violently and sweep outward like an overwhelming tide. The surrounding spiritual aura, unable to withstand this force, ignited spontaneously, erupting into a vast sea of flames. Amidst this immense inferno, a colossal firebrick of red and purple hues, measuring 1,000 feet in size, gradually emerged. A terrifying pressure radiated from it, rendering the very heavens and earth dimmer in its wake. The bridal garment technique. Moments earlier, Qian Yang had been ensnared within the formation. Though he had witnessed the grandeur of Xiang Yang's attack, he remained unaware of the true strength behind it, as all forces had been repelled outside the array. Now, having broken free from the formation, he felt the full might of the bridal garment technique up close, leaving him utterly astonished. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly at the young couple, Xiang Yang and Dan Yao, for their peculiar penchant for using bricks as weapons, truly a case of matching pot to lid. Having previously been caught off guard by Dan Yao's icy brick, he resolved not to be outdone again. As Xiang Yang pointed a finger, the enormous dual-colored firebrick descended upon him like a mountain. Qian Yang, refusing to underestimate the situation, roared fiercely as the crimson flames surged forth from within him, transforming into a fiery pillar that collided violently with the oncoming dual-colored firebrick. Boom! The two forces clashed with a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the world. A dreadful storm of spiritual energy erupted, causing the surrounding sea to churn violently, reminiscent of fish frying in hot oil, creating massive waves. Fortunately, thanks to the protective powers of the medicinal god left by Xianxiaaudiobooks on Xiang Island, the collision of these two forces had not caused the island to shatter and sink to the depths of the sea. Caught in the aftermath of the spiritual energy, Xian Yang stumbled back several hundred steps, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Clearly, he had suffered considerable loss in this direct confrontation. The power of Xiang Yang's bridal garment technique was far more terrifying than Dan Yao's Mingyu technique. Qian Yang was profoundly astonished, having spent many years within the Xiang clan. He not only knew of the existence of the bridal garment technique, but had also read the detailed descriptions from past clan leaders. The strength Xiang Yang displayed was astonishingly more potent, at least 3 times greater, than what was recorded in the clan's teachings. This was inconceivable. The bridal garment technique could not possibly be this formidable. What he failed to grasp was that the version practiced by the Xiang clan leaders had been honed through the act of crafting bridal garments for others, a method that harmed others while benefiting oneself and severely weakened the technique's efficacy. Once the first practitioner transmitted it to the next, its power diminished significantly, rendering it incomparable to the Mingyu technique. In contrast, under Dan Yao's guidance, Xiang Yang underwent a rebirth through trials and tribulations, mastering the technique on both sides, resulting in not only no loss of power, but an exponential increase. In the previous generations, no one within the Xiang clan had discerned the true meaning of the bridal garment technique, nor had anyone grasped the genuine method of cultivation, thus remaining oblivious to its terrifying potential. This led Qian Yang to mistakenly believe that Xiang Banshan was deliberately concealing his prowess. Indeed, Qian Yang's power was formidable, as he withstood Xiang Yang's brick strike and remained standing. Xiang Yang, witnessing Qian Yang endure the blow albeit with a few steps back, was equally astonished. The bridal garment technique thrived on explosive power, swift and decisive, each strike wielding immense destructive capability. The previous dual-colored firebrick had consumed 70% of his strength. The fact that Qian Yang could withstand it indicated his combat prowess was far beyond that of other cultivators at the 9th layer of Divine Void. It appeared that Xiang Yang would need to take this matter seriously. Narrowing his eyes, Xiang Yang summoned forth a dual-colored flame of red and purple. The red represented the source fire of the bridal garment technique, while the purple signified the Zichen star fire. The dual flames coiled around his arms, resembling the fiery arms of a Qian, radiating an extreme and violent destructive force. Receive another brick, Xiang Yang bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder as boundless energy converged from the heavens and earth, merging with the flames surging from within him. In a writhing motion, an even larger dual-colored firebrick, infused with the power to incinerate the heavens and scorch through the void, reappeared. At this sight, Qian Yang's heart sank, his expression contorting with ferocity and ruthlessness. Fiery falcon spike. He clenched his palm, summoning forth a viscous energy akin to glue. With a flick of his finger, this energy transformed into a massive fire spike. As the fire spike manifested, the already scorching air around them intensified, resembling a city of flame in divine fire. Faced with such extreme heat, even a body of steel would be reduced to molten liquid. Below, the sea resembled boiling water, with large fish flipping belly up, creating a veritable cauldron of fish soup. Dan Yao, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed the tremendous forces unleashed by both combatants. During her earlier battle with Qian Yang, the interplay of their opposing energies, one yin and one yang, had kept the damage in check, even amid fierce clashes. However now, with Qian Yang wielding extreme yang power against the ferocious bridal garment technique, it was an overwhelming display of yang upon yang, the heat reaching a terrifying crescendo. Fortuitously, her spiritual energy was of the utmost yin and cold. Had it been anyone else in such proximity, they would have been reduced to charred remains. As Danyao observed, Xiang Yang raised the colossal dual-colored firebrick and struck down fiercely at Qian Yang. Not one to back down, Qian Yang summoned all his might, propelling the fiery falcon spike towards Xiang Yang in a fierce counterattack. Boom! The two forces collided with a cataclysmic force, akin to a meteor striking the earth. The energies of the dual-colored firebrick and the fiery falcon spike surged forth, eroding and dissolving one another, unleashing a destruction that was simply unprecedented, shaking the very cosmos. Flames. A terrifying surge of primordial spirit power shot forth from Xiang Yang's brow, merging into the dual-colored firebrick. In an instant, the firebrick erupted with a cataclysmic energy, expanding rapidly. Under the enveloping dual flames, the once intensely hot fiery falcon spike and the space it occupied were utterly consumed by flames, reduced to nothingness. Boom! A scorching wave surged skyward, forming a colossal firestorm that swept across the heavens and earth. Qian Yang, exerting every ounce of strength, found himself utterly powerless against the deluge of the firestorm. In but a moment, he was engulfed by the flames, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as his body flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently onto a nearby small island. Obliterating everything in his path, The mountains and trees were torn asunder. What had once been a vibrant island, concealed in the mundane world, was reduced to a mere heap of ruins in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Dan Yao felt a chill in her heart. 20 years prior, she had battled Xian Yang for an extended period before finally subduing him. She never imagined that Xiang Yang could bring him down with just 2 strikes. Good heavens! The disparity was simply too vast. She understood the bridal garment technique's terrifying potential once perfected. Few techniques could withstand its onslaught. Yet, she was taken aback to see someone as strong as Qian Yang felled in mere 2 moves. This was astonishingly outrageous. Despite being astounded by the bridal garment technique's overwhelming destructive power, Danyao was acutely aware that this technique excelled in explosive force, requiring immense spiritual energy with each use. Therefore, in the face of an opponent, it necessitated quick resolution. If the battle dragged on too long, depleting one's energy could lead to being countered by the adversary. She, on the other hand, excels in prolonged battles. The longer the fight endures, the more advantageous it becomes for her. How should one articulate this? Each martial art possesses its own merits and shortcomings. Were she given the choice, she would unhesitatingly opt for the mysterious jade technique. One must ponder. Which woman could resist the allure of eternal youth and beauty while simultaneously facing an invincible foe? The bridal garment technique? Is this indeed the bridal garment technique? Xian Yang found himself embedded in a massive rock on the island, his garments in tatters, his complexion ashen, as if he had been subjected to unspeakable torment by a group of brutes for 7 days and nights. Xiang Yang nodded. Indeed, my martial prowess has reached its zenith. And you are the first to engage me in combat, fortunate enough to witness the true power of this unparalleled technique throughout history. Xian Yang's chest heaved, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. He stared in disbelief. No, this cannot be. The bridal garment technique cannot possess such overwhelming strength. You have only just entered the realm of the divine void. How could you defeat me in just 2 moves? Xiang Yang chuckled. If I could not easily best you, how could the bridal garment technique be deemed extraordinary? Your perception of its strength is clouded by the fact that, prior to me, no one had truly mastered it. Thus no one could gauge its might. Hence, I say you are fortunate. Very well, the bridal garment technique wields such tremendous power. No wonder Xiang Banshan has schemed so diligently. Ha ha ha. Qian Yang let out a strange laugh, then suddenly flashed away, attempting to flee. Not so fast. Dan Yao had long since locked onto Qian Yang. As he tried to escape, the snow spirit sword shot forth from her heart, its icy tip piercing toward his back. Qian Yang barely evaded the strike. Dan Yao flicked the snow spirit sword, sending forth a flurry of sword blooms. The sword energy unfurling and instantly enveloping Qian Yang in a web of blades. Sizzle, sizzle. Qian Yang's strength paled in comparison to Dan Yao's, and now, having been severely wounded by Xiang Yang's bridal garment technique, he found it increasingly difficult to hold his ground. Faced with Dan Yao's assault with the snow spirit sword, he could hardly defend himself against a few strikes before he fell into a disadvantageous position. In the midst of dodging and weaving, Qian Yang could only parry, lacking any capacity for retaliation. Chapter 1850, The Mystical Ice Sealing Technique. Under the unparalleled sharpness of the snow spirit sword, he appeared exceedingly beleaguered. Yet, in this predicament, he could only muster all his strength to barely fend off Dan Yao's sword energy. With her right hand wielding the sword and her left hand channeling spiritual energy, she employed the Rui Orchid hand alongside the sword energy. Qian Yang dodged left and right, desperately defending, but just as he managed to block one wave of sword energy, a palm strike curved around and struck him heavily in the ribs. This palm strike pierced through Qian Yang's crimson flame defense and slammed directly into his corporeal form. His body was hurled backward, landing heavily in a tangle of limbs. Struggling to rise from the ground, his hair disheveled, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You two have each mastered unparalleled techniques, and I concede that I am no match for you. But do not forget, I am the embodiment of the Qian Ding, immortal and indestructible, existing alongside heaven and earth. Not to mention you are merely strong in the divine void realm. Even if you were to break through to the ascendant realm, you could not kill me." Dan Yao replied coolly, "I may not be able to kill you, but I can seal you in ice. 20 years ago, I allowed you to escape by a mere oversight. Today, however, you shall not be so fortunate." Her tone suddenly turned icy. Mystical ice sealing technique. As her words fell, the snow spirit sword radiated a dazzling ice blue light. Dan Yao's figure danced as the snow spirit sword conjured streams of sword light, weaving into a net in an instant. With a flick of her finger, the sword net unfurled like silk, rapidly advancing towards Qian Yang. Seeing this, Qian Yang's face turned deathly pale, fully aware that should he be encased in ice, he would likely never see the light of day again. He summoned all his strength and fled with unprecedented speed. However, once the sword net was formed, it acted as if equipped with electronic radar, pinpointing his location with precision. Just as Qian Yang attempted to escape, the entire sword net transformed into a cage of sword energy, descending upon him with ferocity. At the center of the sword energy cage, a vortex of suction emerged, drawing Qian Yang inside. The layers of the sword energy cage compressed tightly, the terrifying chill infiltrating every pore of Qian Yang's being. Under the suppression of the snow spirit sword energy, Qian Yang shed his human form, gradually revealing his true body as the Qian Ding. Witnessing this, Dan Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. She had anticipated a more arduous endeavor, yet this time, the ice ceiling proceeded with such ease. Little did she know, her swiftness in encasing Qian Yang stemmed not only from her formidable strength, but also from the snow spirit sword in her grasp. In her 2 decades of study regarding the medicinal runes left by xianxiaaudiobooks, had it been anyone else, even one of comparable cultivation, it would have been exceedingly difficult to seal the Qian Yang of the 9th level of Divine Void. Damn it, you two loathsome scoundrels. Relying on numbers to bully the lone. Once I break free, I will make you pay, Qian Yang bellowed, fully aware that his fate was sealed in ice. To his threats, Xiang Yang and Dan Yao remained remarkably composed. At this juncture, both had perfected their respective techniques, and in the vast expanse of the continent, they could scarcely find any worthy adversaries. With Dan Yao's ice ceiling, even if Qian Yang possessed myriad tricks and immense power, it would take him at least several thousand years to break free from the seal. By then, they would likely have ascended to immortality, rendering them unperturbed by a mere Qian Ding. Under the oppression of the sword energy cage, Qian Yang transformed into a small red ding, remarkably similar to the Kun Ding. Dan Yao spread her fingers, akin to a celestial silkworm spinning its thread, shooting forth strands of ice silk that wrapped around the sword energy cage, swiftly enveloping it and transforming it into a massive ice cocoon, submerging it into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Chapter 1851, The Qi of Touching. Considering Qian Yang's unique connection to xianxiaaudiobooks, Danyao initially contemplated sealing him on Xiang's island. Yet, upon reflection, given his collusion with the Xiang clan for so many years, he might very well be aware of this location. If Xiang Banshan, that old wretch, were to sense something amiss and send someone to investigate, they could easily shatter the seal, rendering her efforts futile. Furthermore, once Xiang Banshan learned that both she and Xiang Yang had successively mastered the mysterious jade technique and the bridal garment technique, he would undoubtedly act with caution, potentially using Uncle Yang's life as leverage against them, complicating matters further. Thus, casting the ice cocoon into the unfathomable depths of the ocean, allowing it to drift with the currents, was the most prudent course of action. Of course, Dan Yao was acutely aware that while her strength was considerable, it was not vastly superior to Qian Yang's. Even without external assistance, given his abilities, he could likely break the seal within a millennium. Nevertheless, her intent was merely to buy time. As long as she and Xiang Yang dared to rescue Uncle Yang before the seal dissolved and prior to Xiang Banshan's grand celebration, everything would be manageable. In that moment, Dan Yao suddenly remembered that she had not signed in for quite some time. Xiang's Island, being the place where the great apothecary attained enlightenment, possessed unique qualities and profound heritage that were likely extraordinary. If she were to sign in at this location, perhaps unexpected surprises awaited her. With this thought, Dan Yao swiftly made her way to the center of Xiang's Island and quietly intoned, "System, sign in." Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have received a strand of touching qi. What? Touching qi? Dan Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly exclaiming. Although she had an inkling that signing in at this unique site of Xiang's Island could yield extraordinary rewards, she had not anticipated it to be touching qi. The ethereal essence known as Tai Ching is no ordinary substance. It is a remarkable entity, forged from the lifetime of knowledge acquired by alchemists, harmoniously blended with the essence of the celestial realm. This substance serves not only as the foundation for transcendence into immortality, but also as the pivotal key to ascend to the divine status of the apothecary god. It is termed Tai Ching because the art of alchemy originates from Taoism, and its ancestral figure, the legendary Laozi of the Three Pure Ones, is none other than the well-known Taishang Laojun. For the past 2 decades, Dan Yao has diligently studied the scrolls of the apothecary god and the ancient formations of the celestial alchemists, gaining a rudimentary understanding of what it takes to transcend into the apothecary god. To attain the level of the apothecary god in the art of alchemy, one must accomplish 2 essential objectives. Firstly, one must master the art of alchemy to the pinnacle, capable of concocting all medicinal pills beneath the apothecary god while simultaneously discovering one's own unique path. The essence of the apothecary god lies in creation. Each apothecary god possesses a distinct path, Only by uncovering one's own way and creating along the correct path can one evolve into the apothecary god, a creator of boundless miracles. Secondly, one must integrate their accumulated knowledge into the celestial essence and within their primordial spirit, refining the Tai Ching essence to align with the Tao and step into the realm of the apothecary god. Both of these requirements are dauntingly arduous, akin to scaling the heavens for an alchemist, let alone achieving both simultaneously. Particularly, the Tai Ching essence, whose origin parallels that of the celestials who transcend the mortal realm, is derived from the celestial source. After the cataclysmic battles of ancient times, the celestial source capable of liberating mortals from their earthly forms has become utterly extinct. The only remnants are the 12 sources contained within the 12 revered medicinal cauldrons of the fire cauldron rankings. With the destruction of the undying blood cauldron, the prospect of gathering the 12 medicinal cauldrons to extract the blood cauldron has become increasingly improbable. Dan Yao initially believed she would have to wait until she perfected the final layer of the Mingyu technique and transcended into the celestial realm, allowing the celestial essence to manifest within her before she could aspire to become the apothecary god. However, after breaking through to the divine void realm, the path of cultivation has become exceedingly challenging, with each minor advancement requiring multiple times the effort of previous stages. For instance, the master of the alchemist tower took a millennium to ascend from an alchemy apprentice to an 8-rank apothecary. Yet it took him tens of thousands of years to transition from an 8-rank apothecary to a 9th-rank apothecary saint, almost leading him to the brink of demise. If the transition from apothecary to apothecary saint is fraught with such difficulty, how much more complex is the cultivation involving both celestial and divine realms? Even with Dan Yao and Xiang Yang's exceptional talents and abundant resources, the journey from divine void to the transcendence realm would still require no less than a decade. Little did she expect that the system would bestow upon her the Tai Ching essence ahead of time. For alchemists, the relationship between the transcendence realm and the apothecary god is somewhat akin to household registration and property deeds in major cities. Purchasing property in a large metropolis involves numerous restrictions, typically requiring years of social insurance points to first obtain residency, followed by using that residency to acquire property. Conversely, possessing a property deed allows one to reverse the process and establish residency. Similarly, for an alchemist to ascend to the status of the apothecary god, they must possess formidable alchemical skills while also cultivating to the transcendence realm. Only then can they integrate their lifetime of alchemical mastery into the celestial essence, refining the Tai Ching essence to break free from constraints and become the apothecary god. However, should one be fortunate enough to acquire pre-refined Tai Ching essence, they could potentially become the apothecary god first, and thereafter harness the divine power of the apothecary god to achieve immortality. With the acquisition of this Tai Ching essence, Dan Yao finds herself presented with multiple choices. She may choose to first elevate the Mingyu technique to its highest form, transcend into immortality, and subsequently assume the role of the apothecary god, or she may opt to become the apothecary god first and utilize that divine power to attain immortality. Casting a wide net to capture many fish, one must not place all bets on a single tree. At present, Dan Yao's alchemical prowess has surpassed the 9th-rank apothecary, reaching a unique state of being half divine, half saint. Pursuing the path of alchemy may indeed prove to be a more accessible route to immortality and divinity than following the traditional methodical progression of cultivation. At this thought, Dan Yao could not help but feel a surge of elation. Her system remains remarkably considerate, preemptively delivering the Tai Ching essence to alleviate any potential difficulties she might encounter in transcending the realm. Having successfully sealed the Qian Yang, Dan Yao exchanged a knowing glance with Xiang Yang, both sharing a smile. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the alchemist tower. Their journey from the northern domain to the central domain had consumed 50 years. Now, with less than 70 years remaining until the grand jubilee of Xiang Banshan, time is of the essence. Although they had already advanced to the divine void realm, equipping themselves with the means to confront Xiang Banshan, the urgency of the situation remains palpable. Should they fail to devise a plan to rescue Uncle Yang before the jubilee arrives, they would remain at the mercy of that old rogue, Xiang Banshan. With remarkable speed, they traversed the vast expanse and swiftly returned to the alchemist tower. After exchanging pleasantries with Ling Han Feng, Bai Yiping, and others, Dan Yao ascended to the 13th level of the apothecary tower and addressed the old tower master, saying, "I made a promise to you that upon breaking through to the divine void realm, I would come to inherit the position of tower master. I am a person of my word, and now is the time for me to fulfill that promise." The old tower master's face beamed with joy, akin to a golden chrysanthemum in full bloom, as he nodded repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Your alchemical skills and spiritual cultivation have reached the pinnacle of the realm. With you at the helm of the Alchemist Tower, I can depart this world without regret. Dan Yao furrowed her brow slightly. What do you mean by departing this world? That sounds rather ominous. I have delved into the divine inscriptions left behind by the goddess of medicine while trapped within the ancient formation of the celestial alchemists on Xiang Island. And my alchemical skills have progressed further. I will seek a remedy to see if I can heal you. Her rapid breakthrough to the divine void realm was largely due to the protection afforded by the old Tower Master and the formidable experts of the Alchemist Tower. In a gesture of gratitude, she naturally wished to alleviate the old Tower Master's lingering injuries, allowing this venerable elder, who had dedicated his life to the Alchemist Tower, to enjoy his twilight years in peace. The old Tower Master waved his hand, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It is futile. I was grievously wounded by a mysterious figure from the Xiang clan. I should have perished, but thanks to the intervention of the celestial princess of the cold stars, who employed her spiritual power to stabilize my condition, and the immense life force of the three-eyed treasure cauldron sustaining me, I have barely managed to survive until now. However, the injury has festered for over 10,000 years, and it has consumed my body entirely. My situation is akin to a hollowed-out dead tree, infested by termites. Even if you possess the ability to concoct high-grade 9th-rank medicinal pills, you cannot save me. Pausing momentarily, he continued, although I am deeply afflicted and my days are numbered, I am fortunate to have found someone worthy of entrusting the future to before my passing. Under your leadership, the Alchemist Tower shall surely command respect, and I doubt that the Xiang clan would dare to act recklessly. From this moment forth, you shall be the 207th Tower Master of the Alchemist Tower. Dan Yao quickly reassured him, rest assured, old Tower Master. Having accepted this position, I shall ensure the protection of the Alchemist Tower. Anyone who dares to humiliate it must first step over my dead body. The old Tower Master nodded approvingly. Excellent, excellent. He then gazed at Dan Yao with fervent eyes. My age and talents have already been depleted to their limits. I am quite content to have achieved the rank of 9th-rank apothecary in this life. Yet, you, being so young, have already surpassed all others in the art of alchemy. Perhaps, in your lifetime, you may even ascend to the ranks of the apothecary god. The apothecary god, that is the pinnacle of existence in the Tianxian continent, the highest realm that all alchemists aspire to attain. In the recorded history of millions of years on the Tianxian continent, the number of alchemists who have successfully transcended into the realm of the apothecary god is fewer than 10. Each apothecary god's name resonates like a weighty gold plaque, suspended in the vast river of history for future generations to revere. Since the cataclysmic battles of ancient times, the celestial essence of the Tianxian continent has been completely depleted, ushering in an era devoid of celestial beings. Not to mention the apothecary god, even finding a single celestial being in the transcendence realm has become an insurmountable challenge. Thus far, the most recent deity of medicine is the illustrious creator of the Qian Ding, xianxiaaudiobooks. She is not only the first female deity of medicine in history, but also the last one on the continent. Should Danyao manage to transcend to the status of a deity of medicine, she would become the first in a million years. Since sustaining grave injuries at the hands of the enigmatic member of the Xiang clan, the old Tower Master has been clinging to life in a state of severe affliction, with his greatest aspiration being to discover a worthy successor to lead the Dan Tower, ensuring that the craft of alchemy continues to shine brightly. Now, with his wish fulfilled, witnessing the birth of a new deity of medicine would bring him such joy that he could depart this world with a smile. Observing the old Tower Master's expression of eager anticipation, Dan Yao smiled gently. Chapter 1854, Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. Transitioning from a 9th-rank alchemist saint to a 10th-rank alchemist saint is far more arduous than ascending from alchemist emperor to alchemist saint. Although my alchemical skills have reached the pinnacle of contemporary mastery, there remains a considerable gap between me and the realm of a deity of medicine. The old Tower Master nodded in agreement, stating, I am well aware of the challenges involved. If becoming a deity of medicine were so simple, their numbers would not be so scant. As a senior leader of the Dan Tower, his own alchemical prowess is unparalleled. Yet, when it comes to understanding the nature of a deity of medicine, he remains utterly ignorant. The distinction between the divine and the mortal lies in the extraordinary divine power possessed by the former. To acquire such power demands an extraordinary level of effort. Even though he is revered as a 9th-rank alchemist saint, to him, the deity of medicine remains as unattainable as the full moon in the sky. Despite realizing that he may never attain such heights in his lifetime, the old Tower Master is filled with excitement. The presence of Dan Yao has ignited a spark of hope within him. If there is anyone in this world capable of becoming a deity of medicine, it must be this young girl of merely 300 years. The old Tower Master, recalling the descriptions from previous tower masters. Sees the shadow of xianxiaaudiobooks in Dan Yao. Both possess extraordinary talent. Dan Yao achieved the rank of 9th rank alchemist saint at an age several centuries younger than xianxiaaudiobooks did. If she cannot break through to become a deity of medicine, it would be utterly unjust. The terror of a deity of medicine lies not only in their formidable personal abilities, but also in their capacity to revitalize the families and factions behind them. One can easily envision that under Dan Yao's leadership, the Dan Tower will surely regain its former splendor, becoming an entity revered across the entire continent. The old Tower Master, increasingly exhilarated, felt his cheeks flush as if he had indulged in too much wine, and he eagerly proclaimed, since the inception of the Dan Tower, 3 deities of medicine have emerged. Before ascending, these esteemed predecessors compiled their lifelong learnings into a tome, which is now housed in the Dan Tower's library. You should take the time to peruse it. It may assist you, if only slightly, in your quest to break through to the realm of a deity of medicine. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao was immediately intrigued. The stones from other mountains can serve to sharpen jade. Standing on the shoulders of giants allows one to see further. Historically, those who have transcended to the status of a deity of medicine are those who have thoroughly studied the art of alchemy, forging new paths upon the foundations laid by their predecessors. To expedite her own ascent, she must distill the essence from the insights left by her forebears, discarding the dross and forging a path uniquely her own. Very well, Dan Yao nodded. Once I resolve the grievances with the Xiang clan, I will certainly visit the library. Indeed, I am but a setting sun, lingering in the twilight, while you are the rising sun, at the zenith of your brilliance. I have full faith that if you persist on this path with unwavering determination, in time, you shall attain divinity. Although the Dan Tower has produced a deity of medicine, it was an occurrence from millions of years ago. A valiant man does not speak of past glories, no matter how illustrious the Dan Tower once was. Those days are long gone. The old Tower Master desires nothing more than to witness Dan Yao ascend to the status of a deity of medicine before his life draws to a close. Such a sight would render his existence complete. Seeing that Dan Yao was prepared to assume the role of Tower Master, the old Tower Master, fearing that prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications, immediately summoned his young disciple, Ling Hanfeng, to preside over the succession ceremony. Ling Hanfeng holds the old Tower Master in profound respect, regarding him as a father, and dutifully complies with every command given. Chapter 1855, The New Tower Master. After departing the Dan Tower, Ling Hanfeng promptly rang the bronze bell that hung at the pinnacle of the tower, calling forth the elders and core disciples to pay their respects to the new Tower Master. Previously, with the Tower Master's mysterious disappearance, the majority of the Dan Tower, aside from a few core figures like Bai Peng and Ling Hanfeng, believed that the Tower Master had entered seclusion alongside the old Tower Master. It was only at this moment that they learned the Tower Master had been met with foul play a millennium ago. Ling Hanfeng, with a grave expression, declared, "Our Tower Master has fallen victim to treachery, and both the old Tower Master and I are deeply pained. However, a nation cannot remain without a ruler for a day, and the Dan Tower cannot be left without a leader either. This Miss Dan possesses extraordinary talents, and her alchemical skills are unrivaled. She is the old Tower Master's ideal successor. I hereby honor the old Tower Master's wishes and proclaim Miss Dan as the 207th Tower Master of the Dan Tower. Do any of you have objections?" Dan Yao's stunning performance at the alchemical conference had already left an indelible impression, and Bai Peng had discreetly revealed her identity as a 9th-rank alchemist saint at the behest of the old Tower Master. In the Tianxian continent, strength reigns supreme, particularly in the realm of alchemy, where this truth is particularly pronounced. The crowd, astonished by Dan Yao's prodigious talent, was further captivated by her remarkable abilities, with some even enchanted by her breathtaking beauty. Thus, Ling Hanfeng's proclamation was met with unanimous applause, and the joy was palpable. They all thought, with such extraordinary talent, she may one day transcend to the realm of a deity of medicine. Under her leadership, the Dan Tower has no reason to fear the revival of its ancient glory. At that moment, the assembly collectively bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Tower Master." Even Ling Hanfeng and Bai Peng, though esteemed seniors, were no exception. Dan Yao hurriedly gestured, "Please rise. I am truly grateful to you all for not abandoning me and for bestowing upon me the title of the Tower Master. From now on, I shall do my utmost to manage the Dan Tower. I do not seek to dominate the continent, but I shall ensure that no one dares to bully us." Though she had never aspired to be the Tower Master, now that the mantle had fallen upon her, she felt compelled to shoulder the responsibility and perform her duties diligently. The Dan Tower stands as one of the 3 preeminent powers in the central domain, alongside the Xianxia Palace and the Xiang clan. The monumental occasion of her succession should ideally be broadcast widely, inviting the various factions to extend their congratulations. Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng had previously suggested hosting a grand succession ceremony for Dan Yao. However, recalling that Uncle Yang had yet to be rescued, she deemed it unwise to indulge in extravagance at this time, stating, "The vendetta against the Tower Master cannot go unanswered. Once I have obtained the head of Xiang Banshan and honored the spirit of the Tower Master, we can celebrate in grand fashion." Upon hearing this, Ling Hanfeng and the others nodded in agreement. The Xiang clan had been excessively oppressive, leading to the demise of the previous Tower Master. This blood debt has lingered for over 10,000 years and must be addressed. With Dan Yao harboring such intentions, they certainly had no reason to oppose her. Xiang Yang, observing Dan Yao seated upon the Tower Master's throne, graciously receiving the accolades of the assembly, could not help but smile faintly. After the crowd dispersed, Xiang Yang approached, teasingly inquiring, "So, how does it feel to be the Tower Master? Is it not splendid and quite the honor?" "Splendid, my foot." Dan Yao rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Managing such a vast Dan Tower with so many alchemists beneath me is already a headache to contemplate. As a manager, one merely needs to master the art of delegation. All those mundane matters can be entrusted to subordinates. There is no need for you to fret over them," Xiang Yang advised. Dan Yao furrowed her brow slightly, replying, "It's easier said than done." Chapter 1856, A Transformation in Demeanor. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Alas, what can I do when my precious one is so exceptional? Xiang Yang chuckled softly, a smile gracing his face that could enchant countless young maidens. Dan Yao, taken aback by his sudden, radiant laughter, found herself momentarily entranced. Her eyes fixated intently on Xiang Yang, as if striving to uncover the very essence of his being. Xiang Yang, already a paragon of male beauty, underwent a transformation in temperament upon mastering the bride's garment divine skill, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. This divine presence blended harmoniously with his striking features, presenting an extraordinary elegance that was simply irresistible. Dan Yao gazed at him, momentarily lost in reverie, pondering how, after years of living with Ahua, she had never before recognized the depth of Xiang Yang's allure. Such a visage, combined with his compelling energy, was nothing short of otherworldly. A mere smile from him could undoubtedly captivate countless hearts. Little did Dan Yao realize that Xiang Yang's newfound charm was a consequence of the bride's garment technique's enchantment. The nameless female immortal who developed both the bride's garment and the Mingyu skills possessed extraordinary talent, but was also a connoisseur of beauty. Not only did she aspire to her own exquisite appearance, but she also desired her partner to be equally handsome. Thus, the two unparalleled skills she created, born from her life's dedication, both possessed the remarkable ability to enhance one's beauty. The distinction lay in the fact that the Mingyu skill gradually improved the practitioner's looks from the outset, while the bride's garment skill revealed its full effects only upon reaching mastery. This differentiation aptly reflected the characteristics of both techniques, one being like ice, slowly solidifying, and the other, akin to fire, erupting with fervor. Her arrangements stemmed from a profound understanding of human nature and societal norms. Many young women seek partners who are tall and handsome, often unaware that such individuals frequently amount to mere decorative facades, lacking substance beyond their looks. Conversely, those with slightly less striking appearances but who are diligent, empathetic, and capable providers tend to offer the greatest happiness in marriage. Similarly, in the realm of the Tianxian continent, where cultivation reigns supreme and strength is revered, physical beauty pales in comparison to innate talent and capability. A man who possesses both extraordinary prowess and a captivating visage is indeed the epitome of perfection. The nameless female immortal ingeniously wove these insights into the principles of the bride's garment technique. Only those who reached mastery would witness a subtle yet profound transformation in their appearance and aura. Given Xiang Yang's already striking features, exquisitely refined, vibrant, and compelling, the culmination of the bride's garment skill did not drastically alter his looks, but significantly enhanced his demeanor. Beauty can be classified into two types, those who are merely beautiful and those who possess charisma. The ordinary man who achieves one of these traits becomes a focal point of attention. Possessing both exquisite appearance and captivating presence renders one utterly enchanting. Danyao, unaware of the complexities underlying the nameless female immortal's psyche, could not fathom the reasons behind Xiang Yang's remarkable transformation. Chapter 1857, A Surge of Jealousy. Yao, what troubles you? Noticing Dan Yao's dazed expression, Xiang Yang, oblivious to the effect of his smile, furrowed his brows. Snapping back to reality, Dan Yao shook her head and insisted, "It's nothing. You must not smile at other women like that again, do you understand?" Xiang Yang, perplexed by her sudden admonition, nodded nonetheless. "Very well, My smile shall be reserved solely for you. Is that agreeable? At that moment, Xiang Yang remained unaware of the allure his smile held. Sensing the notes of jealousy in Dan Yao's voice, he hastily acquiesced. Who could resist such a charming smile? We have an agreement. You are the only one entitled to my smiles. If I see you smiling at another woman, I shall be quite upset. Danyao, unabashedly expressive of her possessiveness, made no effort to conceal her feelings. In matters of love, women often harbor a delicate sense of insecurity, unable to tolerate even the slightest provocation. Despite her awareness that Xiang Yang's affections were solely hers, a pang of jealousy lingered in her heart. Xiang Yang, bewildered and unable to grasp the cause of her discontent, was nonetheless amused by her sudden display of jealousy. In his eyes, genuine love, regardless of gender, is often possessive and intolerant of third parties. Dan Yao's jealousy indicated her true feelings for him, which only served to bring him joy. With a grin, he pulled Dan Yao into an embrace and gently reassured her, "Fear not, my smile belongs only to you. After all these years together, do you still doubt my heart?" "Humph, you silver-tongued rogue," Dan Yao huffed, her heart swelling with sweetness, her smile as radiant as a blooming rose, both beautiful and thorny. "Such charm is reserved solely for you. Do you not appreciate it?" Xiang Yang teased, a playful smirk adorning his lips. "I do," Dan Yao, unpretentious, admitted candidly. Xiang Yang, elated by her response, felt his heart bloom with joy. As time rewound to the moment Dan Yao invoked the Qian sealing technique to encase Qian Yang, a seismic shift occurred within the Xiang clan, thousands of miles away. Millennia prior, the sudden emergence of the Kun Ding had sparked tumultuous upheaval. Following a series of bloody confrontations, the Kun Ding was reclaimed by Dan Tower and subsequently sealed away by the Hanqing Ferry in the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace. Xiang Banshan, filled with resentment, dispatched numerous agents to retrieve it, only to meet with failure and demise beneath the palace's deadly Qian Kun sacred water. Consequently, he resorted to exhausting his true essence to assist Qian Yang in manifesting, which led to multiple theft attempts at the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace. Though aware of Qian Yang's indestructibility, Xiang Banshan remained uneasy. Qian Yang's true form was the Kun Ding. Should the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace successfully develop the method of Yin-Yang fusion, amalgamating the Qian and Kun Ding into a complete Qian Kun Justice Ding, the Xiang clan would face annihilation. To preemptively avert such a calamity, Xiang Banshan, with Qian Yang's consent, implanted a blood curse within him, akin to the one placed on Xiang Yang. This way, even if Qian Yang found himself trapped and frozen within the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, the Xiang clan would be alerted in time to intervene. Unexpectedly, this blood curse lay dormant within Qian Yang for many years, only to awaken after a millennium. Chapter 1858, The Heart's Flame Extinguished. 1. At the precise moment Qian Yang was encased in ice by Dan Yao, his essence sinking into the depths of the ocean, a heart-shaped flame within the soul tablet hall of the Xiang clan abruptly extinguished. This heart flame, unlike any other, was ignited with Qian Yang's lifeblood and was intricately linked to his blood curse. When the essence of the curse dissipated, the flame would extinguish as swiftly as a candle deprived of oxygen. With the heart flame now extinguished, it signified that Qian Yang was indeed in peril. The elder tasked with guarding the soul tablet hall was struck with terror, exclaiming, "Quickly, inform the clan leader. Lord Qian Yang is in trouble." The once serene soul tablet hall erupted into chaos as disciples hurried to convey the alarming news to Xiang Banshan. The other disciples within the hall exchanged glances, their faces suffused with disbelief. How could it be that Lord Qian Yang had encountered misfortune? This esteemed figure was a superlative powerhouse, a being of the ninth layer of the divine void, one of the most formidable entities across the entire continent. Who could possibly injure him and seal away his aura? It was clear that the culprit must be that old witch from the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace. Aside from her and the clan leader, who else possessed the capability to harm Lord Qian Yang? The celestial star fairy? My word, it seems she has also taken action. This old woman is notoriously ruthless. It is said that before she ascended to the position of palace master, she exterminated an entire family of her husbandess, leaving not a single soul alive. Not even the gatekeeper's dog. She is indeed more venomous than a black widow. It is no exaggeration. This woman is dubbed the bane of men, with countless lives lost at her hands. If Lord Qian Yang were to truly fall at her hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. The disciples whispered among themselves, unable to fathom that someone as formidable as Qian Yang could be gravely injured to the point of losing his aura. Deep within a cavern of the Xuanhua realm, two figures sat cross-legged. The ebb and flow of their breaths unleashed a vast wave of spiritual energy, causing the surrounding space to ripple with undulating waves. Throughout the entirety of the Xiang clan, only Qian Yang and the enigmatic figure spoken of by the old tower master possessed such unfathomable spiritual energy. At this moment, Xiang Banshan and his younger brother Xiang Yuanshan listened intently. Their expressions darkened as they received reports from the disciples of the Soul Tablet Hall. Had the heart lamp of Qian Yang truly extinguished? Are you certain of what you saw? Xiang Banshan raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice devoid of emotion, betraying no hint of anger. Indeed, the disciple had witnessed with his own eyes that Lord Qianyang's heart lamp had indeed gone out. Not only the disciple, but the entirety of the Soul Tablet Hall had witnessed it. The disciple spoke with trepidation. Qianyang's true form, the Qian Ding, was suffused with the purest and most extreme yang energy in existence. The only way to extinguish his aura would be to employ the power of Yin to restrain yang, encasing him in an ice-like stasis. In this world, aside from that old witch from the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, no one else possesses such an ability. Yet, our people were clearly keeping a close watch on the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, and that old witch had no opportunity to act. Why is that? Xiang Yuanshan, both astonished and perplexed, gazed at Xiang Banshan. The Xianxiaaudiobooks palace has been in opposition to our clan for so many years. Who knows how much depth they possess? A faint shadow of uncertainty flickered in Xiang Banshan's deep-set eyes. Do you mean to say that besides the celestial star fairy, there is another powerhouse of the 9th layer of the divine void within the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace who could have frozen Xianyang? Xiang Yuanshan pondered Xiang Banshan's words carefully, hesitating. Is that truly possible? Xiang Yuanshan was somewhat skeptical. In our midst, aside from myself and Xianyang, is there not a third powerhouse of the 9th layer of the divine void hidden away? If I recall, it was he who severely injured the old fossil of the Dan Tower when I was ensnared by that old witch, celestial star. Our clan harbors substantial depth, and perhaps the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace possesses the same. It is precisely because of this concern that I have hesitated to strike against the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace. Otherwise, with our 3 unparalleled powerhouses, we would have long since eradicated those wretched beings who consistently thwart our endeavors. Xiang Banshan's gaze darkened. Brother, what should we do now? Xiang Yuanshan inquired. Xianyang is the key to my potential breakthrough into the Ascension realm. I must find a way to rescue him, no matter what. Xiang Banshan contemplated briefly. However, we currently do not know where he has been encased in ice. How can we rescue him? Where do we even begin? I recalled Xianyang mentioning that he had infiltrated the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace multiple times to steal the Kundi, each time thwarted by the celestial star fairy. He had contemplated luring her to the island where Xianxiaaudiobooks attained enlightenment, trapping that old witch using the ancient formation left by the island. Yet, he was never successful. This time, when he encountered the hidden peerless powerhouse of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, in the face of an overwhelming adversary, what do you think his course of action would have been? Xiang Banshan countered with a smile. Xiang Yuanshan blurted out. If he truly faced an insurmountable foe, he would naturally attempt to lead them to that island. Xiang Banshan nodded. Precisely. Xianyang has mysteriously vanished for over 20 years. It is highly likely that while pursuing the Kundi, he fell victim to an ambush by the mysterious powerhouse of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace. In a situation where he could not contend with the opponent, he would have instinctively led the formidable enemy to that island, subsequently utilizing the formation left by Xianxiaaudiobooks to ensnare them. Perhaps even Xianyang did not anticipate that this mysterious figure would be so formidable that even the formation left by the medicine god could not contain her, resulting in his own entrapment in ice. It must be said that Xiang Banshan had surmised the truth. As he had predicted, Xianyang's journey had indeed led him to encounter an overwhelming foe. His attempt to seize the Kundi had ended in failure, and he had been sealed away instead. However, he had not anticipated that this so-called mysterious powerhouse was not a hidden figure from the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, but rather Dan Yao, who had just broken through to the divine void realm. Xianyang was unaware of the potency of the Mingyu technique, which was why he had suffered such a significant defeat. What? The fact that even the formation left by the medicine god could not contain her indicates that this mysterious person's cultivation level is simply outrageous. Xiang Yuanshan could not help but panic, exclaiming, "Until this person is dealt with, we will remain in grave peril. Yet, we do not even know the identity of our adversary. What can we do?" Xiang Banshan replied. "Therefore, we must devise a way to rescue Qianyang. As long as we remain ignorant of this mysterious person's identity, I shall find no peace. It is highly probable that Xianyang is sealed on Xiang's island. To uncover the truth, I must make a journey to Xiang's island." Xiang Yuanshan inquired further, "Brother, do you know where Xiang's island is located?" Xiang Banshan shook his head. "I do not know. Xiang's island is the place where Xianxiaaudiobooks attained enlightenment. Since she became the medicine god, this island has been shrouded in obscurity due to her divine power, concealed within the vast ocean, becoming a forsaken land. Aside from Qianyang, it is likely that no one else knows the whereabouts of this island." Xiang Yuanshan exclaimed in distress. "What shall we do?" Although Xianxiaaudiobooks was peculiar in nature, prior to her ascension to the divine realm, she shared a deep bond with a female alchemist from the Dan Tower. This female alchemist had visited Xiang's island multiple times to seek guidance from Xiang Shiweji on alchemical challenges. She must know how to locate this island. Xiang Yuanshan lamented. But what good does that do us? Over 1,000,000 years have passed. That female alchemist has long since perished, her bones likely turned to dust. Are we to resurrect her and compel her to divulge the path to Xiang's island? Xiang Banshan shot him a quizzical look. His brother was admirable in many respects. Yet his intellect was lacking. Every time a significant matter arose, conversing with him became exceedingly tiresome. However, there is a certain advantage to his lack of cunning. He harbors no ambitions that might threaten Xiang Banshan's position as clan leader. Internal strife within the Xiang clan is notoriously brutal. To ascend to the position of leader, one must not only possess superior cultivation talent, but also high emotional and intellectual intelligence. Many of Xiang Banshan's contemporaries who once vied for leadership have met with untimely ends or have been rendered incapable, while Xiang Yuanshan, with his straightforward disposition, has survived intact and has become a true brother in arms. You fool! Xiang Shiweji is the medicine god. Her influence in the realm of alchemy is unparalleled. That female alchemist is a central figure within the Dan Tower, prioritizing the interests of the tower above all else. Even knowing she could not escape death, she would surely pass down the secret of Xiang's island before her demise to maintain the connection between the Dan Tower and Xiang Shiweji. Thus, aside from Qian Yang, it is also highly possible that the Dan Tower knows the location of Xiang's island. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuanshan's eyes lit up. Indeed, there is also the Dan Tower. The Dan Tower is the largest alchemist organization on the continent, and they are unlikely to be unaware of anything related to alchemy. As he spoke, he hastily rose. Elder brother, wait for me. I shall go to the Danta and capture someone to inquire. Come back. Xiang Hansan commanded. The Xiang clan island pertains to the apothecary god, a veritable core secret of the Danta, and is not so easily probed. If I surmise correctly, this secret related to the Xiang clan island has likely long been inscribed in the ancient tomes passed down through the generations of tower masters. With the stubborn and unyielding nature of that old immortal, he would never divulge such secrets. No matter how many inquiries you make, it would be fruitless. Then what shall we do? Xiang Yuanshan asked, his brow furrowed. Xiang Hanshan chuckled ominously. Do not fret. Your elder brother has a plan. My wit is unparalleled, and success is assured. Xiang Yuanshan, with a grin, praised him, pausing before adding, the immortal water palace has repeatedly thwarted our endeavors. It is truly detestable. Elder brother, I have an ominous feeling that if we do not act soon, your grand plan spanning millennia may be compromised. In that case, let us initiate the plan ahead of schedule. Xiang Hanshan replied nonchalantly. Oh, if we advance the plan, the central domain shall certainly be bustling. Xiang Yuanshan could not help but laugh. A faint smile also graced Xiang Hanshan's face. However, this smile was cold and did not reach his eyes. By the way, what of that rascal Xiang Yang? 20 years ago at the alchemist conference, he injured Qian Yang, though it was through a sneak attack. His ability to harm Qian Yang speaks volumes of his extraordinary prowess. This lad has comprehended the cultivation methods of the wedding dress divine art, and his strength grows day by day. If we do not deal with him promptly, he will undoubtedly become a significant calamity, Xiang Yuanshan suddenly remarked. Chapter 1861, Conspiracy Theory 1. Humph, this brat must indeed be dealt with, but not at this moment. Our foremost priority is to locate Qian Yang. Once I break through to the feather transformation realm, whether it be the immortal water palace or Xiang Yang, I shall crush them all with a mere flick of my hand. Xiang Hanshan scoffed coldly, as the space behind him was instantly consumed by nothingness. Speaking indifferently, he gazed at the sky engulfed in raging flames. The words of Xiang Yang, who had betrayed the family years ago, still echoed in his heart. One day, I shall leave no trace of the Xiang clan. Leave no trace of them? Heh! A contemptuous sneer curled at the corners of Xiang Hanshan's mouth. To challenge the heavens with mere mortal strength is to overestimate oneself. By the time you possess the power to annihilate the Xiang clan, I shall have transcended to immortality, and crushing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. The immortal water palace and the Xiang clan were at odds, fiercely contending against one another, adhering to the principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory in every battle. The immortal water palace had infiltrated the Xiang clan with spies, while there were also members of the immortal water palace within the ranks of the Xiang clan. The extinguishing of Qian Yang's heart lamp sent shockwaves through the entirety of the Xiang clan. Such news naturally could not be concealed from the immortal water palace. Just as the Xiang brothers received the report from the Soul Tablet Hall disciples, the immortal water palace also received the news. Seated upon the Xianbing platform was the cold star immortal princess, her back against a colossal ice wall that had not melted for millennia. A terrifying chill radiated from her, as if it sought to meld with the ice wall itself. The extinguishing of Qian Yang's heart lamp suggests that troublesome individual has been frozen by Dan Yao. The cold star immortal princess's frosty gaze flickered slightly. Behind her stood her disciples, Pan Yushuang and Chao Jiner. Upon hearing this news, Chao Jiner's beautiful face was etched with disbelief and shock, unable to fathom its veracity. She had heard her master speak numerous times of the extraordinary prowess of the youth transformed from Qian Yang, especially during the alchemist conference 20 years prior, when her master, alongside the two other formidable powers of the Danta, had been defeated. How could Danyao possess the ability to freeze such a superpower? This was simply inconceivable. Master, could this not be a ruse from the Xiang clan? Are they not attempting to lure us into a trap? Chao Jiner questioned. Pan Yushuang shot her a glare. This news comes from within the Xiang clan. How could it be false? The palace master previously mentioned that Danyao has mastered the long-lost supreme mental art, the Mingyu skill. Even if she has merely just broken through to the divine void realm, she is more than capable of defeating a powerful adversary at the 9th layer of divine void. I had my doubts before, but now I must accept this. This skill is simply too formidable. The Cold Star Immortal Princess smiled slightly. The Mingyu skill is invincible among its peers. In this era devoid of immortals, those who cultivate this skill need not attain the highest realm. For merely breaking through to the divine void realm enables them to effortlessly defeat many powerful beings in the central domain. Even I did not anticipate that this long-lost internal art's supreme skill would be successfully cultivated by Danyao. This truly is an unparalleled opportunity in eons. She paused, her gaze turning complex. The Mingyu skill and the wedding dress divine art are mutually exclusive. Unless two individuals deeply in love with one another simultaneously master both, it will either be the east wind overpowering the west wind, or vice versa. Those who achieve the wedding dress divine art cannot allow the Mingyu skill to exist. Likewise, those who master the Mingyu skill view the wedding dress divine art as their mortal enemy. Now that Danyao has nearly perfected her Mingyu skill, barring any unforeseen circumstances, once she attains the highest tier, the Xiang clan, possessing the complete wedding dress divine art, will meet its end. Chapter 1862, Conspiracy Theory 2. Isn't that splendid? The founding ancestor of the Xiang clan, Xiang Qingsong, was the illegitimate child born of a great figure from ancient times and an affair with another man. Pan Yushuang remarked with a smile, as the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The descendants of Xiang Qingsong are all treacherous and cunning, skilled in devious schemes. The Xiang clan has survived to this day, having harmed countless individuals. Even our 7th-generation saintess of the immortal water palace has been ensnared, leading a tragic and bleak life. The very essence of the Mingyu skill was also destroyed in this scheme. Fortunately, heaven has eyes, allowing Danyao to master the Mingyu skill. Whether for the man she loves, Xiang Yang, or to avenge her master, Yunmei, she will undoubtedly annihilate the Xiang clan. The Cold Star Immortal Princess nodded. Indeed, the Xiang clan has exhausted every effort to scheme, believing that by destroying the Mingyu skill scripture, they could achieve the wedding dress divine art and dominate the world. Little do they know, fate is predetermined. Fortunes and calamities cycle through time. The Mingyu skill has still been cultivated by a disciple of the immortal water palace. As long as we protect Danyao, and once she reaches her highest potential and transforms into an immortal, the Xiang clan shall be finished. Palace Master, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention, Chao Jiner suddenly interjected. The Cold Star Immortal Princess glanced at her. Speak freely. Danyao has obtained the complete Mingyu skill scripture, while Xiang Hanhan has schemed against her, and Xiang Yang, who mistakenly practiced the wedding dress divine art, just so happens to encounter Danyao. Do you not find this too coincidental? Chao Jiner said with a grave expression. The Cold Star Immortal Princess frowned at her words. What do you mean? Stepping forward, Chao Jiner lowered her voice slightly. Palace Master, could this be a conspiracy of the Xiang clan? It is very possible that they have long known Danyao has acquired the inheritance of the 7th-generation saintess, Yunmei, and the complete Mingyu skill. Fearing this skill, they may have conspired with Xiang Yang to stage a scenario, akin to how Xiang Yishuan deceived Yunmei in the past. Surely not. Pan Yushuang exclaimed in disbelief. No matter what Xiang Yang does, he would not go so far as to sacrifice his own parents. Chao Jiner retorted with a cold smile. What if the ones who died were not his biological parents? Just as you said, the Xiang clan is composed of treacherous and cunning individuals. The founding ancestor, Xiang Qingsong, was born of an affair, and perhaps his descendants have followed suit, engaging in incestuous relations, or influenced by the clan's preference for male offspring, swapping a newborn girl for a boy from another family. If the child who was swapped grows up and discovers that those who raised him are not his biological parents, in pursuit of their own interests, they may commit the most heinous acts imaginable. If Danyao were present at that moment, hearing Chao Jiner's speculations, She would surely commend her storytelling skills with a thumbs up. Xiao Jiner, steeped in conspiracy theories, paints Xiang Yang as a sinister, cunning rogue, adept at deceiving women for his own selfish gains. However, her outlandish musings have found their way to the ears of Hanqing Xinji and Pan Yushuang. It is no wonder they harbor suspicions that Xiang Yang might be an agent of the Xiang clan. The clan is notorious for its unscrupulousness, willing to employ any nefarious means to achieve their ends. Should they learn that Dan Yao possesses the secrets of the Mingyu technique, they would undoubtedly take action, whether out of fear or a desire to extract the secrets of the wedding dress technique from her. No matter how astute a woman may be, love can render her foolish. Crafting sweet traps and orchestrating serendipitous romantic encounters would be a lethal strategy for a lovesick maiden like Dan Yao. Observing the furrowed brows of Hanqing Xinji and Pan Yushuang, Xiao Jiner continued. The reason Senior Yunmei entrusted her life's legacy to Dan Yao is likely due to their striking similarities in temperament. To put it bluntly, they are like-minded. Senior Yunmei, deeply passionate yet entangled in her own romantic woes, could very well have a disciple who, too, succumbs to the allure of love, falling prey to the machinations of the Xiang clan. Pan Yushuang, struck by the gravity of this assertion, expressed her alarm. Mistress, Jiner's words hold merit. Xiang Yang is quite possibly a carefully orchestrated pawn of the Xiang clan. We must remain vigilant. If Dan Yao were to become ensnared by him, everything would be irrevocably lost. Hanqing Xinji, rubbing her temples in frustration, replied, It's difficult to say. This is merely our suspicion. Xiang Yang and Dan Yao have been together for many years without any ill intent towards her. Otherwise, with Dan Yao's fiery disposition, she would have long since severed ties with him. To err on the side of caution is wise, yet should he truly harbor malicious intentions, we would find ourselves in grave peril. Pan Yushuan concurred. Indeed, the seventh-generation saintess serves as a cautionary tale. We have finally witnessed the resurgence of the Mingyu technique. If Xiang Yang were to outsmart us, not only could we fail to eliminate the Xiang clan, but we might also fall victim to them. Hanqing Xinji sighed deeply. Your words carry some truth, yet without tangible evidence, our suspicions remain mere conjecture. Moreover, after so many years of shared trials and tribulations, the depth of their bond is beyond our comprehension. If this is merely a misunderstanding, it would lead to an irreparable rift. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved, I will find a way to keep a close watch on Xiang Yang. Should he truly be colluding with Xiang Banshan, I shall not let him go unpunished. As Xiao Jiner contemplated her next move, she noticed Hanqing Xinji's serious demeanor and chose to withdraw under the pretense of needing to attend to matters elsewhere. Exiting the icy chamber, a venomous glint flickered in her eyes. Xiang Yang, let us see how you meet your demise this time. It was revealed that during his time within the Xiang clan, Xiang Yang had once inadvertently saved Xiao Jiner's life during a journey. Unbeknownst to him, this encounter had sparked feelings within her. Yet, bound by the strictures of the Xianxia palace, she dared not reveal her affections and buried them deep within her heart. Later, she sought him out during another excursion, yearning to confess her love. To her dismay, Xiang Yang coldly rejected her, stating that his actions were motivated solely by a desire to prevent a young woman from meeting an untimely demise, with no ulterior motives. Xiao Jiner returned disheartened, feeling both ashamed and enraged, and wept through the night. By the following day, however, a strange notion took root in her mind. She convinced herself that Xiang Yang must harbor feelings for her. But due to the enmity between the Xianxia palace and the Xiang clan, they could never be together. Fearing for her safety under palace regulations, he must have cruelly turned down her confession. This self-deception brought her a perverse comfort, as she began to think that Xiang Yang was constantly considering her well-being, which filled her heart with joy. After Xiang Yang's betrayal and subsequent escape from the Xiang clan, he encountered Xiao Jiner once more, just as he was about to leave the central domain via a spatial transition station. Aware of his deep-seated enmity with the Xiang clan, she believed their barriers had finally been dismantled and confessed her love anew, only to be met with a heartless rejection, which festered within her. Upon hearing that he had fallen for Dan Yao, a woman with whom she had a previous conflict, her hatred intensified. Thus, she was easily incited to weave tales of Xiang Yang's supposed intentions to approach Dan Yao and steal the secrets of the wedding dress technique. Aiming to incite Hanqing Xinji's hostility towards him, with a cold, venomous gaze, Xiao Jiner murmured, a man I cannot have shall be denied to all others. Unbeknownst to Xiang Yang, the kindness he once showed Xiao Jiner would lead to his own downfall. At that moment, he, Dan Yao, Qiming, and Shui Ling were engaged in deliberations on how to rescue Uncle Yang. If they could extricate him from danger beforehand, Xiang Banshan would lose his leverage, allowing both Dan Yao and Xiang Yang to act freely and without constraint. Qiming remarked, Uncle Yang is a bargaining chip threatening our master. Given the cunning and treachery of that old fox Xiang Banshan, he will have hidden him away securely, making it difficult to locate him. Xiang Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed. It will not be easy. I took on the guise of that rascal Xiang Feng, using the fire feather evil god's powers, not only to hide my own whereabouts and spy on Xiang Banshan and Qian Ding's schemes, but also to seek out Uncle Yang's location and rescue him. Unfortunately, after 20 years of observation, I have yet to uncover any trace of him. Dan Yao pondered. If you have observed for 2 decades without discovering Uncle Yang's whereabouts, it stands to reason he is not within the Xiang clan. Xiang Yang concurred. I share your thoughts. Xiang Banshan, knowing the bond between Uncle Yang and me, would go to great lengths to keep him from me. Growing up in the Xiang clan, I am familiar with their traps, secret chambers, and formations. If Uncle Yang were imprisoned within the clan, I could likely rescue him. He would not be foolish enough to make such a mistake. Qiming, licking his lips, inquired. If he is not in the Xiang clan, where could he be? Master, do you know if the Xiang clan has any other locations besides the Xuanhua realm? Xiang Yang shook his head. I do not know. The Xuanhua realm, established by our ancestors, is vast enough to accommodate all members of the Xiang clan for residence and cultivation. Before my parents' demise, I believed the Xiang clan to be a venerable family that adhered to righteousness, never engaging in any unsavory business. Thus, I never considered the existence of secret locations. This realization posed a significant challenge. Dan Yao furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a moment, Qiming suggested, since we have no leads, why not take the initiative and compel the Xiang clan to act first? We can then seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's eyes lit up. Indeed, taking the initiative is far better than aimlessly searching. She leaned closer to Xiang Yang and whispered, in modern detective dramas, when the protagonists cannot find evidence of the crime, they often use such methods to draw out the true culprits. Xiang Yang nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a strategy, but how do we incite the Xiang clan to move? Suddenly, Shui Ling, who had been silent, spoke up. I have thought of a plan, but I wonder if it will be feasible? Xiang Yang, intrigued, urged. What is your plan? Speak freely. Shui Ling turned her gaze towards Dan Yao and inquired, Sister, do you still remember the perilous incident years ago beneath the Nine Palaces mountain, when Su Luzi from the Six-Fingered Divination family colluded with Xiang Yuanshan to conspire against you? Dan Yao replied, Of course I remember. It was indeed a treacherous time. Had it not been for the blood jade in my possession, I would have fallen victim to that insidious old fox, Su Luzi. Shui Ling continued, Sister, do you recall what Su Luzi foretold when you inquired about your fate? Though Dan Yao was puzzled by Shui Ling's question, she reflected on her memories and recounted deliberately. At that time, I was deeply concerned for Ahua's safety and sought Su Luzi's insight regarding his fate. After careful calculation, he informed me that Ahua had been betrayed and was now in the clutches of the enemy, trapped like a dragon in shallow waters, unable to escape. I was exceedingly anxious. As she spoke, a sudden brilliance sparkled in Dan Yao's eyes. Yes, he was betrayed. That is the crux of the matter. I have a plan. A plan indeed. Her excitement grew, and she could not help but laugh. Xiang Yang and Qiming exchanged bewildered glances, both perplexed and confused. Little aunt, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand, Xiang Yang said. Dan Yao laughed and posed a question. Tell me, what is the best method to transform a falsehood into a convincingly true narrative? Qiming pondered for a moment before responding. Surely it is to intersperse several truths with a couple of falsehoods, making it challenging for others to discern reality from deception. Dan Yao nodded emphatically. Precisely. When falsehood masquerades as truth, the most deceptive lies often lie concealed among numerous truths. This principle is clear to you, to me, and certainly to that conniving old fox Su Luzi. I nearly fell for his cunning words, so compelling were they, were it not for the warning from the blood jade. This indicates the high degree of truth in his statements. Upon reflection, aside from his assertion regarding Ahua being trapped in Yin-Yang Fortress, it seems likely that all his other claims hold truth, including the betrayal. As Xiang Yang absorbed this information, realization dawned upon him. Yao, you mean? Dan Yao focused intently. Ahua, do you not find it peculiar? When we learned that Xiang Banshan was aware of your survival, we sent word to Uncle Yang to find a hidden place to conceal himself from the Xiang clan. Uncle Yang is a clever man. He knows that if captured, Xiang Banshan would certainly threaten your life to force you back into the central domain. How could he so easily expose himself if he did not voluntarily reveal his location? How could the vast expanse of the central domain allow the Xiang clan to find him so swiftly? Upon reflection, there may be someone orchestrating these events from the shadows. Xiang Yang inhaled sharply, his handsome face darkening as if doused in ink. He then smirked with a sharp, cold smile. Indeed, given Uncle Yang's caution, how could he have easily fallen into the hands of the Xiang clan unless he was betrayed? Xiang Yang could not help but chuckle ruefully. I foolishly considered that individual a benefactor, believing they had let me and Uncle Yang off the hook out of gratitude for my parents' past assistance. Now it seems, this was all meticulously calculated. Qi Ming interjected, but we can only suspect. We cannot be 100% certain that it was that individual who betrayed Uncle Yang. Dan Yao smiled. Whether it is unjust or not, we shall soon find out. If Uncle Yang's capture is linked to this individual, we can employ them in a counter-scheme, prompting the Xiang clan to act and inadvertently reveal Uncle Yang's whereabouts. Then, we can seize the opportunity to rescue him. As for how to test this, we must think carefully. Xiang Yang suggested. This is simple. Xiang Banshan, that old rogue, is desperate to break through to the ascended realm. Seeing little hope with the bridal gown technique, he has set his sights on the 12 medicinal cauldrons listed in the fire cauldron rankings. Most of these cauldrons are already in the possession of others, and given the Xiang clan's extensive intelligence network, they likely know who possesses them. The only exception is the undying blood cauldron, which they have searched for years without success. Shui Ling's mind sparked, furrowing her brow as she said, "The undying blood cauldron was destroyed years ago by you and sister, and its master, Yi Chun, has long since passed. No matter how covetous the Xiang clan may be, they cannot possibly locate the undying blood cauldron." Xiang Yang replied, "The undying blood cauldron may have been destroyed, and Yi Chun may be dead, but the Xiang clan remains oblivious to this fact. They likely believe Yi Chun is still hiding in some obscure corner of the central domain. If I were to subtly spread the rumor that Yi Chun has been sealed away by your sister in the western regions, driven by their greed for the cauldron, they would undoubtedly dispatch someone to search for him." Xiang Yang's assurance that the Xiang clan was unaware of Yi Chun's demise and the destruction of the undying blood cauldron stemmed from the secrecy of these events, as well as a more significant reason. After Yi Chun's death, Danyao had utilized the ice extreme fire transformation technique to refine the ring he left behind, fortuitously acquiring the emerald Qian Kuan cap. This cap is closely linked to the Qian Kuan justice cauldron, and if the Xiang clan were aware of Yi Chun's situation, they could not possibly overlook the existence of the emerald Qian Kuan cap, given Xian Yang's obsession with the Kuan cauldron. Had they known it had fallen into Dan Yao's hands, they would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now. Shui Ling's expression relaxed as she smiled. In that case, we need only discreetly dispatch someone from the central domain to monitor the spatial transition station in the western regions. Once the Xiang clan's people appear there, it will confirm that individual betrayed Uncle Yang, allowing us to utilize them for our next course of action. Xiang Yang nodded. Indeed, Yao. Your meticulous mind has crafted a sound plan. Do you believe this scheme is feasible? Dan Yao envisioned the plan from start to finish. Although she felt it was somewhat simplistic, she found no glaring flaws and replied, "This method is indeed commendable, but we must proceed with caution. If that person truly did betray you and Uncle Yang, they are undoubtedly cunning, and we cannot afford to be careless in dealing with them." "Yes, I understand." As she spoke, Xiang Yang's demeanor turned cold. "If that person truly betrayed Uncle Yang, I will ensure their suffering is worse than death." Qi Ming added, "All four of us are key individuals of interest to the Xiang clan. If any one of us were to surveil the spatial transition station, we risk being discovered, potentially jeopardizing our entire plan." Dan Yao chuckled. "This is simple. The influence of the Dan Tower spans the central domain and its numerous branches. We have ample professionals adept at surveillance. I will issue a command in my capacity as the Tower Master, requesting the nearest branch to assist us. They will promptly report any news." The four of them engaged in meticulous discussions, and Dan Yao and Xiang Yang proceeded to act separately. Xiang Yang sent a discreet message to summon Elder Gong Yang, who had been responsible for relaying internal information from the Xiang clan to Uncle Yang over the years, for a conversation. During their discussion, Xiang Yang casually mentioned the undying blood cauldron, keenly observing Elder Gong Yang's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing the term undying blood cauldron, Elder Gong Yang's expression momentarily shifted, only to return to normal almost instantly. Though the change in his demeanor was fleeting, Xiang Yang captured it with precision. Xiang Yang smirked deeply. That old rogue Xiang Banshan, having failed to thwart my cultivation of the bridal gown technique, is now setting his sights on the 12 medicinal cauldrons of the fire cauldron rankings. I fear he is about to play the fool once more. Elder Gong Yang, perplexed, asked why. He immediately suspected that this matter might be connected to the undying blood cauldron and tentatively inquired. Xiang Yang replied, "Long ago, the undying blood cauldron and its master, Yi Chun, were sealed by Dan Yao in the Divine Lord's Cave in the Western regions. This Divine Lord's Cave in the Western regions was where Dan Yao had once delved deep in search of the elusive Su Se Rui Jin Shui, during which Black Charm had surreptitiously mingled with the crowd, plotting to deceive Dan Yao and Xiang Yang in one fell swoop. As a result, the plan failed, and Dan Yao ended up being killed inside." Hei Mei continuously reported to Xiang Banshan, who naturally knew the location of the Divine Sovereign's cave. The cave's opening is intricately linked to the celestial phenomena of the White Tiger's 7 fiends, occurring once every 1,888 years. It has only been a little over a century since its last opening, and to enter, one must forcibly tear apart the seal. Although the owner of the Divine Sovereign's cave was merely a newly ascended strongman in the realm of divine void and life, his place of demise was notably in the western region. Under the restraint of cosmic laws, even the mightiest of powers struggle to manifest, making the act of forcefully tearing the seal to enter the Divine Sovereign's cave an exceedingly formidable task. Xiang Yang articulated this not only to increase the difficulty for the Xiang clan, preventing premature exposure of deceit, but also to instill greater belief in Xiang Banshan. After all, he and Dan Yao were already perceived as a pair of cunning and treacherous individuals in Xiang Banshan's eyes. Only those as sly as they are would have sealed Yi Chun and the undying blood cauldron in such an obscure and peculiar location, one that would never cross anyone's mind. While Xiang Yang clandestinely arranged a meeting with Elder Ganyang, Dan Yao summoned by Yipeng, instructing him to send someone to the spatial transfer station in the central domain to keep a watchful eye on the northern domain, relaying any news with utmost urgency. Bai Yipeng complied swiftly, dispatching individuals without delay. In the interim, Dan Yao observed her disciples diligently immersed in the art of alchemy and mused, as the master of the alchemy tower, I must shoulder my responsibilities and provide proper guidance to these young alchemists. Consequently, Dan Yao instructed Ling Hanfeng to gather the younger generation of disciples, commanding them to practice their alchemical skills. The disciples began with the fundamentals, gradually increasing the complexity until they reached the daunting challenge of crafting 6th-grade elixirs, which proved to be exceedingly difficult. Only Bai Lian, the son of the elder of the Alchemy Tower and a finalist in the Alchemist Grand Meeting, successfully concocted a 7th-grade elixir. Dan Yao observed their alchemical techniques, noting that while each step was not perfect, there was a rhythm to their movements, indicating they were all prodigies in the realm of alchemy. It was only natural, as the Alchemy Tower is the largest and most prestigious alchemical organization on the continent, holding a status surpassing even that of the most esteemed institutions in her previous life. Those who could train in the Alchemy Tower were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. However, despite their innate talents, the traditional methods of alchemy were overly complex, requiring extensive time to master each elixir, thus hindering their advancement in alchemical prowess and rank. Dan Yao reflected on how the Fire Alchemy Divine Scroll simplifies the intricate processes, showcasing unparalleled techniques. Yet, for various reasons, this supreme secret of alchemy ultimately did not survive the passage of time, were it not for the formidable benefits she derived from the system. Her life as work would likely have been lost to the annals of history, now that she had reaped numerous advantages from the Fire Alchemy Divine Scroll. It was time to propagate its teachings, ensuring future generations recognize the legacy of an extraordinary alchemical grandmaster who, though unable to cultivate in the traditional sense, possessed an unparalleled genius that revolutionized the art of alchemy, creating methods that astounded and captivated all. Bai Lian, noticing Dan Yao's rapt attention and her silence regarding their practice techniques, remarked, Master, your methods are truly exquisite, unseen and unheard of before. Perhaps even the former master could not replicate them. Where did you acquire such marvelous alchemical techniques? Dan Yao replied, These techniques were developed by an unnamed predecessor from ancient times, a figure who could not cultivate but possessed unparalleled talent in alchemy. With indomitable will and extraordinary genius, he created this entirely new approach to alchemy. If you wish to learn, I can impart this knowledge to you. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian and the others were overwhelmed with joy, eagerly exclaiming, We humbly request that you, Master, grant us your teachings. Thus, Dan Yao began to share the Fire Alchemy Divine Scroll, meticulously explaining its intricacies. Of course, Dan Yao was not naive. She understood the significant implications of the Fire Alchemy Divine Scroll. If she were to impart it without reservations, and it fell into the hands of those with ill intentions, it could wreak havoc upon the world. Therefore, she only taught a small portion of the scroll. Though it was merely a fraction, it was profound and intricate, providing immense benefit even to a natural alchemical talent like Bai Lian. Additionally, Dan Yao addressed numerous inquiries from the core disciples of the Alchemy Tower, offering guidance and solutions wherever possible. Within just a few days, their alchemical abilities surged significantly. Initially, among the younger generation, there were a few who resented a woman like Dan Yao becoming the tower master. However, they were now completely convinced. One day, while Dan Yao was instructing a chubby disciple with a cheerful demeanor in alchemy, Bai Yipeng hurriedly entered and exchanged glances with Dan Yao. Understanding the signal, she waved her hand, saying, That will be all for today, you may all leave. Yes, once the disciples had departed, Bai Yipeng approached, saying, As you predicted, The Xiang clan has indeed taken action. Dan Yao inquired. How many individuals did they send to the northern domain via the spatial transfer station? Bai Yipeng reported, 3. But they are all top-tier experts of the Xiang clan. Furthermore, we sensed a strange and potent force emanating from the leader. Likely a treasure prepared by Xiang Banshan to break the seal. Dan Yao smirked. Excellent, very good. It is time to make our move. Upon learning of this, Xiang Yang's handsome visage darkened menacingly, his expression a mix of fury and laughter. What a clever elder Ganyang. To have been deceived by this old fool for so many years. Seeing his agitation, Dan Yao grasped his hand gently, soothingly saying, It's not too late to realize this now. Our utmost priority is to rescue Uncle Yang. Once he is safe, we shall storm the Xuanhua realm and settle both new and old scores with finality. Indeed, it is time to address both new and old grievances. Xiang Yang, now aware of Elder Gongyang's betrayal, decided to proceed with the previously laid out plan, initiating a counter-scheme. Dan Yao, newly appointed and eager to oversee the alchemy tower, entrusted Xiang Yang with the task. With his intellect, turning Elder Gongyang's scheming against him would pose no challenge. However, Xiang Yang was also aware that since his identity as Xiang Feng had been exposed, the Xiang clan had heightened their defenses. Despite his formidable strength, he dared not recklessly invade the realm of Xuanhua to spy on Xiang Banshan's movements. Otherwise, should he inadvertently alert the enemy, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. Fortunately, the Xiang clan had embedded spies from the Xianxia Palace and the Dan Tower within their ranks. After assuming the position of Tower Master, Dan Yao inherited numerous high-level secrets from the former master. Employing the unique communication methods of the Dan Tower, she instructed her contacts to meticulously observe the internal dynamics of the Xiang clan. After approximately a month of waiting, the long-anticipated intelligence regarding Uncle Yang's place of captivity finally arrived. Upon hearing the news, Xiang Yang's breath quickened with excitement. Reflecting on the past, had it not been for Uncle Yang's desperate protection, he could never have escaped the Xiang clan, nor would he have ventured beyond the central domain to meet his destined individual, Dan Yao. The bond between him and Uncle Yang had transcended mere master-servant relations, approaching that of father and son. Ever since the news of Uncle Yang's capture emerged, Xiang Yang had been in constant worry for his safety over the past 40 to 50 years, fearful that he might fall victim to Xiang Banshan's treachery. Danyao, aware of the deep familial affection Xiang Yang held for Uncle Yang, understood his current sentiments and quickly reassured him. After all this effort, we finally have a lead. We can celebrate once we rescue Uncle Yang. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Xiang Yang replied, Yes, we should not rejoice until Uncle Yang is safe. He inquired eagerly, Danyao, where is Uncle Yang being held? Danyao produced a fiery red jade talisman. With a flick of her hand, the talisman radiated a bright red light, revealing a map projected onto the opposite wall. She pointed to a small black dot marked on the map, stating, It is right here. Xiang Yang focused intently, his eyes widening in shock. Yin-Yang Fortress? Indeed, it was Yin-Yang Fortress. This stronghold had previously been concocted by Su Luzi and Xiang Yuanshan, falsely claiming to be the place where Xiang Yang was imprisoned. Fortunately, Dan Yao had been astute enough to see through the scheme in time, turning the tables by sending agents from the Xianxia Palace to lie in wait, ultimately causing the Xiang clan to suffer significant losses in their attempts to capture the elusive fox. Dan Yao had not anticipated that Xiang Banshan would confine Uncle Yang within Yin-Yang Fortress. As the saying goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. Xiang Yang spoke in a grave tone. Yin-Yang Fortress is one of the most notorious locations in the central domain, nestled deep within the heart of a desert. It is a vast basin surrounded by towering mountains that obstruct various air currents, resulting in a relentless, searing heat. Beneath the earth lies an immense reservoir of terrifying geothermal poison. Should one be careless, the venom could invade their body, leading to the destruction of their meridians and loss of cultivation, or worse, complete annihilation of body and soul, forever barred from reincarnation. He scoffed. The previous rumors about Yin-Yang Fortress were false. No one would have expected that this time, a person would actually be imprisoned there. That old fox Xiang Banshan is truly cunning. Dan Yao replied. No matter how cunning he may be, we have managed to uncover his secrets, haven't we? Xiang Yang quickly inquired. How many guards has the Xiang clan stationed at Yin-Yang Fortress? Xiang Banshan placed great importance on Uncle Yang. Thus, the defensive forces at Yin-Yang Fortress were formidable. From the intelligence gathered, it appeared that there were at least a dozen experts at the Divine Void Realm stationed there. Furthermore, I have heard that Xiang Banshan, upon learning of the Qian Ding being sealed in ice, dispatched his own brother, Xiang Yuanshan, to personally oversee the fortress to prevent anyone from attempting a rescue. Xiang Yuanshan? Xiang Yang scoffed. That brawny simpleton possesses considerable strength, and had I encountered him before my own advancement, I would have had to turn and flee immediately. But now, having achieved mastery in my own powers, his divine void 8th layer cultivation seems as insignificant as a mere chicken to me. When the time comes to rescue Uncle Yang, if I happen to cross paths with him, well, Xiang Banshan, who orchestrated the demise of my parents, I shall first collect a bit of interest from his brother. Despite the fortress being heavily guarded and swarming with experts, with the current prowess of Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, they could easily contend with even those at the 9th layer of the divine void realm. However, before embarking on the rescue mission, Dan Yao needed to ensure everything was in order. After all, as the tower master of the Dan Tower, departing without prior notice would surely throw everything into disarray. Upon hearing that Dan Yao and Xiang Yang intended to venture alone to Yin-Yang Fortress for the rescue, Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping couldn't help but frown. The environment of Yin-Yang Fortress was harsh and fraught with danger. And given the multitude of powerful guards Xiang Banshan had stationed, did they truly believe they could prevail? Due to the fact that Ming Yugong was the highest level technique long lost to the Xianxue Palace, the Cold Star Fairy did not wish for too many individuals to learn of its secrets. Thus, Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yipeng were unaware that Dan Yao's current strength was sufficient to overpower all experts within the divine void realm. Xiang Yang replied nonchalantly, "We understand our limits. If there were no absolute certainty, would I allow Dan Yao to accompany me into danger? I know you two are the cream of the younger generation, but the Xiang clan's foundation is profound and filled with strong warriors. Not to mention, merely the Qian Ding itself is beyond our capacity to contend with." Ling Hanfeng furrowed his brow tightly. "Qian Ding?" Dan Yao let out a soft laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells. "That fellow has already been sealed in ice and submerged at the bottom of the sea. He poses no threat to us." "What? You sealed Qian Ding in ice?" Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping gasped in astonishment. Dan Yao nodded. "Indeed. How is that possible?" Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping gasped simultaneously. They were well aware of Dan Yao's formidable strength. After breaking through to the divine void realm, not only were there no rivals among the younger generation, but few from the older generation could match her. Yet they could hardly fathom that her power had reached such heights that she could even seal the formidable Qian Ding, who was at the 9th layer of the divine void realm. Such a terrifying ability to transcend levels was simply unheard of. Dan Yao smiled, a hint of Versailles in her tone as she remarked, "For me, nothing is impossible. After breaking through to the divine void realm, my strength surged dramatically. If I had not been ensnared by the ancient divine formation of the Xian clan on Xiang Island, I would have dealt with him long ago, rather than waste 20 years. My heavens!" Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping were left speechless, utterly astounded. This girl was still so young. Her astonishingly rapid cultivation speed was enough to make anyone envious. Ling Hanfeng, reflecting on his own journey, had been born with a pure yang body, heralded as a rare talent in the central domain. Yet after arduous training for tens of thousands of years, he had only reached the 8th layer of the divine void realm, with a long road ahead to break through to the 9th layer. Meanwhile, Dan Yao had achieved in mere centuries what had taken him millennia of hard work. Truly, comparisons could incite envy. Ling Hanfeng's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, feeling as though he wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Witnessing the two aged individuals, who had lived for millennia, rendered utterly humiliated, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang could not help but chuckle. Dan Yao suppressed her laughter and remarked, "I merely possess a modicum of luck more than you. Provided you both apply yourselves diligently, achieving the 9th level of the divine void will merely be a matter of time." Despite the formidable prowess of Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, each capable of traversing the continent without rival, they approached the upcoming rescue mission at Yin-Yang Fort with utmost caution. The Xiang clan was notorious for its cunning and treachery, having previously inflicted considerable suffering upon them. A momentary lapse in vigilance could lead them into a trap, resulting in despair beyond tears. After conferring with Ling Hanfeng and Bai Yiping, Dan Yao prepared additional supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Upon learning of their intent to assist at Yin-Yang Fort, Qi Ming and Shui Ling expressed their desire to join. However, Xiang Yang interjected, "This rescue mission is fraught with peril. Your cultivation is still lacking. It would be prudent to wait for another opportunity." Although Qi Ming and Shui Ling felt regretful, they recognized their own limitations. Following them would not only be futile, but could also distract the others. Subsequently, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang tore through the fabric of space, heading directly toward Yin-Yang Fort. As they vanished into the rift, Ling Hanfeng and the others exchanged glances, collectively sighing in hope for their safe return. Previously, the Xiang clan had orchestrated a scheme to ensnare Dan Yao within the traps of Yin-Yang Fort. Although she had not fallen for their ploy, her previous lack of strength had prevented her from teaming up with those from the Immortal Water Palace to confront them, resulting in her never having ventured to Yin-Yang Fort. Nestled deep within the desert of the central domain, Yin Fort lay in a precarious locale. The terrain rose high on the periphery and dipped low in the center, resembling a vast basin, an obscure yet perilous region within the central domain. Beneath the desert's surface lay numerous fissures, akin to the molten lava deep within the earth, rendering it perpetually sweltering, akin to the churning of magma. Within its depths, not only was the flesh subjected to unbearable heat, but even the primordial spirit would suffer greatly, should one lack sufficient strength and recklessly trespass. A mere brush with the toxic flames erupting from the ground would spell certain doom. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang flew at remarkable speed, without pause, reaching the desert's outskirts in a mere 2 hours. Upon their emergence, Dan Yao distinctly felt a wave of heat enveloping her. Hovering in midair, she and Xiang Yang gazed into the distance, where the scorching landscape was shrouded in an infernal crimson hue, so intense that even the sand appeared to be igniting. The barren sight offered no trace of greenery, only relentless red. This desert's heart is Yin Fort. Let us rest a moment here before we engage in the arduous battle ahead, Xiang Yang suggested with a smile. Dan Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us recuperate. Only when we are refreshed shall we possess the strength to confront those old scoundrels. By the way, can we fly directly there? With her keen eyesight, Dan Yao noticed pillars of fire erupting from the ground in the distance and inquired softly. Those are toxic flames from the Earth's core, Xiang Yang explained, deadly in nature. Others would find it impossible to fly directly through them. His tone shifted. However, we are not like others. Your ice crystal glazed body provides invulnerability to water and fire, while my purple zenith star fire, the sovereign of flames, is also immune to such toxicity. Therefore, we can indeed enter directly. He paused, adding a note of caution. Yet, despite our immunity to the flames, we must remain vigilant. This place is rife with danger and traps. Danyao nodded. I understand. It was my previous inadequacy in strength that led to repeated setbacks. This time, it shall be their misfortune. Floating in midair, they each took a moment to cultivate their energy, restoring their vigor in about a quarter of an hour. This operation must not fail. Should we falter, it would undoubtedly alert the enemy, leaving no second chance. We must seize this opportunity and ensure our success, Xiang Yang declared gravely, surveying the vast, treacherous desert. Indeed, no matter what, we must rescue Uncle Yang, Danyao affirmed resolutely. After their exchange, they transformed into beams of spiritual light, darting into the heart of the desert. Whoosh, whoosh. They zipped through the searing pillars of flame, plunging deeper into the desert's core. The expanse of the desert was immense and compounded by the enveloping toxic flames. The air was thick with red smoke, obscuring their sense of direction and making the task of locating Yin Fort exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the fire feather sword in Xiang Yang's possession was exceptionally attuned to the extreme yang energy of the world. According to the Xiang clan's martial practices, Xiang Banshan would undoubtedly choose the hottest locale with the densest fire elemental energy to establish Yin Fort. Guided by the fire feather sword, finding the fort was not overly challenging. The sword blazed like a comet, heading southward. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang quickened their pace to follow closely. After about an hour, they arrived at a lake of molten lava. On the surface of the fiery lake floated a dark fortress, resembling a colossal iron beast crouching upon the molten expanse. The fortress emitted plumes of white smoke, exuding an aura that was chillingly formidable. This is Yin Fort, Dan Yao inhaled sharply, gazing at the ominously magnificent structure. To erect such a grand edifice in such a harsh environment is truly a monumental feat. Indeed, this is Yin Fort. Xiang Yang nodded, his eyes fixated upon the fortress, excitement blooming on his face. Uncle Yang, I have come for you. Seeing Xiang Yang eager to charge in, Dan Yao quickly restrained him. Wait, Xiang Banshan is cunning and treacherous. He may have laid a trap to lure us in. If Uncle Yang is not truly here, your reckless intrusion would surely alert the enemy. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yang jolted with realization, his voice trembling. Yes, that old rogue is indeed wily. I must remain cautious. He slowly closed his eyes, extending his spiritual sense to penetrate the fortress and seek out Uncle Yang's presence, yet found himself unable to detect anything. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow in confusion. How strange. Why is there not a single trace of energy? Could this be yet another smoke screen set by the Xiang clan? Danyao shook her head. That is not necessarily the case. The reason you cannot sense Uncle Yang's presence may be that Xiang Banshan has sealed his spiritual energy to prevent escape. Ah, I see, Xiang Yang replied. But do not fret. I have a method to ascertain whether Uncle Yang is here. What method? He inquired eagerly. In my earlier years, I uncovered a technique in the blood nerve that allows me to track scents. By employing this technique, I can temporarily possess a sense of smell vastly superior to that of a hound, able to detect any living being within a 1,000-mile radius. However, to utilize this method, I must first know the scent of the individual. I had only met Uncle Yang once. How can I accurately discern his scent? Do you possess anything that belonged to him? Anything he has touched will suffice, Dan Yao asked. Xiang Yang pondered briefly before retrieving a finely crafted wooden horse from his spatial ring. Gazing at the small wooden horse, Xiang Yang's memories drifted back to his childhood. And he sighed softly. This wooden horse was a birthday gift he made for me when I was 5. It has been my cherished possession ever since. Surely, this should suffice? Absolutely, Dan Yao replied with a smile. As it is a creation of his own hands, it must carry his essence. Even the faintest trace will allow me to accurately pinpoint his location. As she spoke, Dan Yao hurled the small wooden horse into the air. A surge of crimson light emanating from her palm and infusing into the toy. The purple dragon rides the clouds. The crimson dawn surges forth, a myriad of flavors. Nowhere to escape. Dan Yao chanted incantations. Under the illumination of the bloodlight, the blazing fortress transformed into an ethereal realm, resembling a palace crafted from glass. Revealing every detail clearly. Guided by the technique of flavor tracing, Dan Yao's consciousness traversed through layers of obstructions, arriving at the very heart of the blazing fortress, where a towering platform rose 10 feet above the ground. Upon this elevated dais stood 9 colossal black pillars of fire, one at the center and the other 8 surrounding it. 8 black dragons coiled around the pillars, each exhaling a plume of black flame that intertwined with the fire from the central black dragon, forming an intricate and impenetrable web of fire. Within this fiery net stood a middle-aged man with his eyes tightly shut, standing motionless. The moment Dan Yao laid eyes on him, she recognized him as Uncle Yang, who had once deceived her by feigning death in the eastern domain. At this moment, Uncle Yang was ensnared within the fire net, utterly immobilized, his spiritual power sealed, emanating no signs of life, resembling a corpse. Seeing this, Dan Yao hastily retracted her consciousness and slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Xiang Yang. So, is Uncle Yang inside? Xiang Yang eagerly inquired. Dan Yao offered a faint smile. Our journey has not been in vain. Uncle Yang is indeed imprisoned at the deepest core of the blazing fortress. Splendid, truly splendid, Xiang Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, itching to rush in and rescue him. Suddenly, he recalled something and quickly asked, Dan Yao, do you have any poison pills? Yes. Before Dan Yao broke through the divine void realm, she had concocted a batch of 8th grade high-level poison pills to defend against the pursuit of the Xiang clan. Unexpectedly, after completing them, she had yet to put them to use. After her breakthrough, her strength had surged, allowing her to easily suppress opponents without reliance on external forces or poisons. Curious, Dan Yao inquired, what do you need the poison pills for? Hee. Within the inheritance of the fire feather evil god, there exists a technique to transform poison into insects. By shattering the prepared poison pills, I can merge the toxic gas with spiritual energy, thereby creating blood poison bees that kill without bloodshed. I intend to let these despicable old tortoises taste the might of the blood poison bees before gradually dealing with them, Xiang Yang explained, his excitement growing, a cold, sinister smile adorning his handsome features. Ah, to use poison against poison, I like it. Many deem the act of poisoning others as a lowly and despicable tactic. Yet, for Dan Yao, the color of the cat matters not. A good cat is one that catches mice. For the likes of the Xiang clan, who resort to any means to achieve their ends, it is only fitting to counteract their malice with their own poison. With a smile, Dan Yao retrieved the most potent poison pill from her spatial ring and handed it to Xiang Yang. Time is of the essence. Let us commence, Dan Yao urged. All right. Xiang Yang accepted the poison pill and swiftly darted to the rear of the blazing fortress. With a flick of his finger, he lightly traced the wall of the fortress. Instantly, the wall distorted, the space tore open, revealing a gaping black void. Upon seeing the space torn asunder, Xiang Yang quickly crushed the poison pill in his hand. As the pill shattered, an extremely terrifying miasma immediately engulfed the area. A swirl of 2 colored flames erupted from Xiang Yang's palm, instantly enveloping the toxic gas to prevent its spread. Soon, Dan Yao heard a buzzing sound emanating from Xiang Yang's hand. Following this, a swarm of blood-red poison bees surged forth from the 2 colored flames. Under Xiang Yang's command, countless blood poison bees rushed into the rift, akin to sharks drawn to blood. At last, the thrilling spectacle begins. Dan Yao's face broke into a wicked grin, reveling in the impending chaos. Inside the blazing fortress, darkness and silence reigned, resembling a desolate graveyard that sent chills down one's spine. Strange figures lurked in the shadows, their spiritual energy fluctuating with each breath as they absorbed the power within the fortress to cultivate. Though the blazing fortress appeared to be a forsaken wasteland, it was saturated with fierce and abundant fire elements. making it an ideal location for the Xiang clan's secret technique, the 9 transformations of profound fire. Stationed here, not only did they receive generous remuneration from the Xiang clan, but they also accelerated their cultivation progress, a true win-win scenario. Thus, despite the harsh conditions, this place was highly coveted by many elders. At that moment, a sudden buzzing noise erupted. "Who goes there?" A towering elder shouted into the darkness. He looked up but saw nothing, only a swarm of bees rapidly approaching. "Not good, those bees are poisonous," another elder exclaimed, recognizing the crimson bees exuding a nauseating aura as lethal creatures. However, before they could react, screams erupted. A few weaker individuals, caught off guard, were stung by the blood-poisoned bees, their bodies rapidly decaying as if doused in concentrated sulfuric acid. Ouch! This is terrible. By the time everyone reacted, the blood-poisoned bees had already claimed several lives. The blazing fortress, built upon a lava bed, seemed an unlikely place for any kind of bee to enter. Could it be that someone had breached their defenses? From the depths of the darkness, several tall figures meditating in cultivation were abruptly awakened. "Quickly, everyone! Let us join forces to eliminate these bees and prevent any intruders." As the command rang out, Xiang Yang's laughter echoed from the shadows. "You thought to keep me out? I've already arrived. Ha ha ha." "Xiang Yang, is that the voice of that little brat?" The elders of the Xiang clan were taken aback, realizing the audacity of this impudent youth. How does he know Uncle Yang is imprisoned here? The elders of the Xiang clan shouted in alarm, hastily sounding the alarm. "How dare you insult me, little brat? You seek death." Dan Yao, enraged, transformed into a shadow, appearing before one of the elders, delivering a swift and powerful strike to his head. With a piercing scream, the elder's head exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere, leaving him lifeless. The brutality of her actions left the remaining Xiang elders trembling in fear, their faces pale with horror. What a vicious demoness! Everyone, unite and eliminate her. The Xiang elders cried out in unison, unleashing their overwhelming pressure like a tidal wave. Originally as quiet as a grave, the blazing fortress suddenly erupted into chaos. More bustling than a market. "You old wretches who drove my parents to their deaths, today you shall pay in blood for your sins." Xiang Yang's voice, filled with boundless hatred, reverberated through the hall. The 2 colored flames pierced through the darkness, revealing their forms from the endless sea of fire. Xiang Yang emerged slowly, a smile on his lips, yet it bore the chill of a blade. Following him, a blue water curtain spread like azure waves, revealing Dan Yao amidst the gentle ripples. As the 2 appeared, a group of cloaked figures swiftly encircled them. Xiang Yang recognized them as the Xiang clan's guards, snorting coldly. He raised his palm and struck down with force. The vast and overwhelming Yang spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by ferocious might, crashing down like a mountain. The guards barely had time to scream before their bodies exploded, dissipating into a mist of blood. "Bold! Audacious! How dare you slaughter our clan's guards? Xiang Yang, have you grown tired of living?" Witnessing the instantaneous annihilation of so many guards, the members of the Xiang clan were taken aback, hastily retreating while vociferously denouncing the situation. They could hardly fathom that Xiang Yang not only managed to locate this place, but also displayed such formidable prowess, effortlessly obliterating the guards with a single strike. Such strength was indeed terrifying. As for the clan's guards, Xiang Yang scoffed. "In the past, you conspired together to corner and ultimately kill my parents. Did you ever consider that our family of 3 are also members of the Xiang clan? From the moment my parents perished, I ceased to be one of you and became an unyielding enemy." "Unyielding enemy? Huh, what grandiose bravado." A derisive snort emanated from one of the elder Xiang clan members. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang exchanged glances. The speaker was none other than Xiang Gongzhan. Xiang Yang cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, old dog. I was just about to seek you out, but here you are, delivering yourself on a silver platter. After being defeated, you still dare to boast?" Back then, during our encounter in the spatial passage to the central domain, I momentarily faltered, allowing you 2 wretches to escape. Today, however, fortune shall not favor you. Xiang Gongzhan's face turned a deep shade of green, his tone frigid. "You old fool, today it remains uncertain who shall perish." Dan Yao's eyes glinted with icy disdain as she spoke, with Xiang Yang calling him an old dog and Dan Yao referring to him as an old fool. Xiang Gongzhan was seething with rage. He spat, "You 2 scoundrels are here for Uncle Yang, aren't you? I must admit, you possess audacity I never anticipated, daring to intrude upon this place. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain oblivious to your own limitations." Xiang Yang smiled. "To teach us a lesson, you must first possess the capability to do so." Dan Yao glanced around and turned to Xiang Yang, saying, "Let us split our efforts. I'll handle these old geezers. You go rescue Uncle Yang." "Understood." Xiang Yang nodded slightly, aware that Dan Yao's strength lay in her ability to engage in protracted battles. The longer the fight dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for her, as she was unafraid of being outnumbered. With her Mingyu skill reaching its pinnacle, these individuals were no match for her. She transformed into a swirling mass of crimson and violet flames, darting deep into the hall. Attempting to enter? Not a chance. The elders of the Xiang clan bellowed in unison. Xiang Gongzhan shouted, "Demon circle." Pointing a finger, he conjured a circle filled with ominous ghostly energy, swiftly enveloping Xiang Yang. "Get lost." Xiang Yang roared, flames erupting around him like a blossoming fire lotus. Before the demon circle could make contact, it was reduced to nothingness. "Your opponent is me." Dan Yao emerged, positioning herself protectively behind Xiang Yang. As the elders launched their counterattack, a crystalline armor resembling ice enveloped Dan Yao, effortlessly deflecting their assaults. "You seek death." Enchantress. Realizing that Xiang Yang had entered the heart of the hall, the elders were furious at their inability to intercept him. One of them lunged forward, his palm sharp as a blade, infused with fiery true energy and lethal intent, striking fiercely at Dan Yao. "Child's play." Dan Yao lightly tapped, shattering the fiery blade, then countered with a swift palm strike. A massive icy hand slammed into the assailant, reducing him to mere pulp, utterly lifeless. "You little wretch. I did not expect your strength to have advanced so remarkably in these decades." Xiang Gongzhan gasped in astonishment as he witnessed Dan Yao dispatching a god-void elder with a single blow. Dan Yao smiled sweetly. "My progress has been modest, but it's more than sufficient to dispose of you, old dog." "Preposterous." Xiang Gongzhan could not contain his expletives. "I underestimated you. Who would have thought that in just a few decades, you could ascend from the 8th layer of Lingtai to the God-Void realm? But even within the God-Void realm, there exists a hierarchy. I have advanced to the 7th layer of God-Void after years of cultivation, and today, you shall find no refuge." "Oh, is that so? Then let us see who meets their demise first." Dan Yao's radiant smile illuminated the once dim hall of the Flame Fortress with vibrant colors. Now that Xiang Yang had successfully penetrated the depths of the Great Hall, all Dan Yao needed to do was delay these adversaries, allowing him to rescue Uncle Yang. "Seek death." Xiang Gongzhan's expression turned sinister as he unleashed both hands simultaneously. Drawing circles, dark, ghostly energies surged from his palms, forming two ominous demon circles that hurtled towards Dan Yao. "Overestimating yourselves." Dan Yao recalled the time when she and Xiang Yang had suffered greatly under the demon circles. Now, with her enhanced strength, she was determined to reclaim what was lost. As the two circles converged, Dan Yao furrowed her brow and struck out with a palm. Ice Heart Thunder. Her palms surged with a chilling, ethereal power that erupted outward. The bone-chilling force ignited sparks of thunder, entwining with annihilative energy, crashing against the demon circles. Boom. The clash of energies resulted in a storm of spiritual power, instantly engulfing the demon circles. The hidden thunder within the icy force pierced through the maelstrom of energy, striking Xiang Gongzhan with ferocity. Xiang Gongzhan emitted a wretched scream, stumbling backwards several paces before barely regaining his footing. The unique geographical position of the Flame Fortress, situated above a lake of magma, meant that Dan Yao's chilling energy was naturally suppressed by the molten core beneath. Otherwise, that strike would have either killed Xiang Gongzhan or at least flayed him. "This enchantress possesses peculiar energy. We must all strike together to avoid being defeated one by one." Xiang Gongzhan, hair standing on end and blood trickling from his mouth, gritted his teeth in a low voice. Even the mighty Xiang Gongzhan had been severely injured by Dan Yao's single blow. Observing this, the other elders were filled with dread, resorting to their most potent abilities as they launched their assaults. Instantaneously, the energy within the Flame Fortress surged violently, as powerful and astonishing attacks rained down upon Dan Yao. Faced with the combined onslaught of multiple God-Void Realm warriors, Dan Yao remained composed despite being cornered. With a graceful flick of her hand, streams of energy shot forth, swiftly dismantling all incoming assaults. Watching Dan Yao so effortlessly neutralize attacks and dominate a battle against over 10 God-Void warriors left the once arrogant elders of the Xiang clan gasping in shock. This enchantress possessed a terrifying strength, having barely just breached the God-Void realm. What cataclysmic power would she wield upon reaching the 9th layer of God-Void? Xiang Gongzhan became increasingly alarmed, his scalp prickling with fear. While others may not recognize Dan Yao's capabilities, he was acutely aware. Just a few decades prior, she was merely at the 8th layer of Lingtai. Even with the Snow Spirit Sword, she could barely exhibit the strength of the 3rd or 4th layer of God-Void. In less than 50 years, her rapid ascent was nothing short of astounding. Such formidable power had only been witnessed in their clan leader, Xiang Shan, and Qian Ding, who had lived for over 10 millennia. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of various powers generated a tempest of spiritual energy, threatening to obliterate the flame fortress along with the magma lake beneath it. Ice-shattering galaxy. Dan Yao's gaze turned frigid as she unleashed a torrent of true energy, cascading forth like a galaxy, manifesting into a massive ice river that descended upon them. Not good. Take cover. Upon hearing the phrase ice-shattering galaxy, Xiang Gongzhan's heart sank in alarm. Recognizing that this technique is the most formidable killing move of the Xianxia Palace, it is not to be used lightly, yet once unleashed, it possesses the cataclysmic power to upheave mountains and obliterate the withered. Under this overwhelming pressure, Xiang Gongzhan felt as though the very blood in his veins was freezing, and he hastily cried out. Upon hearing his exclamation, several elders sensed the approach of death and quickly attempted to retreat, but alas, they were too late. The long expanse of ice surged forth like a tidal wave, relentless in its onslaught, each wave stronger than the last. One elder after another was engulfed by the icy torrent, unable to utter a single cry, their bodies exploding into a mist of crimson, staining the entire river of ice. Although Xiang Gongzhan, with his superior strength, narrowly escaped the lethal grip of the ice, he was still severely injured, sent hurtling backward to crash against the wall, causing the fiery fortress to tremble violently, with magma churning outside. A mouthful of bloodied ice shards erupted from Xiang Gongzhan's lips as he stared in horror at Dan Yao, as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he could hardly believe that the young girl he had once driven to flee in embarrassment decades ago had transformed into a being more terrifying than even the 9th level of the divine void. Dan Yao floated gracefully in midair, her gaze icy and condescending as she looked down upon Xiang Gongzhan, speaking coolly, "Old dog, did you ever imagine this day would come?" "Ha, such thoughts never crossed my mind. The strength of this demoness has surged to such heights that even with our combined efforts, we have met our downfall at your hands." Xiang Gongzhan's face turned as pale as paper, his voice thick with resentment, rising sharply. "But don't get too proud. The clan leader possesses unfathomable power. Even if you are a prodigious talent, you will meet your demise when confronted by him. After all the elders you've slain today, it won't be long before the clan leader comes personally for you. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 1879, Bloodied Torture, 3. Facing death. You still dare to boast before me. I had initially considered granting you a swift end, but now that seems utterly unnecessary. Dan Yao recalled the horrific demise of Dan Lingling, and her rage surged within her. "It was your wretched little bastard that caused my cousin's death. Today, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death." With a frigid countenance, Dan Yao summoned a dark red blood light from her palm, which swiftly transformed into a blood beam that shot forth into Xiang Gongzhan's body. As the blood beam invaded him, Xiang Gongzhan felt a bone-chilling coldness pierce through him, a torment so intense that he could not help but cry out in agony. In an instant, pain coursed through his entire being, as if countless scorpions and serpents were gnawing at him. "Demoness, what have you done to me?" he cried, writhing on the ground. His body curled up like a boiled shrimp. Dan Yao replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. I merely learned a venomous curse from a tome called Blood Nerves not long ago. I had yet to test its potency, and you are just the perfect subject for experimentation." At that moment, her voice carried an indescribable allure. Yet beneath it lay an endless chill and malice. "What? The curse of the serpent witch? Yuval Demonis." The Xiang clan was renowned for gathering strange tales from across the continent, and after years of relentless compilation, Xiang Yang had become a living encyclopedia. As one of the 3 saints of the Xiang clan, Xiang Gongzhan was well versed in lore and recognized the curse of the serpent, which is one of the most insidious spells within blood nerves. Those afflicted by this curse would endure excruciating pain and itching, far worse than the most brutal execution, leaving them in a state where survival was impossible, yet death was equally unattainable. In a panic, Xiang Gongzhan hastily cultivated his energy, attempting to expel the blood beam from his body. To his dismay, this only intensified the agony, yet he refused to relent, pouring all his effort into his cultivation. Futile. Once the curse of the serpent which enters the body, it melds with the blood. No matter how profound your spiritual energy, it cannot be expelled. The more you cultivate, the more painful your demise will be. Dan Yao sneered. "Demonis. Yuval Demonis." Xiang Gongzhan's face twisted in pain as he cursed relentlessly. "Curse all you wish. Soon enough, you will find yourself unable to utter a sound." Those afflicted by the serpent witch's curse first experience unbearable pain and itching, then descend into madness, ravenously tearing their own flesh away, ultimately leading to the collapse of their soul amid suffering, with their blood drained dry. Dan Yao's 3,000 strands of hair danced as she smiled alluringly, her voice chilling as if it were echoed from the depths of the abyss. At the same time, while Dan Yao mercilessly tormented Xiang Gongzhan, and the elders of the Xiang clan. Layers of purple flames surged around Xiang Yang, transforming into a fiery dragon that barreled into the depths of the Grand Hall. Wherever it went, the Xiang clan's guardians, who had been vigilantly watching night and day, were incinerated before they could even make a move, their forms obliterated and souls scattered. This rampant, overwhelming destruction instilled a paralyzing fear, and no one dared to intervene. Just then, several dark figures emerged from the shadows, standing like an unyielding wall in the path of Xiang Yang. Each figure emanated an extraordinary aura, revealing them to be formidable warriors of the 5th and 6th levels of the Divine Void. Xiang Yang, being from the Xiang clan and possessing the knowledge of a living encyclopedia, believed himself well acquainted with his lineage. However, he was unaware that what he knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. Warriors of the 5th and 6th levels of the Divine Void, while not as monstrous as those at the 9th level, still ranked among the continent's elite. Xiang Yang, how dare you trespass here? Do you wish to die? Though Xiang Yang had never seen these individuals before, they recognized him and immediately shouted in fury at his brazen intrusion. I am here solely to save someone. Whoever stands in my way shall perish. Xiang Yang retorted, uninterested in further discourse. What does it matter how many 5th and 6th level warriors there are? Before a peak warrior of the 9th level of the Divine Void, they are nothing. His bridal garment technique eclipsed even the might of those at the 9th level, rendering these individuals no match for him. Arrogant, presumptuous, ignorant of your own mortality, the dark figures shouted in unison, launching their attacks. Waves of powerful spiritual energy descended upon Xiang Yang like a torrential storm. A flickering candle's light cannot compete with the sun and moon's radiance. Xiang Yang chuckled disdainfully as the purple star fire erupted from within him, causing the fiery dragon to swell to an even more colossal size. The attacks of the dark figures collided with the fiery dragon, akin to an egg striking a boulder, shattering into nothingness. Those who block my path shall die. With a swift motion, Xiang Yang summoned a powerful suction force from the fiery dragon, sweeping through the area. Faced with this force, the dark figures struggled to maintain their footing, only to be drawn into the vortex. The anguished screams of the dark figures echoed as they were ground into a pulp by the fiery dragon, their souls unable to escape before being consumed by the purple star fire. With a single, overwhelming strike, Xiang Yang had dispatched several warriors of the 5th and 6th levels of the Divine Void, and his face bore an increasingly cold and ruthless intent. He could not afford to waste time. After eliminating these obstacles, he again surged forth into the depths of the Grand Hall, continuing his relentless assault. Though the blazing fortress appeared small, built atop a sea of magma, its interior was constructed using the methods of Divine Void experts to create a pocket dimension. Vast and intricate, akin to a labyrinth. As Xiang Yang forged ahead, he encountered numerous members of the Xiang clan attempting to impede his progress, yet he faced little resistance. After all, given his current strength, only those at the 8th and 9th levels of the Divine Void could pose a challenge, while the others were simply no match for him. Moreover, the formidable energy of the bridal garment divine skill is exceedingly fierce and vigorous, while the incinerating power of the purple celestial starfire is equally astonishing. When these two forces intertwine, the resultant destructive energy is unparalleled in the world. Xiang Yang, akin to swatting flies, effortlessly dispatched his adversaries with a single palm strike, causing them to perish one by one. Should he choose not to engage physically, he could wield his will to manipulate the purple celestial starfire, rendering everything within its reach to naught. Each time the purple celestial starfire surged forth, it was accompanied by piercing cries of despair. After eliminating these bothersome pests, Xiang Yang finally reached the innermost sanctum of the fiery fortress. Before him stood a grand bronze door, tightly sealed, exuding an air of palpable danger. Despite Xiang Yang's overwhelming strength, dealing with the minions of the fiery fortress was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Nevertheless, he remained cautious in the face of the unknown beyond the bronze door. He constantly reminded himself of the adage that caution ensures longevity. In critical moments, one must never let their guard down. Fully aware of the treachery of the Xiang clan, he feared they might have poisoned the door. With a thought, the fire feather sword soared from his heart. Chapter 1881. Those who block my path shall die, too. Gripping the fire feather sword tightly in his right hand, an icy glint flickered in Xiang Yang's eyes. He infused his true energy into the sword and swung it with ferocity towards the bronze door. Boom! Under the might of this unyielding sword aura, the bronze door exploded with a resounding crash. Before him lay a blazing redstone hall. Xiang Yang, holding the fire feather sword, stepped cautiously into the hall. As his divine sense swept across the chamber, his gaze fixed upon the center. There, a towering stone platform stood, crowned by 9 colossal black fire dragon pillars, their maws spewing flames and weaving a net of fire. Trapped within this infernal web was Uncle Yang, his eyes tightly shut, his countenance eerily ashen, resembling a lifeless corpse. Xiang Yang stared at him in shock, his eyes reddening, his voice rasping. Uncle Yang. Since that fateful day in the Eastern Domain when Uncle Yang had perished during a performance, entrusting his transformed self, now a mere cat, to Dan Yao. It had been over 3 centuries since they last met. 300 years, a fleeting moment for cultivators of the divine void realm who often seclude themselves for millennia. Yet for Xiang Yang, these 3 centuries felt interminable, almost beyond belief. Upon their reunion, Uncle Yang appeared considerably aged. So much so that Xiang Yang almost failed to recognize him. Once a formidable figure at the 3rd level of the divine void. Now over 7,400 years old, he had reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, yet despite his advanced years, not a single white hair adorned his head. Yet now, his visage bore the marks of age, with a significant portion of his hair turned white, upon closer inspection. At least 6 or 7 strands among 10 had lost their color. Hearing his name tremble from Xiang Yang's lips, Uncle Yang slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the red-clad youth before him, his face alight with indescribable emotion. Young master, is this a dream? It truly is you. Xiang Yang nodded solemnly. His voice choked. It's me. I've returned to rescue you. I knew you would return. One day you would come back, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. A weak yet affectionate smile graced Uncle Yang's face, but suddenly his expression shifted, and he exclaimed in a tremulous voice, "How can you return at this time? Your bridal garment divine skill is not yet perfected. How can you contend with a pack of wolves? Quickly leave." Xiang Yang reassured him. "It's all right, Uncle Yang. I never engage in battles without confidence. Since I dare to come, I possess the ability to rescue you." "Young master," Uncle Yang sighed gently, "you've grown up." During the upheaval years ago, Xiang Yang's spirit had been utterly crushed, leaving him despondent and nearly seeking an end to his own life. Uncle Yang had tirelessly encouraged him, helping him regain his resolve, but the fiery essence of the bridal garment divine skill that resided within had plunged him into despair, stripping him of his former vigor and vitality. Who would have thought that in just 300 years, the once downtrodden youth would undergo a complete transformation, radiating a brilliance akin to blazing fire? This must be the protection of the master and mistress from the heavens, allowing the young master to encounter noble fortune and reclaim hope. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yang felt as though he had been struck with a sour plum. His heart heavy with discomfort, he managed a bittersweet smile. Growth demands a price, yet the cost I've paid is far too painful. Young master, Uncle Yang, sensing he had touched a sore spot, immediately grew flustered. Xiang Yang sighed. Enough, all is in the past. Uncle Yang, let me rescue you first. We can discuss everything later. Chapter 1882. Those who block my path shall die. 3. With that, Xiang Yang pointed his finger at the fire net. It emitted a crisp pop but did not shatter. Instead, it rebounded the force back at him. Uncle Yang bitterly remarked, "It's futile, young master." These 9 fire dragon pillars were personally forged by Xiang Banshan, imbued with potent primordial spiritual energy. Unless one employs a divine weapon or finds a cultivator of equal standing, risking significant depletion of true essence, it cannot be broken. Xiang Yang, upon hearing this, was about to unleash the bridal garment divine skill to shatter the infernal net. However, he reconsidered. While his bridal garment divine skill was indeed potent, exhausting too much true essence would diminish his combat effectiveness. This stone hull concealed yet another formidable adversary. He needed to conserve his strength for that encounter and not squander it unnecessarily. With this in mind, Xiang Yang channeled a surge of true energy into the fire feather sword and struck down upon the fire net with great force. Bang! The sword aura collided with the fire net, producing a sizzling sound. Miraculously, a slender crack appeared in the once impenetrable web. This sword. Uncle Yang fixed his gaze upon the long sword in Xiang Yang's hand, its blade as vivid and intense as a pigeon blood ruby, its edge unmatched in sharpness. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed with joy, "The fire feather sword? Is this the sword you previously communicated about?" Xiang Yang nodded, smiling. "Indeed. It is the fire feather sword, though it currently lacks a blade tip and cannot yet unleash its true power. Had it been a complete sword, this strike would have shattered the net long ago. Nevertheless, with the support of the purple celestial starfire and the bridal garment divine skill, even this fragmented sword can wield tremendous might. If necessary, I can strike several more times." The fire feather sword is an ancient divine weapon. For an ordinary person to possess even a fragment is a lifetime of fortune, let alone a piece of a broken sword. Uncle Yang smiled, genuinely thrilled for Xiang Yang. During the ancient wars, the fire feather sword had been shattered by heavenly punishment, its fragments scattered far and wide, with many powerful beings expending great effort to seek them. often failing to acquire even a single piece in their lifetime. It was astonishing that Xiang Yang could gather so many fragments and forge them into a sword. Such fortune is truly rare. As Xiang Yang delivered several strikes, the fire net cracked and exploded with a thunderous roar. Seeing the fire net shatter, Xiang Yang was overjoyed and hastily pulled Uncle Yang free. The two, filled with elation, failed to notice a fine, almost imperceptible black mist, as thin as a hair, darting into Uncle Yang's body the moment the net disintegrated. Freed from the constraints of the fire net, the dormant spiritual energy within Uncle Yang surged forth, gradually restoring the pallor of his face to a healthy hue. Uncle Yang moved his body slightly, exhaling gently. I thought I would be trapped here for a lifetime. I never expected to see the light of day again. Heaven has not been unkind to me. Uncle Yang, we cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly, Xiang Yang urged. Concerned for Dan Yao, who was single-handedly contending with numerous powerful foes outside and might be in danger of an ambush, Uncle Yang nodded without hesitation. Yes, let us hurry. Just as they were about to leave, a cold snort suddenly echoed through the air. No, it is Xiang Yuanshan. Uncle Yang, with his extraordinary hearing, immediately recognized the cold snort as belonging to Xiang Yuanshan. Ha! To identify me merely by sound is truly impressive. From the void emerged a blazing inferno, which then transformed into a towering figure before the two. This person is none other than Xiang Yuanshan, the younger brother of Xiang Banshan. Chapter 1883, The Heartflower Blooming Curse, 1. Clad in a dark red robe, Xiang Yuanshan gazed at Xiang Yang with a smile and remarked, You clever lad. You managed to find your way here. Such skill is truly admirable. No wonder my brother dispatched so many experts, yet after all these years, they have been unable to capture you and bring you back to the Xiang clan. Xiang Yang scoffed. Those inept fools think they can catch me? It's far from easy. Indeed, which is why I have been waiting here specifically for you. Xiang Yang was taken aback. You knew I would come? Of course. Uncle Yang shares a bond with you akin to that of father and son. Your parents are deceased, and knowing your nature, how could you bear to see him suffer here? Regardless, you would undoubtedly come to rescue him. My brother had long anticipated your arrival, but he did not expect you would come so swiftly. Xiang Yuanshan chuckled with a hint of pride, glancing at Uncle Yang. Patience is key in fishing for big catches. This bait of yours is quite effective. It has indeed lured in the big fish, Xiang Yang. Ha. Xiang Yang's gaze turned icy as he said coldly, Who the fish is yet to be determined. You and your brother conspired to drive my parents to their deaths, and today, I shall take your life to honor my parents' spirits. Upon witnessing Xiang Yang's fury and his intent to strike, Uncle Yang quickly restrained him, whispering, This old wretch is a formidable opponent at the 8th level of Divine Void. Even united, we cannot hope to match him. I will burn my true essence to entangle him, and you must seize the opportunity to escape. Once you have grown strong enough, you can avenge your parents. Uncle Yang was unaware that Xiang Yang's wedding garment divine art had reached a pinnacle, enabling him to confront even the strongest of the 9th level of Divine Void head-on. However, he understood the terror of Xiang Yuanshan at the 8th level. A confrontation would lead only to death. Thus, the only strategy was for him to sacrifice himself, burning his true essence to ensnare Xiang Yuanshan, allowing Xiang Yang to flee. You think to entangle me with your true essence? You should consider your own capabilities. None of you shall escape today, Xiang Yuanshan said ominously, as his gaunt hands unleashed a torrent of raging mystic fire, swiftly forming a colossal fiery seal that bore down fiercely on Xiang Yang. The fiery seal emanated a terrifying heat, its whistling sound echoing as if it sought to incinerate everything around it. Unfazed, Xiang Yang merely flicked his finger, shattering the enormous fiery seal with a single touch. What? How is this possible? Xiang Yuanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. His mystic Fire 9 transformations had been refined to an extraordinary level, unmatched within the Xiang clan. Save for his brother Xiang Banshan. The fiery seal formed from this technique should have been impervious to all but a select few 9th level experts like the Cold Star Fairy and Xian Yuan. How could Xiang Yang so effortlessly dispel his attack? This power, could it be? Although Uncle Yang's cultivation was far inferior to Xiang Yuanshan's, his composure was steadier than that of the old brute. While he was astonished by the power Xiang Yang displayed, he quickly regained his calm. Standing beside Xiang Yang, he sensed the essence of this power, pure and radiant, and realized that Xiang Yang's wedding garment divine art had indeed reached a remarkable level, causing immense joy to swell within him. The wedding garment divine art is unrivaled in the world, yet mastering such power is a feat more challenging than scaling the heavens. Prior to his capture, Uncle Yang had been aware that Xiang Yang had learned the cultivation method of the wedding garment divine art, and it was only a matter of time before he would succeed and ascend to the mystic fire realm to avenge his parents. Chapter 1884, The Heartflower Blooming Curse, 2. However, He had never anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. With a mere flick of his hand, Xiang Yang effortlessly neutralized Xiang Yuanshan's attack, indicating that his strength had indeed surpassed that of Xiang Yuanshan. It appeared that there was no need for him to gamble his old life away. Wedding garment divine art? You truly mastered the ancestral technique of my clan? Xiang Yuanshan, albeit a moment behind Uncle Yang, deduced that Xiang Yang had perfected the wedding garment divine art, granting him the power to counter his assault. Yes, my divine art is complete, and your doomsday has arrived. Saying this, Xiang Yang turned to Uncle Yang, solemnly instructing, Uncle Yang, step back. I shall deal with this old dog and honor my parents' spirits. Hearing this, Uncle Yang retreated several dozen paces, aware that his strength was far inferior to Xiang Yuanshan's, and that his presence would only be a hindrance. With Uncle Yang out of the way, Xiang Yang's murderous intent surged as he stepped forward, proclaiming, Old dog, come forth and meet your demise. You wretched boy, do not think that just because you have mastered the wedding garment divine art, I am afraid of you. If you kill me, Uncle Yang will meet the same fate. In the face of Xiang Yang's furious intent to kill, Xiang Yuanshan not only remained calm, but actually laughed. Xiang Yang's heart raced. What do you mean by that? Humph. What does it mean? Let your Uncle Yang open his chest and see for himself, Xiang Yuanshan sneered. A sense of foreboding washed over Uncle Yang as his hands trembled, hastily unfastening his garments. To his horror, he discovered a vibrant, almost blooming red peony emblazoned upon his left chest. He gasped, nearly fainting. The heartflower blooming curse? Xiang Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, What a vile scheme. The heartflower blooming curse, while sounding delightful, is one of the most dreadful curses in existence. Its terrors rival, if not surpass, the snake curse used by Dan Yao to torment Xiang Gongzhan. Those afflicted with this curse develop a beautiful red peony upon their chest. And the more vibrant the bloom, the more potent the curse. As the peony blossoms with the flow of blood energy, the heart expands like a flower, hence its name. However, the most horrifying aspect of this curse lies not in the excruciating pain of a rupturing heart, but in the simultaneous disintegration of the body's tendons, ultimately rendering one a powerless husk, unable to speak or move, despite having intact limbs. Indeed, it is the heartflower blooming curse. You did not expect we had such a trick up our sleeves, did you? No matter how cunning you are, you cannot escape my brother's scheme. Xiang Yuanshan cackled. It turned out that when Xiang Banshan crafted the 9 fire dragon pillars to imprison Uncle Yang, he realized that while his setup was formidable, if someone with comparable cultivation or slightly weaker, but possessing an ancient divine weapon were to arrive, they could breach the fire net and rescue Uncle Yang. Thus, he cunningly embedded the heartflower blooming curse within the fire net, ensuring that once it was breached, the curse would activate immediately, infiltrating Uncle Yang's body and leaving him in a state of despair. Xiang Yang thought he had successfully freed Uncle Yang when he broke the fire net. Rejoicing at their reunion after years of separation, unaware of the hidden poison within the fire net that had quietly cursed Uncle Yang. By the time he discovered the truth, it was already too late. Despicable. Xiang Yang could not help but curse vehemently. Chapter 1885, The Heartflower Blooming Curse, 3. All's fair in war. This has always been the case. The old fox is always wiser, and no matter how cunning you are, you cannot escape the grasp of my brother, the hunter. Xiang Yuanshan boomed with a laughter that resonated like a bell. Xiang Yang felt a surge of anger as he was left speechless. Xiang Yuanshan slowly spoke. Though the heart-blossoming curse is exceedingly insidious, the afflicted may, within a fleeting moment, receive the enlightenment of an unparalleled powerhouse, who can channel ceaseless spiritual energy to expel the curse. However, this act would grievously deplete the caster's vitality. Now, whether you choose to slay me or save Uncle Yang is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He could easily discern the machinations of the two brothers, Xiang Banshan and Xiang Yuanshan, by using the heart-blossoming curse to torment Uncle Yang. Their intent was to severely exhaust the caster's true essence. If he opted to kill Xiang Yuanshan, Uncle Yang would surely perish. Conversely, if he chose to cast the spell to save him, Xiang Yuanshan would seize the opportunity to strike him down. It must be said, Xiang Banshan's manipulation of human nature was indeed formidable. Uncle Yang exclaimed, Young master, do not concern yourself with me. Kill this old dog and avenge me. Yet, Xiang Yuanshan interjected, he has fallen victim to the heart-blossoming curse, and at this moment, the curse has already infiltrated his meridians, beginning to spread towards his heart. Once the curse reaches the heart, salvation becomes nearly impossible. Now, will you kill me or save him? Make your choice swiftly, for time is of the essence. Xiang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. I shall save the man, yet I will also take your life, you wretched dog. Young master, you mustn't. Uncle Yang urged desperately, attempting to persuade Xiang Yang to abandon him. However, unbeknownst to him, Xiang Yang had already waved his sleeve, placing a great hand upon Uncle Yang's crown, enveloping him in a surge of profound spiritual energy that rendered all his senses dulled, leaving him unable to utter a single word. Oh, such a deep bond between master and servant, Xiang Yuanshan noted, recognizing the profound connection that transcended the typical boundaries of servitude. Yet he had not anticipated it to reach such depths, with Xiang Yang willingly risking his own life to prioritize saving another. With a cold sneer, Xiang Yuanshan remarked, "What does it matter how deep your feelings run? You shall both accompany each other to the underworld." With a flick of his gnarled fingers, a formidable stream of dark flame erupted from his palm, transforming into an enormous fiery seal. With a push of his hand, the fiery seal surged forth with tremendous force, tearing through the air in its relentless advance towards Xiang Yang. In response to Xiang Yuanshan's opportunistic assault, Xiang Yang placed one hand on Uncle Yang's crown while the other coalesced the purple star fire, forming a vast curtain of flames to counter the fiery seal. Boom! The fiery seal collided with the curtain, sending sparks flying, accompanied by the hissing of true essence. Xiang Yang's arm throbbed painfully, his palm torn and bleeding as he cursed. "You old wretch, your strikes are indeed ruthless." He divided his spiritual energy into two parts, dedicating 80% to expelling the curse from Uncle Yang's body, while the remaining 20% was utilized to fend off Xiang Yuanshan's dark flames. Though only utilizing 2/10 of his strength, the ferocity of his bridal gown technique was still enough to match Xiang Yuanshan's full force. What a remarkable lad, dividing his focus to save another, yet still able to unleash such potent spiritual energy. The bridal gown technique is truly formidable. Xiang Yuanshan was taken aback. This young man's ability to muster such strength while attempting to resolve the heart-blossoming curse was indeed terrifying. If he did not seize this opportunity to eliminate him, he would surely fall victim to him in the future. With this thought, a fierce murderous intent ignited in Xiang Yuanshan's eyes. In an instant, he unleashed the ultimate manifestation of his dark flames, conjuring wave after wave of fiery seals that relentlessly bore down upon Xiang Yang.